Chapter 1. Am I insane? Zhou Meng slowly awakened from a shroud of darkness. He rubbed his throbbing head, struggling to prop himself up, and gazed around. The surroundings were dimly lit, featuring a white ceiling, white curtains, and white sheets. There was no doubt he found himself in a hospital. A hospital? How did I end up here? Zhou Meng attempted to recall what transpired before his unconsciousness. But every time he tried to think, a sharp pain pierced his head, compelling him to abandon the effort. Other than his name, he could not remember his identity or the reasons for his presence in this place. Shaking his head, he sat up and approached a mirror. The reflection revealed him clad in a black robe, his disheveled curls piled atop his head, and his face appeared somewhat gaunt. Not bad. I still possess quite a handsome visage, though I seem a bit pale, perhaps due to hunger. Despite lacking memories of his identity, Zhou Meng was certain that the person in the mirror bore his likeness. As he surveyed his surroundings, his conviction strengthened. He was indeed in a hospital room, spacious and orderly, yet devoid of any other soul. If he was in a hospital, he must be a patient, yet upon assessing his condition, he found himself far from ill. No fever, no cough, no sneezing. His limbs were whole, and his mind was clear, appeared utterly normal. Could it be some internal ailment? That seems unlikely. After contemplating various possibilities, Zhou Meng began to ponder certain male-specific dysfunctions, yet such matters were unverifiable. Right? This is a hospital, surely. He could summon a doctor or nurse to inquire. Perhaps they were just outside. With that thought, Zhou Meng turned the doorknob of his hospital room. Although he considered the possibility that this hospital might resemble those depicted in many novels, where monsters lurked alongside him, he nonetheless felt an inexplicable sense of safety, believing that even if there were monsters, they would not harm him. However, as he stood in the corridor, Zhou Meng discovered that it remained eerily empty. Not a single person in sight, not even a chair for patients to sit upon. A faint mist lingered in the corridor. What is this place? Is this really a hospital? Is anyone there? Doctor? Physician? Nurse? Zhou Meng called out towards the end of the hallway. No answer. Not even a single patient emerged from the adjacent rooms. Seeing that no one responded, Zhou Meng scrutinized the peculiar hospital corridor. Unlike typical hospitals, this one appeared to be a single level, devoid of stairs, and contained only 7 rooms, including his own. As he walked down the corridor, Zhou Meng noticed that each door was adorned with strange symbols and intricate designs, densely packed, as if they were some form of seal. The first door, the one closest to his own room, bore a black circular symbol. The second door depicted a wand. The third door, a hospital, 7 doors, mysterious symbols. Zhou Meng felt a flicker of recognition. This door. Wasn't this the divine mental hospital from the novel Slaying the Gods? I woke up in a hospital room. Could it be that I am also a patient in this mental institution? Zhou Meng hurriedly dashed back to his room, only to find that his door too bore an ancient plaque, but it was marked with a large question mark. What does the question mark signify? It provides no clarity regarding my true identity. Although Zhou Meng was bewildered about his origins, the content of Slaying the Gods was vividly clear in his mind. This mental hospital was, in fact, a projection of a Lego block from a higher dimensional world, brought into this realm by a young girl to commemorate the confinement of 6 divine souls within its walls. And this mental institution resided within the mind of Lin Qiye, the protagonist of Slaying the Gods, who also served as its second director. The 6 divine beings were Nyx, the Greek goddess of Night Merlin, the legendary British sorcerer Bragi, the 9th son of Odin from Norse mythology, Sun Wukong, the Monkey King who defies the heavens, Gilgamesh, the half-god, half-human hero from Sumerian mythology, and Nyarlathotep, disguised as the Western creation god Yalent. Of course, there were also 2 hidden patients, Lin Qiye himself and Qing Yu, whose true identity was the key of the door. The divine mental hospital only accepted patients who met 2 specific criteria. They had to be a god, and they must have a mental disorder, excluding those who cheat by using false identities. Yet Zhou Meng felt he did not meet either of these conditions. Firstly, his body was intact, and he felt no sign of any special abilities. Secondly, his mind was normal, devoid of any bizarre mental illnesses. How could I possibly be a god afflicted with insanity? Zhou Meng was utterly perplexed since he could not make sense of it. he decided to explore his surroundings. He recalled that this mental hospital had a main entrance. Perhaps he could simply push it open and walk out. Traversing through the dimly lit corridor, he passed a junction leading to the activity area and followed a path illuminated by glowing orbs, arriving at a massive door. Indeed, this was the grand entrance of the divine mental hospital. Zhou Meng pushed the door with all his might, but it did not budge. Suddenly, words appeared on the door. "Cannot be opened from this side." All right, so this is how it is. Indeed, the mental hospital would not allow patients to leave at will aside from Lin Qiye. It was not so easy to escape. However, this attempt revealed something important. He was indeed affected by the rules of the mental hospital, which meant he truly was a god with a mental disorder. But what are my divine powers, and what does it mean to have a mental illness? I am merely an amnesiac, normal person. Could it be that before my amnesia, I was some sort of god? This hospital is far too irregular. Is there no medical record or something similar for me to review? As he pondered this, Zhou Meng suddenly had a stroke of inspiration. He recalled that when Lin Qiye first entered the hospital, he would see information about the patients on the walls. If he could aid the patients in overcoming their mental disorders, he would gain corresponding abilities. What if he could also glean his medical history from the wall? With that thought, he hurried back to his room. Sure enough, as Zhou Meng concentrated, several lines of text materialized on the wall above his bed. Room 0. Patient, Zhou Meng. Divinity, God of Theft. Entry, Minor Thief. Current Mental Illness Index, 100. Only when the mental illness index is reduced to 0 can the patient be discharged. Unlike the patient's conditions that Lin Qiye could see, this information contained only a name, lacking any task objectives or rewards, but it did include the mental illness index, divinity, and entry. What the hell? Your mental illness index is 100. Your whole family has a mental illness index of 100. Zhou Meng disregarded the mental illness index and focused on the divinity and entry. I am the god of theft. Impressive. Does this imply that in terms of thievery, no one among the gods surpasses me? Yet minor thief? That scarcely seems fitting for the title of god of theft. What exactly can I steal? There are other divine patients next door. Let me test my abilities on them. Chapter 2. The Theft of Entries. At the thought of this, Zhou Meng was suddenly enveloped by a delightful anticipation of mischief. He stepped out of his hospital room and approached the door of the adjacent ward. Before the intricately patterned door, a large black circle adorned the nameplate. This was the chamber of the night goddess Nyx. Zhou Meng twisted the doorknob, but remained stubbornly still. Tsh, does this mere door think it can impede my progress? With a swift notion, Zhou Meng resolved to steal the entire door. Alas, in the next moment, Zhou Meng found himself knocked to the ground by the very door he had just pilfered. How utterly absurd. How could the door appear suspended in mid-air? It nearly knocked the breath out of me. Clearly, mastering this ability requires a bit of adjustment, rising from the ground and brushing off the dust. Zhou Meng strode directly into room 1. Unlike his own ward, this room was stark and empty, save for a figure seated in the center and a few decorative items. The woman possessed an aura of icy elegance. Her features unmarred by even the slightest flaw. Her black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, and she donned a dress as profound as the night sky, blending seamlessly with the surrounding darkness. Zhou Meng recognized her as Nyx, the illustrious goddess of night from Greek mythology, also known as Nox in Roman lore. She was one of the primordial deities, the daughter of Chaos, and the mother of Thanatos. The god of death. The loud crash of Zhou Meng hitting the floor had roused a seemingly statue-like Nyx from her slumber. Child, my child, at last, I have found you. She turned her gaze towards the newly arrived Zhou Meng. Nyx's affliction was severe paranoia. All she saw were her children. And indeed, she had many. 3 with her brother Erebus and 18 of her it was painfully evident to Zhou Meng that he was about to become one of her brood. Along with the vases behind him, no. Sister, I have no desire to be your son. Seizing the opportunity as she took a few steps forward, Zhou Meng focused his intent and snatched away Nyx's desire to recognize him as her child. However, this did not deter her from clutching the vase behind him while murmuring the names of Thanatos and Hypnos. Sigh, what a heavy affliction my dear sister bears. Nix's children had all been slain by the malevolent deities of Mount Olympus, which was the reason for her stay in this psychiatric facility. Her overwhelming grief had led to her severe paranoia. Zhou Meng felt a twinge of reluctance to experiment further with his abilities on her. Despite having already tested them by stealing one of her thoughts, since he had already begun, why not explore other avenues? Stealing clothing felt rather lowbrow and unbecoming of his style. Zhou Meng contemplated whether he could use his thieving prowess to heal Nix of her mental affliction. He raised his right hand towards her, intending to pilfer the very essence of her severe paranoia. Yet, nothing transpired. His attempt at theft failed. After several more tries, the outcome remained unchanged. The night goddess's mental illness was not easily remedied. His reasoning for attempting this was clear. If he could cure the night goddess through this means, she would effectively be healed and discharged from the hospital. Even without Lin Qiye's intervention, her recovery would be a reality, and perhaps she could then assist him in his own escape. As for stealing the hospital door, he couldn't be bothered to even attempt it. If it were that simple, they wouldn't be confined here. It appeared this avenue was fruitless as well. Was he truly to wait for Lin Qiye to cure each of his fellow patients one by one? But the issue was he was not afflicted. What could he be treated for? As Zhou Meng pondered, he suddenly noticed a shimmering array of colors: crimson gold, orange, purple, blue, and green, hovering above Nix's head. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be a collection of words. The essence of night, the law of night, the dark invasion, the star dancer, the descent of the night sky, the eye of the dark night, the falling of 1,000 stars, the shattering of stars, the flickering of the dark night. The progeny of the night, the divine motherhood, the unparalleled beauty, and so forth. These appear to be attributes and inherent qualities of the night goddess Nix, and the format resembled entries. Could he also steal these? He reached out towards the crimson gold entry, the essence of night, the fundamental source from which all her abilities were birthed, including the law of night itself. Under Zhou Meng's manipulation, the crimson entry stirred. However, it only flew halfway towards him before he felt an unseen force pulling it back. What is this? Unable to steal it. Was it because this essence was too vital to Nix? Or perhaps his status as the god of thieves was insufficient? Refusing to yield, Zhou Meng extended his hand towards the orange entry, the falling of 1,000 stars. The orange entry wobbled towards him, traveling a bit farther, yet was similarly drawn back by an inexplicable force. Indeed, the orange entry was also beyond his grasp. That made sense. How could a primordial deity from Greek mythology be so easily robbed? He continued his attempts, discovering that while he could not steal the crimson or orange entries from a deity of Nix's caliber, he could pilfer 1 purple entry, 2 blue entries, and 4 green entries. Moreover, these entries were mutually exclusive. Acquiring a purple entry would fill his capacity, while stealing a blue entry would allow for 2 green entries. However, the green entries were not particularly useful. One granted unparalleled beauty, while the other made one regard everything encountered as their child. The entry of divine motherhood seemed devoid of significant merit, yet it was still a purple entry. Zhou Meng rejoiced momentarily, but the thrill quickly dissipated. He began to understand that while he was indeed the god of thieves, the divine statuses of those around him surpassed his own. Consequently, his ability to steal formidable entries was limited. Clearly, he needed a method to upgrade his thieving skills. Furthermore, what would be the point of stealing the divine attributes of others? Even if he could unleash some power to obliterate this place, he would still remain trapped within. His goal was to escape this psychiatric facility, not to rob his fellow patients of their abilities. As he turned away to contemplate further, he suddenly felt himself enveloped in a tight embrace. A substantial pressure bearing down from behind. "Erebus, my husband, I have finally found you. Look, Thanatos and Hypnos are here too." Nix's gentle voice reached his ears from behind. Alas, having stolen her notion of seeing him as her son, she now could only regard him as her husband. Zhou Meng turned back helplessly, intending to offer comfort to this fellow patient and perhaps check on the others in their respective rooms. However, he was abruptly startled by a series of thunderous knocks emanating from the entrance of the psychiatric facility. It was the sound of a knocker striking the door. Simultaneously, the bell tower within the facility reverberated with a cacophony of chimes. Chapter 3. Lin Qiye and Divine Motherhood. Stop knocking. My head is going to implode. Zhou Meng clamped his hands over his ears, attempting to regain composure amidst the tumultuous sounds. Someone was knocking at the door, causing a violent clamor within the psychiatric facility, shaking the entire establishment to its core. Undoubtedly, it was that rascal Lin Qiye at the door. Lin Qiye, the slayer of gods, the protagonist, the night watchman, the seraph, the divine agent, the director of the psychiatric hospital, a member of Team 136 from Songnan City, the captain of the Nightfall team, the leading male at the Haiguan Club, the seventh commander of the Night Watchmen, the god of causality and the will of the fifth universe. His attributes and titles were far too numerous to count if he were to introduce himself with this extensive list of titles. One would surely remark that the establishment could not accommodate so many individuals. At last, this fellow had arrived. Thank goodness, I need not wait here for years. Zhou Meng felt a surge of joy. For the patients of this psychiatric facility, whether it be Nix or the others like Merlin, there was but one path to freedom. Lin Qiye had to cure their mental ailments. Zhou Meng was no exception. Although he could not ascertain the nature of his own affliction or how it might be treated, it was undoubtedly intertwined with Lin Qiye. The means to escape this place surely resided within him. Upon realizing this, Zhou Meng hastily exited, traversing the corridor of the ward area towards the entrance at that very moment. Lin Qiye had just pushed open the gates of the mental institution and was exploring the dimly lit, ancient corridor within. His vision had only just been restored, and his mental prowess had been enhanced, enabling him to unlock the door he had pondered over for 5 years in his dreams. This was not merely due to the divine favor of Michael, but rather a gradual dissipation of the divine power overload caused by the mortal realm's divine domain within him. As Lin Qiye passed through the corridor, he arrived at a fork in the path, where the signs were strikingly modern, contrasting sharply with the preceding hallway. To the left lay the patient wards, while the right led to the activity area. Let us explore the activity area first, he decided, making his way towards the right. The multimedia room, entertainment lounge, study, open lawn, and exercise equipment all bore an uncanny resemblance to the sunny mental institution where he had once resided. Just as he was about to head towards the patient wards, he suddenly noticed a figure standing beneath the sign at the fork, with a disheveled mane of curls and clad in a black robe. The individual was gazing at him with a look of perplexity. This person was none other than Zhou Meng. In that instant, Lin Qiye felt a surge of caution. He had not anticipated encountering another person within the mental institution. This individual did not appear to be a doctor, as they were typically clad in white coats, but rather seemed like a patient who had perhaps escaped. However, recalling that there was little to fear in his dreams, he summoned his courage and politely inquired, "Hello, may I ask if you are a staff member of this hospital?" In contrast to Lin Qiye's cautious demeanor, Zhou Meng was the more astonished of the two. Truly, he was the protagonist. His aura was almost overwhelming with the accumulation of traits and buffs. Just the presence of the fifth universe was blinding enough to make Zhou Meng squint. Moreover, there were also entries like Seraphim Agent and Mortal Realm Divine Domain. Nevertheless, while Lin Qiye still bore the fifth universe will, he was now within a new cycle of this universe. This cosmic will required continuous reincarnation to assimilate consciousness with the blind and foolish god, Azathoth, and to weaken Azathoth's power through reincarnation until he was capable of vanquishing Azathoth and reshaping all within the fifth universe. However, at this juncture, Lin Qiye was entirely oblivious to this reality. He still had a long journey ahead. Reflecting on Lin Qiye's past and future, Zhou Meng, who had initially intended to deceive him, found himself unable to voice a lie and thus spoke sincerely. I'm actually a patient here, but I'm not ill," he quickly added, feeling that his statement was somewhat amiss. Observing the startled and complex expression of the individual before him, Lin Qiye became increasingly convinced that this was indeed a mental institution and that the person before him was, without a doubt, a patient. After all, patients in mental hospitals often proclaim their sanity. Yet, this was a divine mental institution. Could it be that this fellow, despite being a patient, was also some kind of deity? My name is Lin Qiye. May I ask how to address you, sir?" Lin Qiye inquired cautiously. "Zhou Meng," came the reply. Then, Mr. Zhou, would you be so kind as to show me around here? It is my first visit, and I am not yet familiar with this place. I am also here for the first time. Why do you seem to have already categorized me as a patient? Zhou Meng retorted, a hint of irritation evident. Yet he resolved to lead Lin Qiye to the patient wards. After all, his hope of exiting this place rested entirely upon this young man. Upon reaching the patient ward area, Zhou Meng gestured toward a room, indicating that it was his own. Lin Qiye entered, surveying his surroundings until his gaze settled upon the wall above Zhou Meng's bed. He appeared to be observing something specific, and Zhou Meng realized that this must be one of Lin Qiye's abilities as the director, to perceive the basic condition of each patient. Is there something written on the wall? Zhou Meng probed, curious to learn what Lin Qiye might see that differed from his own view. Mr. Zhou, how did you know I could see the words on the wall? Lin Qiye asked, somewhat astonished. Isn't that obvious? The wall isn't an LED screen. You've been staring at it intently. Aside from having words, are you also mentally ill? Zhou Meng replied curtly. Wait, why did I say also? Ahaha, I did indeed see something, but when I tell you, please do not be upset. Lin Qiye noted that the text he perceived was as follows. Room 0 patient. Zhou Meng task. Borrow copy traits from Zhou Meng to advance his treatment progress. Progress value reaches 25, 50, 75 to enhance the quality and quantity of borrowed traits. Current treatment progress. 0 Lin Qiye relayed the text verbatim to Zhou Meng, who frowned at the revelation. What he saw differed from Lin Qiye's view. He had a task associated with his condition, but what did it mean to borrow traits from him to advance his treatment? Had he been overly selfish prior to his amnesia, leading to this divine punishment? Was he now destined to play the role of a generous benefactor? After voicing his thoughts, Lin Qiye gazed at Zhou Meng with a mix of anticipation and confusion. Although he didn't fully grasp the task, he was eager to discover what Zhou Meng could offer him. Seeing the expectant look on Lin Qiye's face, Zhou Meng contemplated and decided to follow the task instructions and give it a try. If it proved beneficial, all he would need to do was transfer the traits from other deities onto Lin Qiye. Furthermore, borrowing implied reciprocity. Lin Qiye could not indefinitely retain these traits, and Zhou Meng could reclaim them at any moment. With this in mind, Zhou Meng examined the trait he had recently pilfered from Nyx. Currently, he possessed only a single purple trait. Extraordinary Reproduction. Zhou Meng's brow suddenly unfurled. Lin Qiye felt an unsettling sensation wash over him. Qiye, here, take this to play with, Zhou Meng exclaimed, raising his hand as a beam of purple light surged into Lin Qiye's being. Simultaneously, Lin Qiye felt a stirring within him, prompting him to gaze at the wall above the bed. Current Mental Illness Index. 99.99. The mental illness index began to decrease. Chapter 4. Why do I feel something is off? Zhou Meng understood that within the context of the divine realm, one of the abilities Lin Qiye might least desire was Nyx's extraordinary reproduction that it not only sounded useless, but also seemed rather inappropriate. Yet, Nyx indeed possessed such a power, as one of the primordial deities of Greek mythology. She had birthed most of her children herself, all of whom were concept deities, space, day, fate, death, sleep, dreams, and so forth. Though now, only her daughter Philotheus remained, and that lone child had been slain by her divine agent. Number 22. Zhou Meng, what was that purple, trait you just gave me? I feel like something is off, Lin Qiye remarked, sensing the changes occurring within him. How to describe it? Unlike the enhanced mental perception granted by Michael's eyes, or the ability to perceive dynamic visuals thrice as fast as an ordinary person within a 20-meter radius. The purple trait recently infused into him did not seem to bestow any significant enhancement. Instead, it instilled within him an inexplicable urge, an impulse towards procreation. This was not to suggest that he was suddenly overtaken by primal instincts, yearning to seek out a female to achieve the harmonious balance of life. Rather, it was more of a compelling desire to have a child. No, not just one, but many children. In summary, Lin Qiye found himself overwhelmed by an intense longing to bear numerous offspring, and he wished to do so himself. Wait, no. Why would I want to personally bear many children? I'm a man. Suddenly jolted from his reverie, Lin Qiye vigorously shook his head, desperate to dispel this horrifying notion. It must be Zhou Meng. This guy has given me some bizarre trait. Quick, return this cursed trait to me. Lin Qiye shouted in frustration. As he observed Lin Qiye's flustered expression, Zhou Meng could hardly contain his amusement. Though he felt somewhat guilty, Lin Qiye's previous expression of tender affection had provided him with great amusement. He had not been in the mental institution long, but he felt that the most delightful moment had already arrived. This was extraordinary reproduction, a purple trait. Wouldn't it be a pity not to experience it further? After enough mischief, Zhou Meng casually waved his hand, and the purple light within Lin Qiye swiftly returned to him. With another thought, he directly returned the extraordinary reproduction trait to the night goddess. Nix. Lin Qiye felt the overwhelming urge to have many children dissipate, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, he noticed that the text on the wall had transformed, and Zhou Meng's healing progress had increased. However, it is only 0.01. The inscriptions on the wall seem to hold a kernel of truth. The previous entry, though peculiar, should indeed be classified as a purple entry. According to the settings of certain games Lin Qiye has played, purple quality entries are generally considered quite good, with blue and green entries below, and orange and gold entries above. Nevertheless, Lin Qiye did not feel an overwhelming joy at the prospect of borrowing entries from Zhou Meng. He had just endured a life-and-death struggle with monsters, encountered an extraordinary man undoubtedly backed by a formidable organization, and was subsequently dragged into this dreamlike asylum. He was already fatigued. While acquiring these entries could augment his abilities, he had no desire to become a savior. He merely wished to protect his own home. Observing the calmness in Lin Qiye's eyes, Zhou Meng could roughly guess his thoughts. Indeed, there was no need to guess, as he could simply steal a glimpse of the thoughts within his mind. Unfortunately, the home Lin Qiye sought to protect was also a fabricated one, constructed from the mundane divine realm. Yet the sincerity of his desire to safeguard this home was undeniably genuine. There was no need to shatter that illusion. Mengu, I understand the situation with the entries, but what exactly are you a deity of? I have no recollection of your name among the deities of the great Xia, Lin Qiye inquired. Puzzled, Zhou Meng responded with a wry smile. Regrettably, I too am uncertain of my origins, why I ended up in this asylum, or which deity I may represent. All I know is that my sole ability is thievery. Of course, I can also lend you the entries I steal. Thievery, a god of theft. Lin Qiye had not delved deeply into the pantheon of deities, but he recalled that the only god associated with the concept of theft was Hermes from Greek mythology. Yet, Hermes' appearance was markedly different from the disheveled, robed figure before him. Perhaps, as the treatment progressed, his memories would return. Lin Qiye ceased pondering Zhou Meng's origins and shifted his focus to his own condition. I told you I am not ill, Zhou Meng replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Mental patients always say that, Lin Qiye retorted, but I am not mentally ill. Then why are you in a psychiatric hospital? Zhou Meng felt that Lin Qiye had closed the logical loop, rendering him incapable of persuading him otherwise. In a psychiatric hospital. The more you assert you're not ill, the more others believe you are. As they exited Zhou Meng's room, Lin Qiye looked at the remaining 6 rooms and asked, Are you the only patient? Are the other rooms empty? He approached the door handles, but found all 5 doors locked. Unable to open them. Only the handle of room 1 belonging to Nix responded when Lin Qiye grasped it, causing the intricate patterns on the door to suddenly fracture and dissipate into the air. Zhou Meng had previously stolen this door, but upon his return, he found it had reverted to its original state. Just as well. I won't have to be struck by the stolen door every time. The goddess of the night, Nix, remained seated properly on her stool. Lin Qiye approached to check on Nix's condition and was startled when she suddenly stood and called out to a vase, mistaking it for a child. He then noticed the text prompt on the wall. Although the task involved treating patients, unlike Zhou Meng's, Nix's treatment allowed for the extraction of corresponding abilities as progress was made. Indeed, all the patients here were deities. Nix, the primordial goddess of Greek mythology, perhaps Zhou Meng was also a supreme deity from some myth. This thought caused Lin Qiye to feel a mix of trepidation and reverence, but upon recalling her recent prank, his respect evaporated instantly. To heal, one must first ascertain what ailments the patients possess. Nix, holding a vase she deemed her child, was clearly not right. Zhou Meng appeared relatively normal, yet there seemed to be some discordant elements as well. It was evident he needed to inquire further. Just as he prepared to turn away, Zhou Meng called out to him, "Don't rush off just yet. The previous entry doesn't count. Now, let me lend you 2 more for self-defense." With that, Zhou Meng reached out forcefully towards Nix and snatched 2 blue entries. Chapter 5. The entries of fellow patients. The entries Zhou Meng retrieved were Night Flicker and Star Rend. These were 2 blue entries. While not overly extravagant, they were crucial for Lin Qiye's future endeavors. The ability of the Night Flicker entry was straightforward. It allowed for instantaneous movement in darkness or shadows. Without limit on the number of uses, the distance of this movement depended on the user's mental strength. With sufficient mental power, it equated to an extraordinarily long distance, cooled down free blink, while the Star Rend entry sounded dramatic. It merely unleashed a powerful slashing strike that, if wielded by the goddess of the night, it could indeed cleave through a meteor. But for Lin Qiye, as he was now, its power would likely be akin to Zhao Kongqing's full-force strike using the Ghost Goddess call. Zhou Meng vividly recalled the immense power Lin Qiye had unleashed when he vanquished the Faceless Demon, which had already drawn the attention of the Night Watchers in Songnan City. Zhao Kongqing had persistently attempted to recruit Lin Qiye into the Night Watchers. But Lin Qiye had refused, until Zhao Kongqing sacrificed himself while confronting the Faceless King hunting in the Old City. Zhao Kongqing's sacrifice became the catalyst for Lin Qiye's decision to join the Night Watchers. However, Zhou Meng felt that Zhao Kongqing should not have met his end in such a place, but a noble man, a pure soul, a moral individual, a hero willing to sacrifice for millions while also caring for a single-use home should not have perished here. Though Zhou Meng had accepted his identity as a deity, he believed he should not be the kind of god who disregards life. Lin Qiye's existing abilities, including the Star Dancer he would later extract from the Night Goddess, presented 2 issues. Firstly, he had not arrived in time to activate his Forbidden Ruins ability using his life with the Ghost Goddess call before Zhao Kongqing's demise. Secondly, he lacked the means to deliver a decisive blow against the Faceless King. These 2 entries perfectly compensated for Lin Qiye's shortcomings in that regard. However, there was no rush. This psychiatric hospital resided in Lin Qiye's mind, allowing him to enter at any time through mental strength. Rather than needing to enter through the front door, as before, he felt the 2 glowing blue entries merge into his being. Lin Qiye suddenly sensed a significant surge in his power. With a mere thought, he vanished from his location and emerged from another shadow. How convenient. Although he was not yet ready to join any organization, having superpowers was always advantageous. The stronger he became, the better he could protect his cherished family. As for the Star Rend, he decided not to test it. He certainly did not want to risk damaging the psychiatric hospital. "Thank you, Meng Ge." Lin Qiye expressed his gratitude to Zhou Meng for lending him the entries before departing. From the earlier exchanges, it was evident that Zhou Meng had stolen the entries from Nix before lending them to him. This meant that not only could he earn rewards by treating these deities, but he could also obtain additional rewards from Zhou Meng. How delightful! Yet, amidst his joy, Lin Qiye resolved to seek out a proper hospital to inquire about the ailments of Nix and Zhou Meng, as this would facilitate his treatment efforts. After seeing Lin Qiye transition from exhaustion to a state of excitement, Zhou Meng exited the Night Goddess's room and turned his attention to the remaining few patient rooms. Aside from Arlathotep, who was masquerading as Yolanda, 5 deities remained, and Zhou Meng intended to assess their conditions one by one. He knew that according to the rules of the psychiatric hospital, Lin Qiye would be unable to leave the room until he broke through his realm and opened the door. However, possessing the power of theft, Zhou Meng should be able to steal the doors of the other rooms as well. Even if he did steal them, the doors would regenerate, preventing Lin Qiye from using such a shortcut to enter prematurely. Nevertheless, Zhou Meng was uninterested in allowing Lin Qiye to meet these deities ahead of time. As long as he could see them first, he could steal the corresponding abilities from them. That he approached the door adorned with a magic wand and concentrated. Suddenly, the door vanished before him, only to reappear above Zhou Meng's head. Having anticipated this, he deftly sidestepped to avoid the falling door. "Ha! I was ready for you." Just as Zhou Meng prepared to enter, the door unexpectedly righted itself and slammed down towards him. "Hey, that's cheating!" Caught off guard and knocked to the ground, Zhou Meng scrambled to his feet kicked the door in frustration, and then stepped inside. A young man clad in a deep blue robe, whose appearance was strikingly ordinary, gazed at Zhou Meng with eyes as fathomless as an abyss. "You are here, him? You are not him?" Indeed, the timeline does not align. Merlin cast a perplexed glance at the newly arrived Zhou Meng, and then, seemingly lost in contemplation, began to mutter to himself. Zhou Meng refrained from engaging in conversation, for he understood that Merlin's mental affliction stemmed from his quest for the truth of the world, which fostered self-doubt and ultimately led to his schizophrenia. Thus, no matter what one might say to him, he would invariably inquire whether this world was truly real, transforming into a version of Patrick Star, yearning to catch jellyfish alongside SpongeBob. Although Zhou Meng could surmise that he was not a native deity of this realm and possessed comprehensive knowledge of the novel slaying gods, indicating that he had traversed from a higher dimension, this did not hinder his belief in the authenticity of everything within this world. For reality, by its very nature, is not absolute but rather relative. His intention in entering was not to engage Merlin in philosophical discourse, but to ascertain what entries he could pilfer. Among them were phantasmal god ruins, master of all arts, divination, and astrology, alongside somewhat bewildering entries such as thirst for knowledge, nitpicking, catching jellyfish, and philosopher king. Was catching jellyfish truly an entry? Moreover, it was an orange entry. Were it not for Zhou Meng's current inability to steal orange entries, he would be eager to discover the function of this catching jellyfish. Oh, you reside next door? How may I address you? Could we discuss your perspectives on this world? As Merlin appeared poised to engage him in conversation, Zhou Meng swiftly exited the room, promptly shutting the fallen door behind him. Phew, that was close. I certainly do not wish to be ensnared in a day-long philosophical debate with him. Watching him morph in a Patrick Star, which would be utterly exasperating. Subsequently, Zhou Meng turned his attention to the third room, which belonged to Bragi, the god of poetry in Norse mythology. Meanwhile, in the real world, Lin Qiye was consulting a middle-aged male doctor in a clinic. Doctor, there's something else I wish to inquire about. If an amnesiac mental patient repeatedly insists that they are not ill, what might that signify? That surely indicates that their condition has worsened, right? I thought so too. What should be done? Increase the dosage. If it's Western medicine, cholinesterase inhibitors will suffice. If it's traditional Chinese medicine, ginkgo biloba may prove effective. All right. Thank you, Doctor. Chapter 6. You call me brother. I call you Father. Zhou Meng proceeded to enter the rooms of Bragi, Sun Wukong, and Gilgamesh in succession. The doors to their chambers were adorned with a harp, a golden staff resembling a rui, and a cracked crown, respectively. Bragi was an exceptionally handsome blond man. As the god of poetry, he was perpetually strumming his harp and singing aloud. However, his voice was in no way commensurate with his appearance or the melodies he produced. To protect his hearing, Zhou Meng could only continuously steal Bragi's desire to sing and promptly check his entries. Essence of art, the poem of destruction of peerless beauty, celestial melody, immortal and indestructible body, love, sickness, and so forth. Some of these were his own entries, while others belonged to his other half, Eden. However, these entries leaned more toward support rather than combat. Zhou Meng found particular interest in celestial melody, as he was acutely aware of the significance of the quotation marks surrounding this entry. I in the fourth room. Sun Wukong completely ignored Zhou Meng's entrance, appearing solemn and regal, devoid of any trace of the Monkey King. He lacked even the desire to raise his head, merely sitting cross-legged with his palms together in meditation. Zhou Meng had no intention of disturbing him. This monkey's affliction arose from witnessing the tragic demise of Zhu Beiji and Sha Sung, feeling powerless to intervene, thus succumbing to autism. Heavenly transformation, cloud somersault, fiery eyes, indestructible body, life-saving hair, stasis technique, 9 great demon kings, the Monkey King, victorious Buddha, innate stone monkey, rebellious nature, and childlike heart. That it must be noted that many of Sun Wukong's entries were of a brilliant gold or orange hue, with very few falling below purple. Moreover, the juxtaposition of entries such as Demon King, the Monkey King, and victorious Buddha evoked a disorienting sensation. The entry's rebellious nature and childlike heart aptly represented Sun Wukong's enduring innocence, even as he became a Buddha and attained enlightenment, yet fell into depression due to his setbacks. Gilgamesh sat regally upon a folding chair in his chamber. This ancient king of humanity could make any seat resemble a throne. The moment Zhou Meng entered, he felt an overwhelming impulse to kneel. Yet Gilgamesh, being only half god, was not of such stature to command such reverence from a deity like himself. Hand of kingship, longevity, half god, arrogant tyrant. Law of gold, ultimate sovereignty, treasury of the king, and so forth. Who are you? Insolence. Upon encountering this king, why do you not kneel? Gilgamesh, incensed by Zhou Meng's lack of respect as he scrutinized him, demanded indignantly. Zhou Meng, disinterested in engaging him further, merely waved his hand dismissively and exited to converse with this formidable yet mentally challenged tyrant for even a minute would be a waste of breath, especially given that he certainly could not contend with this tyrant's might. As for Nyarlathotep, disguised as Yaland, Zhou Meng had no desire to investigate. He preferred to let the rules of the mental institution seal it away for now and return to steal this chaos of the Abyss entry once his thieving abilities had improved. The reason he refrained from opening the door was due to his concern that if he were to steal it, unforeseen consequences might arise. Point one of Nyarlathotep's objectives in masquerading as Yaland was to seize control of the mental institution. So for safety's sake, it was best not to tempt fate. After exploring the ward area, Zhou Meng planned to visit the director's office upstairs, where a letter left by the first director for Lin Qiye awaited. Just as he prepared to ascend the stairs, Lin Qiye unexpectedly emerged from the opposite end of the corridor. His return to IT seemed that the flow of time within the mental institution did not entirely synchronize with that outside. Zhou Meng, I have devised a method to treat Nix. Would you like to come and see? Lin Qiye inquired. The doctor informed him that medication for mental illness served only as an adjunct, and genuine treatment could only be achieved by opening the patient's heart. Since Nix had been incessantly murmuring about her child, the solution was simple. He would become her child. However, he also perceived the uncertainty of this approach. If it provoked Nix's wrath, even 800 of himself would not suffice to escape her ire. Thus, he hoped Zhou Meng could observe from the sidelines, while the god of thievery might not sound as formidable as the goddess of darkness. One could never know when he might save his life in a critical moment. Moreover, he had already stolen entries from the goddess and handed them over to himself, so she would surely not allow him to be slain. Oh, very well, Zhou Meng replied, fully aware of what was to transpire next, yet eager to witness this moment of maternal warmth and filial affection. Accompanied by Zhou Meng, Lin Qiye entered Nix's chamber. After a brief hesitation, he gently reached out and embraced Nix's head, softly whispering in her ear, "Mother, I have returned." In an instant, Zhou Meng felt Nix's gaze ignite with an unprecedented brilliance, as the once dim room transformed into a dazzling array of stars. Nix trembled as she extended her hands, tightly embracing Lin Qiye, and after a prolonged moment, she finally spoke in a quavering, ethereal voice. "Welcome back, Thanatos, my child." Lin Qiye also suddenly found a panel materializing before him, displaying Nix's treatment progress as he had successfully extracted a capability named Starry Night Dancer. However, simultaneously, Lin Qiye noticed a familiar term, extraordinary fertility. He instantly glanced at Zhou Meng beside him. "Just as I suspected. It is your mischievous handiwork, you unprincipled god of theft." Zhou Meng merely smiled, non-committal. "Young man, do not be so naive. There are several entries that you cannot see on your wheel that if you are unconvinced. The entries of maternal affection and filial piety might just be your next trial, just as they both harbored their own thoughts." Nix suddenly spoke. "Thanatos, my child, come here, come meet your father." Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback. "My father? Is it Erebus, Nix's consort, and also my brother? But there are only 3 of us here. Nix, Zhou Meng, and myself. Where did Erebus come from? Could this also be related to Nix's mental illness?" Nix then pulled Zhou Meng close, beaming with maternal affection as she said, "Look, my husband, our child Thanatos has returned." "Thanatos, come meet your father." Zhou Meng smacked his forehead. In his prior attempt to prevent the goddess from recognizing him as her son, he had stolen one of her thoughts, only for her to mistakenly identify him as Erebus. Yet he quickly regained his composure, gazing at the somewhat bewildered Lin Qiye with indifference. "Sahem, how about this?" "Qiye?" From now on, We each address the other as we please. I shall call you brother, and you may call me father. How does that sound? Lin Qiye, infuriated, felt an immediate urge to slap him. The god of theft. I see you are more akin to a god of mischief. Chapter 7. To the unknown deity in a bid to address the psychological troubles of the dark goddess Nyx, Lin Qiye came to regard her as his mother. However, he was taken aback when Nyx claimed Zhou Meng as her husband. This unexpected twist transformed him from an orphan into someone with both parents. Yet this was hardly a blessing, for both of his newfound parents were afflicted with madness. Nevertheless, madness or not, one possessed the ability to enhance his powers while the other could grant him attributes. Even if they were insane, they were undoubtedly top-tier lunatics. Observing Lin Qiye's complex expression, Zhou Meng found the situation amusing and decided to ascend the stairs to explore the layout of the director's office. He paid no further heed to Lin Qiye and Nyx, striding directly into the office on the third floor. The room was neither too large nor too small, appearing somewhat disordered. A white lab coat hung from a coat rack. Presumably belonging to the previous owner of the asylum, a remnant left behind before Lin Qiye's arrival. Within the director's office, a letter had been left for Lin Qiye, detailing the backstory of the asylum and mentioning the borrowing of 3 magical artifacts from 3 patients. These artifacts were intended to safeguard Lin Qiye's life from the destructive influence of the Forbidden Abyss's causality. This letter was likely hidden in the desk drawer of the office. However, Zhou Meng had no interest in the letter, as he was already privy to its contents and had no intention of sharing this information with Lin Qiye. Revealing it now might lead to yet another patient being added to the asylum's roster. As he perused the office, preparing to leave, his gaze fell upon a neatly placed letter amidst the disarray of the desk. In such a chaotic room, how could there be a letter so meticulously arranged? Moreover, Zhou Meng did not recall the presence of 2 letters in the room. Curiosity piqued, he discreetly lifted the envelope into his possession. Unfolding the somewhat crumpled paper, he discerned a scrawl that was both crooked and erratic. To the unknown deity, greetings. I'm the previous director of this establishment. By the time you read this letter, the current director must have already arrived. Although I am unaware of who they are, I distinctly remember there being only 6 patient rooms. Yet at some point, your room materialized within this asylum, and I cannot ascertain your identity. No matter how I call upon you, you remain unresponsive. However, one thing I can confirm is that you are not a deity of this world. In any case, by the time you read this letter, I have returned this asylum to the new director. I hope you can assist them just as the other patients do. By the way, there's an item that appeared alongside you in this asylum, which I've taken for research purposes. It is rather peculiar, and I have yet to fully comprehend it. If we ever meet again, I shall return it to you. Thank you. Upon finishing the letter, Zhou Meng's expression and thoughts became profoundly intricate. This letter was evidently left by the previous director for him. While much of the content was trivial, it still provided some insights into his own situation. First and foremost, he was not part of the director's plan to house patients in the asylum, but had appeared out of thin air. Secondly, the director believed he was not a deity of this world and was unaware of his true identity. Lastly, there was an object that had accompanied him into the asylum, which the director had taken for research. How dare this little girl take someone else's belongings? As the god of theft, it was rather embarrassing to have something stolen while he was unconscious. However, this also implied that once he located the director, he would likely uncover the nature of the object that had appeared alongside him. Zhou Meng was convinced that this object was intimately tied to his identity. Perhaps upon seeing it, he could reclaim his lost memories. Hey, Minggu, are you here? Lin Qiye's voice suddenly echoed behind him. This must be the director's office, right? This lab coat is quite nice. Indeed, if one is to treat patients. One must dress the part of a doctor. Without hesitation, Lin Qiye donned the white lab coat. My dear son, do you seek something from your father? Zhou Meng chuckled. Lin Qiye, uninterested in engaging in banter with the god of theft, ignored Zhou Meng's jest and waved the medicine box in his hand. I found these in the pharmacy on the 2nd floor. The doctor outside said that for someone with amnesia, this is what you should take. Here. Zhou Meng clearly saw the label on the bottle. Donepezil for deities. Isn't this medication for treating Alzheimer's disease, or rather, senile dementia? I have amnesia, not dementia. Just look at my hair. Look at my face. Does this demeanor resemble that of someone with Alzheimer's? Zhou Meng was seething with rage. Hey, don't get worked up. You see, we don't know what your ailment is, and neither do I, so we might as well try them one by one. Right? After all, you are a deity. No medicine can harm you. Let's treat this dead horse as if it were alive. 0.5 milligrams a day. Best taken before bed. Oh, wait. Do you even need to sleep? Lin Qiye said with a mischievous grin. Furious, Zhou Meng snatched the medicine from Lin Qiye's hand. He examined the packaging closely. Aside from the name of the drug and the dosage instructions, there were no trademarks or anti-counterfeiting markings. Even if he truly had Alzheimer's, would this even be effective? Oh well, whatever. Lin Qiye had a point. Treating a dead horse as if it were alive might yield results. Zhou Meng and Lin Qiye descended the stairs together. Lin Qiye went to administer medication to Nix, while Zhou Meng directly returned to his room. He retrieved a small bottle of medicine, inserted a straw, and took a deep breath that a wave of coolness surged straight to his head, causing him to shiver. Could this be some sort of counterfeit cooling oil or mint water? Ultimately, even if it was labeled for divine use, would a modern medical product truly be effective for a deity? Zhou Meng couldn't help but glance back. His mental illness index remained stubbornly at 99.99, unchanged. Tisich, I knew they were deceiving gods. Tea is more like a refreshing drink. Just as he was about to set the box of medicine aside, a sudden impulse struck him. Zhou Meng tightly shut his eyes, yet he felt as though faint images were beginning to materialize in his mind. Could this medicine actually be effective? Zhou Meng hastily retrieved the medicine and drank another bottle. The images in his mind seemed to sharpen. Tea appeared to be two individuals seated around a table, adorned with 7 delectable dishes. Wait, why is there a fragrance? Zhou Meng quickly downed the entire box of medicine. The visions in his mind finally crystallized before him. Before his eyes were a middle-aged woman and a refined young boy. Were not these Lin Qiye's aunt and his brother Yangjin? My perspective is precisely that of Lin Qiye at present. This was something a deity could only witness when their treatment progress reached 95, yet after consuming just a few bottles of medicine. I could see it now. At that moment, just as Lin Qiye was about to feast, he seemed to sense something gazing out into the torrential downpour of the inky night sky. Chapter 8. Confronting the faceless king, Lin Qiye turned his gaze toward the rain-soaked window, where a bat was taking refuge from the rain. Just moments ago, it was the small black creature that had kept staring into the darkness outside, prompting him to look out, and to his surprise, he spotted a bat. The Starry Night Dancer could enhance their powers at night, while also communicating with certain nocturnal creatures. Lin Qiye approached the window, attempting to engage in dialogue with the bat. Yet, as the conversation unfolded, his expression grew increasingly grave. Aunt, I need to step out for a moment. Ignoring the protests of Yangjin and his aunt, Lin Qiye dashed into the downpour without even grabbing an umbrella. Not glancing back, he had just learned from the bat that in a nearby district, a human was facing off against a creature nearly 3 meters tall, only to suddenly vanish. That must be Zhao Kongsheng, who had just left here. A mere mortal like Zhao Kongsheng, without even the protection of the Forbidden Abyss, how could he possibly stand against such a towering beast? Even if I have no intention of joining the Night Watchers and do not wish to owe him anything, Zhao Kongsheng must not fall here because of me. I, Lin Qiye, may fear death, but I cannot afford to owe anyone a debt of gratitude, though the location was a distance away from where the bat had indicated. It was nighttime, so Lin Qiye had no need to worry about the distance. Zhou Meng had granted him an attribute called Night Flicker, perfect for testing now. At this moment, within the confines of the psychiatric hospital, Zhou Meng gazed into Lin Qiye's eyes, perceiving that he was rapidly flickering between locations. In an instant, he traversed from one street corner to another, and then to yet another. Thus, he continued to dart swiftly between the streets, soon arriving at the spot indicated by the bat. Observing Lin Qiye persistently utilizing the dark night flicker to navigate through the darkness, Zhou Meng also directed his gaze toward the text displayed on the wall. His mental illness index was indeed decreasing at an exceedingly slow pace. 99.98, 99.97, 99.96. Though the decline was gradual, it was undeniably effective. Zhao Kongsheng, I know you are here. Show yourself, Lin Qiye shouted amidst the rain. Yet, apart from the sound of the rain, Lin Qiye sensed nothing else. It was not until he glanced at the 3 peculiar signposts standing a dozen meters away that he recalled. No entry ahead. This was the boundless domain Zhao Kongsheng had unleashed, a concealment for the battlefield. Within the psychiatric hospital, Zhou Meng retracted his consciousness, calculating the time. Since Lin Qiye had arrived in the nick of time, he should be able to rescue him before Zhao Kongsheng activated the 83rd Forbidden Ruin, the Oblivion Flash Moon, by exhausting his life force. Although the ghostly god catalyst appeared somewhat absurd, at its core, it remained a form of medication, as long as it was rendered ineffective before fully exhausting the user's life. It could be neutralized. For Zhou Meng, this meant stealing the partially effective medication. The Might of Michael, the Starry Night Dancer, the Dark Night Flicker, and the Star-Cleaving Technique, when intertwined with Zhao Kongsheng's combat prowess, could potentially deal with the ghostly Face King. They might sustain minor injuries, but it would ultimately pose no significant problem. In the realm of god-slaying, both monsters and humans could be classified into 6 realms concerning the Forbidden Ruins or mental energy. The Lantern Realm, the Pond Realm, the River Realm, the Sea Realm, the Infinite Realm, and the Klein Realm. Presently, although Lin Qiye was merely at the Lantern Realm, the capabilities bestowed upon him were no longer simple. The ghostly Face King, despite being a creature of the River Realm, could be entirely countered by Lin Qiye's abilities. The Star-Cleaving Technique could replace Zhao Kongsheng's impressive blade after activating the Oblivion Flash Moon, while Michael's Divine Might exerted comprehensive suppression over the ghostly Face King. The Starry Night Dancer and the Dark Night Flicker provided Lin Qiye with the necessary maneuverability. Thus, the duo of Lin Qiye and Zhao Kongsheng facing the ghostly Face King was essentially foolproof. Zhou Meng had previously calculated the potential of granting Lin Qiye these 2 abilities, so he felt no need to focus his thoughts on him any longer. However, after a moment, Zhou Meng suddenly sensed something amiss. It was strange. Logically, Lin Qiye should have already subdued the ghostly Face King, and its soul should have been confined in the cell beneath the principal's office. Whenever something was confined, the entire psychiatric hospital would register the occurrence. Yet he felt no indication of any new presence arriving at the hospital. Could it be that Lin Qiye encountered some trouble? Zhou Meng resolved to take another look at Lin Qiye's current situation. Closing his eyes, the scene before him gradually materialized. Lin Qiye was breathless, kneeling on one knee, struggling to lift his gaze towards the figure before him. A man and a monster. Damn it! I clearly severed the ghostly Face King's head with the Star-Cleaving Technique. But unexpectedly, its true form is not the head at all, but rather the pale, ghostly face on its chest. He had just overexerted his abilities, and now his mental energy was utterly depleted. Not only was he unable to utilize the Star-Cleaving Technique, but even the Starry Night Dancer felt beyond his reach. Kid, I admit, that strike was indeed impressive, but did you perhaps miss your mark? How the hell is this thing still moving? Zhao Kongsheng stood before Lin Qiye, valiantly defending against the ghostly Face King's increasingly ferocious attacks, akin to a tempest. His body was stained with blood, scratches, bruises, and injuries. Yet, Zhao Kongsheng understood that retreat was not an option. Otherwise, the extraordinary strike delivered by the young man behind him would be in vain. When that cut was unleashed from the boy's hand, Zhao Kongsheng briefly felt that not only the ghostly Face King, but even a massive planet could be cleaved in 2. Wasn't he the agent of Michael? How could he possess such extraordinary power upon merely entering the Lantern Realm? Now, it appeared that this young man was incapacitated due to the excessive use of mental energy, thereby compelling Zhao Kongsheng to protect him even more fiercely, for the sake of his family and his own convictions. He could not allow such a promising talent to be vanquished by the monster before him. He drew forth his Night Watchman's emblem, which bore 2 crossed straight blades, concealing within it the Night Watchman's trump card, the ghostly god Catalyst. For those possessing the Forbidden Ruins, this item would enable them to maximize its effectiveness. For those lacking the Forbidden Ruins, it could awaken latent potential, granting a semblance of the Forbidden Ruins for the duration of the medication. Thank you for allowing me one more chance to utilize this, Zhao Kongsheng mused with a hint of self-deprecation. Without hesitation, he flicked the small needle that protruded from the side of the emblem into the palm of his hand. Even Lin Qiye felt the profound change in Zhao Kongsheng's body. His aura surged dramatically, and the steel blade in his hand swung fiercely. However, the ghostly-faced king, seemingly having learned from its previous encounter, had grown more cautious. The tremendous force of Lin Qiye's earlier strike had severed its head, instilling a heightened vigilance towards the two humans before it. Thus, Zhao Kongqing's strike, originally aimed at the ghostly face on the king's chest, barely grazed it, resulting in the severance of half of its arm, but a flicker of despair ignited within Lin Qiye's heart. Though he was unaware of what Zhao Kongqing had used, he understood that such immense power, suddenly unleashed by someone without the forbidden ruins, must come at a cost. Zhao Kongqing was sacrificing his life to protect himself and the countless families in the vicinity. No, he absolutely could not allow him to fall here. What other means were there? What could save him? Just then, a familiar voice resonated in his mind. "Qiye, it seems you are in need of assistance at this moment." Chapter 9. Your life, I Zhou Meng will protect. It was Zhou Meng's voice. Half kneeling on the ground, feeling utterly helpless, Lin Qiye grasped at the lifeline. Just as he was about to speak, Zhou Meng interrupted him. "Oh, not speak yet. Let me finish that I know what you wish to do. I have a method, though it comes with a slight cost. Are you willing?" "A cost? What cost?" Lin Qiye instinctively inquired. "Allow me to occupy your body. Permit the being within the psychiatric hospital to inhabit his body." Lin Qiye felt momentarily bewildered, but his gaze soon hardened with resolve. "I am willing. Come forth. As long as it can save Zhao Kongqing, I will agree to anything," Lin Qiye declared resolutely. Zhou Meng did not anticipate Lin Qiye's rapid consent. His suggestion had not been premeditated. Rather, it had emerged from a term called parasitic avatar. This surfaced in Lin Qiye's mind after he had lowered his mental illness index to 99.9 by utilizing the borrowed term. The parasitic avatar allowed Zhou Meng, with Lin Qiye's permission, to briefly occupy Lin Qiye's physical form, controlling his actions while retaining all his own abilities. In essence, it was akin to a proxy player. However, it could only last for a fleeting 3 minutes. Yet for Zhou Meng, now possessing divine stature, 3 minutes were ample to accomplish many tasks, while Zhou Meng harbored the desire to save Zhao Kongqing. The latter's demise bore no consequence for him. His inquiry into Lin Qiye's essence was primarily to assess the strength of Lin Qiye's will to save Zhao Kongqing and to what extent he would go for his benefactor. Now, Zhou Meng had obtained the answer he sought. Lin Qiye was indeed worthy of his parasitic avatar, and Zhao Kongqing also merited salvation. Zhao Kongqing wiped the gradually blurring vision with the back of his hand. Gripping the steel blade, tightly point one last strike. I can still unleash one final blow. If I can strike the white, ghostly face of this monster before me, I can truly eliminate it. Come on. Watch closely, kid. This strike will be magnificent. Even more impressive than your previous one. Spare me. Your strike isn't even ready yet. That a strange yet somewhat languid voice resonated from behind Zhao Kongqing. Startled, Zhao Kongqing could not turn back to see. But coincidentally, the ghostly face king seemed to have been drawn by something occurring behind him. Losing its desire to attack, its white ghostly face gazing quizzically over its shoulder. Zhao Kongqing felt a hand pat his shoulder, and instinctively turned his head, finding Lin Qiye had risen from the ground. His expression entirely transformed. He emanated an intense aura of pressure, leading Zhao Kongqing to believe that this individual possessed at least the infinite realm, if not the Klein realm. "Who are you? Where is Lin Qiye?" Zhao Kongqing, breathless, inquired. "Lin Qiye has gone to rest. For the time being, it is my watch. Remember, Zhao Kongqing, your life is safeguarded by me, Zhou Meng, Zhou Meng." With Lin Qiye's visage, exerted a gentle pull with the hand resting on Zhao Kongqing's shoulder, drawing him behind. "The Ghostface King, the domain of the Ghostface, is it a blue entry? Bring it to me. Let me borrow it for a while." Zhou Meng's other hand beckoned lightly towards the Ghostface King. The power of this domain is to deceive the perception of all beings whose realm is less than or equal to its own within a certain range. Inverting the concept of space in Zhou Meng's hands, this meant that any being whose divine rank did not exceed his own would be misled in their spatial perception. Suddenly, the Ghostface King appeared to lose its balance. Collapsing forward, Zhou Meng reached out again, and the straight blade in Zhao Kongqing's hand directly manifested in his grasp, thrusting fiercely towards the direction in which the Ghostface King was falling. A sharp sound echoed as the ghostly visage on the king's chest was pierced cleanly by the blade in Zhou Meng's hand. letting out a ghastly wail. Yet, no matter how it screamed, it was in vain, for its proud domain had already been seized by Zhou Meng. Its life, consequently, was claimed by him. The white, ghostly face twisted into a grotesque mass, solidifying into a crumpled, semi-solid form, erasing all traces of the ghostly visage. Sitting on the ground, Zhao Kongsheng found it difficult to believe the events that had just unfolded. Lin Qiye had clearly exhausted his mental energy behind him. So how could he suddenly rise again, as if transformed, with his combat prowess soaring, advancing from the threshold of the realm to the boundless, even reaching the Klein realm? It should be noted that the captain of their 136 squad, Chen Mai, was merely at the Chuan realm, yet this was merely a grievous injury inflicted upon the Ghost-Face King within the domain of the Ghost-Face. It had not been utterly vanquished. Before him stood a figure bearing Lin Qiye's appearance, yet possessing an entirely different essence, who, through some unknown means, had manipulated the Ghost-Face King's domain, utilizing it for himself, and with a single strike, had slain the Ghost-Face King. This Lin Qiye was undoubtedly more than just the divine agent of Michael. He must harbor countless undisclosed secrets. It was imperative to convey these matters to the captain. Zhao Kongsheng forced himself to stand, initially intending to inquire further of the man claiming to be Zhou Meng, but the side effects of the divine summoning had rendered him utterly fatigued. The wounds on his body appeared to worsen, his vision gradually blurring, and the strength and domain he had just acquired seemed to wane with the loss of his vitality. This is dire. I can hardly hold on. However, it was fortunate that although Lin Qiye had been drawn into this, in the end, they had managed to thwart the Ghost-Face King, remaining true to the vow of the Night Watchman. As Zhao Kongsheng swayed, ready to collapse, he was steadied by Lin Qiye before and I almost forgot about you. There is still some time left. Let us resolve your matters as well. Zhou Meng casually patted Zhao Kongsheng. Zhao Kongsheng's consciousness had become entirely muddled. The last sight he beheld was the smiling Lin Qiye. Meanwhile, the life force within him, gradually ebbing away, seemed to come to a halt. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by a sea of white. Where am I? Have I ascended to heaven? No, wait. Why does this paradise reek of disinfectant? Ouch! Zhao Kongsheng blinked in confusion and inhaled deeply, preparing to rise, only to cry out in pain. His body felt as though it had been shattered, and shortly thereafter, he glimpsed Chen Mai and the other members of the 136 squad. Old Zhao, you've finally awakened. The team members rushed forward, excitement evident on their faces. For a moment, Zhao Kongsheng was bewildered, struggling to comprehend what had transpired. I'm not dead. This I ascended to heaven, but the squad's infirmary, but how could that be? I clearly used the divine summoning, awakened the domain of the vanishing life and moon, faced off against the Ghost-Face King, and then Lin Qiye had seemingly transformed into another person. With this thought, Zhao Kongsheng abruptly turned to the captain, Chen Mai, who was clad in black. Captain, I clearly used the divine summoning. How did I survive? Chapter 10. Re-evaluation of Lin Qiye. Old Zhao, calm down. Lie back down. Chen Mai quickly stepped forward to counsel him. Although your life is no longer in danger, your injuries remain severe, and it is uncertain when you will fully recover and rejoin the team. It has already been 3 days since your battle with the Ghost-Face King. Though the captain's reassurance was given, Zhao Kongsheng's emotions could not settle. 3 days? I've been lying here for 3 days? Zhao Kongsheng distinctly remembered that after leaving Lin Qiye's home, he had received a report from the team, proceeding to intercept the Ghost-Face King, and together with the arriving Lin Qiye, had held the creature at bay. When Lin Qiye had exhausted his mental energy and physical strength, he had activated the divine summoning, successfully invoking his domain, the vanishing life and moon. Yet afterward, Lin Qiye had seemed to transform into a different person entirely, his aura surging dramatically, and with just a few incomprehensible techniques, he had slain the Ghost-Face King with a single thrust to its chest. The last image before his consciousness faded was that of the smiling Lin Qiye. Your life is safeguarded by me, Zhou Meng. That was the last phrase he recalled hearing. I had intended to put on a grand display this time, and yet I ended up owing that brat a life debt. What a disgrace. Speaking of which, Zhou Meng, this enigmatic figure who usurped Lin Qiye's body, although he saved me, his true identity remains uncertain. Captain, Lin Qiye. Zhao Kongcheng finally sorted through the events of the previous nights, his voice trembling with excitement once more. All right, old Zhao, if you continue to ask frantically about this and that, you'll tear your wounds open, and no one will come to your aid. Redding, seated nearby, retorted crossly. When we arrived at the scene, you were already completely unconscious, nearly scaring us to death. Thankfully, I acted promptly, or else your life would have been lost, military doctor Xiao Nan chimed in. Indeed, old Zhao, just focus on resting that we've investigated the matters you wish to inquire about over these past few days. Once you recover, we will inform you. When Shima, standing slightly further back, added with a smile. No way, I fought valiantly against the Ghost Face King. Though I borrowed someone else's strength, I still contributed by enduring hardships, right? You must tell me how that brat Lin Qiye is doing, Zhao Kongqing persisted. Resorting to stubbornness, he was genuinely concerned about Lin Qiye. All right, old Zhao, then I shall share with you what followed. The usually silent vice-captain, Wu Xiangnan, finally spoke up 3 nights ago upon receiving news of the Ghostface King's appearance in the old district. We rushed over immediately. However, by the time we arrived, the Ghostface King had already been slain by that Lin Qiye fellow, who entrusted your body to us that we initially believed you had sacrificed yourself. But upon discovering your faint breath, Xiaonan promptly administered first aid, thus preserving your life. That I still have a few points that require your confirmation regarding this matter, but we'll address those later. For now, let us discuss your concern about Lin Qiye. He is now your colleague. What? Zhao Kongcheng exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. I've exhausted my efforts to persuade him, even taking him to a love hotel for a heart-to-heart. And I even visited his home, yet I couldn't convince him. How is it that after a single fight, he is now willing to join the Night Watchman? This surely has some connection to that Zhou Meng. Doesn't it? Observing Zhao Kongcheng's incredulous expression, Wu Xiangnan continued. He is quite concerned about your condition. However, he is still unaware of your awakening. As for his joining the Night Watchman, it is to repay you a favor. And he mentioned that he would only serve for 10 years before severing ties with the Night Watchman. Wu Xiangnan said with an oddly thoughtful expression. That brat dares to say he owes me a favor. He saved my life, yet claims to owe me a debt. What a loss of face, Zhao Kongqing muttered to himself with a hint of self-deprecation. All right, now that you are coherent, before we continue administering painkillers and sedatives, there are a few more matters I need to verify with you. Wu Xiangnan adopted a somewhat serious tone as he inquired. First question, how did the Ghost Face King die? Second question, what abilities did Lin Qiye demonstrate? Third question, did your divine summoning take effect? Zhao Kongcheng briefly organized his thoughts before recounting in detail the events of that fateful night to the members of Team 136, but upon hearing his account, a contemplative expression spread across the faces of all present, and an air of silence enveloped the hospital room. According to your narrative, Lin Qiye employed some unfathomable means to sever the head of the phantom-faced king, expending all his mental energy in the process. In your attempt to safeguard him, you invoked the ghostly divine awakening, yet still fell short against the phantom-faced king. Strangely enough, Lin Qiye then appeared transformed, single-handedly confronting the phantom-faced king and claiming he would save your life. Chen Mai succinctly summarized Zhao Kongqing's words. However, old Zhao, this doesn't add up. While I am unaware of the preceding events, as the team's medic, I hold the most authority regarding the ghostly divine. That substance is fundamentally a form of medication. Yet during my examinations, I found no trace of its residue within your body. Nevertheless, your Night Watchman emblem captain has inspected the needle that administered the ghostly divine and confirmed signs of its usage. What on earth is going on? Si Xiaonan felt a wave of confusion wash over her. This must be related to that fellow named Zhou Meng. I am certain he commandeered Lin Qiye's body to slay the Phantom Face King and somehow enable me to sustain my life despite the use of the ghostly divine. Zhao Kongcheng concluded that that's so. Zhou Meng, besides the mortal realm of Michael, does Lin Qiye harbor yet another secret, the strength to sever the Phantom Face King's head with a mere strike. Although it was just one blow, its potency undoubtedly surpasses my full force strike. Chen Mai refrained from participating in the discussion among the team members, instead becoming lost in contemplation, it seems imperative to conduct a comprehensive reassessment of Lin Qiye's abilities. As for Zhou Meng, the name carries a distinctly Xia flavor, yet there has been no mention of such a figure within the Night Watchers. His methods appear rather enigmatic and elusive, yet he seems devoid of malice. Certainly not a member of that lunatic ancient deity cult. Moreover, he possesses the capability to inhabit Lin Qiye as flesh and unleash colossal mental energy, even at the level of Klein. Could he be someone dispatched from higher echelons? No, I must confirm this with the upper command. Even if Zhou Meng is indeed sent from above, he remains an uncertain variable that must be deemed controllable. With this thought, he exited the ward, bypassing the silent Lin Qiye by the door, and retrieved his phone to dial a number. This is Chun Mai, Captain of Team 136. I have an urgent matter to report to Commander Yi. Chapter 11. New Entry. Phantom-faced realm in the underground prison of the Asylum of the Gods. Zhou Meng observed with keen interest the imprisoned phantom-faced king, after pilfering the ghostly divine from Zhao Kongqing's body. Along with some necrotic cells, he stabilized Zhao Kongqing's condition before returning control of the body to Lin Qiye. However, the price of allowing himself to be controlled was not merely the loss of bodily autonomy. His status as a true deity rendered Lin Qiye's condition scarcely better than that of the gravely wounded Zhao Kongqing, albeit with a slightly faster recovery rate, coupled with Lin Qiye's formidable willpower, allowing him to endure until the other members of Team 136 arrived without losing consciousness. Upon Zhou Meng's consciousness returning to the asylum, he proceeded directly from the director's office to the underground prison, where he was greeted by the sight of the massive phantom-faced king futilely attempting to charge against the prison bars, only to be met with repeated rebuffs. A comical spectacle indeed. Even locked away, you remain so restless? Zhou Meng approached the phantom-faced king. Indeed, he could also siphon the attributes of these monsters. The phantom-faced king currently possessed a few notable attributes: cunning, tenacious life, and phantom-faced realm. The attributes of cunning and tenacious life speak for themselves. This beast is notoriously difficult to kill. Although Chun Mai inflicted severe injuries upon it, it still managed to escape. Merely severing its head is insufficient. One must attack the white-faced entity to ensure its demise. However, these two attributes hold little significance. The sole exception is its blue attribute, phantom-faced realm. Zhou Meng, I wondered why you were so elusive. It seems you discovered this dungeon before I did. Lin Qiye's voice unexpectedly resonated behind Zhou Meng. He must have learned from Nikes that Jin Yin had left him a letter, prompting his search in the director's office, where he fortuitously stumbled upon this monstrous prison. Upon seeing the phantom-faced king within the cell, Lin Qiye's gaze hardened, though he noted that instilling a fear level of over 60 in the phantom-faced king would enable him to transform it into a hospital aid and simultaneously provide him protection. He harbored no fondness for this monster. It had slain many, and although he was not acquainted with those victims, the fact that it nearly took Zhao Kongqing's life plummeted his regard for it to an absolute low. He reached out, intent on exercising his authority as director to extinguish the phantom-faced king within its confines. Wait, Qiye. Don't be so hasty. The monsters that threaten your life and that of your companions will certainly number more than just this one. If you maintain such a mindset, your hospital will soon find itself devoid of aids. Zhou Meng interjected suddenly from his position against the wall. Lin Qiye's hand, poised to strike, halted abruptly. Zhou Meng's words carried a semblance of wisdom, especially considering that this beast had spared Zhao Kongqing's life today, thus preserving its own. Heed the counsel of others, and you shall prosper. Moreover, this is the warning of a deity. Reluctantly, Lin Qiye retracted his outstretched hand. Very well, I shall heed your advice and spare this creature's life. After all, this prison is so empty, one more or less makes little difference. Zhou Meng grinned. Indeed, you don't disappoint. You can sacrifice for your friends while not entirely succumbing to your emotions. It seems you find some comfort within this asylum. Since that is the case, I shall grant you a new attribute to play with. With a casual gesture, Zhou Meng grasped the blue attribute of phantom-faced realm and transferred it directly into Lin Qiye's body, reclaiming the former Dark Knight flicker attribute in the process. Lin Qiye appeared somewhat despondent, for he truly sensed the potency of both attributes. Dark Night Flicker allowed him to maneuver through darkness like a wraith, while the formidable power of Star Rend enabled him to deliver a precise strike that severed the Phantom Face King's head upon his entry into the realm. Yet the mental energy consumption of these two attributes was rather excessive. Had he been able to employ Star Rend once more, the Phantom Face King would have long since turned to ash, and neither he nor Zhao Kongsheng would have found themselves in peril. Reflecting on the events of 3 nights prior still filled Lin Qiye with trepidation. Had Zhou Meng not provided him with a lifeline within his mind, he and Zhao Kongsheng might have already reported to the King of Hell. Qiye, don't overthink it. It's not that I'm unwilling to lend you these two attributes. Strictly speaking, the more attributes you possess, the faster my illness will heal. However, your current realm can only accommodate 1 purple attribute or 2 blue attributes. Thus, even if I wish to grant you more, it's beyond my means. You must swiftly elevate your realm to accept additional attributes, Zhou Meng elucidated. Zhou Meng was not deceiving Lin Qiye, just as he could only pilfer purple attributes. Lin Qiye, with his current capabilities, could only accommodate 1 purple attribute or 2 blue attributes beyond his innate abilities. While Dark Night Flicker was versatile, its functions overlapped somewhat with those of the Star Night Dancer at night, leading Zhou Meng to deem it unsuitable, opting instead to replace it with the Phantom Face King's Phantom-Faced realm, which might achieve an unexpected effect. Menggu, I am grateful. I couldn't thank you enough. So how could I think otherwise? I merely found the previous 2 attributes quite useful, yet this Phantom-Faced realm, with its spatial shifting ability, appears promising. After Zhao Kongsheng sustained grave injuries, Lin Qiye contemplated much, ultimately deciding to leave the sanctuary that had sheltered him for so many years and join the Night Watchers. Even if Zhao Kongsheng survived, had he not intervened against the Phantom Face King, Lin Qiye, lacking Zhou Meng's assistance, would have been incapable of safeguarding his aunt, younger brother, and Xiao He. Thus, his motives for joining the Night Watchers were twofold: to repay Zhao Kongsheng's kindness and to empower himself, for only by becoming stronger could he truly protect his family. Upon joining the Night Watchers, Captain Chen Mai informed Lin Qiye that he would initially be considered an auxiliary member, and only upon completing the unified training would he become a full-fledged Night Watcher. In the interim, Team 136 would conduct specialized training for him. This is excellent. With the Phantom-Faced realm, I am sure to surprise the captain and the others. Zhou Meng and Lin Qiye promptly departed from the confines of the psychiatric hospital. Lin Qiye's consciousness transcended the physical realm, while Zhou Meng returned to his chamber, introspecting on his current state. Room 0 Patient, Zhou Meng Divinity, God of Thievery Attributes, Minor Theft, Parasitic Avatar. Phantom Countenance Current Psychiatric Index, 99.82. Aside from lending Lin Qiye some attributes, Zhou Meng discovered that assuming a higher rank could also diminish his psychiatric index, and the rate of reduction proved swifter than merely borrowing attributes. Regrettably, this required Lin Qiye's consent. Nevertheless, this revelation illuminated a glimmer of hope for Zhou Meng's discharge. After all, he was already a deity. Lending a few minor attributes to assist Lin Qiye seemed inconsequential. Yet it would alleviate his own psychiatric affliction. What could be more advantageous? Unlike the despondent local patients, being a deity felt rather exhilarating. Chapter 12. Internal Training Upon Choosing to Join the Night Watchers. Lin Qiye, though still an auxiliary member, was regarded as one of their own by the members of Team 136. Unable to return home, Hong Ying kindly invited him to reside in her spacious abode, where he could rest after training without concern. Meanwhile, the others endeavored to impart their expertise to Lin Qiye before the concentrated training commenced. Today, Team 130 SXS Captain Chen Ruyi sat cross-legged in the training arena, awaiting the opportunity to impart Lin Qiye's inaugural lesson as a member of the Night Watchers. The headquarters of the Night Watchers in Songnan City sprawled underground, extending several hundred meters and even connecting to the subterranean canals. After greeting Hong Ying and others, who were occupied with resolving emotional disputes for a grandmother in her 60s, Lin Qiye ventured alone into the training arena below Qiye. From now until the formal training begins, this rare time must not be squandered. You have training tasks each day. I do not wish to see you embarrass Team 136 during the concentrated training, Chen Muyi remarked, rising to face the newly arrived Lin Qiye. In the morning, you'll practice with a blade. In the afternoon, learn the use of the forbidden ruins from Wen Qi Mo, and in the evening, train with guns under Lung Xian. You currently lack a sword, so you may use Lao Zhao's for now. His injuries are severe, as you witnessed just days ago. He'll need to rest for several months. As Chen Muyi spoke, he retrieved a familiar steel blade from behind him and tossed it to Lin Qiye. Having previously visited Zhao Kongcheng, Lin Qiye knew that upon entering, Zhao had insisted on shooing him away, refusing to let him see him. Lin Qiye understood that this 40-year-old had likely felt too embarrassed to face him, thus adopting a petulant demeanor. Uncle, that Sunder phase has passed. However, reassured by Zhao Kongcheng's safety, Lin Qiye felt a sense of relief, albeit tinged with apprehension. Without Zhou Meng's presence and the divine consciousness within his mind, he could only speculate the dire circumstances he might face. Therefore, to protect those he cherished, he must become stronger, surpassing these monstrosities, eclipsing the captain, and perhaps one day, even transcending the deity residing in his consciousness. Lin Qiye grasped the blade Chen Muyi had tossed, testing its weight with a casual swing. The grip felt just right, neither too light nor too heavy. Now, let's commence training, he declared, raising the blade. Chen Muyi retrieved 2 bamboo swords from a nearby rack. Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback. Captain, this is a genuine sword. Whether real or not makes no difference to me. Understand your position. Qiye, quickly lift your sword. Chen Muyi replied with an impassive expression, advancing towards Lin Qiye. All right, Captain, I'm coming at you, Lin Qiye proclaimed, weighing the blade in his hand before charging forward. At this moment, within the activity area of the psychiatric hospital, my husband, when will Thanatos return? Neek's voice, ethereal and distant, inquired as she sat on a swing, clutching a medication bottle. Alas, how long has Qiye been gone? Even by this place's reckoning, merely an hour or so? You are a deity. Can you not exhibit some patience? Zhou Meng replied. Exasperated, he had initially lingered in the ward, contemplating a philosophical discussion with Merlin to alleviate his boredom, only to be summoned by Neek to accompany her on the swing. Despite no longer cradling the bottle as her child, she surprisingly retained the notion of Zhou Meng as her husband. Arabist T.O. stabilized Neek's condition. Zhou Meng had no choice but to join her in the courtyard, observing her swing. Just then, he sensed a disturbance within the psychiatric hospital. Could it be that Lin Qiye had clashed with someone again? He should be participating in internal training at the Night Watchers branch in Sangnan City. Let me see how he fares. Closing his eyes and concentrating, Lin Qiye's anguished cries abruptly filled his ears. Ah! Zhou Meng nearly instinctively withdrew his consciousness back to the psychiatric hospital. What on earth is happening? 2 blue attributes, and he could defeat the Phantom Count. Yet now he's being trounced by Chen Muyi. Is he even capable? Zhou Meng communicated with Lin Qiye through thought. Spare me your sarcasm. The captain is using lethal strikes. I am his teammate, not an enemy or a monster. Who could endure such an onslaught? Lin Qiye lamented, having grown accustomed to Zhou Meng's sudden voice. Is borrowing your attributes for free, Zhou Meng urged. The day after vanquishing the Phantom Count, Zhao Kongcheng remained unconscious, and the Night Watchers had questioned Lin Qiye, who, in order to conceal Zhou Meng's existence, had attributed all events to Mi Jiao. Although he understood that Zhao Kongcheng might divulge Zhou Meng's presence, and Team 136 would speculate on their connection, this secret was one he would not confess. However, Lin Qiye's intuition regarding Chen Muyi was accurate. Chen Muyi was indeed going all out, but his intention was not to eliminate Lin Qiye. Rather, he sought to gauge the extent of his potential under duress. The power Lin Qiye unleashed that night, capable of slaying the Phantom Count, was no mere coincidence, based on Chen Muyi's experience. It likely represented a force unleashed in the face of desperation. As for Zhou Meng, he could very well be Lin Qiye's second personality. Only by pushing Lin Qiye to the brink could Zhou Meng re-emerge, thus allowing Chen Muyi to validate his hypothesis. Qiye, pick up the sword. It's not over yet, Chen Muyi shouted, advancing toward Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye spat out blood that flowed from his nose after being struck by the hilt, his golden eyes beginning to shimmer. "Captain, since you lack mercy, do not expect righteousness from me." With an explosive surge, Lin Qiye's aura intensified as he gripped the steel blade firmly, slashing forward with all his might. The blade's energy surged forth, momentarily blinding Chen Muyi. A formidable wave of blade energy surged directly towards Chen Muyi. His pupils dilated in shock. How can this be? This blade energy could not possibly be generated by someone merely entering the Zhan realm. Even if this individual were a divine agent, it would be unthinkable should I attempt to endure this strike. Not only would the bamboo sword shatter, but my head might also be at risk. Unable to withstand it, Chen Muyi swiftly adjusted his stance, sidestepping while forcefully deflecting the blade energy with his bamboo sword. At a thunderous crash reverberated as he turned his head to observe the aftermath. The redirected blade energy shattered everything in its path, demolishing the nearby weapon rack and scattering training equipment and protective gear alike. The colossal crack marred the wall behind, clearly evidencing the source of the chaos. Chen Muyi furrowed his brow. Just how much does this kid, Lin Qiye, still conceal from us? Meanwhile, in the upstairs office. "Oh dear, was that an earthquake? My partner is still at home. I must return." An elderly woman, initially seeking advice on emotional matters, hurriedly departed, startled by the sudden tremors. After escorting the grandmother out, Hong Ying and Wen Qiye exchanged bewildered glances. The captain and Qiye are merely training downstairs. Yet what could have caused such a commotion? Wen Qiye pondered. "Let us investigate," Hong Ying declared, grasping Wen Qiye's arm as they hurried downwards. Chapter 13. Refrain from using that move in future. Training. The resounding explosion from the basement reverberated throughout the entire building, startling Hong Ying and Wen Qiye, who were previously engaged in assisting the elderly woman. The two hastily descended to uncover the source of the disturbance. However, upon reaching the entrance of the training arena, they came to an abrupt halt, staring in disbelief at the fissures in the wall. "Captain, this is merely training, is it not?" Wen Qiye felt somewhat speechless. "Indeed, Captain, Lin Qiye is merely a novice, and even though he is a divine agent, he is still in the realm of a Zhan. You, as a Chuan realm practitioner, should not unleash your full might during a first spar, should you? Why join the team? I don't recall you exerting such force. You might have brought the building down." Hong Ying's tone carried a hint of reproach. She believed it unnecessary for the captain to go all out against Lin Qiye, and furthermore, if he were to truly demolish the building, they, the night watchers, would be left to endure the harsh winds of the northwest. They could only see Lin Qiye's silhouette, while Chen Mai stood facing them, his expression a captivating mixture of conflict, astonishment, and a hint of skepticism. After a pause, he slowly spoke. "The crack in the wall was not inflicted by me." He raised his bamboo sword, gesturing towards the two blades that had shattered when he deflected Lin Qiye's incoming strike. "What? It wasn't you. How could that be?" Hong Ying wholly disbelieved Chen Mai's words until she caught sight of Lin Qiye, slightly breathless, yet still standing with his back to them. "Qiye, was that strike yours?" Wen Qiye exclaimed in surprise. Chen Mai nodded in silence. Remarkably, he had only slightly exerted himself, attempting to draw out Lin Qiye's second personality, Zhou Meng. Yet unexpectedly, instead of Zhou Meng, a formidable technique had emerged. Zhao Kongqing's mention of severing the Ghost-Face King's head must have originated from this moment. Even more incredulous was the fact that Lin Qiye had wielded no weapon at that time. This implied that he had executed that feat with nothing but his bare hands. No weapon in hand, yet a blade in heart. Not even he, nor the adept practitioners of cold weaponry among the Jinsu, could match such a mastery. Yet this lad appeared to be oblivious to the art of wielding a blade, relying purely on instinctive reflexes during their spar. How could such contradictory phenomena coexist within him? In that instant, Chen Mai contemplated another possibility. Could this matter be related to that enigmatic Zhou Meng? However, Lin Qiye vehemently denied any knowledge of Zhou Meng, leaving Chen Mai hesitant to inquire further. Should he contact headquarters for confirmation? Yet, even they claimed ignorance, merely instructing him to ensure Lin Qiye remained stable and to establish communication should Zhou Meng re-emerge. Gazing once more at the massive fissure in the wall, Chen Mai felt as though he bore the weight of two heads that T.O. had been compelled, at his level, to avoid a direct confrontation with a novice in the Zhan realm was a clear indication that he needed to refine his skills further. Suddenly, a shadow of despondency crossed his features. He was already a dead man. What further mastery could he aspire to? It was a stroke of fortune that he had managed to conceal the wrath of the Shakti that had devastated Songnan City, merely by harnessing the aura of the underworld. Had he faced that strike head-on, revealing the existence of the Shakti, the consequences would have been unfathomable. Yet, standing before him, Lin Qiye, along with the newly arrived Hong Ying and Wen Qima, remained oblivious to the tumultuous thoughts swirling in the captain's mind, their attention wholly captivated by the enormous crack. Qiye, impressive. With a bit more force, you might truly bring this building down. Care to practice with me again later? Hong Ying exclaimed, patting Lin Qiye's shoulder in admiration. Your first training session nearly resulted in a collapse. I can scarcely imagine what you might accomplish after a few more rounds, Wen Qima added with a smile. However, Lin Qiye, while responding to the praise of his companions, felt astonishment within himself that rivaled theirs. It was important to note that during his encounter with the Ghost-Faced King days prior, despite possessing the formidable star-cleaving technique, he had been reliant on the Star Night Dancer and Dark Night Flicker, and only after utilizing the divine might of Michael to dispel Zhao Kongqing's boundless domain had he resorted to the star-cleaving technique, ultimately severing the Ghost-Faced King's head while exhausting nearly all his mental energy. Yet this time he had executed the star-cleaving technique while holding a high-quality steel blade in optimal condition. He had intended to wield it with roughly two-thirds of the force he had used against the Ghost-Faced King. The result, however, had nearly brought the building down. Zhou Meng, what have you bestowed upon me? You dare to label this a blue text, star-cleaving. If my realm continues to ascend, could I truly cleave the stars? This is utterly outrageous. Thank goodness I did not unleash my full power. Had I inadvertently harmed the captain, how could I face my comrades in Team 136? Lin Qiye, the first night watcher in history to send 2 team members to the hospital upon joining. This would surely etch my name into the annals of disgrace. And if this strike were to collapse the building, how could I compensate? The vast underground of this office, and above it lies the canal. At this thought, Lin Qiye shuddered. It seems prudent to clarify matters with Meng Gu, or perhaps experiment within a psychiatric facility before utilizing these abilities. Otherwise, should a calamity arise, it would be I, Lin Qiye, who bears the burden, not Zhou Meng. Cough. Qiye. Let us conclude today as training. That last strike was commendable. However, there are issues with your technique. Your movements were too broad, and your strike lacks speed. Though powerful, it can easily be anticipated and countered. That we will continue to refine these aspects in future training sessions. Do not become complacent due to that strike, understand? Chen Mai remarked, tossing aside the completely ruined bamboo sword. Stepping forward to address Lin Qiye. Yes, Captain. Lin Qiye promptly responded with a salute. Moreover, though I'm uncertain how you executed that technique, refrain from using it in future training sessions. It is rather perilous. Also, remember to clean up the area. Hong Ying, Qima, you 2 stay behind to assist Qiye. Qima added, then strode out of the training ground without a backward glance, leaving behind a bewildered Lin Qiye and the unwittingly involved Hong Ying and Wen Qima. The captain is undoubtedly seeking revenge. Your strike frightened him. Is this the power of a divine agent? Hong Ying laughed heartily. Outside the training ground, Chen Mai dialed another number. Hello, this is Chen Mai from Team 136. Could you send over a civil engineering specialist from the Jinsu? Yes, the building is on the verge of collapse, and it requires reinforcement. Chapter 14. Copperhead, Iron Arms after tidying up the training ground. It was already noon. The 3 hurriedly consumed a light meal, with Hong Ying remaining at the office to handle some errands, while Lin Qiye and Wen Qima made their way to the Jinsu testing facility. Qiye, I have nearly covered the foundational knowledge with you. Is there anything else you wish to add regarding your abilities in the mundane divine realm? Wen Qima inquired, having briefly discussed the fundamentals of the Jinsu and divine agents. Lin Qiye attributed the recent star-cleaving technique entirely to Michael. That last strike was indeed a gift from Michael. Truly, the power of a divine agent is enviable, Wen Qima noted, diligently recording Lin Qiye's words in her notebook. At that moment, Lin Qiye was preoccupied with another thought. When Shima had previously mentioned that throughout history, no individual had ever embodied dual divine agents, yet he was not merely hosting two. He was in possession of three. Moreover, in the days to come, this number might very well swell to 8. Michael and those 7 from the psychiatric facility, 8 divine entities. In the future, he could boast, saying, I possess 8 formidable deities like Zhou Meng. By the way, Qiye, regarding your abilities, I have another question. Although Vice Captain Wu Xiangnan has previously asked you, is there anything more you can divulge about Zhou Meng? When Shima suddenly raised her head to inquire, Lin Qiye shook his head. I apologize, but I still have no recollection of that name. That night, after exhausting my mental energy from using my abilities, I lost consciousness and knew nothing until I awoke to find Zhao Kongcheng collapsed in my arms. While the Ghostface King had already been dealt with, had you not arrived, I might have assumed Zhao Kongcheng awakened the Jin Su and vanquished the Ghostface King. But I was astonished to learn it was Zaiho had done it. However, what do you all speculate Zhou Meng's true identity is? Though Lin Qiye spoke a stream of nonsensical chatter, he sought to extract some information from Chima's lips. This would aid him in concealing the existence of the divine being Zhou Meng from the world. How to put it? Everyone seemed a bit perplexed by the situation. The most knowledgeable in medicine, Xiaonan, theorized that within you resided a second personality called Zhou Meng. Considering your current abilities, the incomplete nature of the divine domain's powers may indeed stem from this personality, which occupies the vast majority of the strength. While only a fraction manifests through your primary persona, when Shima elaborated, when faced with a life-and-death crisis, this second personality emerges, unleashing formidable power. According to old Zhao's descriptions, this personality that claims to be Zhou Meng appears somewhat lethargic and somewhat irreverent. However, these are merely our conjectures. The true reason might require you to converse with the experts in Jing City who specialize in divine beings that I am certain they would find you exceedingly intriguing. Upon hearing Wen Chima's speculation, Lin Qiye, along with Zhou Meng, who was eavesdropping in his mind, found it somewhat amusing that in a world steeped in mystery, they still relied on traditional medical theories to interpret the supernatural phenomena. The rigidity of their thinking was quite astounding. Why could it not be a summoning of deities or an invocation? They were utterly missing the point. Zhou Meng, on the other hand, was indifferent, believing it made no difference whether the outside world knew of him or not. However, Lin Qiye was keen on safeguarding his little secret, for his mental institution housed more than just Zhou Meng among its divine entities. Yet, Zhou Meng knew full well that Lin Qiye's mortal realm of divinity surely encompassed far more abilities than what was currently displayed. Most of his divine power was dedicated to maintaining the existence of Songnan City. Therefore, it was imperative that Lin Qiye remained oblivious to the truth of this matter, and he could only keep silent about it. Well then, the next step is to commence practical training. Given that your mortal divine domain primarily relies on perception as its characteristic, we have here, when Shima rose, preparing to escort Lin Qiye to another room for practical training. But before he could finish his sentence, another voice interrupted. Qiye, dear brother, you had a spar with the captain this morning. That strike was quite tempting to me. Don't go to the testing ground to practice with rubber bullets. My sister's gun is far superior, Hong Ying exclaimed, bursting through the testing ground's door and striding towards Lin Qiye. With nothing pressing at the office, she felt a bit bored and decided to watch Lin Qiye's training to pass the time. In truth, she merely wished to exchange a few moves with him. Seeing Hong Ying's figure, Wen Qimo realized that his planned training session for the afternoon would undoubtedly be disrupted. However, it might not be a bad thing. The rubber bullets in the training room were swift, and Hong Ying's long gun was no slower, allowing for practical combat training. Moreover, practicing with a striking beauty like Hong Ying might even ignite Lin Qiye's enthusiasm for training. Lin Qiye cast a glance at the impassive Wen Qimo and understood that he was likely about to endure another beating. With this thought in mind, he pretended to head to the restroom and quickly plunged his consciousness into the mental institution. Locating Zhou Meng, who was still being swung on a swing by Nix in the activity area. Mother, let me borrow father for a moment. Lin Qiye opted for the simplest approach, avoiding lengthy explanations. Donna's, be careful, Nix chuckled, watching as Lin Qiye whisked Zhou Meng away. Menga, come here, let's discuss something that you have any, less powerful abilities I could borrow? Lin Qiye inquired. Less powerful? Is the power of the star-ending technique really significant? Zhou Meng replied, puzzled. It's merely rending a star, and besides, your current realm is insufficient for that. I nearly cleaved a building in half this morning. You still claim it's not powerful. This technique is indeed effective. But I simply cannot dare to use it again. There's something that allows for being hit without feeling pain. Lin Qiye explained. Zhou Meng quickly grasped the implication. He wanted to train but feared the repercussions of being struck. Wait here. I'll be right back. Zhou Meng instructed Lin Qiye to stay with Nix while he returned to the ward. After a brief moment, he casually tossed a blue ability into Lin Qiye's body. This was acquired from the great sage, who was still meditating like returning to the source. Copperhead, Iron Arm for Sun Wukong. This ability would better be termed as indestructible, but for Lin Qiye, it would suffice to endure a few blows without feeling pain. Lin Qiye's eyes lit up. Copperhead, Iron Arm. This is splendid. With it, even if Sister Hong Ying stabs me with her gun, it won't matter. Mengo, I'm off. Lin Qiye's consciousness sank back into the real world. With Copperhead, Iron Arm paired with the ghostly facade, he would be adequately equipped to spar with Sister Hong Ying. At least after being prodded by that long gun, he wouldn't end up as bruised and battered as he had after his training with the captain. Chapter 15. Is this your forbidden domain? If I can use it, it's mine. Though armed with these two abilities, Lin Qiye did not intend to rely solely on their powers. The essence of training lies in the continuous enhancement of one's fundamental capabilities. In Wen Shima's words, it is essential to refine his perception and the swiftness of his movements. Although the opponent in the training room had shifted from rubber bullets to Sister Hong Ying, the core of the training remained unchanged. Thus, Lin Qiye's aim was not to win, but to perpetually hone his perception and predictive abilities for better performance in real combat. Apart from his mortal divine domain's perception extending to a radius of 20 meters. The ghostly facade also presented an excellent training opportunity. The ability of the ghostly facade can deceive the perception of all beings within the space that do not surpass his own realm. However, this was originally a power belonging to the ghostly facade king, and after Zhou Meng appropriated it, it underwent slight modifications. Now, the ghostly facade Lin Qiye possessed could affect beings of higher realms. However, the greater the disparity in realms, the weaker the influence. With his current state, he could exert a certain effect on Hong Ying, who was at the pool realm, but against beings at the river realm. It would be nearly ineffectual, merely causing a momentary daze, and it would have no effect on those of higher realms at all. Moreover, while within the confines of the forbidden domain, though he could influence the perception of beings, the mental energy and complexity required to manipulate such perception was significant. Thus, it was also highly suitable for training his perceptual abilities. Sister Hong Ying, I am ready. Bring it on, Lin Qiye declared, picking up a bamboo sword from the adjacent weapon rack. During his morning spar with Chun Mai, Lin Qiye had not merely endured. He had also honed his observational skills, learning a half technique. However, when Shima quietly stepped back several paces, not wishing to be caught in the wake of Lin Qiye's formidable strike. As Lin Qiye tightened his grip on the bamboo sword, Hong Ying also selected a long gun from the rack. Qiye, come, let me witness your strength. Without a moment's hesitation, Hong Ying lunged forward, aiming directly for Lin Qiye's brow. Lin Qiye felt this thrust was astonishingly swift. Gripping the sword hilt tightly, he exerted force to deflect the gun's tip aside. Although he managed to redirect the gunhead, under her exquisite marksmanship, she swiftly flicked it back towards him. After several exchanges, Lin Qiye felt he was beginning to struggle, as expected of a woman capable of going toe-to-toe with the captain. Little Qiye, aren't you going to unleash your true prowess? What about that strike you just executed? Let me see it again. Hong Ying twirled her gun, dazzling Lin Qiye momentarily. Indeed, his martial skills were no match for Sister Hong Ying at present. He would need to resort to some unconventional tactics. He promptly activated the ghostly facade. Hong Ying felt a wave of disorientation. Why was Lin Qiye standing at an angle? When Shima, standing nearby, also appeared to be slanted, having encountered the ghostly facade king before. She quickly realized what was occurring. This was the forbidden domain of the ghostly facade, but had the ghostly facade king perished, this forbidden domain should have vanished along with him. How could it reappear in the Night Watcher's division? Could it be that Qiye was employing this forbidden domain? Wasn't he the agent of Michael? How could he wield the forbidden domain of the ghostly facade? She had only heard of one ability that could replicate other forbidden domains, and that was the King's Boundless Domain. It could replicate any forbidden domain encountered most recently. Fascinating, although she could not discern the precise reason. Hong Ying felt that this visit had been worthwhile. Lin Qiye possessed numerous secrets. Under the influence of the ghostly facade's forbidden domain, her spatial perception would be altered, making this an exceptional training opportunity. Since Qiye had employed this forbidden domain, she absolutely could not miss out. After adjusting her stance, Hong Ying charged once more at Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye focused his intent. He had been attempting to flip Hong Ying's perception upside down. But with his current abilities, he could only manage a slanted state. Observing that Hong Ying was unaffected, continuing her straight charge towards him, he attempted to adjust her perception laterally. Yet, Hong Ying's pace merely slowed slightly. There was no sign of her running in an S shape or stumbling and falling to the ground. What the heck? Is she even human? I switch her perception left and right, and Sister Hong Ying merely reduces her speed a bit. So swiftly have you adapted? Faced with the imminent threat posed by Hong Ying, Lin Qiye could only raise his blade in defense, once more engaging in combat with her. However, this time, owing to the presence of the Forbidden Ruins, the pressure he felt was significantly diminished. Observing the battle from the sidelines, when Shima took out his phone to record the moment. This was a rare spectacle. The same Lin Qiye who had been thoroughly beaten into a pig's head by the captain earlier that morning was now exchanging blows with Hong Ying. Yet, he could sense an underlying anomaly. Even if Lin Qiye was extraordinarily gifted, could his rate of progression be so rapid? Although he stood at a considerable distance, he could still perceive a subtle dissonance in the atmosphere surrounding their battlefield. Had he perhaps employed the powers of the Divine Ruins? But just moments ago, they had conversed, and Lin Qiye's Divine Ruins only possessed sensory capabilities and the ability to exert positional suppression through divine might. Nothing more. No, I must draw closer to investigate. When Shima took a few steps forward, only to lose his balance and fall to the ground, he shook his head, a look of disbelief overtaking his features. Was this not the Forbidden Ruins of the Ghost-Faced King? How could Lin Qiye wield two entirely different Forbidden Ruins simultaneously? Or could it be that he was able to acquire the Forbidden Ruins abilities of the monsters he had slain? Was it the King's endless form? In an instant, when Shima entertained various speculations, only to dismiss each in turn. Lin Qiye must never fall into the hands of those mad scientists. Otherwise, he would surely be dismantled and analyzed for the secrets of his body. How could one person be so fortunate? This was undeniably one of the most extraordinary abilities imaginable. Oblivious to Shima's presence, the battle between Lin Qiye and Hong Ying had reached a fevered pitch. At this moment, however, Hong Ying was not utilizing the powers of the Forbidden Ruins, but rather relying solely on her physical prowess and her familiarity with the ghost-faced terrain to combat Lin Qiye. "Qiye, is this your Forbidden Ruins?" Hong Ying called out as she unleashed a flurry of strikes with her gun. "Sister Hong Ying, don't worry about that. If I can use it, then it's mine. The beating I took from the captain this morning was not in vain. Right now, without the Forbidden Ruins, I would only serve as a punching bag. Very well, little brother Qiye. But now sister is going to get serious." Suddenly, Hong Ying's gun came to a halt in an instant. A spark ignited at the tip of her weapon, transforming into a blooming magenta flame that illuminated her strikingly heroic visage. This was her Forbidden Ruins ability, the Rose Flame Feather Garment. Little brother Qiye. The next shot might be a bit hot. Chapter 16. The gunpoint cutting through the air, the magenta flames blazed fiercely at the tip of Hong Ying's gun, causing Lin Qiye's eyes to well with tears. Was this the Forbidden Ruins of Sister Hong Ying? It appeared to be a flame-related ability, undoubtedly inferior in rank to my mundane divine domain, yet the palpable sense of power radiating from it. Was this the disparity in realms? Hong Ying should not have reached the captain's river realm, but rather the pool realm, merely one tier above mine. Yet it was this single tier that allowed her Forbidden Ruins to unleash such formidable power. Lin Qiye's desire for strength was ignited alongside the flames at the gun's tip. However, he pondered the limits of humanity, which culminated in the Klein realm, and beyond that, there existed deities within his mental asylum. There were as many as 7 such beings. Although Zhou Meng appeared carefree and indifferent to everything, he was, after all, a bona fide deity. If he were to face Zhou Meng now, he might not even have the chance to retaliate. His mundane divine domain could potentially be snatched away in an instant. Thankfully, that fellow was sealed within his mental asylum. As his thoughts raced, the ignited gunpoint surged toward Lin Qiye. In that moment, he felt that no matter whether he dodged left or right, there was no escape. He could only take the hit head-on. He immediately dispelled the ghost-faced terrain, concentrating all his mental energy to activate another entry. Ironclad body. Although he had no idea where Zhou Meng had acquired these entries, Lin Qiye was acutely aware of its purpose. To harden his body to the toughness of steel, he resolved to withstand Hong Ying's gunpoint with this entry and the bamboo blade in his hand. After all, Sister Hong Ying was mindful. Even with maximum effort, she could never truly pierce him through. However, unbeknownst to him, Hong Ying indeed harbored such intentions, albeit not to kill Lin Qiye, but to compel him to utilize the blade he had wielded that morning, to test whose technique possessed greater might. She had not anticipated Lin Qiye to remain rooted as though his feet were anchored to the ground, allowing her shot to strike him unimpeded. This is bad. Why isn't he striking back? It's over. If I injure little brother Qiye, Captain Ma will surely berate me mercilessly. But at this point, the gunpoint could not be reined in. Hong Ying could only adjust the angle to ensure it impacted Lin Qiye's bamboo blade and protect the gear rather than any exposed flesh. With a resounding clang, the sound jolted when Qima from his reverie. The scene before him was even more shocking than when he had discovered Lin Qiye's possession of another forbidden ruins. A bamboo spearhead, ignited with magenta flames, soared high, tracing a graceful arc through the air before embedding itself in the wall of the training ground. Meanwhile, the original wielder, Hong Ying, found her long spear thrust straight into Lin Qiye's chest. In Lin Qiye's grip was a bamboo blade, nearly consumed by flames, leaving only the handle intact. What just happened while I was momentarily lost in thought? When Qima was now frantically questioning his own mental state that day, it was evident that Hong Ying had utilized her Forbidden Ruins ability to imbue flames onto her gunpoint, striking at Lin Qiye. Yet the fact that Lin Qiye's bamboo blade had been scorched indicated that it had offered little resistance. So why had Hong Ying's gunpoint been deflected? Could it be that Lin Qiye had forcibly absorbed the impact with his body, breaking the gunpoint in the process? Though it was merely a bamboo spear. Its wielder was Hong Ying, the only one in the team capable of matching the captain in terms of strength. Lin Qiye had directly shattered the point of Hong Ying's spear. Had he endured the captain's earlier beating merely for the sake of preserving the captain's dignity? No more pretenses. I, Lin Qiye, lay my cards on the table. When Qima's mind was a muddle, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Hong Ying, too, was at a loss. Her previous shot had not been executed with all her might. Yet it had incorporated the power of the Forbidden Ruins. Even the captain would need to employ strategy to withstand such an attack. But Lin Qiye had simply stood there, casually parrying with his bamboo blade, while witnessing the gunpoint consume the blade before colliding with his body and being sent flying. Had my shooting posture gone awry? If not, how could one explain the circumstances of that shot? Did Lin Qiye possess abilities beyond those 2 Forbidden Ruins? At that moment, Lin Qiye's own doubts about his capabilities surpassed those of his 2 teammates. Having exchanged dozens of moves with Hong Ying, simultaneously employing the sensory abilities of the mundane divine domain and the sensory disruption of the ghost-faced terrain, his mental energy was nearly depleted. Thus, he had not anticipated the ironclad body entry to yield significant results. As long as he could avoid a crushing defeat or severe injury, he would consider it acceptable. Yet he had never imagined that this blue entry, when applied to his physical form, would enable him to completely repel Hong Ying's shot, enhanced by the powers of the Forbidden Ruins. Where had Zhou Meng, the god of theft, obtained these entries? Ironclad body, by its very name, could not possibly belong to Nix's repertoire. Could it be from the remaining patients in the other rooms? Just who were these patients, and what deities did they represent? In this peculiar atmosphere, the 3 stood silently, exchanging glances with one another, then looking to the gunpoint that had been sent flying, and finally at Lin Qiye's charred bamboo blade. Ultimately, it was Hong Ying who broke the silence. Qiye, what was that you just used? Sister Hong Ying, Qima, Please let me explain. Before Lin Qiye could articulate his defense, Zhou Meng, who had been observing from the shadows, left with a satisfied expression. Throughout Lin Qiye and Hong Ying's confrontation, he had been a silent spectator, perceiving their every move as though in slow motion, each action unfolding with crystal clarity, akin to watching a slow-motion film, which greatly amused him, of course, beyond mere entertainment. Zhou Meng needed to compare the fluctuations in his mental illness index as Lin Qiye employed various entries, seeking further patterns to discern. The findings were clear. Zhou Meng's mental illness index had now plummeted to 99.75. That the more diverse the entries Lin Qiye borrowed, the more versatile their applications, and the higher the frequency of use, the faster his mental illness index decreased. Thus, Zhou Meng had to continually lend Lin Qiye new entries to satisfy this trend. Indeed, the pace needed to accelerate. Otherwise, this gradual decrement of 0.01 would drag on indefinitely. As Zhou Meng pondered this, he made his way toward the patient ward, contemplating what the next entry to lend would be. Chapter 17. The Academy's revelation time flies swiftly. In the blink of an eye, it has been half a month since Lin Qiye joined the Night Watchers. However, for Zhou Meng, this passage of time held little significance. Firstly, the flow of time within the confines of the mental asylum differed from that of the outside world. Secondly, for him, a being of divine essence, the concept of time bore no relevance whatsoever. Yet, for Lin Qiye, these past 2 weeks were of monumental importance. Following his previous confrontation with Hong Ying, Team 136 reevaluated Lin Qiye's capabilities, appending a new entry to his original list, suspected of possessing the ability of the Forbidden Void. With this reassessment, the training intensity was subsequently escalated. The overall manifestation of this change was evident in Lin Qiye's increasingly battered visage. He found himself more frequently sporting bruises. Moreover, his sparring partners expanded beyond Chen Mai to also include Hong Ying. During Lin Qiye's training in the perception of the mortal realm, when Shima had also elevated the velocity of the bullets in the training room to several tiers higher. The sole exception to this increase in training intensity was in the shooting drills conducted by Lin Qiye. This was primarily due to Lin Qiye's abysmal marksmanship, which could be described as having a negative aptitude. For him to discharge a weapon and miss the target would be the norm. While failing to hit a teammate would be considered fortunate, it would not be entirely outlandish for the gun to explode in his hands. Zhou Meng, why did I insist on using those particular entries? Lin Qiye complained while administering medication to NYXBE grateful. Boy, if it weren't for those entries of mine, how could you have improved so rapidly? Haven't you already reached a moderate level of the Lantern Realm? Otherwise, you'd still be floundering at the entry level. Zhou Meng remarked with a smirk, unable to suppress his amusement at Lin Qiye's misfortunes. Watching Lin Qiye get pummeled had become one of Zhou Meng's daily sources of entertainment. Each time he witnessed Lin Qiye emerging with a battered face, an inexplicable sense of joy washed over him, though he could not articulate the reason behind it. However, while getting beaten was acceptable, it was not permissible to suffer at the hands of just anyone. Taking hits from allies was one thing, merely providing a source of amusement for Zhou Meng. But if it were from monsters, Zhou Meng would certainly object. I see you deliberately had me use those entries just so I could be pummeled by the captain and Sister Hong Ying. Lin Qiye lamented, feeling a dawning realization that Zhou Meng should probably be dubbed the god of mischief in addition to his title as the god of thievery. Stop whining. Why don't you acknowledge that your lack of strength is the reason you can't withstand the orange entries? Otherwise, if I gave you an orange entry, wouldn't it be better for you to go out and dominate Chen Mai? Zhou Meng retorted, unperturbed by Lin Qiye's grievances. In parallel, he began contemplating his next steps. After training, Lin Qiye was poised to embark on his first official mission as a Night Watcher, the Nantua Serpent Demon. This task was neither excessively challenging nor overly simple, that if one were to encapsulate the mission in a single phrase, it would be the Academy's revelation. Zhou Meng vaguely recalled having watched a similar anime, which revolved around a zombie invasion of a school, with students struggling to survive amidst the onslaught. However, the anime's primary draw was not the zombies, but rather the female students. In summary, this mission bore a striking resemblance to the aforementioned anime, except that instead of zombies, it involved a creature known as the Nantua Serpent Demon. This creature, though not particularly formidable, possessed a rather troublesome ability. It could replace its host with its offspring by consuming humans or birthing serpent spawn. Yet, this was merely one facet of the cunning creature's plan. Its true objective was to allow its second persona, Lin Qiye, to infiltrate the Night Watchers by assisting them in resolving the incidents of cannibalism within the school, thus allowing it to remain hidden in plain sight and live without fear of death. Unfortunately for it, it encountered the likes of Lin Qiye and Qingyu. While Lin Qiye's mortal realm could not discern Lin Qiye's true form, it could identify the demon's other avatars, as for Qingyu, whose many hidden identities included being a fragment of Yog-Sothoth. He presently appeared as an ordinary high school student ranking first in the city's academic standings. Thus, with the collaboration of these two prodigies, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the Nantawa serpent demon possessed an exceptionally high level of intelligence, managing to remain undetected until the very last moment. However, Zhou Meng had no intention of directly divulging pertinent information to Lin Qiye, for spoilers would not alleviate his mental instability, by lending Lin Qiye the ability of entries. It was imperative that he undergo various trials and tribulations to properly utilize them. For this particular instance, Zhou Meng had already selected the entry. With his mental instability rating stabilizing at 99.5 and Lin Qiye's enhanced capabilities, Zhou Meng discovered that he could pilfer an additional blue entry. Consequently, he chose the entry Celestial Melody from Bragi. Zhou Meng had been intrigued by this entry for quite some time. As the Norse god of music and poetry, Bragi's mastery in music was well known, particularly in the realm of instruments. However, his vocal prowess was less commendable. Thus, his celestial melody was not truly divine. Instead, it was a cacophony so grating that it bordered on a form of psychological assault. Should Bragi sing at full capacity, even deities would find it intolerable, and mere mortals would likely succumb to unconsciousness, if not brain death. Nonetheless, given Lin Qiye's current limitations, his singing was unlikely to be lethal. Thus, the celestial melody functioned roughly as a large-scale crowd control skill. Lin Qiye, since your strength has improved, I have another entry that I can lend you, Zhou Meng stated. Another new entry? What is it this time? Lin Qiye inquired, somewhat perplexed but instinctively resistant given past experiences. What are you afraid of? Do you think I would trick you? Here, catch. This entry is called Celestial Melody, Zhou Meng declared, pointing a finger as a blue entry flew into Lin Qiye's body. Suddenly, Lin Qiye felt an uncontrollable urge to sing. What should he sing? How about my son? Perfect, I have 2 audience members, he thought, eager to present a performance for his mother and Zhou Meng. The entertainment facilities in the activity area were plentiful. And as he grabbed a microphone, ready to showcase his vocal talents, he noticed that one of his audience members had vanished. Zhou Meng had retreated to a considerable distance, donning a pair of earmuffs he had apparently pilfered from somewhere. Even as a deity, he could no longer bear to listen. All right, Lin Qiye, you may begin, he hollered. What is this guy scheming now? Lin Qiye wondered, albeit dismissively. Never mind, if he won't listen, I'll sing to my mother. He gazed at the serene and benevolent figure of the dark goddess Nyx before clearing his throat. Da-da. My son. Chapter 18. The voice from hell observing Lin Qiye, who was being chased around the room by the dark goddess Nyx. Zhou Meng removed his earmuffs, clutching his stomach as tears of laughter streamed down his face. Ha! Mom! Mother! Please stop. I was wrong. I promise I won't sing again, Lin Qiye cried, fleeing from Nyx, who wielded a feathered duster like a weapon. Danaeus, why must you frighten me? Today, I shall ensure you remember this lesson well. Nyx, her once vacant gaze now ablaze with fury, resembled a warrior more than a goddess of the night. She pursued Lin Qiye, striking at his rear with the feather duster. As Lin Qiye sprinted, he shouted in exasperation, Zhou Meng, you cursed god of misfortune, why did you have to give me such an entry? Should celestial melody be a voice kissed by angels? Why did my singing just now sound like it was choked by demons? The moment he belted out my son, the expression on Nyx's face shifted dramatically, igniting from a chaotic calm to a blazing inferno of rage in the span of a mere second, leading to the current chaotic scene. Lin Qiye needed no further contemplation. It was evident that the entry had malfunctioned. For it was anything but divine. It was loathed by gods and mortals alike, unbearable even to divine beings. No wonder Zhou Meng had retreated so far and donned earmuffs after watching Lin Qiye being chased for a few laps. Zhou Meng felt he had derived sufficient amusement. He stretched out a hand, stealing away Nix's intention to continue her pursuit of Lin Qiye with the feather duster. That moment. Nix appeared somewhat bewildered, settling back down onto his swing. Lin Qiye finally managed to halt and catch his breath. Tell me, aside from inciting the urge to beat me, what use does this entry serve? Lin Qiye glared at Zhou Meng's somewhat mischievous face. Ah, such a convenient entry. You must develop it yourself. Zhou Meng teased it. If I weren't unable to defeat you, I would have already ended you. Lin Qiye retorted. Even if you could defeat me, you couldn't kill me. Besides, I'm the benevolent one who lends you these entries without charge. Surely I must collect some form of recompense, right? Moreover, this beating isn't without merit. A mother's discipline is a vital aspect of the mother-child relationship. Hitting is a sign of affection. After all, that if you don't believe me, go check on Nix's healing process. Hasn't improved somewhat. Zhou Meng remained utterly unfazed by Lin Qiye's threats, continuing to smile as he elaborated. Lin Qiye, with a hint of skepticism, glanced at the situation of Nike's, and, as expected, the healing value was indeed on the rise. Well then, in light of this, I shall overlook Zhou Meng's provocations. By the way, the Ghost-Face King is still locked away underground. Perhaps I should check on its condition. With this thought, Lin Qiye made his way back to the dungeon, only to find the once ferocious Ghost-Face King now appearing somewhat dazed. As if it had recently endured a significant blow. To my surprise, the fear value, which was merely 2 during my last visit, has skyrocketed to 50. Lin Qiye was greatly puzzled. Could it be that my earlier shout startled it? Is that even possible? Although the Ghost-Face King had nearly killed him and Zhao Kongsheng, Lin Qiye couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt, a sensation quickly overshadowed by his anger towards Zhou Meng. He cursed under his breath as he exited the mental asylum. Meanwhile, Zhou Meng was in high spirits, having witnessed the tender interaction between Nike's and Lin Qiye, which made him genuinely feel that being the god of thieves was the most amusing endeavor. However, the real drama was yet to unfold. Zhou Meng resolved to return to his room for a while, then wait to see what Lin Qiye would accomplish with this newfound title. In Songnan City, at the second high school beside the playground, Qiye, report your situation. Chun Mai's steady voice crackled through the earpiece. Captain, I've surveyed the entire school, and the situation is even worse than we anticipated. Resolving this quietly is utterly impossible. It's as challenging as climbing to the heavens. Among the 3 grades, there are 10 infected individuals in both the first and third years, while the second year is the most dire, with a total of 36 infected. Nearly 20 teachers and administrators have also succumbed, meaning at least 60 staff and students have been transformed into monsters. This does not even account for those who did not attend the flag-raising ceremony. Upon hearing Lin Qiye's report, Chun Mai's brows knitted tightly. Indeed, it was absolutely unfeasible to covertly address this incident, especially since the transformed monsters included not only school staff but also some students' family members. Having just cleared a batch of them as he contemplated, he suddenly heard Lin Qiye inquire, Captain, do we have anything that can erase memories? Chun Mai replied promptly, yes, we possess a forbidden item known as Dream Whisper, which can create dreams within a certain range and erase parts of a person's memory. Why do you ask? Do you have a strategy? Since Lin Qiye had posed the question, it was evident he had some ideas. I do indeed have a method that can control these monsters within a certain range and minimize their impact on the students. But Captain, I require your authorization. Chun Mai, puzzled, asked, what is your plan? You need to share it first for me to assess its viability. Lin Qiye paused for a moment before responding. All right, but Captain, I have a request. Let us temporarily sever communication between us and all other team members. Only you may hear my voice. Chun Mai's frown deepened. What on earth is this kid up to? Yet, as the captain of Team 136, he had to consider the opinions of frontline members in such situations. So he decisively followed Lin Qiye's suggestion, and now the communication device only carried their voices. All right, now only we can converse. What is your plan? Speak quickly. Lin Qiye, having moved to a secluded corner and ensuring his companion Li Yifei did not follow, cleared his throat softly, conjured a song in his mind. closed his eyes, and began to sing into the communication device. Chun Mai felt a sudden, overwhelming buzzing in his head, as if it were about to explode. But years of training as a night watchman prompted him to instinctively rip off his earpiece. What the hell is this? He felt as though he had heard a demonic call from hell. Fearing that another note might send him into unconsciousness. "Captain, what's wrong?" Wu Xiangnan, standing beside Chun Mai, immediately sensed something was amiss. Chun Mai stared at the earpiece on the ground, contemplating for a moment, when suddenly his eyes lit up. He commanded Wu Xiangnan, "I just isolated the communication channel between myself and Qiye from yours. Now, use your vice captain privileges to restore communication and inform Qiye that I approve of his request. Let Hong Ying and Xiao Nan follow his lead. This kid has come up with something new. However, his idea is indeed feasible." Chapter 19. Assemble at the gymnasium. What? Let Lin Qiye directly command Hong Ying and Xiao Nan. "Captain, isn't that inappropriate?" Wu Xiangnan's eyes widened in disbelief. Has the captain been bewitched by Lin Qiye? Qiye was merely a newcomer who had joined the night watchman less than a month ago. Allowing him to participate in this operation was already an exception, if it weren't for his familiarity with the situation at the second high school and the fact that old Zhao was bedridden. He would have obstructed the captain's decision at all costs. Execute the order. Yes, Qiye, the captain has just appointed you as the temporary commander for this operation. Hong Ying, Xiao Nan, your actions now must align with Lin Qiye's directives. Qiye, this operation is of utmost importance. You must remember the duties of a night watchman. Eliminate the mysterious and protect innocent citizens. Wu Xiangnan immediately shouted into the communicator. Lang Xian, envelop the entire school with your boundless domain to prevent the monsters from escaping. Understood, Wu team. The responses of the team members echoed through the communicator. Although Hong Ying and Si Xiao Nan were somewhat perplexed, they understood that the captain's orders must be strictly followed. Obeying superior commands was the duty of a night watchman. Just as they had received Lin Qiye's suggestion to investigate the girls' dormitory, before they could even step through the door, they heard a new command. Hong Ying, Xiao Nan, hold off on go to the girls' dormitory for now. Just keep watch outside. The monster's true form may reside within the girls' dormitory building, but I have devised a new plan, and we must avoid startling it. Lin Qiye's voice came through the earpiece. All right, we will stand by for now. Li Yifei, head to the infirmary and bring me some earplugs. Cotton balls will suffice. Lin Qiye continued his preparations. Huh, earplugs? Sure, but is the teacher in the infirmary a monster? Li Yifei was somewhat baffled. Yet as he was now a temporary member of the Night Watchman, he knew to comply with Lin Qiye's orders. I checked earlier. The infirmary teachers are all fine. Hurry up and go. Then find Hong Ying and Xiao Nan to give them the earplugs. Make sure you take some for yourself as well. After hearing this, Li Yifei rushed to the infirmary. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye quickly ascended the stairs toward the principal's office. Although several school leaders had already been infected, the principal remained unharmed, providing Lin Qiye with ample opportunity for action. Though he had previously harbored some trepidation and respect for the principal's position as a student, he was now a divine agent and a night watchman, no longer existing in the same world as those blissfully ignorant ordinary people. Thus, he felt no fear toward the principal. Lin Qiye pushed the door open, startling the principal. What brings you here, young man? The principal, a middle-aged man with a refined appearance, seemed to be in disarray, hastily clicking away at his computer, likely attempting to close several tabs or programs. Ignoring the strange moans emanating from the computer, Lin Qiye directly commanded, Principal, I need you to make an announcement. Gather everyone in the school, including teachers, students, and all staff in the auditorium. Just say you have an important announcement to make. The principal had never been so brusquely ordered in his position and was interrupted in the midst of his work, causing a surge of anger to rise within him. I am the principal of the second high school, not your servant. Which class are you from? Why are you not in class during school hours? Running into the principal's office. Take me to your classroom. I will issue a public reprimand against you. But Lin Qiye was no longer the Lin Qiye who had been terrified and fleeing from monsters just half a month ago. Faced with the principal's wrath, he merely chuckled softly and with a flash of golden light in his eyes. He firmly grasped the principal's arm. I do not have time for idle chatter. This concerns the safety of hundreds of people in the school. I am on a mission. Act according to my orders. Swiftly, Lin Qiye's voice, under the divine authority of Michael, resonated with an undeniable majesty. The principal, being merely an ordinary person, could not withstand Michael's divine presence. His legs weakened, almost causing him to kneel before Lin Qiye in reverence. All right, this student. Oh no, comrade. I will issue the announcement right away. Obeying the commands of superior is an instinct inherent to all living beings. Now, all teachers, students, and staff in the school, immediately cease your current tasks. Students, follow your teachers to the auditorium for an important announcement. Once again, I urge everyone to gather in the grand auditorium. Having issued the notification over the principal's exclusive channel, he finally released the button with a head full of sweat and cautiously inquired of Lin Qiye, "Is it time now?" However, this young comrade, what exactly do you intend to announce once everyone is assembled? Do not concern yourself with that. I am here to save the lives of all the faculty and students. You must accompany me to the grand auditorium at once. And if you have earplugs, be sure to put them on shortly. Lin Qiye offered this brief reminder before stepping out. Earplugs? What purpose do they serve? The principal, bewildered, but out of reverence for the oppressive golden gaze he had just encountered, hurriedly retrieved the earplugs he had brought for his midday rest and was promptly pulled along by Lin Qiye towards the grand auditorium. Meanwhile, in the classroom, all the teachers and students were left confused by this abrupt and unexplained announcement. What is the purpose of gathering in the grand auditorium? Are we not having class? Wonderful. No need to recite text this period. Alas, yet another physical education class is canceled. The students buzzed with chatter. The teachers, too, were somewhat perplexed, but given that this was a direct order from the principal, who had personally announced it over the intercom, it must be of utmost importance. Thus, the teachers swiftly organized their students to exit in an orderly fashion towards the grand auditorium. The grand auditorium? This perplexing notification, coupled with a minor disturbance during the flag-raising ceremony, suggested that an unexpected event had indeed occurred within the school. An Qingyu, who was in class, mused to herself. How intriguing. It seems something interesting is about to unfold. In a hurried descent, Lin Qiye did not forget to inform the waiting Hong Ying, Xiaonan, and Li Yifei of the upcoming plan via his earpiece to Li Yifei. Distribute the earplugs to Hong Ying and Xiaonan, and make sure you are one yourself. Remember, it must be secure. Ideally, you should hear nothing from the outside world. Hong Ying, Xiaonan, the grand auditorium has only 2 exits. Once everyone is entered, you must ensure that these 2 exits are sealed, allowing no one to leave. However, Qiye, there are monsters mingling within the crowd. If we do that, won't the grand auditorium become a hunting ground for them if they decide to unleash their fury? Hong Ying furrowed her brow in doubt. What I desire is for the monsters to gather in one place. Lin Qiye declared resolutely. Hong Ying, trust me. The captain has already faith in my plan, and it will undoubtedly succeed. After a moment of hesitation, Hong Ying ultimately chose to trust Lin Qiye's judgment, yet she remained ever vigilant. For if anything were to go awry, she could not afford to treat the lives of these innocent faculty and students lightly, in a hasty manner. Lin Qiye dragged the principal to the exterior of the grand auditorium, only to find Li Yifei standing outside in a daze. What are you doing here? Why aren't you inside? Did you not hear what I just said? Lin Qiye was on the verge of giving him a kick. Qiye, I was waiting for your next instruction. Why have you gone silent? Li Yifei questioned, looking perplexedly at Lin Qiye behind him. You fool. Why are you so eager to stuff those earplugs in? Chapter 20. All eyes on me, the students swarmed into the grand auditorium, gathering together from first to third year. And fortunately, the space was ample enough to accommodate them all. Lin Qiye and the principal stood upon the stage. He casually picked up a microphone to test the volume, then confirmed whether Hong Ying, Xiaonan, and Li Yifei were in position at this point. Some students had begun to shout in confusion. What is going on? Where is the principal? Why have we been summoned here? Exactly. If there is something to say, just say it. Can't you use the intercom? Why must we gather in the grand auditorium? The air conditioning isn't even on. It's sweltering. The principal, who had just taken the stage, found himself at a loss. As the vice principal and other school leaders began to inquire about what was happening, he was gradually coming out of the state of intimidation he had experienced under Lin Qiye's earlier gaze. How could I, the principal of this esteemed institution, be intimidated by a mere student with golden eyes no less? I can do that too. It's just cosmetic contact lenses. Just because of this studentess words. He summoned everyone here to the grand auditorium. What utter absurdity! He contemplated stepping up to chastise the audacious student, but then heard Lin Qiye speaking into the microphone. All eyes on me. Look at me. Look at me. I have an announcement to make. Though uncertain of Lin Qiye's intentions, all eyes, whether human or monster, turned towards him. I shall serenade you all with a song, a rendition of borrowing 500 years from the heavens. Without any regard for the audience's potential reactions, Lin Qiye closed his eyes and unleashed his voice. Along the gently undulating contours of the landscape, Hong Ying, Xiao Nan, and Lin Qiye perceived him to be mad for gathering the students here to sing. However, they soon recognized that something was amiss. Even with their ears tightly blocked, they could hear a sound that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, surging forth from Lin Qiye's throat, engulfing the entirety of the grand auditorium. No matter what derogatory terms one could conjure to describe a discordant singer, they would fall short of encapsulating the essence of Lin Qiye's vocalization. The teachers and students without earplugs were subjected to a cacophony that was exponentially more overwhelming. My ears! What is this sound? I feel as if I am dying. Oh heavens, just in my life. Some individuals fainted outright, while others succumbed after a fleeting moment of resistance. Soon, more than half the attendees had collapsed. Only about 60 individuals remained standing, though they too exhibited signs of distress. These individuals, while upright, clutched their heads in agony, emitting not human cries, but rather tormented howls. In the next moment, their heads blossomed open like flowers, revealing bloody flesh and gnarled teeth embedded within. These standing figures were, in fact, the transformed monsters. The recent news regarding the monsters had been gleaned by Wen Qima from an ancient tome. They were referred to as Nantua's serpent demons, possessing formidable camouflage abilities and intellect comparable to that of humans. After consuming a living being, they could implant serpent seeds, turning the human remains into progeny. Furthermore, they could produce only one serpent seed per day, with offspring taking 3 days to spawn, and were relatively weak in combat. At this moment, the only living individuals still capable of action within the grand auditorium were Lin Qiye, Hong Ying, Xiao Nan, and Lin Qiye. Xiao Nan, we must act. Though Lin Qiye's hellish singing had agitated Hong Ying, she nonetheless maintained the composure and reflexes befitting a watchman. In an instant, her box unfurled, and a lit spear appeared in her grasp. A fiery figure darted through the unconscious bodies of faculty and students, each shot claiming the life of a monster. Meanwhile, a somewhat dazed Xiao Nan and Lin Qiye, having confirmed their earplugs were secure, joined Hong Ying in the fray. Xiao Nan brandished her straight blade, while Lin Qiye seized a fire axe. The monsters offered no resistance, as they were already tormented to the brink of despair by Lin Qiye's song, leaving them no energy to fight back. At this moment, the grand auditorium of the second high school painted an exceedingly bizarre tableau. 3 blood-soaked figures wove through the throngs of monsters, while a multitude of faculty and students lay unconscious on the floor. And on the stage, one individual continued to sing, a song that could not be endured without earplugs. If only I could borrow 500 more years from the heavens. I truly wish to live for another 500 years. Enough, Qiye, no more borrowing. They've all been eliminated. Though Hong Ying wore earplugs, she could no longer tolerate it. She shouted towards Lin Qiye. While he may borrow 500 years from the heavens, she couldn't endure this song for even 5 more seconds. Had she not worn earplugs in advance, she too might have found herself paralyzed like those monsters, clutching her head. Wait, there's one more. Xiao Nan suddenly spotted a figure crouching beside a monster. Lin Qiye, upon noticing, raised his axe, ready to strike. Wait, have you lost your minds? That's a student, not a monster. He hasn't transformed. Lin Qiye, having turned off the microphone, leaped off the stage to halt Lin Qiye, gazing at the student before him. This student, bespectacled with short hair, while clad in the school uniform, exuded an air of distinct intelligence that set him apart from his peers. Moreover, his crouched position beside the monster's corpse, observing intently, suggested a peculiar curiosity towards these creatures. This is how it is. Have all the organs been replaced, leaving only skin? The student continued to mutter to himself, seemingly unfazed by the chaos around him, until Lin Qiye and the others surrounded him. He finally looked up. "Fellow student, what is your name?" Hong Ying remained somewhat on guard. All the teachers and students here had succumbed to unconsciousness, leaving only this student unharmed, which aroused her suspicion. The boy noticed the shadows gathering around him, stood up to dust off his clothes, adjusted his glasses, and casually removed the cotton stuffed in his ears. "I apologize. I didn't catch what you were saying earlier." "My name is Qingyu, a student for number 2 high school," he replied. Qingyu, you're the top-ranked student in the city, the pride of number 2 high school. My goodness, I almost harmed you," Lin Qiye exclaimed in astonishment. "Why are you the only one unharmed when everyone else has fainted? Is that truly surprising? There's no need for such alarm. It's merely basic reasoning. The cause lies within your little group." And Qingyu responded nonchalantly. This piqued the interest of the four around him. Chapter 21. The Prodigy of Deduction. And Qingyu continued, as if it were entirely natural. "It's quite simple. I can recall the appearances of nearly all the students in the school. Yet today, 2 unfamiliar faces suddenly appeared. Furthermore, the flag bearer during the flag-raising ceremony was not the one who was supposed to be there." The principal inexplicably gathered everyone in the auditorium, indicating that something abnormal or urgent is occurring within the school. This is fundamental reasoning, and the abnormality could either be among the few individuals who came here, or perhaps they are here to resolve it. While I cannot make a definitive judgment, I lean towards the latter. Thus, while outside the auditorium, I observed your actions closely until I saw Lin Qiye distributing earplugs to the 2 girls. Lacking earplugs myself, I resorted to tearing some ragged cloth and using cotton from my clothes to fashion a makeshift one, which, as it turns out, worked rather well. When you were dispatching those monsters, I pretended to faint like the other students to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Once the monsters were mostly dealt with, I stood up to examine the situation of these creatures around me. As he spoke, he wiped the monster's blood from his face and tasted it, causing the others to shudder in revulsion. I observed that the monsters would revert to their original forms upon bursting from within, fundamentally different from humans. Therefore, I deduced that even if I stood up amidst such an unpleasant cacophony, I would not be mistaken for a monster and inadvertently harmed. Now that you have finished your inquiries, it is my turn to ask, who are you? How did you know there were monsters here? And Qingyu questioned. However, no one responded, as the four surrounding him were utterly astonished and at a loss for words. Overwhelmed by his reasoning, this truly a person? How could he deduce the need for earplugs from such scant clues? Moreover, what is with his peculiar fascination and curiosity towards the monsters? A normal student would be fainting at the sight of a monster, yet he stands to examine the grotesque corpses, even daring to taste the blood. Even Zhou Meng, observing the situation through Lin Qiye's eyes, felt the need to re-evaluate in Qingyu. Zhou Meng initially believed that Lin Qiye's current action was entirely different from the previous one, although they had gathered everyone together without alarming the enemy. Resolving the situation before the monsters were ordered to wreak havoc in the school, the clues revealed were scant, and Qingyu's observations were astoundingly meticulous, allowing him to deduce the occurrence of abnormal events in the school from such simple signs. He was indeed a prodigy of deduction. No wonder he was the incarnation of Yog-Sothoth, even if his status was suppressed. The insatiable thirst for knowledge within his soul could never be concealed at the same time. Through Lin Qiye's eyes, Zhou Meng examined Qingyu's attributes. The golden red attribute was as dazzling as Lin Qiye's. The brightest of all was the golden red key of the door above his head and the door of truth. Behind these were other attributes: insatiable thirst for knowledge, prodigy of deduction, exceptional intelligence, master of monster dissection, and so forth. However, some abilities and attributes he would acquire later were not yet visible. While Zhou Meng pondered whether to swipe an attribute for some amusement, Lin Qiye and the others had already explained to Qingyu their purpose. Since Qingyu had witnessed the guardians slaying monsters, it was pointless to keep it from him. Moreover, they would later use forbidden items to erase his memory, so revealing the truth would pose much risk. Otherwise, even if they remained silent, he would surely deduce it himself. After the recent events, Lin Qiye and the others had no doubt about that. "Oh, so you come from an organization called the Guardians?" And this monster is a mythological creature known as the Nanda serpent demon. Shouldn't it have a body capable of spawning serpent offspring? Upon hearing Lin Qiye and the other's explanation, and Xingyu seemed to swiftly accept the situation and posed a crucial question. Where has the body of this serpent demon gone? Li Yifei scanned the surroundings and, with keen eyes, spotted a corpse that was different from the others, located against the wall. Its head was not a mass of flesh and teeth, but a genuine serpent's head, albeit now lifeless beyond recovery. "Look over there, something's different," he exclaimed as he ran toward that direction, excitement evident in his voice. "Oh, indeed, it appears this is the true body. It seems we are done here. Let us scour the other buildings. As long as we leave no stone unturned, we can call it a successful mission." Honging stretched, ready to inform the captain and the other team members that they could come and wrap things up. "However, what happened to your voice? I was going to suggest celebrating at karaoke with the captain, but seeing you like this, I think we should reconsider. We wouldn't want to end up in the hospital with ruptured eardrums." Hong Ying complained. Now she understood that Lin Qiye's plan was to have the principal gather everyone in a confined space and use his singing to render ordinary people unconscious while controlling all the serpent offspring. The few with earplugs could then begin harvesting. "Sigh, the moment you picked up the microphone, I guess you were going to sing, but I thought you would be performing a beautiful lullaby that I never imagined you would resort to physical hypnosis," Si Xiaonan remarked, examining the unconscious teachers and students on the ground. "Fortunately, they fainted immediately. If they had to endure more of your singing, hearing damage would be the least of their worries. They would surely be left with psychological scars, or even damage to their brain nerves. In the end, they might survive but be left utterly dazed." The matter was getting out of hand, and I didn't expect it to escalate so much. Feeling a sense of temporary relief, Lin Qiye scratched his head awkwardly. "Menggu, could you provide me with some reliable attributes later? This attribute isn't exactly unreliable, but the way to solve problems is just absurd." Yet, Lin Qiye felt something was amiss, though he couldn't quite pinpoint it. Nevertheless, the serpent demon's corpse lay undeniably on the ground, and Xingyu continued to gaze thoughtfully at the body sprawled on the floor. "Qiye, you scared me just now. Thankfully you devised this rotten idea. No, this brilliant scheme to capture all these monsters in one fell swoop." Now that the matter was concluded, Li Yifei eagerly approached Lin Qiye. "What do you think about me joining the Guardians?" "That should be fine. Just come back with us, and the captain should agree." Lin Qiye nodded like a T that moment. However, a voice suddenly echoed in Lin Qiye's mind. "Are you not going to reconsider? Do you truly believe that the serpent demon's body lies here?" Zhou Meng teased. "Are you suggesting that the serpent demon's true body isn't in this room? It's still outside." "That's fine. The Void Realm is still open. Once the captain and the others arrive and thoroughly search the school, they will surely find it." Lin Qiye furrowed his brows in response to, "Of course. I knew this creature wouldn't be so mindless. Sigh, really, if you're looking for the serpent demon's true body, you might want to look to your right." At Zhou Meng's words, every hair on Lin Qiye's body stood on end. His right was Li Yifei, who was chatting and laughing with Si Xiaonan. Chapter 22. Yifei. "Look into my eyes, Li Yifei. How could this be? How could he be the true body of the serpent demon?" Upon hearing Zhou Meng's words, Lin Qiye found them utterly bewildering. For a fleeting moment, he even questioned whether Zhou Meng was attempting to deceive him. After this period of interaction, Lin Qiye felt he had gained some understanding of this deity's character, which could be summarized as that of a trickster god, particularly fond of pranks. However, he soon reconsidered. Even if Zhou Meng sought amusement at his expense, he was merely a patient in a mental institution and had never exhibited any malicious intent towards him. The entries provided, albeit somewhat peculiar, were ultimately reliable, and it was inconceivable that he would use such a method to instill doubt in his classmates. Could it be that Li Yifei truly harbored some issues? Lin Qiye began to reflect on the series of events from the moment Li Yifei reported to the office until now, pondering what might have been suspicious throughout the process. Yet he could only identify one point of suspicion: Li Yifei's medical leave note. There were two possibilities, the first being that he had arranged for the leave beforehand, intending to skip school for leisure, only to coincidentally encounter Lu Xiaoyan, who had consumed the academic affairs director the previous night, that if we consider his identity as the Nanda serpent demon, it suggests he had premeditated knowledge of the night watchman's arrival and had thus prepared to infiltrate alongside them, preparing the medical leave note in advance. Yet, this was the sole point of doubt Lin Qiye could conceive. Aside from that, throughout the entire incident, Lin Qiye had acted strictly according to Lin Qiye's commands, without the slightest deviation. Furthermore, he had opportunities to act independently, yet he neither attempted to flee nor create more serpentine offspring. Lin Qiye felt as though his mind was enveloped in a fog. The truth lay just beyond that haze, yet the clues were insufficient for him to uncover what lay behind it. He shook his head, skeptically communicating with Zhou Meng in his mind. "Mengu, how can this be possible? Are you mistaken? Misunderstanding? Qiye, when did you begin to question your beloved father figure? Tell me, since entering this mental institution for such an extended period, when have I ever led you astray?" Zhou Meng's expression was now invisible to Lin Qiye, but the tone of his words provoked a desire within Lin Qiye to confront him directly in the mental institution. "Have you forgotten when you tricked me, causing Nikes to chase me with a feather duster?" Nonetheless, Zhou Meng was indeed correct. The entire affair seemed excessively smooth, as a cunning mythological creature. The serpent demon should have raised suspicions upon receiving the principal's inexplicable assembly notice. At the very least, it would not have permitted all serpent offspring to converge in a confined space. Now, either as Zhou Meng suggested, Lin Qiye was the essence of the serpent demon, or its true form lay hidden somewhere within the school. Better to err on the side of caution than to let something slip away. Moreover, if Lin Qiye wished to verify the truth, he need not resort to the extreme of immediately stabbing Lin Qiye to death. With this thought, Lin Qiye approached Hong Ying and whispered a quick word before heading towards Lin Qiye. "Qiye, come here for a moment," he beckoned Qiye. "What's wrong?" Lin Qiye, perplexed, ceased his examination of the students with Si Xiaonan, wiped his hands on his clothes, and approached Lin Qiye. "Qiye, look into my eyes." Suddenly, two golden furnace-like orbs blazed within Lin Qiye's irises, the divine majesty of the seraphim cascading forth and pouring directly into Lin Qiye's mental realm. Without so much as a grunt, Lin Qiye collapsed into unconsciousness. Almost immediately, a powerful hand seized Lin Qiye's wrist, and Lin Qiye's eyes fluttered open once more. Yet these were no longer human eyes, but rather a pair of eerily vertical pupils. Profoundly deep. "Lin Qiye, it seems I underestimated you. How did you uncover my identity? Was it merely your perceptive ability?" The voice of Ananda, serpent demon, was laced with venom and bewilderment. While Lin Qiye continued to exude divine authority, the astonishment within him was no less than that which the serpent demon experienced. Had he relied solely on his deductions, he would never have linked Lin Qiye to the Nanda serpent demon. Two seemingly unrelated entities. Were it not for Zhou Meng's reminder, he would undoubtedly have taken Lin Qiye back to the night watchman's office, given his decisive execution of orders and adept management of the students. The captain would surely have offered him a chance to join the ranks of the night watchman. The ramifications of such an event were unimaginable. At that point, it would not only be a matter of the second high school. The entire city could very well be overrun by its offspring. Though the process remained unclear, the outcome was undeniably correct. Under the divine might of Michael, the serpent demon had revealed its true identity, thus resolving the issue in one fell swoop. "Hong Ying, act now!" Lin Qiye shouted at a spear, slicing through the air with a sound akin to a thunderclap and wreathed in a scarlet flame. Erupted from Hong Ying's grasp, in a single thrust, it pinned the serpent demon against the wall. The serpent demon howled in agony, its eyes ablaze with fury and resentment, as if they wished to devour Lin Qiye whole. Gripping the hilt of his weapon tightly, Lin Qiye charged forward, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes against the serpent demon, now impaled on the wall. The Nanda serpent demon was not a creature adept in combat, relying solely on its scales, claws, and agility. Yet now, its agility was firmly sealed by the spear, rendering it incapable of escape. It could only feebly attempt to deflect Lin Qiye's attacks with its claws. In such a state, it was no match for Lin Qiye. Its defenses crumbled under the onslaught of his blade, which dealt merciless blows, eliciting only cries of anguish from the demon, which now lay vulnerable like a fish on a chopping board. With a precise final strike, the serpent's head, once held high, fell to the ground, rolling towards Qin Yu's feet. Oh, that was it. The dissonance I felt earlier stemmed from this disguised serpent demon. How did you uncover its true identity? Qin Yu's voice resonated with curiosity. The day's discoveries had proven exceptionally fruitful. Lin Qiye had deduced something even beyond her grasp. Moreover, the intriguing nature of this mythological creature left her pondering the intricacies of its internal structure. Observing Qin Yu's somewhat unsettling expression, Lin Qiye instantaneously felt that the most significant trouble here was not the serpent demon itself. At that moment, Zhou Meng, who had been an onlooker in Lin Qiye's mind, retracted his awareness. He sat up from his hospital bed, exited the ward, and made his way to the dungeon beneath the director's office. Lin Qiye's storytelling was of no concern to him. Zhou Meng intended to descend into the dungeon to properly welcome this new guest to the mental institution. Oh no, rather a new servant. Chapter 23. A worker arrives in the institution, traversing the corridor of the dungeon. Zhou Meng arrived at the vicinity of cells 1 and 2. Originally, only cell 1 housed a resident, the ghost-faced king who had fallen to Lin Qiye's blade, but now, in the adjacent cell 2, there was an additional occupant, a student clad in a school uniform. This was none other than the Nanda serpent demon, or rather, Li Yifei, who had just been beheaded by Lin Qiye. "Where am I?" Li Yifei murmured, looking around in confusion as memories surged into his mind like a tidal wave. How could this happen? I'm a Nanda serpent demon. In disbelief, he clutched his head. Collapsing to the floor in a fit of tremors, he had originally been in awe of Lin Qiye's peculiar method of discerning the Nanda serpent demon, eagerly anticipating his future as a member of the Night Watchman, only to find himself transformed into the Nanda serpent demon in the blink of an eye. What a worthless being, a feeble creature. How could I have been saddled with such a second personality? With each blink, his pupils morphed back into their serpent-like form, and he cursed and raged. He now realized that his life and death lay entirely in the hands of the master of this place. However, outside the cell stood another figure, clad in a black robe with curly hair, slender in build, gazing at him with a mocking expression. "Who are you? Why are you outside the cell? Are you the master of this place?" The Nanda serpent demon inquired without reservation. "Who am I? My name is Zhou Meng, but if we're speaking in terms of lineage, I am your grandfather today. As for you, you are both my grandson and my servant." Zhou Meng responded with a smile, seemingly unfazed by the serpent demon's tone. The serpent demon's eyes widened in disbelief, and Li Yifei's head exploded in rage, revealing its true form. He had already been incensed by Lin Qiye's earlier action, and now being belittled by this unknown individual only fueled its anger. "What the hell did you just say? Just wait. Once I get out, I'll be sure to plant serpent seeds within you," it hissed angrily. Cursing in its native tongue, while futilely attempting to extend its claws outward, but upon contact with the iron bars, it was violently repelled and slammed against the wall, injuring itself in the process. "Save your energy. I'm not taking advantage of you. That you'll understand why I am your grandfather once you emerge," Zhou Meng replied as they continued their verbal sparring. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the other end of the corridor, and Lin Qiye, garbed in a white lab coat, approached. Observing Li Yifei within the cage and then glancing at Zhou Meng, Lin Qiye inquired with some curiosity, "Mengu, how did you know that Li Yifei was the Nanda serpent demon?" Li Yifei's pupils instantaneously widened even more than before. "Is that him? This seemingly frail fellow? Has he discerned my true identity? Quickly tell me, or have I revealed myself? Qiye, I am a deity. Matters concerning gods should not be probed too deeply. Let us instead consider how to deal with this individual." Zhou Meng did not directly answer their inquiries. Instead, he ceded the front of the cell to Lin Qiye. It was then that the snake demon realized that the true master here was not Zhou Meng, but Lin Qiye. After a brief exchange with the Nanda snake demon, Lin Qiye confirmed that it could indeed amuse Li Yifei's persona. Hunks, and thus had him sign a labor contract. "Wait a moment. Let me see the contract first." Zhou Meng suddenly stepped forward and snatched the contract that Lin Qiye was about to hand over. It must be said, this was indeed a nefarious contract, filled with one-sided clauses. The obligations of Party A, Lin Qiye, were non-existent, while those of Party B, Lin Qiye, were excessively burdensome. This won't do. Qiye. Zhou Meng furrowed his brow. Lin Qiye was somewhat taken aback. Was the sun rising from the west today? Had this mental patient developed a conscience and was now advocating for Lin Qiye? Lin Qiye, wearing an expression of eager anticipation, had just reviewed these terms and realized that even if he accounted for all the snake species outside, he would never be able to fulfill the duties outlined. Not to mention, he was currently on his own. Ah, no, you misunderstand. Qiye. What I meant is that it seems there are some omissions in these terms. Allow me to supplement them. Where the breach of contract clauses, it should state that if Lin Qiye fails to comply with the aforementioned obligations, he shall be subject to penalties such as the baptism of heavenly melodies, among others. Listening to Zhou Meng's incessant pointing and prodding, Lin Qiye's expression grew increasingly conflicted, while Lin Qiye's face reflected an ever-deepening despair. Mengu, I say, isn't this enough? Lin Qiye gazed at the growing list of terms and felt a twinge of conscience. He could not help but wonder whether this deity was a god of theft or one that ought to be hung from a street lamp. Fine, since you insist. Let us leave it as is or not overthink it. I merely have a professional habit of wanting to close any loopholes. Zhou Meng waved his hand, signaling Lin Qiye that he could proceed to have Lin Qiye sign the contract. At that moment, Lin Qiye's snake head drooped in despair. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating how to survive, yet now his desire for death grew ever stronger. However, he was powerless, as the authority of life and death lay entirely in someone else's hands, leaving him no choice but to comply. After signing the contract, Lin Qiye reverted to his human form, and the three of them exited the dungeon. Lin Qiye provided a brief overview of the structure of the psychiatric hospital and the patients therein. Upon hearing Lin Qiye's explanation, Lin Qiye hurriedly distanced himself from Zhou Meng, moving to the other side. What on earth is going on? Deities! There are 6 others like him. Why didn't I act a bit more assertively? Death would have been preferable. Mother, look, I've found you a companion. While I'm away, he shall take care of you. Lin Qiye nudged Lin Qiye forward. Lord Hunks, greetings. I am Lin Qiye, and I shall be your caregiver from now on. Lin Qiye said, awkwardly smiling as he approached. Hunks's eyes instantly lit up. Grandson, Grandma's finally found you. Come, quickly meet your grandfather. Hunks exclaimed with delight. Huh, my grandfather? Lin Qiye was somewhat bewildered, yet he felt he had heard the term grandfather mentioned somewhere recently. Just as he began to scan his surroundings, Zhou Meng slowly approached and settled beside Hunks. Good grandson, Grandpa is right here, Hunks said, linking her arm with Zhou Meng, her face beaming with joy. Wonderful. Now, we have our 3 generations together. So you truly are my grandfather. You were waiting for me here, but if you're my grandfather, does that mean you are Lin Qiye's father? Lin Qiye turned stiffly to look at Lin Qiye, who merely sighed, covering his forehead with one hand, and nodded helplessly before giving Lin Qiye a gentle push forward. Grandfather, grandmother, your grandson has come to see you, Lin Qiye exclaimed, opening his arms wide to embrace the excited Hunks. As for why he did not hug Zhou Meng, it was because at the moment he intended to do so, he felt a thought vanish from his mind, and thus he only embraced Hunks. Alas, here I am, a mythical creature, my schemes exposed, my lineage unable to propagate, and now I have directly become a grandson. But at least I'm the grandson of a deity. I suppose I can make do. Chapter 24. Summoning techniques and the royal treasury time flew by rapidly, especially in the psychiatric hospital with Lin Qiye's company. Even Zhou Meng had to concede that this fellow indeed possessed some talent. Whether it was serving tea, doing laundry, sweeping, making beds, tending to the flowers, or cheering up the elderly lady. No, cheering up Hunks, there was nothing he could not master. Initially, Zhou Meng had approached with a mindset of teasing him, often stealing his thoughts or cleaning supplies, but Lin Qiye had never retaliated, enduring it all with a spirit of diligence and submission. This kid is really dull. He is too honest, Zhou Meng mused. Seated on the bed, reflecting on his current situation. Room 0 patient, Zhou Meng divinity, god of theft attributes, pickpocketing, parasitic clones, ghostly countenance, current psychiatric index. 99 with Lin Qiye's application of attributes. Zhou Meng's psychiatric index steadily declined, though the speed of treatment was evidently slower than Hunk's estimate. Since Lin Qiye became the 001 caregiver, he had accompanied Hunks in watching television, playing chess, admiring flowers, and swinging, bringing immense joy to the night goddess. Most importantly, he administered her medication punctually each day. Consequently, Hunks' treatment value soared. Although Lin Qiye had also instructed Lin Qiye to continue administering medication to Zhou Meng. Aside from an initial dose that enabled Zhou Meng to connect with Lin Qiye's consciousness and observe the external environment, it seemed to have no further effect. Yet, he persisted in taking it, fearing it might be insufficient. Meanwhile, Zhou Meng had gained an additional attribute he could steal, now reaching a maximum capacity of 2 purple attributes. Although 2 purple attributes equated to 1 orange attribute, he still seemed unable to steal orange attributes, nor could he estimate to what extent his index must decline to acquire an orange attribute. Based on previous occurrences, the rate of index decline and the increase in stolen attributes appeared entirely random, lacking any discernible pattern. Nevertheless, it was merely a matter of time. Given the current situation, he had a premonition that once it dropped to 95, he would certainly be able to steal an orange attribute. Menge, I will be attending training camp for a training session tomorrow. How has your condition been lately? Lin Qiye stood in the activity area of the psychiatric hospital, observing Lin Qiye helping Hunks on the swing while conversing with Zhou Meng. Not bad. Although I haven't been watching you closely, your mental strength has been growing rapidly. You have reached the pinnacle of the Zhangjing realm, perfectly capable of accommodating 2 purple attributes. Zhou Meng nodded. Upon mentioning attributes, Lin Qiye suddenly grew vigilant. Menge, what attribute is it this time? He inquired cautiously. Why are you so scared? You handled the snake demon incident quite well last time, didn't you? Chum, I even praised you for being meticulous, daring to think and act, and remaining composed in the face of adversity. Now, wasn't that all thanks to the heavenly melodies I provided you? Zhou Meng chuckled, observing Lin Qiye's slight retreat. You only heard the captain praise me. Why didn't you continue with the rest of his words? Now, whenever I hum a tune, everyone avoids me as if I were a plague. I returned that attribute to you. I truly sing beautifully. Lin Qiye exclaimed, stamping his foot. How could the illustrious Nanda snake demon be bested by your song? Borrowing 500 years from heaven? What a disgrace to snake demons. Lin Qiye lamented to himself nearby. All right, you have some demands. How about this? This time, I will let you choose your attributes. Sound good? Zhou Meng waved his hand, indicating his understanding. Choose for myself? How does that work? Lin Qiye's eyes brightened. Currently, you possess 2 blue attributes, ghostly countenance and copper-headed iron-armed. However, your maximum capacity is now 2 purple attributes, so you can choose how to arrange and combine them. After hearing Zhou Meng's words, Lin Qiye pondered for a moment. While he had become relatively proficient with ghostly countenance and copper-headed iron-armed, it seemed that only by continually using new attributes could he lower Zhou Meng's psychiatric index. Thus, it would be best to switch attributes. I'll take 2 purple ones, he replied. All right, now here are a few options. Attack, defense, support, and summoning. Which 2 do you wish to select? Zhou Meng continued to inquire. I already possess the Starry Night Dancer, which is a support ability, and the Mundane Divine Domain is also supported as long as they aren't support types. I'm open to anything else. How about we go with attack and summoning? Lin Qiye made a resolute decision. There was no need to elaborate on offensive abilities, while summoning was purely a matter of personal interest. Surely, this time, the entries would be more respectable. It couldn't possibly be something outrageous like Extraordinary Reproduction or Celestial Melody. Could it? All right, just wait a moment. Zhou Meng vanished from his spot in an instant, only to reappear there just as swiftly. Menge, what is this ability of yours? Can I have it? It's so cool. Lin Qiye exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with envy at this teleportation power. Unlike the flicker of the night, it was not evening now, and Zhou Meng did not emerge from the shadows. This was genuine teleportation. What I possess, you cannot replicate. However, the principle is simple. I merely stole the distance between 2 points. Now, the entries I am about to grant you are these 2. Zhou Meng gestured with his fingers. and two beams of blue light shot forth from Lin Qiye's body, followed by two beams of purple light entering it. Lin Qiye sensed the entries within him. One was called Random Summoning Technique, and the other was Treasury of Kings. The first, as its name implies, allows one to randomly summon a creature of a higher realm than oneself. What it will be, I cannot say. As for the other, Treasury of Kings, it enables you to summon an array of weapons from the treasury to attack your adversary based on your mental strength, Zhou Meng elucidated. However, activating these two entries requires certain conditions. For the summoning technique, you must prepare a wooden stick to set up the summoning circle, while for the Treasury of Kings, you must emit a hearty laugh when you use it, the louder the laugh, the stronger the power. Upon hearing Zhou Meng's explanation, Lin Qiye felt somewhat reassured. These two purple entries appeared far more reliable than the previous ones. Yet there lingered a sense of unease. Isn't there a directional aspect to this summoning technique? No equivalent of a game's card pool or guaranteed outcomes. With no knowledge of what might emerge, who would dare to summon? Isn't that pure gambling? Moreover, the activation conditions require prior preparation, which seems rather impractical. The other one sounds powerful, but it requires laughter. What's the reasoning behind that? Well, it's merely somewhat embarrassing. It should suffice in combat. Lin Qiye resolved to summon something right before Zhou Meng's eyes to test the quality of this summoning technique. Following Zhou Meng's instructions, he meticulously drew the summoning circle, took a straight branch, and lightly tapped it on the circle. Out a brilliant burst of light suddenly erupted from the summoning circle. It worked. Chapter 25. This batch of new recruits is too difficult to manage. With a dazzling white light, a blue creature suddenly appeared within the summoning circle. It had long whiskers, pointed ears, and padded paws, looking remarkably adorable. Both Lin Qiye and Lin Qiye frowned slightly. This creature seemed oddly familiar. Isn't this Tomcat? Lin Qiye exclaimed. Wait, Mengge, you summoned this thing with a purple entry. Tomcat, what use is that? Lin Qiye lamented. He had expected to summon some mythical creature, yet a tomcat had popped out instead. 7 Yi, haven't you heard the saying that the strongest are often the comedic characters? Has Tomcat ever died in the Tom and Jerry cartoon? Zhou Meng remarked, stepping forward and, without further ado, picked up a nearby frying pan and struck Tomcat on the head. The foolish cat didn't flinch, getting hit squarely on the head, its skull flattening momentarily like the frying pan. However, its already two-dimensional eyes continued to spin animatedly, as if it were utterly unfazed, before suddenly returning to its original shape, seemingly perplexed by what had just transpired. Wow, this works too, Lin Qiye and Lin Qiye exclaimed in unison. This is invincible. Zhou Meng chuckled, approaching them. I told you. The entries I provide never let you down. Even if it were extraordinary reproduction, once it's born, you'll understand its utility. So, do you want to try again? Forget it. Mengge, the new recruit training is about to start. I don't want to be giving birth during these few days of respite. I am off. Lin Qiye dashed away, as if he had heard some trigger word, quickly bidding farewell to Nikes and Lin Qiye. Sigh. Dana Ducey's child is always in such a rush, Nike sighed. I say, Grandma, if he doesn't hurry, you might end up with a whole bunch more grandchildren, Lin Qiye commented dryly. Having more great-grandchildren wouldn't be a problem. If 7 Yi is unwilling, why don't you give it a try? Zhou Meng cast a glance at Lin Qiye. I just remembered that I haven't finished cleaning my dean's office. I must go. In the outskirts of Sangnan City, at the newly established recruit training camp, a man in military uniform, carrying a black box, slowly descended from a recently landed heavy helicopter. Yuan Gang, the overall commander of the Night Watcher recruit training camp. Commander! The soldiers standing at attention on both sides saluted in unison, their voices resonating. Please hand me the list of new recruits for this training session, Yuan Gang commanded, waving his hand in acknowledgement. Soon, a soldier hurriedly approached, presenting him with a list. Yuan Gang glanced at it, his originally stern expression shifting to one of distress. He pinched his brow and shook his head, muttering, Damn it, what kind of monsters are coming this year? What's wrong, Commander? A curious instructor behind him leaned in, taking the list offered by Yuan Gang. Their expressions soon mirrored his distress. What the heck? The young master of the Bailey Group. A high-risk Forbidden Ruin owner, and there are 3 of them at once. One even ranks in the top 50. Looking further down, there's another incredible one, A divine proxy? How many years has it been since a divine proxy appeared in Daxia? Yeah, the last one was that guy from the mass squad. The instructors began chattering amongst themselves. You few only know part of the story. This divine proxy, aside from being confirmed as the proxy of Michael, harbors some lesser-known secrets. Secrets? What do you mean? He can't be the proxy of two deities at once. Right, that has never happened in Daxia as history. The instructors exclaimed in astonishment. That is not the case. However, this kid seems to possess not only the divine ruin of mundanity, but also the forbidden ruin of formlessness. Moreover, he appears to have an unidentified persona named Zhou Meng. More than one forbidden ruin, and it's the kind that can replicate other forbidden ruins? One instructor began, but was interrupted by the others. Having multiple forbidden ruins is rather absurd, but isn't it common to have a split personality? What is so extraordinary about that, Commander? Yuan Gang sneered and continued. What if I told you that this persona enabled him, despite being merely of the Lantern Realm, to slay a monster from the River Realm 2 levels above him? Furthermore, this persona somehow rescued a Night Watcher who had activated the ghostly god Eskal. This statement sent the instructors into a frenzy. What? Commander, you can't be serious. Even with several people working together, one at the Lantern Realm could only kill a River Realm monster with at least 7 or 8 capable individuals. Ghostly god Eskal, isn't that supposed to be a one-way ticket to doom? How did he manage that? If the experts in the capital learn about this, won't they drag him back for a demonstration? If it could be replicated, it would be a monumental breakthrough for us Night Watchers. What is his name? Let me see. The instructors clamored, completely disregarding Yuan Gang's presence, that a divine proxy, multiple forbidden ruins, and a second persona named Zhou Meng. What kind of monster is this? How have we never heard of him before? They gazed at the list, where 3 prominent characters were boldly inscribed. Lin Qiye, Zhou Meng. Ahem, enough. I've conveyed the basic information. Some of the intel I gathered from other sources may not be entirely reliable, particularly regarding Lin Qiye's second persona, which has yet to be confirmed. During training, if you notice a shift in Lin Qiye's persona, treat it as a high-level emergency and notify me immediately. Understood? Yuan Gang commanded. Yes, Commander, and call in a mass squad. We need them to establish some order. And everyone, stay alert. This batch of recruits may be the most challenging you've ever encountered. One River Realm monster you can handle, but this is an elite squad of Sea Realm members. Do you think you can manage them all? Report, an unidentified individual is approaching the training camp. A young male, high school student, carrying a Peppa Pig suitcase and a Hello Kitty suitcase, requesting instructions. The instructors suddenly receive a communication from the gate sentry. Could it be a new recruit? So early? Wait, I'll go take a look myself. Moments later, a jeep thundered out of the training camp, racing towards the distant figure, stirring up a cloud of dust. You, what are you doing? Training out a rookie? Yes. What is your name? Lin Qiye. You're Lin Qiye? Lin Qiye looked somewhat bewildered at the instructor, whose pupils had widened in disbelief, feeling a touch of confusion within. My reputation truly that grand. Why do these instructors look at me as if I were some mythical creature? Chapter 26. A show of authority. Qiye. Do not underestimate yourself. Your fame may far exceed what you imagine. Zhou Meng's voice suddenly interjected. Really? I'm merely a humble night watchman from Songnan City. I must remain low-key. Low-key, Lin Qiye jested. Once the instructor verified Lin Qiye's credentials, he was allowed to enter the training camp. Glancing around, Lin Qiye realized that he was, in fact, the first rookie to arrive. As expected, since the training grounds were located from Shangjing City to Songnan City, he had indeed gained an advantageous position. However, the thought of spending a year here, unable to leave the camp, made Lin Qiye feel a twinge of reluctance for the comrades of Team 136. He wondered what kind of new recruits would be training here. Fortunately, if he grew weary, he could still visit the psychiatric hospital to see his mother, Lin Qiye, and Zhou Meng, as Lin Qiye had arrived too early. There were no other recruits in the camp, so his first day was entirely spent with instructor Hong Hao, who guided him on a tour of the training camp. The only interruption came from Bai Li Pang Pang, who seemed to have intruded upon the training camp. Lin Qiye perceived him to be a rather eccentric young master, yet Zhou Meng found him intriguing. Bai Li Pang Pang, whose real name was Bai Li Tuming, was perhaps also a fabricated identity. He was actually a discarded member of the Bai Li family. serving as a decoy for the true Bai Li Tuming, his father's adopted son, Bai Li Jing. Despite Bai Li Pongpong's tragic background, he was not solely defined by it. His true identity was that of a reincarnation of one of the divine beings of the great Xia, Lingbao Tianzhen. Therefore, Zhou Meng was eager to uncover what attributes Bai Li Pangpang possessed. Upon inspection, Zhou Meng discovered that Bai Li Pongpong's attributes were indeed rather scarce. The most prominent attribute, shining in a golden hue, indicated his true form as the reincarnation of Lingbao Tianzhen, while the others were rather pitiful, such as the foolish son of a landlord, a poor substitute, and a spendthrift with clumsy acting skills. Foot odor absorber. The green attribute suggested that the bearer had a peculiar affinity for the scent of others' foot odor, finding it fragrant no matter how foul it might be. Even Zhou Meng found this attribute to be rather absurd. Is this truly a green attribute? It could easily pass for an orange one. However, the most striking aspect of Bai Li Pangpang was not his attributes, but rather a pouch he carried, along with various trinkets and ornaments. The Bai Li family was not merely affluent. They were also known for their collection of forbidden items. As a young master of the Bai Li family, Bai Li Pangpang resembled a walking repository of such items. All of his forbidden objects were concealed within his personal space, which was itself a forbidden item, boasting an almost limitless capacity to store whatever he desired. As Zhou Meng observed, his hands began to tremble with excitement. After all, he was the god of thievery, and it was only natural to be tempted to take a closer look at valuable items. Unfortunately, this was not a moment of urgency, and he could not act without Lin Qiye's consent, leaving him only to sigh in longing. Most significantly, while gazing at Bai Li Pangpang's forbidden items, Zhou Meng felt a sense of familiarity. One of those items might be connected to his lost memories. However, there were far too many items to identify one by one, and he thought it best to explore that avenue at a later time. Time had progressed to the afternoon of the second day in the training camp, marking the first training session for these new recruits. Lin Qiye and Bai Li Pangpang arrived rather late, finding the formation of recruits to be disorganized and sparse. In stark contrast, over 20 instructors, including Yuan Gang, stood in a rigid posture atop the platform, resembling towering pines, gazing down upon the crowd below. Even Lin Qiye, as a representative of the three divine beings, felt the oppressive aura emanating from the instructors on the martial arts stage. This pressure was not derived from the powers of the Forbidden Realm, but stemmed from the rigorous trials of life and death. After a moment of silence, Yuan Gang spoke with a booming voice, the content of which Lin Qiye had anticipated. It revolved around shattering the recruits' confidence, reminding them that they were merely novices in the camp. These words had echoed in movies, television dramas, and even during their military training in middle and high school. So Lin Qiye was well aware of their essence. Thus, when Yuan Gang questioned whether anyone was dissatisfied, a few spirited individuals, led by someone named Shen Qingzhu, immediately voiced their defiance. Yet Lin Qiye remained silent. "Hey, Qiye, do you concede?" Bai Li Pangpang asked, somewhat dazed. Though he didn't feel much impact from Yuan Gang's words, he nudged Lin Qiye at me. "I concede." "Huh." Lin Qiye scoffed. "Instructor Yuan is correct. Those who have not encountered true mysteries naturally have the audacity to claim otherwise. However, when one truly faces the unknown, among the 200 of us, how many will survive? Have you encountered real mythical beings?" Bai Li Pangpang's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Not only encountered, but I have also slain a couple," Lin Qiye said, extending 2 fingers to indicate the number he had vanquished. "Wow, 2. That is so impressive. All right, if you concede, then I concede as well." Bai Li Pangpang instantly decided to cling to Lin Qiye, vowing never to let go. That moment, Lin Qiye suddenly heard a mocking voice in his head. "Qiye, not bad. You've learned to show off." Zhou Meng chuckled. "These 2 mythical beings, did you truly slay them?" Lin Qiye, the embodiment of cosmic will, was adept at weaving his tales of grandeur, garnering a devoted admirer in the process. And no, Menggu, such a splendid opportunity would be a pity to squander without embellishment. Besides, it's not before everyone. A little show-off is harmless, while excessive boasting can be detrimental. Lin Qiye responded mentally. "All right, I hope you can keep up the act later, Qiye." "What do you mean by that?" Lin Qiye inquired. Puzzled, "I'm familiar with the routine. Instructor Yuan will finish his admonitions, and shortly, the instructors will come forth to assert their authority. One T they. Lin Qiye mused at AS for the others. That aside, your current identity is that of one of the divine representatives who have not appeared in the Great Xia for many years. A suspected possessor of multiple forbidden realms, and with my second persona round, do you believe they can simply treat you to a mere show of authority? Do they even dare? Zhou Meng's tone grew increasingly animated. Meng Ge, are you implying they will unleash something formidable upon me? Lin Qiye furrowed his brow slightly. Precisely. That aligns with my expectations. If I am to train here, what significance would it hold if my strength were inadequate? Just as he began to survey the area, anticipating what formidable surprises awaited, he suddenly heard a gasp from the crowd. Look, it seems someone is falling from the clouds. Chapter 27. The masked squad, everyone looked up to see that the thick clouds above had been abruptly shattered, with beams of blinding sunlight streaming down to the earth. The ones who broke through the clouds were 7 figures, cloaked in gray, carrying black boxes and adorned with various masks. What the hell? They're not using parachutes. This doesn't bode well. Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow. Falling from such a height without a parachute would surely result in a gruesome fate, even for him, should he activate the Starry Night Dancer at night. Yet, perhaps with the attribute of copper-headed and iron-armed, it might just be feasible. Che, don't get confused. You're the one who has arrived, so tread carefully. If needed, I can lend a helping hand, Zhou Meng cautioned. Zhou Meng's voice faded away. However, he merely ceased to speak in order to avoid disturbing Lin Qiye, for he still wished to witness the upcoming spectacle. The masked squad, one of the 4 elite special teams known as the Night Watchmen, alongside the Spirit Squad, the Medium Squad, and the Phoenix Squad, boasted a unique requirement. All members must possess the Sea Realm at AS for the captain. Wang Mian, he served as another divine agent of the Great Xia, representing Kronos, the god of time. The other members of the masked squad were no mere novices. Either. One member, named Vortex, wielded the ability to unleash whirlpools as a means of attack, while Rose could manipulate the size of weapons. The balancer was able to control gravity and force fields within a certain space, and Moon Demon had the power to disassemble his body into moonlight. Nevertheless, Zhou Meng held little interest in their abilities. Although they appeared formidable now, the true prodigies lay hidden among the 239 new recruits, and no matter how many abilities they possessed, could they surpass the eccentricities found in a psychiatric ward? Cough, cough. Since you refuse to acknowledge reality, I shall grant you an opportunity, a chance to recognize your own limitations, a chance to engage with top-tier geniuses. Instructor Yuan Gang adjusted his demeanor and spoke loudly to the recruits. The recent spectacle of Vortex descending from the sky and bowing deeply to the new recruits lingered in his mind, nearly causing him to lose his composure, that he could only summon the most sorrowful memories of his life and divert his attention to suppress the involuntary smile creeping upon his face. What did Instructor Yuan Gang say? No matter the means, as long as we can unmask 5 members of the masked squad before 9 o'clock tonight, we win. And thus, this year's training can be deemed unnecessary. The recruit's eyes widened in astonishment. This for real? This seems too simple. With 239 against 5, the advantage is ours. If they were all at the River Realm or Sea Realm, perhaps we would fear them a little. But now that their levels have been suppressed, what do I have to fear? Brothers, let us go and take them down. The crowd of recruits began to stir with excitement, eager to engage, as if the 5 members of the masked squad were merely lambs awaiting slaughter. With a thud, a recruit was sent flying by the balancer's attack, marking the official commencement of this initiation training. A bunch of ignorant fools. Do they truly see themselves as formidable? Facing 239 unruly rabble against 5 elite squad members who have undergone countless collaborations. And we know nothing of their abilities. Are we merely rushing in? Dream on. Lin Qiye's assessment of the situation was far less optimistic than that of most others. Not only was it still daytime, but he lacked the enhancement of the Starry Night Dancer. Even if he did, combined with the 2 new abilities granted by Meng Ge, he still wouldn't dare to confront the masked squad head-on. Fighting requires strategy. Therefore, unlike the others who clamored to charge forth, Lin Qiye grabbed by Li Pang and retreated. He needed to gather as much information as possible and prepare before making a move. This was a lesson learned from Team 136. At that moment, Lin Qiye had only one objective: to find a place to hide and draw a summoning circle to see if he could conjure something useful. Behind them, a purple vortex swirled upwards, mingled with flames, lightning, frost, and the anguished cries of recruits. Lin Qiye hurriedly pulled by Li Pang to the warehouse entrance. Didn't they say we were to retrieve weapons from the warehouse? If the door isn't opening, how are we supposed to get anything? By Li Pang, having exerted all his strength to catch up with Lin Qiye, now dripped with sweat, panting as he leaned against the nearby warehouse door, complaining. They merely told us to come take them, but it seems we must find a way to open the door ourselves. Lin Qiye surveyed the surroundings, but the barracks were barren, devoid of even a single tree, which left him in a quandary. Fatty, do you have anything stick-like? Lend it to me. Quickly. Huh. A stick? Don't you have one yourself? Lin Qiye looked at Li Pang as if he were simple-minded, giving a firm knock on his head. What good is your imagination? I'm not talking about that. Just something stick-like. Any stick will do. A branch, chopsticks, a wand. Anything. Oh, you should have said so earlier. I was thinking in the wrong direction. Li Pang reached into his pocket and actually pulled out a wand. This is a forbidden item called a wand, but I don't know how to use it. I usually use it as chopsticks. So I'll lend it to you. But what do you need this for? My forbidden ability isn't destructive. It can't open doors, so I'll do something useful first. Lin Qiye snatched the wand and began to draw a summoning circle on the ground. You want to open the door? You should have said so earlier. Actually, Li Pang's words were left unspoken as Lin Qiye had already completed the summoning circle. He pressed the wand onto it with force. The tip of the wand erupted with brilliant light, and then from the summoning circle, a figure emerged. Lin Qiye and Li Pang were instantly captivated by this entity. What on earth is this? At that moment, a tall female figure was swiftly approaching the armory. Her long hair, as red as flames, gracefully floated in the breeze, and even in loose military attire, her alluring figure could not be concealed. This individual was none other than one of the new recruits, Molly, who possessed the forbidden ability of infinite variance. Her destination aligned perfectly with Lin Qiye and Li Pang's intent, as they all aimed to select a suitable weapon from the armory to avoid engaging the masked squad unarmed. You two? What are you doing standing here? Don't block the door, move aside, she inquired with a cool voice, addressing Lin Qiye and Li Pang, who stood before the warehouse door. Yet, the two remained unresponsive, as if they hadn't heard her that I said. Are you deaf? Move! Just as Molly was about to push them aside, her gaze inadvertently fell upon something beside them. What is this? It seems to be a white, plump mushroom with limbs. Upon seeing this white mushroom figure, Zhou Meng shot up from his bed in shock. This kid Lin Qiye sure has some luck. Chapter 28. One punch, Super Mushroom Lin Qiye felt a buzzing in his head, nearly fainting from frustration. The summoning technique truly produced something random and abstract. Tomcat was already absurd enough, but what in the world is this? A white mushroom with arms and legs. Even if it's a mushroom person. What use is it? Can be stir-fried or thrown into a hot pot. This random summoning technique might as well be called the comedic character summoning technique. Qiye, what on earth did you summon? Li Pang stared at the mushroom, which was as wide as he was, and asked in astonishment. Molly, who had just arrived, shared the same confusion that I don't know either. Lin Qiye replied with a wry smile. Well, since I've summoned it, I might as well not waste it. Let it attract the masked squad's attention. If this mushroom can hold them for a few seconds, it would still contribute to our cause. Just as Lin Qiye was about to command the seemingly dazed mushroom to head toward the battlefield, he was suddenly interrupted by Zhou Meng's voice in his mind. Qiye, don't rush. You wanted to open the door, right? Now let this mushroom do it for you. Huh? Open the door? With this thing? How? Just break it down. Lin Qiye was at a loss for words, but upon considering the mushroom's physique, he thought Zhou Meng's suggestion might hold some merit to go ahead. Mushroom, open that warehouse door for me. Lin Qiye, in a fit of resignation, issued the command. The mushroom, obeying its summoner's command, suddenly activated its short legs and waddled toward the large door. Don't bother. Your summoning technique was a waste. What use is a fat mushroom? The masked squad might arrive any moment now. Let me open the door. Molly exclaimed anxiously, preparing to step forward. However, the mushroom, though appearing slow, moved surprisingly fast. In just 2 steps, it reached the door, its stout arms winding back as it assumed a punching stance. In that instant, Lin Qiye, Li Pang, and Molly felt an overwhelming power coalesce within that punch. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted, causing Lin Qiye, Li Pang, and Molly to jump in shock. The warehouse door, standing 5 meters high and 3 meters wide, was blasted off its hinges by the mushroom's punch, even demolishing the wall behind the warehouse. What kind of mushroom is this? What kind of fertilizer did it consume to grow this way? I need 2 pounds of that too. To call a mushroom person is an insult. It should be called Mushroom Daddy, One Punch Super Mushroom. Mushroom Bro, from this day forth, I shall follow you. Li Pang rushed forward and hugged the mushroom tightly, refusing to let go. Molly quickly regained her composure, clearing her throat and saying, "What are you all waiting for? Hurry inside and grab your weapons." She initially wished to steal another glance at the mushroom, yet she forcefully restrained her curiosity and dashed straight to the back of the warehouse, where she retrieved a formidable katana. Once Lin Qiye regained his senses, he too fetched a straight sword. As the two selected their weapons, they exchanged information about the current situation. Although Molly was initially somewhat resistant towards Lin Qiye, and especially towards Li Pang, she decided to cooperate after he elucidated the stakes involved, opting to counter the perilous forbidden domain of the foam mass team with their own exceedingly dangerous forbidden domain. You are the agent of the Seraph, but as far as I know, the Seraph does not possess the ability to summon, does it? Where did you learn that? Molly inquired, glancing curiously at the nearby fist of the mushroom. Alas, I am not entirely sure myself, and currently, this is the only thing I can summon, Lin Qiye replied nonchalantly. However, Molly nodded in understanding. After all, everyone has their secrets, and Lin Qiye had already disclosed the majority of his abilities. Pressing him for answers in this context seemed futile that moment. An increasing number of recruits flooded into the warehouse, eager to select their weapons. Yet, what captivated their attention upon entering were not the dazzling array of arms, but rather the shattered door, the collapsed rear wall of the warehouse, and the towering figure of the mushroom man standing nearby. What on earth happened to that door? And this wall, how did it collapse? It appears to have been smashed down. One recruit exclaimed, I've heard this batch has quite a few talents, including divine agents and possessors of high-risk forbidden domains. But seriously, to send a door flying and collapse a wall with a single punch? That's absurd. Why are you all still focusing on that? Look over there. What is that thing? The mushroom is moving. I thought I was under some mental attack just now. It must be one of our summoning creatures. Right? Hey, do you think that mushroom punched the door down? You might just be onto something. Let's keep our distance. I've heard plenty of stories about summoning creatures going berserk. Come on, the recruits whispered among themselves, cautiously avoiding the mushroom man and the figures of Lin Qiye and Li Pang, their eyes revealing a multitude of concerns. This seems sufficient. We should be on our way. I recall there as a possessor of an exceedingly dangerous forbidden domain, the man who first expressed discontent when Instructor Yuan was speaking. Do you remember? Molly reminisced about the earlier scene. Are you referring to that rather arrogant fellow? Li Pang released his hold on the mushroom and also reflected on the encounter. Yes, before Molly could finish. Lin Qiye swiftly drew his sword and struck behind her. The somewhat hazy short sword emerged from behind Molly, and Lin Qiye's blade pressed firmly against its edge. Clearly, without Lin Qiye's timely reaction, she would have been out of the game. Molly rolled forward to evade the sword's attack, swiftly unsheathing her katana, her expression darkening. You can actually see me. You must be the agent of the Seraph. A man adorned with a crescent moon mask materialized from the air. He was a member of the foam mask team, known as Yuege. Lin Qiye chose not to engage him in idle chatter. For aside from himself, there were still over a dozen recruits in the warehouse, and coupled with Molly and Li Pang, they had the advantage of numbers, an opportunity not to be squandered. Molly understood the unspoken message and joined forces with Lin Qiye to encircle the foe. Brothers, let us overwhelm him, Li Pang shouted, and the recruits charged at Yuege with fervor. They soon realized that while Yuege's ability to transform into moonlight was somewhat troublesome, Lin Qiye could perceive every one of his movements and shapes. Damn it, where are my teammates? Someone save me! Yue shouted in frustration over the earpiece as the situation grew increasingly dire. Meanwhile, his other teammates had already encircled the warehouse from 3 different directions. What a disappointment. You can't even handle dozens of recruits, Tianping remarked coolly from the rooftop on the east side of the warehouse. Yet his gaze was not drawn to the struggle between Yue and Lin Qiye. Instead, it fixated on a peculiar creature Captain Xuanhua. Xiangwei, did you see that? What is that thing standing in the warehouse? He questioned, doubt clouding his vision. Standing on the southern road, Xuanhua rubbed his eyes, furrowing his brow in confusion. It seems to be a mushroom man. Chapter 29. What is the origin of this mushroom? Tianping, Xuanhua, and Xiangwei all took note of the mushroom man standing in the warehouse, yet they could not discern its true nature. Forget about that mushroom. It's likely a recruit's summoning creature. Look at it. So dazed and foolish, it must be a failed product. Yue is barely holding on. Stick to the captain's plan, Tianping commanded with a wave of his hand, immediately altering the gravity and force field around the warehouse. Meanwhile, Xiangwei, already wielding a hammer taller than a person, suddenly transformed it into a massive hammer the size of a 3-story building, bringing it crashing down towards the recruits. What the hell? Isn't this a bit over the top? Although Lin Qiye had previously strategized to feign an escape towards Xiangwei, their actual target was to flee through the southern route with Xuanhua. Xiangwei originally believed that enlarging the hammer to this extent was sufficient, but considering Lin Qiye's prodigious talents, she enlarged it further until it resembled a 7- or 8-story residential building. The recruits were on the verge of collapse. Yet Lin Qiye and his allies had yet to escape the hammer's attack range. She's serious about this. Lin Qiye suddenly had a brilliant idea and commanded the somewhat dazed mushroom. Mushroom bro, block that hammer. Instantly, the mushroom man appeared invigorated, stepping forward in the direction of the descending hammer, swinging its right hand forward with great force. That Xiangwei's original plan was to crush everything within the warehouse with this colossal hammer, completely disregarding the mushroom's presence. This mushroom isn't even larger than my hammer. What can it do? She thought, intending to smash both the mushroom and the recruits in a mushroom paste. However, at the moment the hammer collided with the mushroom's outstretched fist, Xiangwei was struck by a powerful force emanating from it, one that exceeded even her own strength wielding the hammer. The hammer could advance no further. The fist firmly held its ground against her hammer. It could not budge an inch, not even a centimeter. This is impossible. My hammer is being stopped by a mushroom. Xiangwei let out an enraged scream, gripping the hammer's handle tightly and exerting her strength once more. Yet, the hammer remained immovable. Simultaneously, she felt the pressure on the hammer intensifying. This is bad. I can't hold on. Boom! The sound of a thunderous explosion reverberated as Xiangwei, along with her hammer, was sent flying by the mushroom, crashing against the wall of a nearby building. Wang Mian, Tianping, Xuanhua, and Yue all momentarily froze in their actions. What just happened? Did Xiangwei lose in a contest of strength? And not to a recruit, but to a gigantic mushroom. This was a hammer that had been magnified several times. Even if Xiangwei's personal strength was suppressed from the Sea Realm to the Lamp Realm, she was still one of the top fighters in the team. Yet, she had been sent flying by a mushroom, hammer and all. Wang Mian didn't have time to assess Xiangwei's condition. This punch, which had originally formed a siege around the recruits in the armory, had now lost its effectiveness due to Xiangwei's defeat. The recruits on Xiangwei's side, struggling against Tianping's doubled gravity, managed to break free, while Lin Qiye and his companions made their escape towards the southern direction. Xuanhua will handle the recruits in front. You go intercept those 3. Xuanhua did not respond verbally, but demonstrated his compliance through action. Lin Qiye and his companions were racing towards the collapsed section of the warehouse. Courtesy of the earlier battle, Xuanhua swiftly maneuvered to the entrance of the warehouse. Observing the punch that had sent Xiangwei and her hammer flying, he remained wary of the mushroom man still inside. Yet he also noticed that although the mushroom man possessed tremendous strength, its movement was sluggish. It took large strides but moved slowly, allowing him to fully evade its attacks. Perfect, Lin Qiye and his group are right in front of me. However, as he looked up, he found Lin Qiye perched on the beam, wearing a somewhat mischievous grin as he gazed at him. Just then, Xuanhua felt something rush past him from behind. He turned around sharply to see a massive white body, topped by a large red mushroom cap. Swinging a fist at him with great force, Xuanhua's pupils dilated instantly. I could see that moment. He did not see the mushroom man's fist. Instead, a gigantic word seemed to loom behind it. Death. If he did not prepare himself for impact, taking that punch head-on would surely lead to his demise. Fortunately, with years of experience in whirlpools and prompt reactions, he possesses another form of defensive whirlpool. The devouring whirlpool. With his hands clasped before his chest, the devouring whirlpool instantly activated, yet the punch from the mushroom had already arrived at his chest. Bang! The whirlpool was sent flying, collapsing half of the remaining warehouse. What the hell is this mushroom? The whirlpool cursed as he staggered up from the ruins, only to suddenly notice that he was surrounded by detonators and explosives, emitting ominous, ticking sounds. Beep, 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 beep. Damn it, do divine agents really enjoy playing tricks like this? Observing the warehouse ruins being blown sky high and the earth-shattering explosions by Li Pang, standing beside Lin Qiye, couldn't help but click his tongue. TSK, for this time, the mass team has enough to drink a pot full of trouble. It's just as I thought. I believe that Brother Mushroom, no, just a single mushroom, can deal with them all. In fact, Lin Qiye had another use for his summoned creatures. Aside from issuing direct commands, he could enable them to teleport within a certain radius around him. Just now, he had created a tactical advantage. Assuming the mass team would not be wary of the seemingly sluggish mushroom from afar, allowing it to suddenly appear behind the whirlpool and hurl him into the stash of explosives prepared deep within the warehouse. It was impossible to kill him. After all, this was the mass team, but damaging his mask was certainly a consideration. Well, it seems they haven't pursued us. It's a shame we couldn't bring Brother Mushroom along. Lin Qiye shook his head slightly. The ability to teleport summoned creatures has a cooldown period. It's not something that can be used at will, and maintaining the summoned creature also consumes Lin Qiye's mental energy. Hence he chose to leave the mushroom man in the warehouse. If only the big mushroom were a tad faster, Lin Qiye would undoubtedly not forsake such an exceptional combat force. After all, it was capable of sending both the whirlpool and the rows of the mass team flying with just 2 punches, although Lin Qiye had no idea what kind of creature it was. Now that they're temporarily not pursuing, what should our next plan be? Li Pang and Mo Li turned their gazes toward Lin Qiye, who had inadvertently become the backbone of their trio. Next, after contemplating for a moment, Lin Qiye concluded we should head to the dormitory building. Meanwhile, amidst the ruins of the warehouse, the injured Rose, leaning on her heavy hammer, along with Wang Mian and other members of the mass team, were searching for traces of the whirlpool. Where's that mushroom? I want to settle the score with it once and for all. Rose angrily swung her hammer amidst the debris. Chapter 30. Why is Lin Qiye's intelligence so inaccurate? Stop swinging the hammer. Sister, that mushroom is so large, if it were still alive, you would have spotted it at a glance. Would you still need to rummage through this wreckage? Tianping said helplessly. Besides, do you think you can defeat it? He was currently attempting to clear away the rubble of the warehouse using his abilities, try to uncover the whirlpool hidden beneath. Everyone on the team had witnessed the 2 punches that sent Rose and the whirlpool flying. Except for Wang Mian, the others were grateful they had kept their distance, especially Yu Gue, who had never appreciated his own forbidden ruins as much as he did now. Otherwise, with his small frame, a single punch would have left him incapacitated for at least half a month. Finally, after a brief search, there was movement beneath the rubble. What is that? Is it that mushroom? Watch the hammer. Just as Rose was about to swing her hammer in anger, Wang Mian skillfully stopped her. With Tianping's assistance, the whirlpool finally crawled out from the debris, bloodied and battered, with his mask hanging by a thread, on the verge of shattering. Sister, if your hammer had come down just now, there would be no need for a contest. My mask is already in such a state. One more blow, and I would have to concede defeat. Luckily, Commander Yuan had specially ordered us a batch of reinforced masks made from a special fabric. The whirlpool's breath was somewhat weak, but his spirits remained high enough to joke. Surviving that punch, coupled with a warehouse full of explosives and still being in one piece, is quite fortunate. This divine agent is ruthless. Moreover, what exactly is that thing? Captain, have you heard of it? Such strength and the ability to teleport. That Lin Qiye kid can summon 2. While patching himself up, the whirlpool huffily inquired. All the members of the masked team turned their eyes toward their captain, Wang Mian, awaiting his response. Wang Mian's face twitched beneath his mask. Then he replied, his voice devoid of emotion. I don't know, but this Lin Qiye is quite intriguing, truly worthy of being a divine agent. Don't flatter yourself. Captain, if that mushroom hadn't been blown away, it would have been your turn to take that punch. At this moment, in the underground base, within the command center of the training session, a group of instructors in Yuan Gang were intently watching the screens, observing every corner of the training camp. Commander, was the intelligence report prior to this incorrect? Is summoning also a capability of Lin Qiye's mortal realm? Instructor Hong squinted, reviewing the recent battle that took place in the armory area on his computer. Bali Pang pulling out that magic wand from his pocket didn't surprise him. Moly wielding a high-frequency vibrating blade to unleash astonishing cutting power was also expected. However, Lin Qiye summoning this mushroom man left all the instructors, including him, utterly baffled. Why does Lin Qiye have summoning skills? What is this creature he summoned? Why is it so strong? Question after question popped into Instructor Hong's mind. Yuan Gang crossed his arms on the table, resting his chin on them, and thoughtfully remarked, the powers of the mortal realm may surpass our imagination. Although he feigned profundity in saying this, in truth, he was grappling with the same questions. Thankfully, they had customized new masks for the mask team beforehand, utilizing newly developed materials. Otherwise, with their previous lightweight masks, this new batch of recruits wouldn't have lasted a year in training. The instructors could only attribute this to the influence of the mortal realm. Truly the mortal realm, as expected of a divine agent. Undoubtedly impressive, judging solely by the strength of this mushroom man. Perhaps only Wang Mian, who harnesses the power of the river realm, could contend with it. The instructors debated amongst themselves. I had specifically emphasized the mass team earlier to exert extra effort to see if they could provoke Lin Qiye's second personality. Zhou Meng. Now it seems it will take more effort than anticipated. Yuan Gang sighed softly. Stop reviewing the past. There are other high-risk Forbidden Ruin owners. You all need to focus on them as well. If Zhou Meng appears, the mass team is permitted to unleash their full power. I refuse to believe we can't test it. Yes, Commander. Nearby the dormitory building, fierce battles were still underway. Clearly, the mass team's assessment of the situation was aligned with that of Lin Qiye and the majority of the surviving new recruits present. Their target was set on the dormitory area. For the new recruits, the dormitory area was the largest in size, with the most ambush points and the highest concealment, making it the most advantageous location for them to leverage their strengths and ambush the mass team. Naturally, the mass team was aware that there were ambushes in the dormitory area, yet they welcomed this. As being outnumbered, they had to choose the hardest nut to crack from the outset. Now that the armory target had been eliminated, all that remained was the dormitory area. Thus, the vicinity of the dormitory building had been delineated into battlefields, although the new recruits held a numerical advantage and were in an ambush position. The strength and coordination of the mass team far surpassed theirs. Ultimately, the 5 members of the mass team were still ensnared in a crossfire net formed by 3 dormitory buildings, thanks to Shun Qingzhu's cunning strategy. A golden opportunity. That Shun Qingzhu is quite clever. With this, even if the mass team had any exquisite coordination, they should be at the mercy of the crossfire from all the new recruits. We should go help now. Lin Qiye sensed that the opportunity to annihilate the mass squad had finally arrived. He had just employed the random summoning spell, which he could not use again for the time being. But there was another ability given to him by Zhou Meng that he had yet to utilize. The Treasury of Kings, in contrast to the random summoning spell, which summoned unpredictable entities. The Treasury of Kings was a potent offensive ability, although its triggering conditions were somewhat peculiar, requiring one to laugh heartily. The greater the laughter, the more formidable the power. Lin Qiye had experimented and found that the Treasury of Kings could summon a variety of weapons behind him, swords, spears, halberds, axes, and more, to strike at his foes, with each weapon possessing a destructive force no less than that of a grenade. He could sustain this treasury for at least half a minute, effectively granting him an unlimited supply of grenades for that duration. Even against the mass squad, he doubted they could withstand such a barrage. Just as he prepared to flank the mass squad alongside Bailey Pang and Molly, A voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Qiye, if I were you, I wouldn't charge in right now," Zhou Meng said, shaking a glass of wine he had pilfered from the principal's office. "Not charge in? What do you mean?" Lin Qiye abruptly halted his steps. Although Zhou Meng often indulged in mischief, he would never deceive him at critical moments, just as he had pointed out that Lin Qiye was, in fact, the Nanda's serpent demon. The king's face has never made a move. Has it? As the captain of this squad, can you guess why those few who were just sent flying by the mushrooms would leap into the trap of the dormitory area, fully aware it was a trap? In an instant, Lin Qiye had a flash of insight. Are you suggesting that the king's face is yet to reveal its hidden trump card, but now, surrounded and with no way to escape? Could it be that his forbidden domain would allow his team to flee? Though he could not discern the extent of the king's abilities, Lin Qiye felt that Zhou Meng's warning was undoubtedly wise. At present, while the new recruits appear to hold the upper hand, if the king possessed any decisive ability, the numerical advantage of the new recruits would swiftly become a liability due to their overwhelming density. So, when should I strike? That would be when the masked squad believes they have dealt with the new recruits in this dormitory building. Chapter 31. The direct confrontation. Lin Qiye comprehended Zhou Meng's implication without needing to ponder further. If the concealed abilities of the king's face were the masked squad's hidden cards, then Zhou Meng had gifted him the Treasury of Kings, a card that the instructors and the masked squad were unaware of. In a card game, hidden cards must be played at the right moment. Therefore, he must wait for the masked squad to rely on the king's abilities to break through before revealing his own greater card. To seize control, the god of thievery, the god of mischief. Now, he could also be called the god of schemes. Noticing Lin Qiye's sudden halt, Bailey Pang Pang and Molly, who were following closely behind, were somewhat perplexed. Aren't we supposed to support them? Why have we stopped? Patience, let them play a bit longer. Our moment is yet to arrive. Lin Qiye found a relatively closer position and prepared to continue observing the dormitory area through his binoculars. As he raised the binoculars to the cacophony of gunfire and the dazzling bursts of various attacks from the dormitory area, he suddenly heard an ominous sound. It resembled the sound of a blade being unsheathed, or perhaps the sound of a sword slicing through objects. In the next moment, the 3 dormitory buildings that had surrounded the masked squad crumbled into fragments. The 3 buildings, severed into dozens of sections, collapsed with a thunderous roar. That the Zhangjing? Molly exclaimed, bewildered. Zhangjing can both slow time and slice buildings into pieces. What are we even fighting for? How can the king's face be so unprincipled? Is he also using the Yuan? Bailey Pang Pang, though startled by the destruction of the buildings, quickly regained his composure and began to analyze the situation. The king's black blade, known as a Yuan, was a forbidden artifact capable of condensing its own speed into a blade aura. The faster the speed, the stronger the blade aura. Additionally, as the agent of the god of time, Kronos, it all made sense. Hey Qiye, are we going in now? Though Lin Qiye listened to his explanation, his brow furrowed. He knew that the optimal moment Zhou Meng had mentioned was now. Any questions regarding the king could wait. The opportunity was fleeting, seizing the chance while the collapsing building smoke obscured the figures of the masked squad. Lin Qiye charged forward. His gaze once again shimmered with golden light, but unlike the holy radiance of Michael, the light emanating from his eyes at that moment was the piercing brilliance of pure gold. As he gauged the distance, Lin Qiye halted abruptly, standing firm with his hands on his hips, and suddenly erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha! The masked squad, who had previously felt secure amidst the smoke, suddenly heard an exuberant laugh echoing from beyond the haze. Cough, cough! The smoke is too thick. Huh? Who is laughing? Yuegue asked, coughing. It's not me. Someone outside is laughing, and that voice seems somewhat familiar. Vortex, clear the smoke. Everyone scatter. The king's face sensed something was amiss and swiftly commanded. Before the vortex could unleash his forbidden domain ability, a flash of golden light erupted from one direction outside the smoke. In the next moment, a barrage of golden weapons rained down from above, akin to a tempest of arrows, hurtling towards the 5 members of the masked squad. Although the king had issued a warning, the 5 remained too closely clustered, and thus they were thoroughly baptized by this golden weapon rain, each forced to use their own forbidden domain abilities to resist. The king, too, had to activate his time control forbidden domain to slow down the surrounding time, making the speed of these golden weapons appear diminished. Yet even with the slowed speed, the power of these weapons was undeniably real, and upon striking the ground, they unleashed explosive force. In an instant, the mass squad, which had been concealed in the smoke, was once again enveloped beneath a torrent of golden weaponry. Qiye, I sincerely apologize for my previous actions. It was presumptuous of me to offer you a Rolex. I thought I was just an ordinary child from humble background, but it turns out you are even more ordinary than I. These weapons are made of solid gold, and you can summon them as easily as scattering beans. This is comparable to my transformation into 3,000 forms. No, it's even more formidable than that. Bailey Pang exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Molly abandoned her attempts to comprehend Lin Qiye's abilities, resigning herself to the notion that his divine agent status was normal. Thank goodness the summoned weapons are all conventional. It is not like he is summoning a horde of mushroom people to rain down on us. Cough, cough, what was that monstrous thing earlier? A mere Zhangjing managed to slice down 3 buildings simultaneously. From amidst the rubble, Shun Qingzhu, covered in dust, coughed as he asked the new recruit who had pulled him from the debris. Xingge, don't worry about that now. Come and see the divine being. Something even more extraordinary is coming. Another recruit, while pulling him up, had his gaze entirely fixated elsewhere. Shun Qingzhu looked up to see a figure hovering slightly above the ground, emitting raucous laughter, his voice somewhat hoarse yet still persistent. Behind him, golden light radiated continuously, and an array of golden weapons surged forth from that brilliance, bombarding the center of the dormitory ruins. Shun Qingzhu's expression momentarily froze that he recognized this new recruit as Lin Qiye, the only divine agent among their cohort, serving the Seraph Michael. However, he had never heard of the Seraph's domain hurling golden weapons so recklessly. Moreover, it wasn't just 1 or 2. There were countless weapons. After staring for a few more seconds, he felt his eyes nearly blinded by the dazzling light. The divine agent was truly terrifying. Yet, Shun Qingzhu quickly snapped back to reality. What a great opportunity. Brothers, the mass squad thinks they've won, but we still have a trump card. They are now entangled in this downpour of weapons, and there is barely anyone left standing. He spat out a mouthful of blood, yanked off his military cap, and threw it to the ground, raising his arm in rallying cry. The remaining fewer than 30 new recruits, inspired by his fervor, yelled and charged towards the source of the weapon rain. After hiding for so long and lying in wait, it was finally time to emerge and confront these arrogant foes head-on. The moment for retaliation had arrived. However, just as they charged halfway, laughter echoed through the air, abruptly vanishing along with the formidable rain of golden weapons. Lin Qiye gasped for breath, propping himself against the portly Bailey, and hoarsely inquired, "Cough, Fatty, did you bring any water?" Chapter 32. Afraid Lin Qiye ceased the bombardment of the king's treasure. Not merely due to the exhaustion of his mental strength, but for another reason. He had laughed so heartily that it rendered his voice hoarse, leaving him unable to laugh any further. Thus, he could only ask Bailey for water. Zhou Meng, observing Lin Qiye chugging mineral water in his mind, could hardly contain his laughter. He had previously informed Lin Qiye that the louder the laughter, the greater the power of the king's treasure. Yet this was nothing more than Zhou Meng's fanciful fabrication. While boisterous laughter was indeed a prerequisite, as long as the king's treasure could be activated, it meant that the laughter had already met the necessary threshold. Once that threshold was reached, increasing the volume would yield no further enhancement. The most significant improvement stemmed from mental strength and realm. Zhou Meng's surprise. Lin Qiye had genuinely believed his nonsense and had laughed heartily for a full 30 seconds. This was one of the reasons for Zhou Meng's delight. The second being that his mental illness index was rapidly declining alongside Lin Qiye's laughter and the deployment of his abilities. It was on the verge of reaching 98. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Meng sensed that while his other abilities remained unchanged, the duration for which he could possess Lin Qiye had increased from 3 minutes to 5. At this critical juncture, the massed team, which had been relentlessly bombarded, finally received a moment to breathe. "Captain, the laughter outside has ceased. The bombardment seems to have stopped." Wei Gui finally exhaled in relief. He had maintained his transformation into moonlight throughout, or he would have been pierced by the rain of weapons long ago. The state of the masked team was rather disheveled. Wang Mian had sustained the least injuries, merely some superficial wounds, and his attire remained mostly intact. However, the other team members were in a different predicament. Their garments were tattered beyond recognition, leading one to believe they were refugees fleeing from disaster. The only equipment that appeared relatively unscathed were the masks upon their faces. Damn Lin Qiye! Even when facing enemies of the Sea Realm, our team has never been this disheveled. Rose spat through gritted teeth. D will not allow emotions to affect your state. The remaining recruits will be launching their assault imminently. Wang Mian admonished. He too was seething with indignation, feeling utterly thwarted. Initially, he had effortlessly breached the recruits' defenses by combining the abilities of Yuan and the Forbidden Ruin, fulfilling his duty as captain to lead his team through a critical breakthrough, while also relishing in the act of showing off. Yet before he could fully bask in his triumph, he was rendered unable to lift his head under the onslaught of the golden weapon rain. Comparable to grenade fire, a surge of resentment brewed within him, yearning for an outlet. The incoming recruits were the perfect opportunity to vent that frustration. The recruits, who had initially worried about being struck by the descending rain of weapons, found their fears alleviated as the assault suddenly ceased. They had anticipated going forth to reap the battlefield, only to discover, behind the dissipating smoke, 5 disheveled members of the masked team, their eyes blazing with rage, visible through their masks. What the hell? They're unscathed. Is the masked team made of steel and iron? Regardless, they thought, success or failure hinges on this moment. Charge, brothers! The courtyard transformed once more into a battlefield. However, after Lin Qiye's recent round of attacks, the members of the masked team quickly scattered, breaking into smaller units to segment the battlefield and prevent being engulfed by Lin Qiye's inexplicable onslaught again. Although they had been unable to identify their assailant amidst the smoke, they could still discern the source of that laughter. It was that Lin Qiye fellow. Summoning mushroom men was one thing, but now he had conjured a carpet-bombing ability on such a grand scale. What other secrets did he possess that remained unknown to us? After the exercise, I must inquire with Commander Yuan about Lin Qiye's true nature. While Lin Qiye drank his water, the battlefield around him evolved into several distinct segments. Aside from Wang Mian, the other members of the masked team, having swiftly dealt with the ordinary recruits, made a unified decision to eliminate this most unpredictable factor, Lin Qiye. Though Lin Qiye was merely a new recruit and only possessed the initial realm, and although the abilities he had just displayed were of the same caliber, the fear the masked team harbored for him had escalated to unprecedented levels. They genuinely worried that in the next moment, Lin Qiye might summon a meteor to crash down upon them. The remaining recruits also recognized this. Thus their mission shifted from unmasking the masked team to protecting our Lin Qiye. However, after a brief skirmish, the original tactical plan devolved into a series of 1v1 confrontations. Shen Xingzhu was engaged in a tit-for-tat exchange with a swirling adversary, employing his Forbidden Ruin abilities, the previously indifferent Chao Yuan. Upon learning Lin Qiye's name, suddenly found renewed vigor, casually picking up a steel knife from the ground and plunging into a frenzied state instigated by the Forbidden Ruin's Black King's annihilation. Relentlessly pursuing Tianping with fervor, unable to penetrate Bailey's golden protective shield, was being relentlessly pursued by a ferocious array of swords, and Rose and Molly had seemingly vanished, leaving only the sounds of metal clanging nearby. The only two who remained still were Wang Mian, observing coldly from the sidelines, and Lin Qiye, who had just finished his water and regained some energy. The two stood facing each other, locked in a silent confrontation. As a recruit at the initial realm, you are remarkably strong, even surpassing my own prowess when I first entered the camp years ago, Wang Mian remarked coolly. What was that ability you just used? Never mind what it was, when I deploy it again. You can experience it firsthand. Lin Qiye replied, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. However, his words bore a semblance of bravado. He could not replicate the earlier intensity of the King's treasure. At best, he could unleash one or two during the fray, serving merely to cause distraction. Primarily, his mental strength had been significantly depleted, and during combat, he could not simply laugh heartily at will, managing perhaps only a chuckle or two. Lin Qiye understood that this initial exercise had long lost its original purpose. The optimal strategy now was to assist his teammates, overwhelming one member of the masked team, such as the previously injured swirling adversary or Rose. Yet at this moment, Lin Qiye chose to engage Wang Mian in a one-on-one confrontation, a direct clash meant to test his own strength, as well as to gain a deeper understanding of what it meant to be a divine agent. Moreover, the night had fallen. The darkness was his domain. Chapter 33. The unveiling of the masked realm. How is the battle faring above? Let me see. Some instructors, having been pushed to the back of the crowd, were desperately trying to wriggle their way back to the front of the screen. Since the battle had commenced in the dormitory area, the signal in the basement had grown increasingly unstable. The overhead chandelier flickered in response to the violent tremors below, dust cascading from the ceiling, coating the instructors' faces. "Commander, is this noise truly produced by a recruit at the initial realm?" Lin Qiye had conjured yet another spectacle. However, this rain of weapons was undoubtedly more reminiscent of Michael's divine ruin abilities than summoning mushroom men. Should we move to another location? Although we are 10 meters underground, what if Wang Mian's blade veers off course, or Lin Qiye summons a meteor? Don T jinx it. I believe this kid can conjure anything. Instructor Hong hastily covered the mouth of the instructor frowning at the ceiling. Fortunately, the commander summoned the masked team. However, I feel that even calling the Phoenix team to counter these anomalies wouldn't be excessive. Yuan Gang mused as he gazed at the somewhat snowy screen. The mysteries within the Great Xia realm had become increasingly frequent in recent years, during a single new recruit training session. So many prodigies had emerged, which greatly pleased him. Perhaps in a few years, the long-vacant 5th Special Team would finally be established, alleviating the pressures faced by the current 4 special teams. However, the other recruits with extraordinarily high-risk Forbidden Ruin abilities, along with the young master of the Bailey family, displayed prowess that, while formidable, remained within his realm of understanding. Yet Lin Qiye was genuinely perplexing. Was Michael's earthly domain truly this outrageous? After a brief hesitation, he picked up a walkie-talkie and called out, "Wang Mian, cease fire. Now, have all your team members focus their attacks on Lin Qiye. I want to see where his limits lie, and I wonder if that fellow Zhou Meng will make an appearance. If he does, immediately evacuate the recruits to safety and release your realms. Such a rare opportunity must be seized to probe into Lin Qiye's depths. This endeavor is not only for the training of new recruits, but also for the future of the Great Xia." Wang Mian, who had been entangled with Lin Qiye, furrowed his brow and immediately activated the time divine ruins, creating distance between himself and Lin Qiye. For a moment, Lin Qiye was taken aback, and with a hint of provocation, he inquired of Wang Mian, "Why have you stopped? Are you feeling intimidated? If you are weary, you may concede and voluntarily hand over your mask to me." However, Wang Mian shook his head and replied, "Qiye, orders have come down from above. I apologize." Just as Lin Qiye was filled with confusion, he suddenly sensed various attacks converging from all directions, that a vortex swirling with debris, a colossal hammer, ethereal figures looming behind, an abrupt increase in gravity, and the sluggishness of his own movements all descended upon him. What the hell? Why are the remaining force suddenly charging at me? Weren't they held back in different positions? "Hey, someone, go rescue Qiye!" Bali Pang Pang shouted urgently, having just been engaged with various forbidden objects and the moon ghost, whose figure had vanished in an instant. Shen Qingzhu also sensed that something was amiss. "Damn it, I was careless. I thought I had tied up these few," allowing Lin Qiye ample space to confront Wang Mian. How did they suddenly shift their focus to Lin Qiye? But by the time the new recruits reacted, it was already too late. Attacks from 5 directions struck Lin Qiye in an instant. Even with the enhancement of the Starry Night Dancer, he could hardly evade all the assaults. A heavy blow from the hammer sent him flying several meters, crashing into the ruins and raising a cloud of dust. "Captain, are we overestimating this kid? Even if his divine ruins ability is formidable, he is merely a Lantern Realm practitioner. Even now, with his mental energy nearly depleted, I doubt any of us can withstand the sudden onslaught from 5 of us, right?" The scale slowly descended from above, as Commander Yuan, growing impatient. "Does he want us to resolve this quickly?" "Alas, I want to chat a bit longer with Molly." Rose sighed, glancing at the approaching Molly, her favorite type, a strong woman. Upon seeing Lin Qiye being sent flying, Shun Qingzhu's expression dimmed. It appears the task of unmasking him is unachievable. He wasn't fixated on the reward for not training for a year, but rather felt a sense of indignation towards Yuan Gang's earlier words. However, with hope now lost, he could not help but feel regret. But at that moment, only one person remained, fixated on the ruins where Lin Qiye had been flung, appearing as if braced for a formidable challenge. Everyone, do not let your guard down. Steady yourselves. This is only the beginning of the battle. All of you, lift the restrictions on your realms. Show me your true strength. Wang Mian suddenly shouted. Vortex, ensure the safety of the other recruits. He was the only divine agent present, apart from Lin Qiye, and his understanding of the divine was clearer than anyone else's on the scene. Wang Mian distinctly sensed that in the ruins where Lin Qiye had fallen, the aura of Lin Qiye's lantern realm had abruptly vanished, replaced by the presence of another overwhelmingly powerful entity. Boundless realm? Klein realm? How could this be? Merely switching personas could release such immense pressure. The other masked squad members also began to realize that something was amiss. Even in the most perilous missions, they had never witnessed their captain appear so gravely concerned. They dared not slacken their efforts. Everyone concentrated their minds and instantaneously lifted their realm restrictions. The eyes of the masked squad members shone with determination. Their collective aura drastically different from before, as the formidable mental energies of the river and ocean realms enveloped the entire training camp. At this moment, they too felt the oppressive force emanating from the ruins, far exceeding their realms. The vortex activated its forbidden ruins abilities, manipulating a massive vortex in conjunction with the scales, transporting all the surrounding recruits, including Bali Pang Pang and Shun Qingzhu, to the corners of the camp. This location would soon transform into a battlefield more intense than before, for they were about to face Lin Qiye's second persona, a being whose realm had reached the boundless, perhaps even Klein. How do we end up here? Where is Qiye? Bali Pang Pang asked anxiously. Fatty, can't you feel it? The members of the masked squad just liberated their realms. That means they are from the river and ocean realms. Just standing beside them makes my legs tremble. Shun Qingzhu's voice quivered with excitement. Where's Qiye? Let me go help him. Restore to his original state, Chao Yuan panted, eager to rush back. His purpose in coming to the new recruit training camp was to find someone who could redeem his sins. And that person was Lin Qiye. He certainly wanted to leave a good impression on him. Are you seeking death? Even if your forbidden ruins are powerful, you are still a Lantern Realm practitioner. But the masked squad has now liberated their river and ocean realms. Molly yanked the reckless individual back. But what about Qiye? Isn't he also a Lantern Realm practitioner? Chao Yuan questioned T that moment. All the new recruits fell into silence. Indeed, isn't Qiye also a Lantern Realm practitioner? Why are the masked squad choosing to liberate their realms? Wasn't it said that they would only suppress opponents of the same realm to compete with us? Let us go. Let us move closer to find out. At that moment, from within the ruins, a figure emerged from the debris, dusting off his clothing and gently shaking his head. That blow was truly brutal. Lin Qiye's lips curled into a peculiar smile. Chapter 34. The Art of Stealing Time rewound briefly. Lying in the ruins, Lin Qiye found himself utterly drained. Although he had mitigated some of the hammer's force with his blade, he had to admit that Rose and Hong Ying were indeed strength-based fighters. Why is it that apart from Xiao Nan, all the girls I encounter are strength-based fighters? Regardless, Lin Qiye was now utterly unable to rise. The recent confrontation with Wang Mian had drained much of his mental energy, yet with the support of the Starry Night Dancer, and having sealed his forbidden weapon, Lin Qiye felt confident he could shatter his mask. However, the sudden onslaught from the other 4 team members had caught him off guard. Taking a hammer blow had reached his current limit. These guys are utterly lacking in martial ethics. I refuse to accept this. Why must they target me? Accompanied by intense emotions, an option appeared in Lin Qiye's mind that I might not be able to do it, but someone else can. Since this is merely a drill, letting Meng go out to help me take a small revenge seems entirely reasonable. Right, it was you who first disregarded martial ethics, so don't blame me for using a cheat. Meng Gu, let us discuss something. Lin Qiye concentrated his thoughts and directly communicated with Zhou Meng in his mind. Quick, focus the lens on Lin Qiye rising from the ruins. Zoom in. Yuan Gang in the basement sat up straight. As expected, he had indeed made the right bet. If nothing unexpected had occurred, Lin Qiye should have been utterly incapacitated by that blow. The fact that he could still stand likely meant that his second persona, Zhou Meng, had emerged. Moreover, this second persona's realm should be at least at the boundless realm level, possibly even climb. Indeed, despite bearing Lin Qiye's face. This Lin Qiye wore an expression devoid of the earlier resolve, seriousness, or pain from the attack. Instead, a subtle smile graced his lips, exuding a sense of playful mockery. The masked squad members stood their ground, on high alert, having arranged themselves in formation, approaching Lin Qiye from different angles, effectively encircling him. "May I ask, who might you be?" Wang Mian inquired cautiously. He had long sensed that the person before him, despite wearing Lin Qiye's body, was certainly not Lin Qiye himself. "My name is Zhou Meng, but you may call me Meng Ge, as Qiye refers to me." Zhou Meng replied with a smile that he made no further moves, simply stepping out from the ruins to stand in the open. "Where is Lin Qiye?" The scales beside him queried. He's resting. You all wore him out too much just now, and I merely came out to lend him a hand." "Oh, by the way, who was it that swung the hammer?" Zhou Meng's gaze suddenly turned cunning. "Rose, be careful," Wang Mian exclaimed, his eyes wide with alarm. The members of the masked squad understood the cue, unleashing their immense mental energies as their abilities surged toward Zhou Meng. Rose, having heard Zhou Meng's words, instantly enlarged the hammer in her hands, making it taller than the dormitory building that had just collapsed, and swung it forcefully toward Zhou Meng. But just as the hammer grew, before she could even swing it, Rose found herself weaponless, her arms left with only the momentum of the swing, stumbling forward. Where's my hammer?" In an instant, her gaze shifted toward Zhou Meng, only to find him holding an extraordinarily massive hammer, scrutinizing it with great interest. "Oh, so this is the hammer. Let me give it a try." Before Zhou Meng could finish a sentence, he swung the hammer in a sweeping arc, sending it whirling in a full 360 degrees. All members of the masked squad were compelled to leap back urgently, escaping the range of Zhou Meng's attack. However, due to her sheer astonishment, Rose reacted a moment too late and was struck squarely by Zhou Meng's hammer. She was sent flying, akin to a bullet, crashing into a building 200 meters away. The only thought that crossed Rose's mind before losing consciousness was, "Why is my hammer in his possession?" In just a fleeting encounter, the masked squad had already lost one member, dwindling from 5 to 4. Arm yourselves. His abilities are currently unknown and may very well be of a conceptual nature. Wang Mian swiftly assessed the situation. Rose's hammer did not fly from her grasp into Zhou Meng's. Rather, it had materialized in his hands out of thin air. Thus, it could be deduced that Zhou Meng's ability was not merely that of a magnetic attraction, but rather a more elusive conceptual skill, perhaps targeting the very essence of weapons themselves. "Misjudged. Let us try again." Zhou Meng turned and focused on the scales, manipulating gravity in midair. The scales have been attempting to restrict Zhou Meng's movements with gravity since the beginning. Yet he appeared unaffected, moving with ease. Not only did he not kneel, but there were no signs of bending in his knees or neck. Had he unleashed his domain from the outset, none of these rookies would have been able to stand and converse with him. They would all have to obediently lie on the ground. It was merely a domain, yet switching personalities could elevate one's realm. Wasn't that a tad beyond the norm, observing Zhou Meng's indifference? The scales prepared to intensify their efforts, fully unleashing the gravity and force they could command. Yet, with a simple beckoning gesture from Zhou Meng, the scales plummeted from the sky like a kite with a severed string. "Do you enjoy pinning people to the ground? Then allow me to keep you down for a while." Zhou Meng pressed downward with one hand. The scales immediately felt an overwhelming pressure pushing them down. But this sensation was not akin to being propelled forward in a vehicle. It was a force descending from above. A colossal weight bore down upon them, compressing them into the ground like dough, rendering them utterly immobile. "Now's my chance." Having stealthily maneuvered behind Zhou Meng, Yu Gue seized the opportunity and swung his blade forward. He had meticulously calculated the angle, force, and timing of his strike, waiting for Zhou Meng to engage with the others before emerging from the blind spot to deliver a decisive blow. Having regained his strength in the sea domain, and with nightfall upon him, Yu Guei was now able to blend seamlessly into his surroundings, making detection impossible. Thus, he believed this strike would surely hit its mark. However, just before he could bring down his blade, Zhou Meng, who had been facing forward, suddenly spun around with a cheeky grin, gazing directly at Yu Guei. Though taken aback, years of training kept Yu Guei from being thrown off by such a trivial distraction. His drawn sword showed no hesitation. Yet in the next moment, Yu Guei discovered that Zhou Meng had vanished into thin air. Where did he go? Could he turn invisible? Missing his strike, Yu Guei prepared to dissolve into moonlight once more, only to find his body felt as if it had become frozen, unable to disperse. In the next instant, a gentle tap on his right shoulder from behind startled him. "Excuse me, my good fellow. Are you looking for me?" Chapter 35. He is toying with us, observing Zhou Meng, who had transformed into moonlight and was toying with Yu Guei like a cat playing with a mouse. Vortex, who had just rushed over to evade Zhou Meng's hammer strike, could no longer contain himself. "If we are to fight, let us fight properly. Who do you think you are looking down upon?" He slammed both hands on the ground, summoning a massive purple vortex that ascended, swirling up all debris around it, and hurtling toward Zhou Meng with overwhelming force. Wow, what a colossal vortex. This is intriguing. Zhou Meng effortlessly seized the completely disoriented Yu Guei and flung him away in the opposite direction. He then reached out again toward the vortex. The enormous purple whirlpool that had just been conjured suddenly dissipated, and even Vortex's gaze began to grow increasingly vacant. What was I just about to do? He then looked up to see Zhou Meng before him. "Where's my vortex? Damn it, let us do this again." Frustrated, Vortex conjured another massive vortex to hurl at Zhou Meng. Yet this vortex barely traveled a few meters before disintegrating into thin air. What was I just about to do again? Why do I keep saying again? "Captain, what are you doing here?" Vortex scratched his head, utterly perplexed as he looked at Zhou Meng and Captain Wang Mian, who stood motionless. "Why am I here? What on earth are they doing? Why are they fighting this person?" Wang Mian remained silent, his expression grave as he regarded the individual before him, who bore Lin Qiye's visage yet identified himself as Zhou Meng. "What's the matter? Why don't you attack me like your teammates? Are you afraid? Or have you simply lost your nerve?" Zhou Meng retorted, teasingly facing Wang Mian. "I am but a mere being of the sea domain, naturally inferior to you in terms of realm. If you harbored any intense hostility toward us, I would undoubtedly fight to the death. However, it seems that while you occupy Lin Qiye's body, you have no intention of exterminating us swiftly, hence I see no need to engage in battle. Of course, I have contemplated challenging you in this sea domain form, but after observing my 4 teammates face you, I ultimately deemed it unwise. It would be utterly shameless to assume you would not act seriously against us while taking advantage of your position." Wang Mian's tone was not heavy, but rather slightly relaxed. He was quite certain that this Zhou Meng was merely playing with them, showing no intention of genuine hostility. "TSK, I was hoping you would charge at me like those 4 earlier. Yet you, as their captain, remain indifferent to your teammates' plight. How disheartening." Zhou Meng shook his head, spreading his hands. "Such provocation might have an effect on rookies, but it holds no sway over me. Moreover, after observing your abilities, I have concluded that I stand no chance of defeating you, not even the slightest possibility of landing a blow at O. Is that so? Then pray tell, what do you believe my abilities to be?" Zhou Meng's interest was piqued. "From my limited observation, your abilities appear to revolve around theft." Wang Mian surmised gravely, Rose's hammer, the scales, Yu Guei's powers, even Vortex's intent to strike at you. All were, in some manner, pilfered by you. That is why they found themselves in such a predicament earlier. Even as a divine agent, you may not be able to steal my divine domain, yet if you were to seize my other possessions or my intent to attack you, I would be rendered incapable of striking back." Wang Mian shook his head. Zhou Meng's eyes sparkled with delight. "As expected of the captain of the mass squad, your ability is top-notch, and your deductive skills are equally impressive. Indeed, as he stated, I just utilized my ability to steal 4 times, effectively neutralizing the 4 members of the mass squad. For me, these guardians who have yet to reach the divine realm can be easily pilfered regardless of their abilities. Even if Wang Mian possesses the divine domain of the god of time, Chronos, to me, it is merely an insufficient purple tier time control. You, Wang Mian, truly amuse me, even when faced with a stronger opponent. You maintain your composure and analyze the situation without arrogance or servility. Should the opportunity arise, I might even consider suppressing my realm to match yours, granting you a fair chance to battle me. Zhou Meng nodded, expressing his appreciation for Wang Mian. He genuinely found Wang Mian to be quite intriguing. However, it appears there will be no opportunity for that today. Time is running short. I must take my leave. Yet before I go, there remains one final matter to address. Wang Mian, do you honestly believe that just because your comrades have been beaten, a few words will spare you from consequence? Zhou Meng's smile brightened even more than before. Wang Mian's pupils widened in alarm. Not good. I had thought that by engaging him in normal conversation, I could evade this peril. But he never intended to let me go. This fellow is toying with me. Just as he was about to activate his time domain, he felt as though the surrounding time had slowed to a crawl, his movements reduced to an excruciatingly sluggish pace. In the next instant, he watched helplessly as Zhou Meng appeared beside him, drew his blade, Yuan, and lightly tapped the back of the blade against his abdomen before sheathing it once more, all while smiling and waving goodbye. It's over. In the next moment, the flow of time abruptly resumed, and Wang Mian felt an overwhelming force emanating from his abdomen, propelling him backward as if he were a bullet. He flew until he crashed through 3 tents before finally coming to a halt. At this point, the members of the mass team had all temporarily lost their combat effectiveness. Meanwhile, the clock struck 9 in the evening. Did you see that clearly? Did this fellow just do something? How did that hammer end up in his hand? Am I imagining things? It seems he merely waved his hand, doesn't it? This is the mass team from both the sea and river realms. Even if Lin Qiye switches personalities, can his power level truly change? The instructors in the basement were practically glued to the screen. Open the secret door to the basement. I need to go up. Yuan Gang did not join the instructors, but directly exclaimed, "Chief, it's too dangerous up there. You cannot go personally." In the basement, a group of instructors attempted to restrain Yuan Gang that if I don't go personally. Are you lot, some of whom haven't even entered the Forbidden Ruins, supposed to handle it? Step aside. Yuan Gang suddenly unleashed a formidable aura that intimidated the instructors. You all saw on the screen just now. The mass team was no match for him. If he harbored any hostility toward any of us, no one would escape. As the commander of this camp and the vice captain of the night watchman team in Beijing, Yuan Gang was certainly no fool. Had Zhou Meng not previously slain the Ghost-Face King and saved Zhao Kongchong, even with 100,000 boldness, he would never have allowed the mass team to recklessly engage Lin Qiye to draw Zhou Meng out. Since he had issued this order, he naturally had some confidence, although he had to admit there was an element of gamble involved. Now that the mass team's mission was complete, he felt compelled to speak with Zhou Meng personally to clarify what the greatest hidden danger in the camp truly was. After witnessing the brief encounter between the mass team and Zhou Meng, Yuan Gang formed a hypothesis, one that was exceedingly absurd. He needed to converse with Zhou Meng to validate this speculation. Chapter 36. This is a god. Yuan Gang strode out of the basement, his figure darting forward like a fleeting shadow, and in an instant he stood before Zhou Meng. While in the basement, he had not sensed much. But standing in front of Zhou Meng, he realized how immense the pressure emanating from this individual, who bore Lin Qiye's visage and displayed a slight smile. This pressure was unlike anything an ordinary human could exude. In an instant, Yuan Gang's formidable mental energy surged forth, yet it paled in comparison to the subtle oppressive aura radiating from Zhou Meng. Initially, when he observed the confrontation between Zhou Meng and the masked team, Yuan Gang had assumed that Zhou Meng was merely a being who had reached the boundless or even Klein realm, likely a result of Lin Qiye inadvertently absorbing the abilities of some forbidden object. However, now, Yuan Gang completely discarded his former notions, as a new idea burgeoned within his mind. This Zhou Meng was not merely a person. He was a deity. This conclusion, which he had previously dismissed, now seemed increasingly plausible. Divine agents had never appeared in the history of the Great Xia, and even divine representatives were few and far between. And no matter how monstrous Lin Qiye might be, surely he could not monopolize all the good fortune. Reflecting on it now, Yuan Gang found it increasingly reasonable. First, the aura of a deity should be unmistakably potent. Yuan Gang had previously felt that overwhelming pressure, yet he had never experienced a situation where a deity manifested within a human, leading him to overlook the possibility. However, if a deity descended upon a human, their power might remain unaffected, but their aura would be somewhat diminished, which caused Yuan Gang to unconsciously neglect the notion of Zhou Meng potentially being a deity that had descended upon Lin Qiye. Secondly, if Zhou Meng were at the boundless or Klein realm, even if there was a two-realm disparity, the masked team should still possess sufficient strength to exchange a few blows. Yet the current situation was such that most members of the masked team had fallen without even grasping Zhou Meng's techniques. Even the top-tier individuals of the Great Xia could not simply eliminate an entire specialized team with a mere glance. Thus, Yuan Gang arrived at a bold conjecture. This Zhou Meng was not Lin Qiye's second personality, but rather a genuine deity that had descended upon him. Perhaps Lin Qiye was unaware, but he had become the true dual deity representative of the Great Xia. However, Yuan Gang had never heard of the name Zhou Meng. It sounded like a name from the Great Xia. Yet there had never been a god by that name in its history, nor was there any deity in the Great Xia whose abilities pertained to thievery. His emotions were a mix of excitement and anxiety, filled with a myriad of questions he wished to pose to this god before him, who, despite his somewhat irascible demeanor, bore no malice. Just as he was contemplating how to broach the subject, Zhou Meng suddenly spoke. Yuan Gang, is it? I have little time left. You may ask me 3 questions. Proceed. Yuan Gang was taken aback that Zhou Meng had seen through his thoughts so swiftly. But seizing the rare opportunity, he hastily asked his first question to validate his hypothesis. Are you a deity? Zhou Meng nodded affirmatively. Which nation do you belong to as a deity? This was Yuan Gang's second question. In the history of the Great Xia, since the emergence of the mists, there had been numerous malevolent deities wandering within them, yearning to annihilate the Great Xia, such as Loki, Gaia, and others. Given Zhou Meng's ambiguous identity, Yuan Gang was eager to ascertain which nation he hailed from, so the Great Xia could gain a deeper understanding of him. I don't know that either. I've lost my memory, Zhou Meng replied with a chuckle. Yuan Gang was incredulous. Lost your memory? Do deities also experience amnesia? Is he toying with me? The expressions of the other instructors, who had rushed over breathlessly, mirrored his disbelief. Observing the bewildered expressions of the instructors, Zhou Meng smiled wryly but did not laugh aloud. Oh, you naive souls, do you truly believe deities cannot forget? In your minds, are deities even immortal? Now for the final question. You must consider carefully what to inquire. Yuan Gang steadied his mind, contemplated for a moment, and asked his last question. Under what circumstances would you descend upon Lin Qiye? This was one of Yuan Gang's primary concerns. Zhou Meng was an unpredictable factor, a deity entirely beyond control that ensure his manageability. The focus had to be on Lin Qiye. Therefore, understanding the conditions under which Zhou Meng would supplant Lin Qiye's consciousness was crucial to maintaining some level of control over this deity. When Lin Qiye needs me, or when he is near death, or perhaps when I am simply bored and seek some amusement. After answering this question, Zhou Meng seemed to recall something and added, by the way, you instructors should train Lin Qiye well. Do not disappoint me. Then, with a smile, he waved his hand at Yuan Gang. Confused, Yuan Gang wondered what the wave meant. Was it a farewell? The next moment, Lin Qiye's body suddenly collapsed like a marionette with severed strings. Yuan Gang reacted swiftly, catching Lin Qiye and handing him over to the nearby instructors. In the darkness, Yuan Gang's cloak billowed in the wind as he gazed at the young man beside him, who appeared calm, yet had fainted. Lin Qiye, oh Lin Qiye, you truly know how to create trouble for me. How am I supposed to train a dual deity representative? What did he mean by training him well? Heaven knows how we are to achieve that. Does he have some way of knowing how we train? If he becomes dissatisfied, will he suddenly appear to deal with each of us? Fortunately, this deity, while having soundly dealt with the mass team today, at least refrained from unmasking them all. For him, that would have been an effortless task. Otherwise, he would truly be a loss regarding how to conclude this training session. He had made a stern promise to the new recruits that if they could indeed unmask the mass team, they would receive their graduation certificates and be exempt from further training. In previous years, this phase had always been a contest among the instructors, but this year, with so many prodigies, he had to enlist the masked team's assistance. Yet who could have anticipated that Lin Qiye could summon a deity to possess him? Realizing this, Yuan Gang suddenly recalled something and urgently called to the other instructors. "Quick! Announce the end of the combat exercise. The masked team is still dazed. If those new recruits manage to unmask them, it will all be over." The instructors, utterly stunned by the overwhelming display from Zhou Meng, quickly regained their composure and hurriedly broadcasted through loudspeakers across the training camp. "The combat exercise has concluded. All personnel assemble on the drill ground in half an hour." Chapter 37. Dejection. Half an hour later, all personnel gathered on the dilapidated drill ground. On the podium stood over 20 instructors, rigidly upright, while beside them were all the members of the masked team. Below them were the disheveled and dispirited new recruits. Yuan Gang stood at the forefront of the instructors, looking down upon the dejected recruits, and spoke as usual. "I am deeply disappointed in you." His low voice reverberated through the night sky. However, this statement resonated differently in the ears of different individuals. The members of the masked team on the podium, along with most of the new recruits below, began to feel increasingly uncomfortable. The recruits' dejection stemmed from the fact that aside from a select few prodigies who could hold their own against the masked team, the rest had been eliminated prematurely. Their once lofty self-esteem lay shattered, and the boasts made to Yuan Gang earlier that afternoon felt like a boomerang, striking deep within their hearts and leaving them with an indescribable discomfort, forcing them to endure Yuan Gang's haughty reprimands. Yet, the sentiments of the masked team mirrored those of the recruits. It was unnecessary to scrutinize closely. From a distance, the 5 members of the masked team resembled beggars shrouded in masks, unwilling to be seen. Their bodies were bruised and battered, their garments tattered and worn, stripped of the splendor they had possessed when they descended from the heavens. The gray cloaks were reduced to mere capes. "Captain, could you please persuade Commander Yuan to refrain from speaking? I know his words are directed at the recruits, yet why do I feel as though every sentence is aimed at us?" Tian Ping stated, standing awkwardly. Xian lowered his head, pretending not to hear. "You two are far too sensitive. After all, he is a true deity. What shame is there in losing to us mere mortals from the Chuan and High Realms? Besides, having the chance to spar with a true deity is something to relish." Yu Ge exclaimed, grinning, seemingly unfazed. "Only you would be so unashamed. I am utterly mortified. I was the first to strike and the first to be taken down, losing my weapon in the process." Rose's face flushed slightly. Though their voices were as faint as a whisper, Yuan Gang caught wind of their exchange, and a smirk began to form at the corners of his mouth. While he yearned to laugh, he knew he had more to say and prepared to continue speaking. "Report, Commander Yuan. I refuse to accept this." Suddenly, Shun Qingzhu raised his hand and shouted loudly from the crowd of recruits. All eyes turned towards him. "Sir, the 5 members of the masked team were clearly incapacitated by Lin Qiye. We, the remaining few, witnessed it firsthand. Logically, that should mean we won." Shun Qingzhu boldly gazed at the podium. Standing next to him, Lin Qiye slapped his forehead in embarrassment. Meanwhile, the instructors and members of the masked team bowed their heads, except for Yuan Gang, whose piercing gaze met Shun Qingzhu's. The recruits below began to murmur restlessly. "What? The masked team was defeated. Did you see it with your own eyes? I was already eliminated." "Me neither. Isn't that what Shin said?" Lin Qiye took down a masked team all by himself. "But isn't he just a mere mortal?" Yuan Gang, however, simply smiled faintly. Having anticipated this situation, in the rush of events, he and the instructors had been somewhat flustered, neglecting the remaining recruits, including Shun Qingzhu, Bai Li Pangpang, Chao Yuan, and Mo Li. Among these few, he was not particularly concerned about the others, but he did regard Shun Qingzhu as a thorn in his side, foreseeing that he would undoubtedly cause trouble during his speech. The only witnesses to the masked team being brutally subdued by Zhou Meng were the recruits still standing. However, Yuan Gang was prepared to respond. "Ahem, a small portion of you indeed exceeded my expectations, but this does not alter the outcome of today's contest," he declared. "Shun Qingzhu, I ask you, what were my conditions before the contest began? Repeat them loudly for everyone to hear." Shun Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback, then answered loudly. "You stated that before 9 o'clock tonight, Any of us new recruits, by any means, could remove the mask from any member of the masked team. And that would count as a victory. He was cut off mid-sentence, as if suddenly realizing something, his eyes widening as he looked back at the podium. Though the masked team was in tatters, their masks remained firmly affixed to their faces. Damn, I was so exhilarated to see those insufferable fellows being bested that I completely forgot about that crucial detail. Lin Qiye, why couldn't you have just removed their masks as well? Sun Qingzhu thought, puzzled. As they approached, all he saw was Lin Qiye employing some peculiar methods to dismantle each member of the masked team. The night was too dark, the lighting dim, making it hard to discern the details. Then, Yuan Gang and the instructors rushed forth, exchanged a few words with Lin Qiye, and he suddenly collapsed. With Sun Qingzhu silenced, Yuan Gang's voice swept across the recruits once more. Indeed, my requirement was to remove their masks before 9 o'clock. However, none of you attempted to do so. If blame is to be assigned, it falls upon you for failing to properly remember my commands. You are now recruits, soldiers. Soldiers are obligated to strictly execute the orders of their superiors. Your failure to seize this easily attainable victory is solely your own fault. Yuan Gang's tone grew increasingly stern. Sun Qingzhu could only fall silent. And no matter how dissatisfied he felt, he had to accept the reality. Seeing that no further dissenters emerged, Yuan Gang cleared his throat and continued with the remainder of his address. It is already 10 o'clock. Everyone, return and rest. Savor this final moment of tranquility. Tomorrow marks the beginning of your nightmare. Yuan Gang clapped his hands, signaling for dismissal. Then, with a flourish of his cloak, he departed, leaving behind a proud silhouette, followed closely by the instructors and members of the masked team. Only the bewildered recruits remained, slowly making their way towards the dormitory. Lin Qiye, on the other hand, harbored little in the way of thoughts regarding the recent events. Ignoring the various glances cast his way, he nonchalantly returned to his quarters. Qiye, wait for me. Bali Pang hurriedly ran a few steps to catch up with Lin Qiye. The scene where you took down the masked team was simply magnificent. How did you manage that? I've never heard of such a forbidden area. Do you possess any forbidden items? Please show me. I want to broaden my horizons, he exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Alas, what a pity. Why didn't you think to remove their masks at the time? Not that I'm blaming you, but it feels like such a missed opportunity, he sighed. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye's expression twitched. Zhou Meng, you defeated them all, yet you forgot the most critical aspect. The masks, just breaking one would have sufficed. Meanwhile, in a mental institution, Zhou Meng suddenly sneezed. Who is speaking of me? That Lin Qiye. I assisted him to such a great extent, and yet he still mentions me. Zhou Meng muttered. However, am I forgetting something important? Never mind, I'll just ask Li Yifei to prepare me a late-night snack. Chapter 38. The instructor's meeting after concluding his address to the recruits, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. Yet, in the underground conference room, Yuan Gang, along with a host of instructors and members of the masked team, remained seated upright, engaged in a meeting. The sole topic of discussion was Lin Qiye and Zhou Meng, deliberating on how best to approach them in the future. Everyone has worked hard today, but as training begins tomorrow, I appreciate your presence at this late hour for a meeting that I will keep this as brief as possible. Yuan Gang began. The matters concerning Lin Qiye, or rather Zhou Meng, have become apparent to all, with some of you even having witnessed the events firsthand. As he spoke, Yuan Gang cast a glance at the members of the masked team seated nearby. Though the team still wore their masks, their tattered clothing had been replaced with fresh garments. Upon hearing Yuan Gang's words, they wished they could find a place to hide. Had they known that Lin Qiye was not merely a divine agent, but possessed the ability to summon a true deity within him, they would have never ventured into this quagmire. Not for all the money in the world. The masked team comprised 7 members, 5 of whom had taken to the field, while the remaining 2 observed with sympathetic gazes, feeling immensely fortunate that they had not participated. After all, they were facing a deity. Regardless of what Zhou Meng claimed, should he be displeased, it would be off to the underworld for all of them. Well, regarding the recent events, the primary responsibility lies with me, and it has nothing to do with you that I acted on my own accord, insisting that you test Lin Qiye's limits to see if we could provoke his second personality. I failed to consider the gravity of the situation, and for that, I must sincerely apologize to all members of the mass team and the esteemed instructors present. Yuan Gang spoke earnestly. He spoke. He rose to his feet and bowed solemnly to the instructors and members of the mass team below. He was not merely performing a gesture. He genuinely believed that his actions were exceedingly thoughtless. General Yuan, you are being too harsh on yourself. Who could have anticipated that within Lin Qiye, aside from the domain of the mortal god Michael, there exists another divine agent? Furthermore, the fact that he can allow this deity's true form to manifest is astonishingly unexpected. I would be quite curious to witness the expressions of Team 136 if they were to learn of Lin Qiye's true circumstances. Wang Mian quickly interjected. Indeed, General, your intentions were to eliminate an unstable factor from the rookie training camp. Echoed the other instructors and members of the mass team in agreement. Alas, now we have not only failed to eliminate the threat, but have inadvertently created an even greater one that lies beyond our expectations. Since we are on this topic, let us discuss our thoughts on how to address Lin Qiye. Yuan Gang continued. However, as the conversation turned to this critical issue, everyone exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. These instructors, including the mass team, are the elite among the Night Watchers, excelling in various aspects far beyond ordinary individuals. Their silence did not stem from a lack of opinions, but rather from a genuine uncertainty regarding the course of action. How does one confront a true deity? Suppression by force. That would be a farce unless we were to summon the highest authorities of the Great Xia. Moreover, Zhou Meng has not exhibited any malevolence. Wang Mian remarked as he observed the silence. General, fellow instructors, while I do not directly participate in the intensive training of the recruits, having briefly engaged with Zhou Meng, I would like to share my thoughts. My suggestion is to remain inactive, to treat this as if nothing has happened, and to proceed with training as usual. The only requirement is to further enhance the security measures surrounding the camp. He proposed. Everyone's gaze turned towards him. Indeed, if there was anyone with the most authority to speak on this matter, it would be the mass team, who had first-hand experience. As we all know, Zhou Meng had just answered 3 of General Yuan's questions. The first confirmed his divine identity. The second explained his amnesia and lack of knowledge regarding his origins. And the third indicated that his arrival would depend on Lin Qiye's actions. As for the final remark about following his whims, I suspect it was merely a jest, for Zhou Meng's demeanor suggests a rich humanity. Although his identity remains ambiguous, he does not come across as aloof, displaying a penchant for mischief. Furthermore, based on our encounter with him, I can ascertain that his ability is one of thievery. However, this concept of theft is vastly expansive, encompassing forms we cannot comprehend. Physical entities, our forbidden realms, and even thoughts themselves. Upon hearing this, the group could not help but draw in a sharp breath. The ability to steal thoughts. Does that imply memories can also be pilfered? Nevertheless, as I just described, it is apparent that he is a deity with peculiar abilities that pose no direct threat and maintains a relatively amicable disposition towards us. Simultaneously, his manifestation relies on Lin Qiye, and I sense that, although Zhou Meng did not explicitly state it, his presence must be subject to certain conditions. This suggests that if we do not excessively pressure Lin Qiye, it is highly probable that Zhou Meng will not appear. Therefore, we merely need to manage Lin Qiye effectively, allowing him to participate in training normally today. As for Zhou Meng's background, abilities, and further measures, these should be reported to the higher-ups for their judgment. After articulating this, Wang Mian resumed his seat. Yuan Gang nodded and inquired, "What does everyone think of Wang Mian's suggestion?" The instructors also nodded thoughtfully, beginning to seriously consider his proposal. Everyone had to concede that his reasoning was indeed quite sound. Since no issues have arisen thus far, maintaining the status quo is the best course of action. Furthermore, there is no possibility for alterations at this moment. Lin Qiye is a rookie among the Night Watchers, not an agent of some ancient deity cult. What he truly needs is to rapidly develop into a competent Night Watcher within the training camp. Having a dual divine agent is an immense historical opportunity for the Night Watchers of Great Xia. Given that Lin Qiye is merely at the realm of the lantern, he possesses such combat prowess. Once he breaks through, his potential is boundless. Of course, Lin Qiye must also be well protected to prevent him from being abducted by the lunatics of the ancient deity cult. Excellent. It seems everyone concurs with Wang Mian's opinion. I will report to headquarters shortly, clarifying today's events and expressing our views that I trust that the higher-ups will respect our opinions, Yuan Gang declared, slapping the table as he stood. Simultaneously, we shall reinforce the base's defenses. Any individuals approaching, regardless of their identity, must be interrogated to ensure the safety of these recruits. The matter concerning Zhou Meng is to be kept strictly confidential. Any unauthorized disclosures before the relevant orders are issued will be met with military law. Tomorrow's training will proceed as scheduled. As for Lin Qiye, we shall increase the intensity of his training. Even as a dual divine agent, he is still merely at the realm of the lantern. Since our forbidden items do not exert excessive suppression over the divine realm, let him experience the fervor of our training camp through physical exertion. Yuan Gang's lips curled upward in a smile. Yes, General. The instructors immediately stood in unison, saluting. Did I say, Captain, has Lin Qiye ever received such attention from all the instructors in the training camp? It's unprecedented. Speaking of which, we exerted so much effort yet got beaten by a deity. Aren't we due some compensation? Xuanhua nudged Wang Mian from the side. You rascal, always thinking about compensation. However, General Yuan mentioned two forms of compensation. First, we shall have Chef Sun from the cafeteria prepare us some fine meals, of course for us to enjoy while the recruits watch. The second is that we can negotiate with the instructors to designate Lin Qiye's training projects and intensity. What do you think of this compensation? Wang Mian replied with a smile. Upon hearing this news, the remaining team members' eyes brightened. Humph, good lad, this time you'll have to bear the consequences. Chapter 39. The Great Sage speaks 3 bring 1. Not acceptable. No direct hit. Not acceptable. Number 4 twos beat 2 kings. Haha. Good job, son. You lost again. Joyful laughter resonated within the divine psychiatric hospital, accompanied by Lin Yifei's despondent cries. This is infuriating. How can this be possible? It's perfectly normal to win or lose at cards. But one cannot lose continuously, can they? Are you cheating again, you deity? Lin Yifei seethed, his eyes nearly transforming into vertical slits. Since Lin Qiye commenced his rigorous training in the rookie camp, his visits to the psychiatric hospital had become quite infrequent. To fulfill the task assigned to him by Lin Qiye, Lin Yifei decided to teach Zhou Meng and Nikes, his grandparents, a few new games. The three of them frequently played landlord. However, despite being called landlord, it was essentially two deities ganging up on Lin Yifei alone. More accurately, Zhou Meng bullying Lin Yifei. Every time it was Lin Yifei's turn to call landlord, he would inevitably lose, often becoming so engrossed in the game that he would forget what cards he was meant to play and even question whether the hand he held was indeed the one he had just drawn. I'm done, you deities! How can you cheat even a card game? Lin Yifei exclaimed in frustration, throwing his cards down in defeat. Hey, his grandfather, why is this child so hot-tempered? Nikes inquired curiously from the side. Since Lin Yifei's arrival at the psychiatric hospital, Nike's treatment index has steadily increased. However, his perception of Lin Yifei as a grandson and Zhou Meng as a husband has remained unchanged. Well, your grandson must be going through a rebellious phase. Most children experience such a period. Don't take it to heart. It's normal. I'll have his father discipline him later. Zhou Meng chuckled as he returned the cards he had stealthily swapped back to their original places. Getting up to head back to his room. Wait, what's wrong with Lin Yifei? Why did he run outside to hoe the field? Suddenly, Lin Qiye's voice echoed from outside the activity room. Danastusi, you're back. Let Mama take a look. Oh dear, why have you lost so much weight? Nix hastened to approach, scrutinizing Lin Qiye from head to toe. Lin Qiye, feeling somewhat exasperated, reassured Nix and lamented, Alas, mother, I've been entrenched in intensive training at the camp lately. Day in and day out, with naught but training. Moreover, those ludicrous instructors have set training targets for me that far exceed those of my peers. They euphemistically claim that great achievers must first endure hardships, toil their muscles, starve their bodies, and exhaust themselves. Yes, I am now the envoy of two deities, destined for greatness. It stands to reason that my training must be more rigorous than others. He continued to vent indignantly. I believe they're clearly settling personal scores, especially the members of the mass squad. Every time I am required to run an additional 20 laps, I can see them laughing. At this point, he turned to Zhou Meng, complaining, Mengge, Why didn't you just remove those fellows' masks back then? Now, while it is somewhat gratifying to have dealt with them, they're all targeting me. I recall forgetting something earlier. It turns out I overlooked this matter. Zhou Meng suddenly realized that in his merriment, he had forgotten to unmask those individuals, that in truth, he had been curious to see how Yuan Gang and the others would handle the situation if he did remove the masks of the mask squad. However, forgetting was forgetting. It ultimately served Lin Qiye well. After all, this would hasten his ascension, and with an elevated status, he would be able to accommodate more attributes, thereby reducing his mental illness index more swiftly. Ahem, Qiye, this is where you are mistaken. If I had removed their masks, it would have been inconsequential for you to abstain from training. However, it would be quite another matter for these new recruits. Are you suggesting we allow these undisciplined rabble to return to their respective places as night watchmen? That is irresponsible of their lives and a disgrace to your title as night watchman. Therefore, practicing diligently has its merits, does it not? Zhou Meng suddenly spoke with a degree of seriousness. Lin Qiye's gaze instantly filled with skepticism. Your words are strikingly similar to those of the instructors. Since when have you been so earnest? I can't shake the feeling you simply forgot. Hey, it's not easy for me to have a heartfelt conversation with you. And you, child, are so ungrateful. Go play. Nix observed the banter between the two, her eyes softening with affection, her healing index visibly rising. By the way, those two purple attributes you possess have been in use for quite some time. It has time for a change. Zhou Meng suddenly recalled the matter at hand. His current status was as follows. Room 0, Patient. Zhou Meng, Divine Persona. God of Thievery, Attributes. Minor Theft, Parasitic Avatar, Current Mental Illness Index, 95. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye had nearly reached the pinnacle of his current realm, mere moments away from breaking into the next level, thus enabling him to accommodate an orange attribute. Coincidentally, Zhou Meng discovered he could now steal orange attributes from these deities. However, what attribute would be suitable for Lin Qiye? After contemplation, Zhou Meng decided to allow Lin Qiye to choose for himself. Qiye, although your realm has not yet reached the next level, you can accommodate an orange attribute now. Thus, I still permit you to choose. Will you take an orange attribute or proceed down the line? Without any hesitation, Lin Qiye immediately opted for the orange one. After all, the color of attributes signifies their potency to a certain extent. Since he could accommodate an orange attribute, he naturally wished to test its power. However, this time, Zhou Meng did not allow him to continue selecting, but instead returned directly to the patient area. Heading to Sun Wukong's room, the great sage remained in a state of despondency, sitting cross-legged with his eyes tightly shut. Yet upon Zhou Meng stealing the attribute, the monkey suddenly spoke, "Go, bring me some wine." Zhou Meng was slightly taken aback. After all this time, aside from the times he had entered Naya's room, he had become quite familiar with the other patients' rooms. He avoided Merlin's room, as Merlin always insisted on discussing philosophical issues. As for Bragi, that fellow sang incessantly, necessitating earplugs during each visit. Gilgamesh was the most bothersome, demanding Zhou Meng kneel and kiss his feet. The only exception was the great sage, where they coexisted peacefully without any exchanges. Thus, Zhou Meng tended to borrow attributes from the great sage, this time selecting the orange attribute of the 72 transformations. However, since it was Sun Wukong who made the request, Zhou Meng felt it appropriate to oblige. Although he could not cure the monkey's autism, he could certainly attempt to fulfill this minor request. "Any kind of wine will do?" he inquired. Yet, the great sage merely closed his eyes and fell silent. Zhou Meng ceased his questioning, chuckling as he exited. Afterward, he did not rush back to present the attribute to Lin Qiye. Instead, he first sought out Li Yifei, who was tending to the garden in the backyard. "Good grandson, may I discuss something with you?" Li Yifei instinctively recoiled, gripping the hoe tightly. Though this offered little comfort, Zhou Meng had never spoken to him this way, and his intuition warned him that this was likely not a good omen. "You, malevolent deity, just get to the point." Li Yifei retreated further. "Why are you afraid? I've merely triumphed over you a few more rounds in Dodiju. Here's the thing. Do you know how to distill vodka?" "Ah, vodka?" Li Yifei was momentarily bewildered. In this psychiatric hospital, the concept of time was non-existent, and hunger was a foreign notion. Going without food or water mattered little. Moreover, given that the residents were either monsters or deities, they naturally had no cravings for worldly things. His gardening and cooking were merely remnants of his human desires. Zhou Meng, though he did eat, had never made any such request before. Why was he seeking alcohol now? Vodka? That should be no problem, but the ingredients need to be grown first. It will take some time before I can provide it. What do you need it for? Lin Qiye inquired suspiciously. Wonderful. I didn't expect you. This snake demon, to be so versatile. I look forward to your good news, Zhou Meng exclaimed. Truly, he had not erred in his choice. Lin Qiye was indeed a jack of all trades, a multifaceted warrior. Lin Qiye's judgment had proven astute, as this Nanda snake demon was leagues ahead of that howling ghost-face king. Leaving Lin Qiye in a state of confusion, Zhou Meng returned to the activity area, where Lin Qiye was engaged in heartfelt conversation with Nix. Mengu, oh no, father, you're back. What attribute is it this time? Lin Qiye greeted joyfully, but upon noticing Nix's smiling visage beside him, he quickly amended his words. My dear son, this time the attribute is this. Zhou Meng seized the opportunity, pointing forth as a radiant orange light swiftly enveloped Lin Qiye, while his two purple attributes were reclaimed by Zhou Meng. This is the 72 transformations. Lin Qiye's eyes sparkled with excitement. In truth, he had been quite satisfied with the two attributes Zhou Meng had lent him previously. The random summoning technique, while indeed unpredictable, had proven advantageous in critical moments. The only drawback was its instability. Had he summoned something else, it could have led to unforeseen complications. The king's treasure was immensely satisfying to Lin Qiye, requiring only vocal effort and mental energy, and while it appeared rather foolish to others, it had no shortcomings. Thus, he was eagerly anticipating this new attribute. However, the 72 transformations was an unexpected boon. This was the ability of the great sage equal to heaven. Son Wukong, could it be that there's a patient in my psychiatric hospital who is the great sage? Our native deities have not vanished. Previously, when Zhou Meng lent Lin Qiye attributes, he had inquired. But Zhou Meng merely smiled without revealing the answers. Aside from the attributes borrowed from the night goddess Nyx, which are quite clear, the other attributes Zhou Meng had lent him could not be traced back to their sources. Yet, the 72 transformations was different. It bore a distinct significance. This unexpected acquisition prompted Lin Qiye to circle around Zhou Meng, scrutinizing him multiple times. Are you truly that Zhou Meng who enjoys teasing me? It can't be a disguise, right? Such an excellent attribute. Surely there is no trap involved. There are no restrictions on usage, correct? Lin Qiye queried with skepticism that, oh, how it pains me that you would doubt your father so. Quickly, child's mother, come here. Zhou Meng was about to call Nyx over. All right. I believe you. Is that not enough? Lin Qiye relented. Lin Qiye hastily covered Zhou Meng's mouth and pulled him aside. The 72 transformations allow you to change at will, morphing into anything your heart desires. However, the duration and power of these transformations are constrained by your current realm. Even if you were to transform into the Ghost Face King, you would merely be a pinnacle manifestation of that form. Just bear this in mind. Zhou Meng offered some timely reminders. Lin Qiye then tested the capability of the 72 transformations. Indeed, it proved convenient, allowing him to expand and contract, shifting from insects to animals with ease. Brother Meng, where did you acquire this term? Lin Qiye inquired eagerly. Oh my knowledge, the only one capable of such transformations is the legendary son Wukong. He was desperate to learn about the patients confined within this psychiatric hospital, even if he couldn't enter at present. Acquiring foreknowledge would certainly be beneficial. Why the rush? Once you reach the appropriate realm, you will naturally find out. Besides, who said that the 72 transformations belong solely to son Wukong? The illustrious Erlang Shun. Yang Jian can also wield the 72 transformations. Zhou Meng continued to tease. Erlang Shin? Yang Jian? Could it be that one of them is confined in this psychiatric hospital? Regardless of who it was, Lin Qiye thought. As long as I elevate my realm, I might glean insights from them about the whereabouts of our deities in the Great Xia. With a sense of elation, Lin Qiye withdrew his consciousness from the psychiatric hospital. Meanwhile, in Sangnan City, at Lin Qiye's home, Yang Jin was diligently penning his homework, while Xiao Heilai lazily sprawled beside him, basking in the sun. Achoo! Achoo! Suddenly, Yang Jin felt an intolerable itch in his nose. Sneezing several times in succession, startling Xiao Heilai into a jump. Strange, it's broad daylight. The sun is so warm. Why am I sneezing? Yang Jin rubbed his nose and then patted the startled Xiao Heilai on the head. Who could be speaking of me? Perhaps it's my brother. I wonder how he's faring with the night watchman. With that thought, Yang Jin shook his head with a smile and resumed his fervent writing at the desk. On the training grounds, the new recruits stood in orderly rows, straight as arrows before the training platform. After this period of training, their spirits had undergone a qualitative transformation, evolving from scattered individuals into more soldier-like figures. On the platform, an unfamiliar instructor was addressing the new recruits, from mythology, folklore, and a myriad of bizarre tales throughout human history. The mysterious beings we face are the primary adversaries of the Night Watchman. Their abilities are as diverse as their characteristics, yet undeniably, they are far more formidable than mere mortals. What do we rely on to confront them, to engage in battle on equal footing, or even to vanquish them? Chapter 41. The talking door. Upon hearing the instructor's question, the recruits exchanged glances, bewildered by what he was trying to convey. Hadn't they all been quite impressive before? Why were they suddenly mute? The instructor, Han Li, was an experienced veteran of the Night Watchman. His greatest strength lay not in the Forbidden Realm, but in his proficiency with any weapon. He was a master of all arms. The purpose of today's lesson was to dissuade the recruits from relying solely on external forces like the Forbidden Realm. After all, external forces can always be restricted, much like how the recruits were currently suppressed by the training camp's forbidden items, limiting their use of the Forbidden Realm. Without a proficient weapon at their side, they would be like lambs awaiting slaughter in the face of various mysteries. However, today, Instructor Han was faced with a significant teaching crisis. The first recruit to respond to his question was Shun Qingzhu, who possessed a dangerously high-level Forbidden Realm. Qimin, the second recruit he called up to practice, was the young master of the Bailey family, who was decked with forbidden items, shattering Han's wooden sword with a mere flick of his own forbidden item, Yaoguang. After being bested by the two students, Instructor Han focused his gaze on a third recruit. This recruit had shown little interest from the beginning, utterly disengaged and failing to heed his words. The recruit in the fourth position of the third row. Yes, you. Answer my question, Instructor Han called out. Upon hearing the instructor point him out, the recruits began to whisper amongst themselves, this instructor knew. Didn't he see the recent competition with the masked squad? How dare he call on that person? Instructor Han was momentarily perplexed. He had a tendency to suffer from face blindness, especially among the recruits. While there were distinctions between genders, their camouflage uniforms and similar hairstyles rendered it nearly impossible for him to differentiate them. All he knew was that it was a male recruit, and he couldn't recall the name. What do we rely on to slay monsters? Rely on the gods. Lin Qiye, the recruit called upon, seemed rather bewildered. He had completely zoned out and hadn't caught what Instructor Han had said earlier. Thus his response was purely instinctual. What do you mean rely on the gods? Do you think you're someone special? Before Instructor Han could finish his thought, he began to realize something was amiss. The more he looked at the recruit, the more familiar he seemed. Putting together the murmurs of the recruits, a cold sweat broke out on Instructor Han's brow. Wait, isn't this Lin Qiye, the dual deity agent? Have I lost my mind? Commander Yuan specifically warned not to treat him as a typical case. In a moment of panic, Instructor Han quickly pointed to the recruit standing next to Lin Qiye. Chao Yuan, I'm not talking about you. Lin Qiye, I'm referring to the one beside you. Yes, the one who appears expressionless. You come up? As Chao Yuan stepped on a platform, Instructor Han tossed him a wooden sword. But Chao Yuan did not catch it. Ba, I cannot wield a sword, Chao Yuan said, his hands pressed together in a gesture of prayer. Cannot wield a sword? What nonsense is this? Enough chatter. You attack, I'll defend. That's an order. Pick up the sword. I command you. Instructor Han felt his temper boiling. Very well. Chao Yuan sighed and bent down. In that instant, all the recruits stepped back several dozen meters. Instructor Han was bewildered. But when he regained his bearings, the seemingly docile recruit had transformed entirely. A menacing aura erupted, enveloping Chao Yuan as he stood bare-chested, grinning savagely at Instructor Han. No, we can't have any normal individuals in this training camp. Everyone, evacuate the training ground immediately, he shouted, rushing to confront the now frenzied Chao Yuan down on the sidelines. All the recruits fled in a flash, but Bailey Pang Pang and Lin Qiye lingered nearby. Point 7 Knights. I see that while Instructor Han is formidable, he lacks sufficient power. I must lend him a hand. At the very least, I need to hold off until the other instructors arrive. Bailey Pang Pang immediately grasped his necklace, forcefully swinging his right hand towards the platform. A golden flash shot forth like a blade, transforming into a golden rope that ensnared the berserk Chao Yuan. Yet, the flames surrounding Chao Yuan only intensified, and in mere seconds, he incinerated the golden rope. Instructor Han managed to escape, but Chao Yuan's gaze shifted towards Bailey Pang Pang on the sidelines. Point 7 Knights. Save me, Bailey Pang Pang yelped, collapsing onto the ground in fright. Lin Qiye frowned, feeling rather helpless. He had never encountered Chao Yuan in this state before. He only knew that this was a presence even the masked squad found troublesome. Chao Yuan's Forbidden Realm was a dangerously high-level one. The Black King Annihilation, ranked 31 SD. The power of this Forbidden Realm was overwhelmingly potent. But Chao Yuan lacked the realm to control it. Thus, he could not manage his own Forbidden Realm, and once he grasped any blade or sword, he would enter a state of berserk rage. Meanwhile, the instructors and recruits' Forbidden Realms were all restricted by forbidden items, rendering them unable to contend with Chao Yuan. Their sensory abilities were significantly diminished, whether in terms of mental acuity or dynamic vision. But the Starry Night Dancer had hardly been affected. The 72 transformations Zhou Meng had bestowed him with were also intact. What Lin Qiye needed to do now was to use his existing abilities to subdue the rampaging Chao Yuan. In an instant, two thoughts flashed through Lin Qiye's mind. The first was to borrow a sword from Bailey Pang Pang, a human-shaped repository of forbidden items. He surely had something as common as a sword. Although Chao Yuan had lost his mind and his strength had surged, he was entirely inexperienced with swords, making it easy to exploit his weaknesses. Lin Qiye could engage him in a direct confrontation using his forbidden items, then attempt to use the sealing scroll in conjunction with divine might to restrain Chao Yuan. The second option was to utilize his still accessible ability of the 72 transformations. In a split second, as Chao Yuan's attention shifted, he lunged toward Bailey Pang Pang. Lin Qiye moved swiftly to intercept. Suddenly, his figure became ethereal, dispersing into particles before reassembling once more. Boom! Bailey Pang Pang, frightened, tightly closed his eyes, initially believing that his own Yao Guang had been activated. Yet, an unsettling feeling crept over him. When he finally dared to open his eyes, he was met with the sight of an enormous door looming before him. The intricate patterns etched upon the door appeared as though they had been imbued with some form of magic. Chao Yuan's blade struck against it, but left not a scratch. Lin Qiye had transformed into the grand entrance of a psychiatric hospital. Qiye! Hey! Where's Qiye? Bailey Pang Pang exclaimed in bewilderment. Wasn't this figure in front of him Qiye? How'd it morphed into a door? You fool! Why aren't you running? Suddenly, Lin Qiye's voice resonated from the door to, oh my! The door is speaking, and in Qiye's voice, Bailey Pang Pang was taken aback to, I must be dreaming. I must be dreaming. Startled by the voice, he leapt up with a speed incomprehensible to ordinary minds, bolting in the opposite direction. Chapter 42. The Divine Might of the Water Gun, universally praised as Bailey Pang Pang fled with an astonishing swiftness. Lin Qiye, though surprised, felt a sense of relief wash over him. With Pang Pang gone, he could fully concentrate on confronting the frenzied Chao Yuan before him. It was evident that after becoming the entrance to the psychiatric hospital, Chao Yuan, while still ensnared by the madness of the Forbidden Ruins, exhibited a slight hesitation in his actions. He seemed puzzled as to why such a formidable door had appeared before him. However, after merely a moment's pause, Chao Yuan unleashed a thunderous roar, his aura surging as he relentlessly struck his bamboo sword against the door that Lin Qiye had become. Even Lin Qiye could feel a considerable pressure mounting. The first blow from Chao Yuan elicited no reaction, but as the strikes came in rapid succession, Lin Qiye began to feel increasingly uncomfortable. Even a gentle scraping can become painful if overdone. This strategy of relying on a door to exhaust his mental energy was unrealistic. He would surely be struck down before his strength waned. At that moment, A pair of enormous eyes manifested upon the door, shimmering with a brilliant golden light. In an instant, the radiance compelled Chao Yuan to shield his eyes with his arm, stumbling backward. It seems my divine might has a significant effect on Chao Yuan. Yet, it was imperative to create an environment conducive to channeling this divine force. Thus, Lin Qiye decided to employ a more physical approach to calm him down. He leapt back, evading Chao Yuan's assault, who, upon seeing Lin Qiye reveal his true form, charged forward with a furious roar, brandishing his broken bamboo sword. However, Lin Qiye's leap was merely a ruse. He deftly sidestepped the advancing Chao Yuan, only to transform once more. "Look, Qiye has changed again," exclaimed Bailey Pang Pang, filled with excitement from a distance. "Changed? Into what?" Shun Qingzhu squinted, having just witnessed Lin Qiye transform into a massive door, shielding Bailey Pang Pang from Chao Yuan's onslaught. He thought he might have been seeing things. Even if Lin Qiye were a dual deity representative, wasn't transforming into a door rather beyond the norm? Who could ever have imagined transforming into a door? Yet, the absurdity did not end there. Shen Qingzhu watched in disbelief as Lin Qiye morphed into a colossal mushroom creature. "Goodness, it's Mushroom Man! It's Mushroom Man!" Bailey Pang Pang exclaimed, bouncing with excitement, making Shen Qingzhu feel as though he were witnessing some sort of transformation performance rather than being in a training camp. What on earth is this mushroom? Before he and the surrounding recruits could comprehend the purpose of the mushroom transformation, Lin Qiye, the Mushroom Man, delivered a powerful downward punch with his right fist, striking Chao Yuan squarely in the face, producing a resounding crack and sending him crashing into the ground, face up. However, the malevolent aura surrounding Chao Yuan only intensified, although he was now temporarily immobilized in the muddy pit. He remained a formidable threat. Initially, Instructor Han, who had been watching from the sidelines with a straight sword in hand, considered stepping in to assist. However, after witnessing Lin Qiye transform into a door, his steps faltered. Upon seeing Lin Qiye morph into a mushroom man and pummel Chao Yuan into the earth, he abandoned any thoughts of intervention. This battle had entirely transcended his understanding, transforming into a door, transforming into a mushroom. Instructor Han found himself somewhat intrigued, curious to see what else Lin Qiye could become. This sentiment was echoed in the minds of all the surrounding recruits. They were certain someone could subdue Chao Yuan. Yet their curiosity leaned more towards witnessing Lin Qiye's next transformation, if in response to their anticipation, Lin Qiye transformed once more to a gigantic water gun, over a meter long, materialized in the spot where the Mushroom Man had just stood. This was no ordinary water gun. It was a brightly colored toy designed for children, emblazoned with the three characters of Lin Qiye's name, that a powerful stream of water surged forth, aimed directly at Chao Yuan's face, effectively silencing his furious roars. Woo-woo-woo. Lin Qiye's intention was straightforward. "Isn't your forbidden ruins manifesting as tangible black flames upon your body? Then I shall douse them with water." Yet this was no ordinary water. It was imbued with the divine might of Mikhail. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the water flowed in a faint golden hue, exuding an overwhelming divine presence. The flames enveloping Chao Yuan gradually diminished under the relentless torrent until they vanished entirely. "Enough, enough! I have regained my senses." Chao Yuan, having returned to normality from his frenzied state, coughed violently as the water splashed upon him. The water gun finally ceased its assault, reverting back to Lin Qiye. "It truly is you. My master was right. Only you can subdue the Black King and cleanse my transgressions." The bare-chested Chao Yuan lay weakly in the pit created by the mushroom strike. Cleanse transgressions? Is this how one uses a water gun for that purpose? Lin Qiye scratched his head, puzzled by Chao Yuan's words. Chao Yuan often spoke in ways that left him bewildered and seemed to harbor a strange desire to draw closer to him. That might not be the method, I suppose. Maybe not. Chao Yuan appeared to respond to Lin Qiye's inquiries, yet it felt more like he was musing to himself. Fortunately, I still have enough mental energy. Or I might not have been able to subdue you. Lin Qiye finally breathed a sigh of relief. Observing that things had settled down, Instructor Han and the surrounding recruits rushed over to assess the situation. "You did well. That evasion was quite impressive." Instructor Han intended to commend Lin Qiye. However, The methods Lin Qiye employed were so bewildering that he couldn't quite articulate his praise. Instead, he merely commented on Lin Qiye's agility in dodging Chao Yuan's attack, allowing him to transform into a mushroom man and deliver that powerful punch. Having said that, he helped Chao Yuan to his feet, only to abruptly halt him from speaking further. This incident is entirely my responsibility. It was I who insisted you draw your sword. IT has nothing to do with you. As your instructor, I failed to oversee the situation. With his words stifled, Chao Yuan could only utter a faint Amitabha. At that moment, Instructor Hong, accompanied by other instructors, rushed over, pushing through the crowd. Upon seeing Instructor Han supporting Chao Yuan, with Lin Qiye standing beside them, he inquired, "What just transpired? Is everything resolved?" Instructor Hong, somewhat perplexed, had dashed over upon sensing Chao Yuan's madness, thus missing the events as they unfolded on the surveillance. "Instructor, it was like this." Bailey Pang animatedly recounted the recent events. "You mean to say that Lin Qiye first transformed into a door to save you, then into a mushroom man to hammer Chao Yuan into the ground, and finally into a toy water gun to extinguish the flames on Chao Yuan?" Instructor Hong repeated incredulously, his eyes wide. "Are you kidding me? Does that even sound plausible?" Chapter 43. What type do you prefer? Does that even sound plausible? Instructor Hong erupted in exasperation, turning into a door, then a mushroom, and then a water gun. Is Lin Qiye some sort of Sun Wukong or Zhu Beiji? How can he transform so freely? Do you think he is a transformer? Yet everyone around him, including Instructor Han, regarded Instructor Hong with understanding gazes. Bailey Pang felt a sense of grievance. "Instructor, you can scold me all you want, but Qiye really transformed just like that. If you don't believe me, ask Instructor Han." "Instructor Han, is what this fatso said true?" Instructor Hong asked, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. Instructor Han, however, patted his back reassuringly, saying, "Old Hong, it's all right. My reaction was not too different from yours. You'll get used to it." He appeared as someone who had experienced it all, addressing Instructor Hong with a sense of knowing, as he pondered whether Instructor Han had colluded with the new recruits to deceive him. The instructors at the training camp had long reached a consensus regarding Lin Qiye's abilities. He was an agent of dual deities, with one residing within him, capable of manifesting in the physical realm. The peculiar powers he exhibited were attributed to a deity named Zhou Meng, from summoning mushroom beings to conjuring golden weapons out of thin air, and now transforming into doors, mushrooms, and water guns. There was seemingly nothing that Lin Qiye could not accomplish, as long as the instructors could conceive of it. However, Yuan Gang had previously advised that as long as Lin Qiye could fulfill his training tasks without disrupting the normal operations of the camp with his forbidden abilities, all would be well. It was evident that Lin Qiye was quite clear-headed in this regard, although his training targets were slightly elevated due to the meticulous design of the masked team. Lin Qiye never expressed discontent. Instead, he consistently worked diligently to complete his training tasks, earning the instructor's admiration. "Well then, that's settled. Old Han, shall we return to teaching?" Instructor Hong scratched his head, glancing at the new recruits and the innocent-looking Lin Qiye, unsure of what to say, and thus allowed Instructor Han to continue with the morning training. "Hey, Instructor Han, I feel like perhaps I'm not quite suited for teaching," he confessed, having begun to doubt himself after the arrival of the new recruits. Feeling like retreat was the only option. "Come on, Instructor Han, you said it yourself. Getting used to it is key. Besides, you just selected the 4 most troublesome recruits. Rest assured, no one will disrupt your class any longer." In terms of weapon training, no one in the camp matched his proficiency. "Just focus on practicing." "All right then, I'll give another shot." Instructor Han seemed to regain a bit of confidence. "Students, we experienced a minor incident earlier, but thanks to our classmate Lin Qiye, no teaching accident occurred. This morning, we will forego practical training and focus on my explanations instead." After the earlier events, despite Instructor Han's attempts to reassure him by mentioning how he had singled out the 4 troublemakers, he dared not proceed with practical training. The uncontrollable forbidden realm, the random tossing of forbidden items, and the transformers had left him thoroughly overwhelmed. A moment later, in the cafeteria, "Qiye, brother Yi, how did you manage that earlier? Teach me." Bailey Pang, sitting next to Lin Qiye, eagerly inquired while munching on a steamed bun and pickles. Today, his cafeteria fare had improved, no longer consisting solely of steamed buns paired with raw beef. Each person was also given a small dish of pickles, greatly enhancing everyone's appetite. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Listen closely. Step out of the cafeteria, turn right, and there's a commander's tent. Just walk in, find someone named Yuan Gang, and pull him up to take his place. That's how you'll learn. Understand? Lin Qiye replied nonchalantly while continuing to eat his bun. Qiye, are you trying to get your good roommate killed? Even Li Pang could tell that Lin Qiye was speaking nonsense. Hey, at least you realize I'm joking. Can this sort of thing actually be taught? If it could, I wouldn't have to do anything else. I'd just become a statue for worship. The night watchman of the great Xia, embodying the forbidden realm, don't even mention divine mysteries. A superhero could just as easily descend. Observing Li Pang's foolish expression, Lin Qiye found himself almost laughing in exasperation. Sigh, I was merely saying, what if? If I could transform into anything, I'd turn into a mosquito and sneak into the girls' dormitory for a look. Li Pang's chubby face suddenly flushed a bright pink. Nearly drooling onto the table, pervert, the figure suddenly shifted to Lin Qiye's other side, speaking softly. Chao Yuan poured the pickles from his bowl directly into Lin Qiye's. Lin Qiye was taken aback, while Li Pang widened his eyes in disbelief. Hey, Brother Chao, that's pickles. Aren't you going to eat? He questioned. Wait, didn't you just call me a pervert? After a brief exchange among the three, Lin Qiye realized that Chao Yuan's approach was aimed at alleviating the burden of the 333 lives he felt responsible for. This had been conveyed to him by the golden cicada master of Zhou Mountain, a belief that Chao Yuan held firmly. If I ever lose my composure again, please wake me up like you just did. With a water gun, Chao Yuan clasped his hands together, his demeanor earnest. Lin Qiye's lips twitched. As you wish, but I can't guarantee that I'll always be able to wake you up with a water gun. That's fine. Now, let us eat the pickles. Chao Yuan smiled as he pushed the bowl of pickles back towards Lin Qiye. You, the sycophant, still haven't answer my question. Aren't you a man too? Don't you want to sneak a peek into the girls' dormitory? Li Pang pressed relentlessly. He had begun to sense that this quiet Chao Yuan was his fiercest rival in the art of flattery. He looked at Chao Yuan with an inexplicable hint of hostility. The girls' dormitory? Huh. No interest, Chao Yuan responded, sidestepping Li Pang's remark about him being an admirer, instead focusing on the latter part of the statement. What? No interest? Qiye, you need to be careful. This guy might. Li Pang seemed to grasp something, instinctively covering his mouth, seeing Lin Qiye's gaze directed at him with a hint of disapproval. Chao Yuan, in an effort to dispel any misunderstanding, sighed and said, Qiye, don't overthink it's not that I dislike women. It's just that there's no one in this batch of new recruits who fits my type. What type do you prefer? Li Pang asked curiously. However, Chao Yuan chose not to answer and instead resumed eating his bun. Lin Qiye felt a twinge of curiosity, but deemed it inappropriate to pry into others' privacy, thus returning to his meal. Meanwhile, Zhou Meng's voice conveniently echoed in his mind. Chao Yuan is not lying. He indeed does not fancy female students, or rather, young girls at all. Then what is he like? Lin Qiye inquired mentally, engaging in a dialogue with Zhou Meng. Mature, voluptuous women, preferably those who have had partners and possess intellect. Damn. Isn't that akin to a married woman? No wonder he S.A. Chao. He carries the aura of a great Han Chancellor. Lin Qiye pondered, bewildered. Stop asking such trivial questions. Do you not know what kind of deity your father is? Zhou Meng replied curtly, falling silent thereafter. Understood, so he has been secretly observing. Yet at that moment, Chao Yuan suddenly felt that Lin Qiye's gaze bore an inexplicable quality. Lin Qiye shouldn't have any reason to know what type of women I prefer, right? But why do I have this nagging feeling that he somehow does? Chapter 44. The limits of physical and mental training. Although Chao Yuan had given all his pickles to Lin Qiye, the affable Li Pang, leveraging his exceptional negotiation skills, managed to secure an extra serving of pickles for himself. Just as they reveled in their hard-won pickles, a sharp whistle pierced the air. All personnel, put down your buns and stand at attention. Instructor Hong's booming voice resonated throughout the vast cafeteria. Everyone hastily set their buns aside and stood upright. This afternoon marks your first extreme training session. After you finish your meal, assemble at the back of the cafeteria. Understood? Understood. The new recruits responded in unison that I heard you spent half the morning sitting and listening to lectures. Let me remind you, this afternoon's training will be exceedingly grueling. It would be wise for everyone to finish their buns, or you'll be the ones embarrassed. With that admonition, Instructor Hong turned and left, leaving the new recruits exchanging glances. Qiye, what exactly is this extreme training? Bali Pang Pang asked, his expression one of confusion. That I'm not sure. Perhaps it's some sort of physical assessment. Lin Qiye was quite uncertain. He had not inquired about the training details from the other members of Team 136 prior to his arrival. Reflecting on it now, he felt rather foolish for having rushed into the training without any mental preparation. He contemplated asking Zhou Meng, but for some time now, Lin Qiye perceived Zhou Meng to be in a rather ambiguous state of reliability, like SC Char Dinger's cat. Unless prompted for assistance, one could not discern if he was genuinely willing to help or if he might secretly lead one astray. After a moment of indecision, Lin Qiye decided against it. After all, he would soon find out the truth. Whether a horse or a mule, it was unnecessary to inquire about such trivial matters, lest he appear like a child who turns to their parents at the slightest difficulty. After lunch, the recruits were ushered to the back of the cafeteria, where they were promptly transported by several black buses to a location half an hour away. Upon disembarking, Lin Qiye was greeted by the sight of lush mountains and forests, which made him realize they were quite a distance from the camp situated at the foot of Jinan Mountain. This area, a mountainous region on the outskirts of San'an City, had seen little development. It resembled more of a primal forest than a tourist attraction. Attention! At ease. This afternoon, we shall commence extreme training. You see Jinan Mountain behind you? Shortly, I will equip each of you with a 35-kilogram load. And your task is to traverse this mountain range before dawn. Instructor Hong stated slowly. Before anyone could pose a question, he continued to elaborate on the unique rules of this extreme training. After hearing the regulations, Lin Qiye grasped the nature of the trial. First, each recruit would be equipped with a locator, and drones would pursue them based on their locations, if struck by the paintball guns from above. They would be deemed failures and face punishment. This served as external motivation for the recruits to persist in their passage through the mountains. Secondly, while recruits could exchange their loads among themselves, they were prohibited from discarding them. Doing so would result in immediate failure, as this was designed to test their cooperation and mutual trust, qualities paramount for soldiers. Despite being new recruits, each individual possessed varying degrees of capability, leading Lin Qiye to believe that certain tactics would emerge, such as a few individuals transferring all their loads to one person to ensure his elimination, thereby significantly increasing the other's chances of escape. Thirdly, they were forbidden from attacking or interfering with the drones or obstructing the paintball shots. They could only run and not retaliate, a measure to prevent any cheating via forbidden abilities. Lastly, mutual attacks were prohibited, emphasizing the importance of collaboration. Thus, this training was not merely a test of endurance, but a comprehensive examination of strategy, cooperation, and sacrifice. Oh, and let me reiterate, this challenge must be completed individually. Understood? Instructor Hong added. Everyone understood who this admonition was aimed at, and all eyes gravitated towards one individual. Lin Qiye scratched his head awkwardly, signaling to Instructor Hong that he comprehended the instruction. Couldn't you have just told me privately? What is the difference from asking for my ID number? However, Lin Qiye had no intention of cheating during this training. At the very least, he didn't feel the need to involve Zhou Meng. The essence of training lay in honing one's will and enhancing personal abilities. If everything was done through proxies, what was the point of training? Nevertheless, Lin Qiye had not dismissed the use of his ability to transform. Isn't it just about escaping? How one escapes is still escaping. Everyone, take a knife. This is for clearing your path, not for harming others. Do you understand? Instructor Han warned while distributing knives at O. And you, Chao Yuan, come here. You won't be getting a knife. Here, a spoon. Make do with it. After ensuring that these few troublemakers would not cause disturbances during the training, the instructors finally permitted them to enter the mountains. I say, Old Hong, is it really necessary to make this so complicated? Instructor Han pondered aloud as the last recruit's figure vanished into the dense forest. Old Han, do you truly believe this is just a standard physical test? Though I have explained the rules, I have yet to disclose the penalties for failure. Once the first recruit is eliminated, they will flee like rats from a smoke-filled burrow. However, such efforts would be futile. For this mountain had long been modified by our forbidden objects, now resembling a labyrinth, where not even a bird could escape. So, what is the penalty? Instructor Han inquired, increasingly intrigued. The penalty involves being forced to wear a forbidden object known as the truth ring. Those who don this object can only speak the truth. Furthermore, we will activate the microphone, broadcasting their words through the Bluetooth speakers in each recruit's load. They will then grasp what it means to experience social death. Observing Instructor Han's increasingly sinister grin, Instructor Han felt a chill run down his spine. Goodness, I'm fortunate that no one thought of such twisted training and punishments during my initiation as a night watchman. Running laps and doing push-ups seemed like rewards in comparison. Yet, as if struck by a sudden realization, he quickly asked, "Wait, what about Lin Qiye? Are you really going to make him wear that thing if he gets eliminated?" Instructor Hong suppressed his malevolent smile and replied seriously, "Of course, we would not do that to him." While we had contemplated targeting Lin Qiye and asking him some questions concerning Zhou Meng after he donned the ring, that idea was swiftly quashed by Chief Yuan. The truth ring does not easily manifest its effects. It requires the subject to possess a relatively weak will. Yet, Lin Qiye is already a dual deity-s agent, so the ring may not function on him. Moreover, if we were to pose any sensitive questions that might upset the deity Zhou Meng, none could bear the consequences. Therefore, we will not make Lin Qiye wear the ring. But we are curious to see what he is capable of under such conditions. Hence, we have increased the number of drones by 1/3. Among them, several will exclusively pursue Lin Qiye. Let us witness what else Lin Qiye is capable of. Beyond the two deities, Chapter 45. Has Lin Qiye disappeared? In the depths of Jinan Mountain, Lin Qiye, Chao Yuan, and the Rotund Bai Li were weaving through the thicket. Bai Li, unusually, was in the lead, with Lin Qiye closely behind, and Chao Yuan bringing up the rear. Bai Yu are usually heavy and sluggish. What has gotten into you today? Running like you've awakened some forbidden power. If you keep this up, you'll tire out. Lin Qiye swung his long knife, clearing the underbrush and vines in his path. However, most obstacles had already been cleared by Bai Li's substantial frame, leaving little for Lin Qiye and Chao Yuan to navigate. "Qiye, how could you even ask that? Didn't you hear? If caught and eliminated, you have to wear that truth ring. Those heartless instructors can ask anything. What can't they ask?" Bai Li exclaimed, his attention focused ahead. "It's one thing to be exposed in front of you too, but if Molly finds out about my embarrassing moments, I might as well be dead. Enough chatter. Let us keep moving." Lin Qiye couldn't help but chuckle. He had initially thought Bai Li was merely infatuated with Molly, but it appeared he was rather innocent. Not quite the debauched youth he seemed, at least not in terms of intellect. "Qiye, we've been running for quite some time. Don't you find something amiss?" Chao Yuan asked in a low voice from behind. Even Lin Qiye felt he was nearing his physical limits. He gazed at the setting sun, hoping for the night to fall swiftly. Zhou Meng had already warned him that Starry Night Dancer was a passive skill. Regardless of his desire to activate it, the effect would manifest as soon as darkness enveloped him. Yet, Chao Yuan's breathing remained steady. His steps firm and powerful. "I noticed it long ago. It's strange. Given the area of Jinan Mountain, we should have covered considerable ground by now, yet we still find ourselves in an endless thicket." Lin Qiye shook his head. However, now, as his stamina gradually waned, he found it increasingly difficult to concentrate, relying solely on instinct to continue running forward. Hours passed, and their trio had transformed into a formation led by Chao Yuan. With Lin Qiye in the middle, while Bai Li Peng trailed behind, his face ashen, Shun Qingzhu and his entourage had already been apprehended and met a perfect social demise, although Lin Qiye and the others wished to mock this usually arrogant and aloof troublemaker, who masked his true self with an exterior of softness and inner strength. They lacked the energy to do so. Oli had also faltered. After hearing her heartfelt confessions, Bai Li Peng's steps became noticeably heavier. "You all go ahead. I genuinely feel like I can't go on any longer. If I faint later, don't bother saving me. While I still have some strength left, hurry and hand over your burdens to me." Bai Li Peng gasped, increasingly out of breath, that he clearly hoped the remaining two could run farther and finish this trial. There's no need. Actually, we never intended to save you in the first place. Upon hearing this, Li Pang rolled his eyes dramatically and collapsed to the ground. Several hours later, the night had unknowingly descended upon the depths of Jinan Mountain. Now, how many are left? Instructor Hong inquired. Gazing at the screen before him, only 2 remain, Chao Yuan and Lin Qiye. They're still running. Oh, it seems Chao Yuan has stopped. He was hit by a drone. Now, only Lin Qiye is left. Reported the monitoring soldier. I can't believe this kid has managed to hold on until the end. We didn't even want to ask him about Zhou Meng. Is he that scared? Instructor Hong felt his worldview once again challenged by Lin Qiye to his current pace. Even if we altered the terrain of Jinan Mountain, he could still escape within 3 hours. Let me use these 3 hours to test him once more. Everyone, except those remaining to punish Chao Yuan, dismantled the camp. Follow me to the other side to await Lin Qiye and redirect all drones to apply pressure on him and see how long he can endure. Instructor Hong commanded in the now dark Jinan Mountain. Apart from the drones and the medical team behind him, Lin Qiye stood alone. Despite being solitary, he remained spirited, thanks to the presence of the Starry Night Dancer. All nocturnal creatures around him acted as his eyes, bats, owls, and lizards guiding his path. He was acutely aware of the number of drones and the medical team behind him, yet the incessant buzzing of the drones nagged at his senses, causing a tinge of irritation. How many drones has Instructor Hong brought against me? Don't these drones require charging? They're all aimed at me, even against over 200 recruits. Feeling slightly influenced by Zhou Meng, Lin Qiye, still relatively energetic, suddenly felt playful and, with a single hand gesture, transformed. Yuan Instructor. Lin Qiye seems to have stopped. Although the bus had already reached the designated exit set by the instructors, some were still monitoring Lin Qiye's movements. He has stopped? Haha, this kid can't run forever. But to have lasted this long is impressive. Just don't let the drone shoot him. Medical team, go in and bring him out, Instructor Hong ordered. At this moment, Chao Yuan, having completed his punishment, couldn't help but sigh. Alas, was it too much of strain? Yet, given Qiye's earlier state, it seems impossible for him to tire out after running such a short distance. Could he have been using some forbidden ability all along? The stark contrast in Lin Qiye's condition left him somewhat suspicious. Before parting ways with Lin Qiye, Chao Yuan had inquired why he hadn't utilized that transformative ability. But Lin Qiye had replied that the time wasn't right, as he still had his teammate by his side. Abandoning a comrade in such circumstances would be extremely irresponsible. This notion struck a chord within Chao Yuan. Elder Jinshan had not been mistaken. Lin Qiye was indeed the man who could redeem him. Yuan Instructor, we have arrived at the designated location, but we cannot find Lin Qiye. The medic's voice hit Instructor Hong like a bolt from the blue. What nonsense! Lin Qiye has vanished? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I was watching right beside the monitoring screen. His red was clearly next to you. Has he discarded his burdens? No, we searched the surrounding area and found no standardized backpacks issued. The medical team replied. Instructor Hong and the other instructors exchanged glances, beginning to harbor doubts. Could it be that after exhausting his strength, Zhou Meng emerged again? Instructor Hong instinctively leaned towards this conclusion. However, this did not explain why Lin Qiye's red that remained in place. No, he possesses the ability to transform. Could it be that he has turned into something else? Instructor Hong suddenly realized. Quickly commanding, hurry, search the nearby ground. Leave no stone unturned. Lin Qiye may have transformed into something else. Just as the medical team and drones were about to begin their search, the soldier monitoring the screen shouted, Lin Qiye's red is moving. It's heading straight forward. The target is still towards the exit. Chapter 46. You truly can transform. What do you mean he's moving? Hurry and see what is moving around. Instructor Hong's gaze sharpened immediately. Since he was moving, that made things simpler. The drones were equipped with large-capacity batteries and night vision imaging. As long as he moved, the drones would identify him. However, the drones conducted a 360-degree scan of the vicinity, but found no trace of Lin Qiye. The presence of the medical team had startled the nearby wildlife. Not only had the animals fled, but even insects were driven away. Yuan Instructor, Lin Qiye is no longer in place. He is rapidly approaching the exit, At this speed, he is expected to arrive here in less than an hour. Less than an hour? Where on earth has he been? Is he even a recruit? Instructor Hong gaped, his pupils dilating in helplessness. I remember Wang Mian took 6 hours, but that was towards the end. He and T truly traversed the entire terrain in the first 5 attempts. However, the previous training ground wasn't T in Jinan Mountain. Comparatively, Jinan Mountain's terrain is even more rugged, recalled one of the instructors nearby. Moreover, not only Wang Mian, but throughout the history of the recruit training camp, very few had truly survived the extreme training, and none had cleared it on their first attempt. The most alarming aspect was that Lin Qiye's current speed was even faster than when he first entered the mountain. How could this be possible? Was he truly turning into a ghost and floating out? Even if he were floating, he couldn't be this fast. Forget it. No point in pondering. Once he emerges, the truth will be revealed. For now, let us patiently wait. Medical team, just follow along down the map. The red dot representing the medical team had long been left far behind by the red dot, signifying Lin Qiye. I truly underestimated this kid. I deployed several times the number of drones to encircle him. Yet not only did I fail to catch him, I couldn't even catch a glimpse of his shadow, especially at night. Where he was in the light while we were in the dark? Thankfully, we didn't conduct any assassination drills. Otherwise, our heads wouldn't suffice for him to drink to, mused Instructor Hong, his eyes fixated on the screen once more. The red on the screen was drawing ever closer to the bulk of the troops at the exit. Now, it should be possible to see Lin Qiye's figure with military night vision binoculars. However, the issue was that while the red dot continued to approach, no figure was visible anywhere near. This caused everyone's hearts to leap into their throats. Although the instructors here were all seasoned soldiers, experienced in combat, facing Lin Qiye and the ever-looming threat of Zhou Meng, they all felt a sense of helplessness. Furthermore, they had no idea where Lin Qiye had gone. They only knew that his red dot was steadily advancing towards the main group. This sensation was akin to holding a ghost detector while witnessing a ghost charging toward you, yet having no idea where it was. He is coming. Get ready. Instructor Hong instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Ready. Ready for what? Ready to kill Lin Qiye the moment he appears. The other instructors felt perplexed by Instructor Hong's seemingly nonsensical command. Despite their own tension, 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, the light point approached rapidly. Yet Lin Qiye's presence remained elusive, until the light point completely overlapped with the position of the main force. Commander, Lin Qiye is right beside us, the communicator shouted loudly, his voice slightly trembling. Everyone was glancing left and right, peering up and down, desperately trying to catch a glimpse of Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye, where are you? The training has concluded. It's time to come out. Instructor Hong bellowed at that moment. He suddenly felt something tightly grasping his right foot. What the hell? Grab your weapons. Already on edge from Lin Qiye's antics, he drew his starlight blade, ready to strike at the thing gripping his leg. However, before he could swing, another head popped out from the ground and a dirty, dust-covered pretty face appeared before the crowd. Instructor, don't shoot. It's me, and turn off the flashlight, you're blinding me. Lin Qiye's voice sounded somewhat feeble. The eyes of all the instructors went blank for a moment. Huh. How did Lin Qiye emerge from underground? No, Qiye, where did you come from? The starlight blade Instructor Hong's hand clattered to the ground with a crisp sound. Instructor, let us not worry about that right now. Have I completed the task? Lin Qiye didn't respond to Instructor Hong's question, but continued to inquire. Completed? You've made history. You nearly scared us to death. We saw nothing but a red dot rushing towards us, and we thought it was that Zhou Meng coming out again. Upon hearing Instructor Hong's words, a faint smile finally appeared on Lin Qiye's face, and he promptly closed his eyes, leaning back. However, as his lower body was still buried in the earth, he resembled a wilted eggplant. Qiye, Qiye, he must be exhausted from overexertion. Medical team, hurry over. Someone help get Qiye out of the ground. What the hell are you doing? Digging up carrots. Go find a shovel. Oh, right. The once silent foot of the mountain suddenly became chaotic. Lin Qiye fainted and showed no signs of waking. Everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. The first sigh was for Lin Qiye's safety. The second was to congratulate Lin Qiye for becoming the first recruit in history to pass on the very first extreme training. The third was a stroke of luck. For Lin Qiye's unconsciousness indicated that, in this instance, the presence of Zhou Meng within him would manifest. The moment Lin Qiye emerged from the ground, everyone understood why he had been approaching them at such a rapid speed while remaining unseen. He had been approaching from beneath the earth. Naturally, his figure couldn't be seen from the surface. Instructor Hong watched as Lin Qiye was carried away on a stretcher by the medics. Feeling a deep sense of reflection, you truly can transform. Although I have no idea what you transformed into, it must surely be something that allows rapid movement underground. This does raise some suspicions of cheating. However, the rules did not state that one could not use abilities, nor did they mandate that one must walk on the surface. So this is indeed a testament to Lin Qiye's skill. Moreover, even with the use of his ability, it came at a cost. Lin Qiye had initially traversed alongside two teammates, only utilizing his power when their stamina waned to complete the test. His recent fainting indicated that his mental energy had reached its limit, a crucial factor for his ascension and enhancement of mental fortitude. Yet Instructor Hong was also acutely aware of a more terrifying notion. If Lin Qiye desired, with a fully replenished mental state, he could potentially break current records. This capacity for transformation could not possibly be attributed to Michael's mundane divine realm. It must be linked to that Zhou Meng. The strength of the dual deity's agents should not be underestimated. Gather up these socially awkward kids. We're heading back to camp. Instructor Hong commanded. The bus carrying the disoriented and physically and mentally battered recruits slowly made its way back to the camp. Chapter 47. How about transforming into a shield tunneling machine? Qiye, what happened after I fainted? How did you get out of the mountain? Bai Li, grasping a bun in his left hand and a fried dough stick in his right, asked with a piece of pancake dangling from his mouth. Zhou Yuan, sitting beside Lin Qiye, also leaned in, curious, for apart from himself and Lin Qiye, there should have been no one else left. He was the second to last collapse. So even if Lin Qiye hadn't passed the training, he rightfully emerged as the first. Yet, he too wanted to know what had transpired afterward. Last night, nearly everyone's physical and mental stamina had been completely drained under the dual pressures of extreme training and social death. When they awoke, they found themselves submerged in a basin of foul-smelling medicinal bath, with no instructors to inform them about the results of the previous night's training. You got out? Lin Qiye picked up the meat bun that Zhou Yuan had silently placed in front of him. Taking a sip of soy milk, you passed the test? Bai Li exclaimed, causing his pancake to fall from his mouth, his voice loud enough for half the cafeteria to hear. Well, saying I walked out might not be entirely accurate. It would be more precise to say I drilled out. Lin Qiye swallowed the bun and, with a somewhat peculiar expression, replied. Drilled out? Both Zhou Yuan and Bai Li's eyes instantaneously filled with confusion. You used that transforming ability? Your power isn't restricted by the prohibitions of that mountain. Bai Li suddenly realized that. So, what did you transform into? Zhou Yuan continued to probe. The fact that Lin Qiye possessed a transformation ability was no longer a secret within the training camp. Ever since it became known, the female soldier dormitory had been equipped with electric mosquito swatters, leaving him feeling targeted. I initially wanted to transform into an owl. It would have been faster to fly. But then I thought about it. The target was too large, and I don't know if you noticed, but there were an unusually high number of drones surrounding us three, so I decided to take an alternate route. Instead of moving above ground, I would go underground. Oh, I see. You transformed into a pangolin, or perhaps a mole. Bai Li eagerly guessed that IT could also be a mole or a rabbit. Zhou Yuan speculated that, none of those. Lin Qiye said with a strange expression that I transformed into a large drill bit. Once I became the drill bit, I simply drilled my way out from beneath the ground. Bai Li and Zhou Yuan's eyes narrowed, looking at Lin Qiye with a hint of exasperation. All right then, it seems our imagination is lacking. We thought you would transform into an animal, but instead, you turned into a piece of machinery. If there is a shooting competition in the future, will you even need a gun? Just transform into a submachine gun. Lin Qiye pondered for a moment before responding seriously. That might not work. I'm not very accurate. His shooting skills were at a level that would leave even Lin Qiye in tears. If he hadn't first pinned Zhou Yuan to the ground and aimed a water gun at his forehead, Lin Qiye believed he might have missed entirely. As for the earlier remarks shared with his two companions, Lin Qiye had not told the whole truth. it was indeed true that he transformed into a drill bit, but the idea hadn't originated from him. It was Zhou Meng who suggested it. For Lin Qiye, transforming into a bird would have been the most suitable choice. No matter how many drones there were, once he activated the Starry Night Dancer, evading them would be trivial. Qiye, I must say, you lack creativity. Isn't it a waste of your 72 transformations to choose such a stable form as a bird? Can you not be a bit more innovative? Those were Zhou Meng's exact words. Immediately after, Zhou Meng elaborated on how to utilize an underground approach to scare the instructors who designed such inhumane punishments, making them see only his approach while remaining oblivious to his presence. Lin Qiye couldn't help but admit that Zhou Meng's words held a certain persuasive power. He decided then and there to go underground. Just as he was about to transform into a pangolin, Zhou Meng interjected again. Still turning into an animal? The wisdom of humanity over the years cannot leave a single mark on your smooth cerebral cortex. Have you heard of a tunnel boring machine? Transform into that. Lin Qiye felt a mix of amusement and irritation to a tunnel boring machine. Why not let me transform into a laser engraver? Have I ever seen one? You don't believe me? Step out and show me how to transform one. Never seen one. That's fair. All right then, a drill it is. How about that? Now, that is more like it. Lin Qiye huffed, and in an instant transformed into a large drill bit, camouflaged in patterns, with the characters for Lin Qiye etched upon it. With a swift sound, Lin Qiye easily pierced through the soil, drilling into the earth, and the soil he dislodged naturally closed behind him, leaving no trace whatsoever. Thus, Lin Qiye sped through the underground, but after a while he began to regret his choice. While the drill bit was indeed quick underground, moving in a perfectly straight line without the worry of drone attacks, he found himself in a state of constant 360-degree rapid rotation, and he was starting to feel dizzy. However, the current predicament has rendered him unable to extricate himself. Any attempt to transform into something else beneath this earth seems increasingly inappropriate. Thus, he must resolutely continue down this singular path with the drill. Lin Qiye can only grit his teeth, enduring both physical and mental discomfort, cursing the wretched Zhou Meng in his heart as he charges fiercely towards the exit. Just in time, before he is completely overwhelmed, he emerges onto the surface. His mental energy has, at that moment, been entirely expended. This explains why, when Instructor Hong and the others witnessed Lin Qiye's emergence, he was half buried in the soil. He had no desire to be in such a state, but having been spun around to the point of utter fatigue, he mustered his last bit of will to inquire of Instructor Hong whether he had passed the trial, only to see the lingering shock and astonishment on their faces before he fainted, not awakening until this morning alongside by Li Pangpang in their respective medicinal baths. However, such matters cannot be divulged to by Li Pangpang or Chao Yuan. They are simply too embarrassing. If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed at that detestable Zhou Meng. Each time he considers placing his trust in him, Zhou Meng manages to concoct some calamity. If I ever heed even half a word from him again, I shall reverse my surname. Observing Lin Qiye as if he harbors a deep-seated grudge against steamed buns and fried dough sticks. He takes several fierce bites, then informs the two beside him that he has matters to attend to and departs, leaving Bai Li Pangpang utterly perplexed. What has come over Qiye? This breakfast is delightful. He acts as though he harbors some profound enmity towards it. Could it be that yesterday's exhaustion has led to a mental lapse? Stop speaking ill of Qiye behind his back and eat your meal. Chao Yuan admonished, shoving a bun into Bai Li Pangpang's mouth. Hey, you love-struck fool are becoming increasingly outrageous. Chapter 48. Strong Essence. Drink this within the confines of the Divine Mental Hospital. Zhou Meng strides towards Li Yifei's brewing room. It has been some time since he promised Sun Wukong to prepare some wine for him, and he is eager to ascertain how Li Yifei's brewing endeavors have progressed, should he be found lacking in diligence. His role as supervisor will need to be reaffirmed. Upon pushing open the door to a room within the activity area, Zhou Meng calls out, Yifei, my dear grandson, how fares the task I entrusted to you? At the sound of his voice, Li Yifei jumps slightly, peering out from behind a row of bottles and jars. And no need to rush. No need to rush. It's in progress. He presents 2 bottles of liquor, proudly declaring, Here you go. This is merely a preliminary product. Due to limitations in conditions and technology, this is the highest purity we can achieve at present. The quality of the activated carbon's adsorption leaves much to be desired. And there may be some impurities, but for you gods, it should pose no significant problem. Despite his words, Lin Qiye stands tall with pride, pushing the 2 bottles toward Zhou Meng, each marked with a label reading vodka for deities. Such promptness? Zhou Meng exclaims, seizing a bottle and bringing it to his nose. At a rich aroma of alcohol envelopes his senses. Upon closer inspection, the liquid within the bottle appears crystal clear, reflecting the soft white light above without a hint of impurity. Lin Qiye, you truly possess remarkable skill. How could you produce vodka of such high purity in such a brief span? The all-around manager of the Divine Mental Hospital. Indeed, Zhou Meng praises, pleasantly surprised. I shall take this. When Qiye returns, I will speak a few kind words on your behalf to your father. Take care now. I don't expect your kind words. I would be grateful if you don't create additional tasks for me. Grandfather, Lin Qiye lightly complains, though he is genuinely pleased by Zhou Meng's compliment. He then returns to his research on various alcoholic beverages. As Zhou Meng turns to leave the brewing room and heads back to the patient ward to pour the liquor into the Monkey King's gourd, he suddenly spots Nix in the courtyard, deep in thought over a chessboard. Pawn? No, that doesn't seem right. Knight? No, that's not it either. What should I do? She muses aloud, examining the chessboard's endgame. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Meng's lips curl into a smile. Still pondering chess are we. Here, have a drink. He pours some vodka into a cup and hands it to her. Thank you, dear. Nix's eyes light up at the sight of Zhou Meng. But what is this water? Your grandson brewed it. Give it a taste. Wow, it's quite spicy. However, it tastes rather good. Nix remarks, wrinkling her brow as she takes a sip, though she quickly relaxes and requests Zhou Meng to pour her another glass. Before Zhou Meng can intervene, Nix downs the entire bottle in one go. No. Divine lady, you can't drink it like that. He exclaims that Lin Qiye, did you add something you shouldn't have to this liquor? Is this the reaction one would expect from a normal person after consuming vodka? A rosy hue instantly creeps onto Nix's cheeks. Seizing the opportunity before she can grab the bottle from him, Zhou Meng makes a hasty exit. The intoxicated goddess is better left to Lin Qiye and Lin Qiye to handle. He swiftly retreats to the patient ward, arriving at Sun Wukong's room. Monkey, look what I brought, he exclaims, tossing the wine gourd towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong instantly looks up, catching the gourd and sniffing it. He shakes it, then questions, you were supposed to give me some wine. What is this? Great sage, knowing you prefer something strong, drink this. I assure you will enjoy it. Zhou Meng replies with a grin. However, upon hearing the title Great Sage, Sun Wukong feels as though he has been struck by a heavy blow, a mix of emotions flooding his heart. Overwhelmed by an indescribable sorrow, he instinctively considers unleashing his divine power to expel this audacious interloper from his presence. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that moment of grief dissipates entirely. If my temper is so great, I shall simply refrain from calling you that in the future. However, I must say, that day's events were not initiated by you. Why must you take it so to heart? Zhou Meng merely waved his hand, conjuring a tall glass and pouring a bit of vodka into it. Sun Wukong, slightly taken aback, raises his gaze, though he is aware this individual has entered his room countless times. He has never truly regarded him, only knowing he can come and go freely. But this time is different. This fellow seems capable of stealing his very thoughts. Moreover, he appears to possess some knowledge of his past. This is impossible. All the deities of the Great Xia transformed into the National Guardian Monument that day. No one should know of my past. Sun Wukong's eyes widen, golden light flashing within them as he attempts to discern the true nature of this man with his fiery eyes. Yet, within his scrutinizing gaze, he finds no revelation of this man's essence. The face, slightly adorned with a smile, becomes increasingly clear. Regardless of whether he is a deity or a demon, Sun Wukong's fiery eyes can discern their true form, their realm, their abilities. Yet, this man reveals no information beyond his appearance. Could it be that his realm surpasses mine? No matter. I have no desire to entangle myself with you. Put down the wine and leave. From now on, do not refer to me as the Great Sage. Sun Wukong lowers his gaze once more, fixated on the wine within the gourd, lost in thought. Very well, But let me offer you a word of caution. Do not gulp down the wine too quickly. Zhou Meng raises his glass to Sun Wukong in salute before exiting. Don't you dare tell me how to drink. Sun Wukong retorts defiantly. I shall see what this concoction of yours is all about. With that, he tilts his head back and takes a hearty swig. Cough, cough, cough. Why is this so potent? Yet he finds the flavor delightful. Just right for my taste. Outside, Zhou Meng listens with satisfaction to the sounds of coughing from within, a grin spreading across his face. This monkey truly is the foremost rebel among the deities of the great Siam mythos. Even if he were to develop a form of autism, his inherent nature as the fearless Qitian, a Sheng, remains unchanged. He will not heed the words of anyone unless they have truly earned his respect. Even a mere gourd of wine must be consumed on his own terms. You enjoy strong flavors. Don Tiu, how about this? Quite strong, wouldn't you say? While it was merely a small prank, if asked to select a deity he admires most within this mental hospital, it would undoubtedly be this Qitian de Sheng. Unruly, daring, and possessing an extraordinary spirit of adventure, he often engages in little pranks. This resonates with Zhou Meng, as he perceives a certain kinship in their personalities. This bit of wine may serve as a consolation for the loneliness and guilt he has endured for over a century. Though he merely played the role of a mover, Zhou Meng leaves with satisfaction, unaware that, in his absence, Sun Wukong's therapeutic index has already risen from 0 to 1. Just as he prepares to return to his room for a moment, he suddenly hears Lin Qiye's furious shout echoing through the mental hospital. Zhou Meng, look at the mess you've made. Chapter 49. The fate of extraordinary birth. The furious roar of Lin Qiye reverberated throughout the mental asylum. How does one converse with a father? What is this? As Zhou Meng walked into the activity area, he beheld a scene that was both visually delightful yet strangely disconcerting. The goddess of the night, Nyx, was joyfully dancing an unknown dance, her left hand grasping Lin Qiye and her right hand holding onto Lin Qiye. Her cheeks were flushed, adorned with an enchanting smile, and her eyes shimmered with a dreamy allure. Reminiscent of a lake caressed by the night breeze that on her right, Lin Qiye wore a look of embarrassment, while on her left, Lin Qiye displayed a countenance of helplessness and fury. The helplessness stemmed from being dragged into a dance by Nyx the moment he entered, while the anger arose from the strong scent of alcohol that emanated from her, as well as the chaotic state of the activity room, littered with overturned various recreational facilities. It was evident that she had been drinking, and not in small quantities. Moreover, she was now in a drunken frenzy. These facts were so apparent that Lin Qiye didn't even need to inquire. He knew without a doubt that Zhou Meng was responsible for this mess. Thus, he could only dance alongside Nyx while loudly demanding answers from Zhou Meng. This matter, it has nothing to do with me. The wine was brewed by Lin Qiye, the goddess drank it herself. And you are the one dancing. What does this have to do with me? Zhou Meng looked at Lin Qiye with an innocent expression. You damn it, mother, it hurts. How does one speak to their father? Still in a tipsy state, Nyx, somewhat irritated, tugged at Lin Qiye's ear. Zhou Meng leisurely approached, rescuing Lin Qiye from Nyx's grasp. It's all right. The child is merely going through a rebellious phase. A little temper is perfectly normal. Lin Qiye, why don't you take your grandmother to rest for a while and sober her up? Freed from the chaos, Lin Qiye quickly led Nyx to the storage room in search of a hangover remedy. Don't rush to scold me. Why not first take a look at Nyx's treatment progress? Zhou Meng interjected, noticing Lin Qiye's furious demeanor. Upon entering, Lin Qiye had been swept into a dance by Nyx amidst the disarray of the activity room. Completely oblivious to her treatment progress, prompted by Zhou Meng, he turned to observe Nyx's retreating figure. How has it increased so rapidly? And it continues to rise. Lin Qiye's eyes widened in astonishment. 48, 49, it's about to reach 50. No way, Mengo, when I was last here, it was only in the 20s. How is it already nearing 50? Lin Qiye inquired, bewildered. What do you think Lin Qiye has been doing every day? The crux of treating your mother is ensuring she feels familial love. Do you understand? Dancing with her son and grandson is also a manifestation of that love. You, who have never borne a child, cannot comprehend, as if you have given birth yourself, if you continue to show such disrespect to your father. Do you wish to test extraordinary reproduction again? The moment Zhou Meng mentioned extraordinary reproduction, Lin Qiye feigned ignorance and hurried to follow Li Yifei and Nix to the storeroom for the divine hangover remedy. Moments later, after finally administering the hangover remedy to Nix, who had nearly demolished the storeroom, the group sat in the activity room, watching Li Yifei silently tidy up the mess. Sigh. It's just a bit of alcohol. I didn't expect it to turn the room into this state. Nix's expression dimmed slightly. It's all right. Mother, I'm here with you. Besides, this isn't your fault. Lin Qiye reassured Nix while casting a glance at Zhou Meng. Zhou Meng remained silent, merely smiling faintly as Nix gazed at the two beside her, and the sweepingly Yifei, tears as clear as the Milky Way, suddenly streamed down her cheeks, her treatment index surging to 51 in that instant. Surpassing 50 meant that Lin Qiye could once again draw upon a power from the goddess of the night, and he also noted that Nix could temporarily leave the asylum for activities. Despite Zhou Meng's chaotic antics, he had indeed managed to significantly enhance Nix's treatment in such a short time. Well, I shall let the matter of my mother being fed vodka slide this time. Lin Qiye resolved to draw a power first. Hey, wait, to celebrate your mother's treatment progress surpassing the halfway mark, let me help you eliminate a wrong option before you draw your ability. Shall we? Zhou Meng suddenly stopped Lin Qiye at this point. Zhou Meng's mental index had also decreased to 90, allowing him to steal another purple attribute. He also discovered that he had acquired a new attribute called Fate Thief, bringing his total to 3: Petty Theft, Parasitic Clone, and Fate Thief. While Petty Theft and Parasitic Clone remained unchanged, Fate Thief enabled him to a certain degree to steal and graft others' destinies. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye's mental strength had already reached the pool realm. However, due to the suppression of a forbidden object in the training camp, he had not yet broken through. Nevertheless, from Zhou Meng's perspective, he was now capable of accommodating an orange and a purple attribute. He decided to grant Lin Qiye another purple attribute. Yet to Lin Qiye, this was an entirely different issue. Help me eliminate the wrong option. I see you wish to help me eliminate the correct option. One of Nix's abilities is extraordinary reproduction, and he hasn't forgotten that. If you were to steal the other attributes, leaving only extraordinary reproduction, wouldn't that mean I'd be forced to give birth? No way, absolutely not. I'd rather draw directly. Ignoring Zhou Meng's suggestion, Lin Qiye resolutely thought, draw the ability. The mysterious wheels suspended in the void began to rotate automatically. Sigh, you rebellious child, do you think you can ignore me now? Zhou Meng shook his head with a smile that he gently raised his hand and twisted it slightly in the void. He intended to use the ability of the Fate Thief to amplify Lin Qiye's chances of drawing other attributes, thus increasing the probability of drawing extraordinary reproduction. Lin Qiye suddenly felt the wheel before him shift. The segment for extraordinary reproduction inexplicably expanded in an instant, gradually occupying the entire wheel, while the areas for other abilities diminished. His chances of drawing extraordinary reproduction had surged to 75. Meng, no, Dad, withdraw the divine power. Lin Qiye frantically waved his hands, but it was too late. The wheel spun rapidly, and Lin Qiye felt despondent. It's over. I should have listened to him. It seems I'm destined to give birth. I wonder if the new recruit training camp has a delivery room. How about Li Pang Pang and Chow Yuan react to me? Just as he was engulfed in despair, the wheel gradually came to a halt. Lin Qiye couldn't help but open one eye to look. Chapter 50. The Three Divine Agents? The pointer landed not on extraordinary reproduction, but rather on the minuscule segment of the darkest corruption, Dark God's ruins. Astonished, is this possible? This was only a probability of mere 0.something%. How did I not draw extraordinary reproduction? Such luck? Am I destined to be the child of fate in a novel? Qiye, are you nervous? Is it thrilling? Will you come again next time? Zhou Meng's words abruptly interrupted Lin Qiye's reverie. Realizing Zhou Meng's presence beside him, Lin Qiye instantly recognized that he had been played. Since he could amplify his chances of drawing extraordinary reproduction, he could also manipulate the probabilities of drawing other attributes. But must be said that it had indeed frightened him half to death. If Zhou Meng had lent him the extraordinary reproduction attribute, he could have repaid it. But if it was directly drawn from the wheel, there would be no way to return it. Remember to listen in the future. Fate is not something invisible and intangible to me. Zhou Meng patted Lin Qiye on the shoulder. Lin Qiye nodded repeatedly in agreement. This fellow is truly terrifying. Yet at that moment, Zhou Meng's heart was filled with laughter to the point of tears. Ha ha ha! He believes me. He believes me. He truly believes I can change his fate. Zhou Meng indeed possesses the ability to amplify or diminish the probability of certain events occurring to a certain extent. However, when it comes to certain predetermined fates, such alterations are beyond his capabilities. At this precise moment, Lin Qiye drawing the power of the abyssal god ruins is a predetermined fate. Therefore, regardless of how many times Zhou Meng magnifies or reduces the probability of him drawing the power of extraordinary birth, it is unlikely to alter the fact that Lin Qiye has drawn the abyssal god ruins, unless he intends to steal the abyssal god ruins ability at this very moment, which Zhou Meng cannot accomplish, as it would entail a complete alteration of the corresponding predetermined fate, requiring a tremendous cost. At least, he is not currently capable of such an act, though perhaps if his mental illness index were to decrease further, it might become feasible. After teasing Lin Qiye, Zhou Meng felt that the jest had run its course. He retracted Lin Qiye's original transformation ability, the 72 transformations, and bestowed upon him 2 newly acquired orange and purple attributes from the goddess of night and Sun Wukong. Respectively, point 1 was the orange attribute falling stars, belonging to the goddess of night, while the other was the purple attribute grounding technique from Sun Wukong. The effect of falling stars is self-explanatory, depending on one's realm. It allows the summoning of meteorites, functioning as an area of effect attack, or one can summon a meteorite from the starry sky with precisely controlled trajectories, akin to a guided missile AS for Sun Wukong's grounding technique. It is equally straightforward. By drawing a circle on the ground, anything within that protective circle is safeguarded. The smaller the circle, the stronger the defense. Conversely, the larger the circle, the relatively weaker the defense. Sun Wukong primarily used this ability to protect his master, Tang Sung, within the circle, yet he rarely succeeded, as his master was often easily deceived. The abyssal god ruins, on the other hand, is one of the core abilities of the goddess of night. Capable of generating an absolute domain of darkness around her, while controlling all objects within the ruins, eroding the minds of living beings through darkness and manipulating them. Furthermore, regardless of whether it is night, the passive effect of the Starry Night Dancer can be triggered within the ruins. Suddenly, Lin Qiye found himself endowed with 3 new abilities, and both Nix's and Zhou Meng's healing progress had made significant strides, filling him with delight and causing him to completely forget about the previous incident involving Nix's drunken revelry. Mother, would you like to go for a stroll? After a brief experiment with the abyssal god ruins and the grounding technique, Lin Qiye withdrew his consciousness back into the psychiatric hospital, but he could not experiment with falling stars unless he wished to blow up the dormitory building again. Go out? Where to? Nix was pleasantly surprised by Lin Qiye's swift return, but was also somewhat puzzled about where he intended to take her. Outside this hospital, to the real world. Then can your father and Ife also go out? Nix inquired curiously to, Mingo, father can go out too, but the method should be somewhat different from yours. Ife is still facing some difficulties. Lin Qiye replied, Dear Nix, do not worry. Our son's departure is tantamount to my own. Zhou Meng reassured her in a husband's and father's tone. Well then, as long as you are with me, I'm quite willing to go out. All right, then follow me. With a thought, Lin Qiye detached himself from the psychiatric hospital, but he now found himself on the rooftop of the dormitory building. Turning around, he beheld a beautiful woman clad in a black gauzy, starry gown, seamlessly blending with the night sky, standing quietly beneath the stars. Within the training camp, Yuan Gang, who had been sipping tea, suddenly felt a strange sensation, causing his eyes to snap open wide. The teacup in his hand fell abruptly, shattering into dozens of fragments and spilling tea everywhere. The presence of a deity, another divine aura. What trickery is Lin Qiye up to now, and has Zhou Meng emerged again? He sprang to his feet, gazing up at the rooftop of the dormitory building. Wait a moment, I have directly experienced Zhou Meng's aura. The one I sense now is distinctly different. This is the aura of another divine being. Could it be that Michael has descended as well? Impossible. This does not align with the system exhibited in Lin Qiye's mortal divine realm. It cannot be Michael. Then who could it be? Our little training camp has become quite lively. In just a month, I've encountered 3 deities. This won't do. I must investigate. He swiftly drew his star blade, gripping it tightly in his right hand, while his left hand hurriedly retrieved his phone, dialing a number. Yuan Gang intended to contact Xiaopinga, the captain of the Jing City 006 Night Watch team. Hello. Is this the captain? We have a situation. His tone grew increasingly grave. That a situation. What day does your training camp not have a situation? 1 dual deity agent, several extremely dangerous forbidden ruins, plus the young master of the Baili family. The training camp has survived to this day, largely due to your adept management. I heard that just a few days ago, Lin Qiye broke the historical record for extreme training among the Night Watchers. Is that true? Xiaopinga responded lazily. Yuan Gang had previously called him whenever something happened, reporting primarily about Lin Qiye and that mysterious deity Zhou Meng. Initially, he had felt somewhat anxious, but soon he had grown accustomed to it. I am not joking. This is not about Lin Qiye. There is another divine presence in the training camp. It is neither Michael nor Zhou Meng, but an unfamiliar deity, a god that has never been observed before. I am on my way there now. As Yuan Gang dashed forward, his voice echoed through the phone. What? An unknown deity? Xiaopinga's demeanor shifted instantly from casual amusement to tense alertness. Not act rashly. I will report this to the commander at once, and see if we can dispatch a human pinnacle to the scene. Xiaopinga promptly hung up the phone, dialing the commander's emergency line while his mind raced with thoughts. Another deity had appeared in this batch of new recruits at the training camp. 3 deities now. You cannot possibly tell me this is still related to Lin Qiye, right? A dual deity agent is already preposterous. A triple deity agent. How absurd. With so many candidates available, why must you choose this one? What is this, a competition? Chapter 51. Searching for our son with my husband on the other side. Yuan Gang hung up the phone but showed no signs of slowing down. He had to reach the scene as quickly as possible. If a hostile evil god had truly descended, he would fight to buy time for everyone in the camp to retreat, even if it cost him his life. After all, the new recruits were the future of the Night Watch, and it was their duty to safeguard them, especially those with exceptional potential. They absolutely must not come to harm, particularly Lin Qiye. With this thought, Yuan Gang suddenly had an idea. If a confrontation were to ensue, could Lin Qiye summon Zhou Meng from within him to assist? Although that god's identity was ambiguous, he certainly felt extraordinarily powerful, with methods that were both strange and unpredictable. Yet, Yuan Gang quickly dismissed that thought. No, what if they were unable to prevail, or if Zhou Meng's arrival was delayed? Wouldn't that place Lin Qiye in danger? He would take it upon himself. As his thoughts flickered, Yuan Gang had already reached the rooftop. However, before him stood a man and a woman. The divine aura emanated continuously from the female figure, while the male was none other than the new recruit, Lin Qiye. Yuan Gang tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade, squinting at the 2 figures atop the building, channeling his mental energy to barely counteract the divine presence. Lin Qiye, it's you again. I should have anticipated this. Whenever something divine-related occurs in this training camp, you are invariably involved. I am Yuan Gang, a night watchman of the Great Xia, deputy captain of the Jing City 006 squad. May I ask for your esteemed name? Nix, the woman replied, observing the tense standoff between Nix and Yuan Gang. Lin Qiye felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had only intended to let his mother enjoy some fresh air and see the world he lived in. Yet Nix had uttered some bewildering words about divine realms. Contemplating these matters caused him to forget entirely about reminding Nix to conceal her aura. May I inquire, esteemed goddess of the night, what brings you to the realm of Great Xia? Yuan Gang continued to withstand the pressure, managing to ask. Nix pondered for a moment before answering, I have come with my husband to find our son. Upon hearing her response, Yuan Gang was left utterly bewildered. Finding your son? What is this? A large-scale parenting variety show? Where has your son gone? Just as Yuan Gang was grappling with her answer, Lin Qiye quickly interjected. What she means is that she has come to find the agent. Finding an agent? Have you located him? Yuan Gang asked skeptically. Lin Qiye pointed to himself. Yes, that would be me. Although Yuan Gang's expression was one of disbelief, an inner conviction told him that it had to be this fellow. Indeed, even if another deity were to arrive seeking Lin Qiye as an agent, Yuan Gang would not be surprised. It's just a god. One gives rise to two, and two gives rise to three. Perfectly normal. Oh, another one to your son. I mean, your agent, did he not say anything? To be cautious, Yuan Gang felt it best to confirm. Whatever my son says is the truth. Nix responded with utmost seriousness. Upon seeing Yuan Gang's expression of realization, Lin Qiye couldn't help but feel relieved. However, Yuan Gang once again inquired, "The husband you just mentioned, who do you refer to? Could it be that a deity from Greece has descended upon this land?" Lin Qiye scratched his head, looking quite helpless. "Mother, you could simply say you're looking for your son. Why bring up a husband as well?" Nevertheless, he thought it would be easy to gloss over the matter. The husband she referred to is actually another deity within me, Zhou Meng." "What?" "Zhou Meng's true identity is one of the primordial gods of Greece, Erebus." This conclusion indeed startled Yuan Gang. However, after some contemplation, he realized that the logic was indeed coherent. Zhou Meng, or the amnesiac Erebus, had chosen Lin Qiye as his representative, with the task of helping him reclaim his memories. The goddess of night, Nyx, traced her husband's aura to Daxia, thereby identifying Lin Qiye and selecting him as the divine representative. It sounded preposterous, but since this had transpired, the inference held credibility. After pondering for a moment, Yuan Gang nodded and addressed Nyx again. "Since the representative has been found, Your Excellency, the goddess of night, please take your leave from Daxia." He did not allow his astonishment to distract him from his duties. "Danados, remember to return often." "Ahem, rest assured." "Goodbye." Lin Qiye hurriedly waved his hand, causing Nyx's figure to dissipate into the air. Only then did Yuan Gang let out a sigh of relief, realizing that his hand gripping the knife was completely drenched in sweat. Was this the pressure of a true deity? It was indeed suffocating. It seemed that Zhou Meng had not genuinely confronted the faceless squad, for otherwise, with just this divine pressure, humans below the realm of the sea would likely have collapsed to their knees. He stepped forward, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Lin Qiye's delicate visage. "You, young man, are quite remarkable. I initially thought it was absurd enough that you were playing both sides, and now you come up with a duo of divine representatives? At this point, I wouldn't be surprised by anything that happens to you. So, what task has the goddess of night assigned to you? It can't possibly be to take care of her husband. Can it?" Regarding this question, Lin Qiye had already anticipated it. He had inquired about the contract relationship between deities and their representatives from Wang Mian. Thus he replied without hesitation, "Not all. She asked me to help her find a lost bracelet." "Oh, I see. And what of Zhou Meng? Is he truly Erebus?" "I don't know," Lin Qiye answered with slight unease. "The goddess of night said he's her husband, so that should be the case. He was genuinely unaware of Zhou Meng's true identity. And Zhou Meng himself didn't know either. However, one thing was certain. He was definitely not Nyx's husband. Well, fine, this is no longer your concern. Hurry back to sleep. We have training tomorrow," Yuan Gang instructed, waving Lin Qiye away. "Yes, sir." Lin Qiye quickly scurried downstairs back to the dormitory. Yuan Gang pulled out a lighter and lit a cigarette, sitting alone on the rooftop of the dormitory building. After taking a deep drag, he vigorously pounded his head. "3 divine representatives. How fortunate am I, Yuan Gang. In this lifetime, witnessing one dual divine representative is not enough. Now I need to deal with 3. Truly a blessing for Daxia. Such a prodigy. If I don't cultivate him to become a night watchman, what face do I have to meet the ancestors of a night watchman? I must consult with the instructors and see if there's room to further increase the training intensity." With that thought, he dialed the phone number for Xiaoping. "Captain, I need to tell you something. I've resolved the issue on my end." "Yes, I directly communicated with the deity, the goddess of night Nyx. She's left, but she chose Lin Qiye as her representative." "Keep your voice down. You're going to deafen me." 3 divine representatives, who would have thought? "Hurry and report this to the commander. I need to get some sleep. My body is fine, but my spirit has taken quite a hit." After Yuan Gang hung up, Xiaopingu also felt a sense of relief. However, he couldn't sleep just yet. He had to first provide a brief report to the commander and then persuade the incoming ceiling to return. Commander, the deity from the training camp has departed. She was here looking for a representative." "Yes, Lin Qiye. How did you guess?" Chapter 52. Fatal holiday. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away from Changnan City, an ancient horse-drawn carriage was smoothly traversing the Yangtze River. Moving at an astonishing speed along the waters, an ordinary-looking chestnut horse pulled the carriage made of heavy wood, skimming through the air in waves as though drifting. "Hello." "Oh, all right, Commander. I'll relay this to Master Chun." The young man guiding the horse set down his phone, then lifted the curtain, addressing the interior. "Master, the commander just informed me that the deity named Nix has left, so there's no need for you to make the trip." "Humph. Here we go again. Making me run a pointless errand. Does he think I have nothing better to do than drink tea and read the news? Is the monastery not my concern?" An elderly voice, tinged with irritation, emanated from the carriage. This was one of Daxia's 5 pinnacle-level human combatants, the director of the monastery, Master Chen. In fact, not long ago, Master Chen had been urgently dispatched at Changnan by the commander to deal with a deity named Zhou Meng, who seemed to have connections with Lin Qiye. He hadn't inquired too deeply into the specifics, but had rushed to this location upon receiving the urgent notice. The mere mention of Lin Qiye was enough to prompt this pinnacle-level figure into action, for he was the crux of Changnan City, the sole survivor of that tragic event. Who would have known that halfway there, the matter would be resolved? Now, this turn of events. It infuriated me. Forget it. Changnan is too peculiar. It's best if I don't go. Let us head back. All right. The young man flicked his whip, pulling the reins sharply, causing the carriage to pivot dramatically, drifting upstream along the Yangtze River. Time flew swiftly, and before long, winter had arrived. Jinan Mountain had donned a shroud of desolation, and both instructors and recruits had already donned their winter attire. However, the intensity of training had not lessened due to the thicker clothing. In fact, it had intensified, particularly for Lin Qiye. He distinctly felt that the training regimen had increased by at least tenfold from its original intensity. "Hey, do you think our training camp will have a holiday?" "The Spring Festival is just around the corner," Bali Pang Pang, who was shoveling breakfast into his mouth, suddenly asked. Lin Qiye momentarily lost his train of thought. It was hard to believe the new year was approaching. He wondered how his aunt and younger brother were doing, how the team was faring, and whether old Zhao's injuries had healed properly. Meanwhile, in the instructor's office of the training camp, Chen Mai sat across from Yuan Gang, discussing matters. Yuan Gang furrowed his brow, deep in thought. "Are you implying that our training camp is facing both internal and external threats? There are outsiders keeping an eye on by Li Tuming and Lin Qiye, who are already well-known recruits, and we have traitors within." Yuan Gang asked in a low voice. Chen Mai nodded. "Therefore, my suggestion is to disperse the new recruits under the guise of a holiday, allowing them to scatter. This way, we can protect several key individuals. Changnan is the home ground of our Team 136. We have absolute confidence in safeguarding these recruits." He continued. "At the same time, this will lure out some lurking pests. Although this is not our intention, if they take the bait, we can catch them all in one go. While I can't say it will eradicate future troubles, it will at least deter them for a while. All right, let us proceed with this plan. I'll relay the holiday notice to the instructors immediately." Yuan Gang decisively agreed to Chen Mai's proposal. By the way, I wanted to ask, how has Qiye been doing in the camp? Chen Mai hesitated before inquiring after Yuan Gang had finished with the serious matters. "You really are protective. I see that your suggestion to safeguard the new recruits is also aimed at bringing Lin Qiye home for the New Year's Eve dinner." Yuan Gang chuckled. "You truly have sharp eyes. Our only 3 divine representatives have been chosen by you." Yuan Gang recounted Lin Qiye's various achievements in the training camp, as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube, telling Chen Mai everything. Chen Mai was left speechless. During Lin Qiye's time in the training camp, he had never sought any news about him, fearing that he might be unable to resist going to see him, thus affecting his training. However, the Faceless Squad had successfully defeated high-risk abyssal wielders and broken the historical limits of night watchman training, even becoming a 3 divine representative. His growth was simply too rapid. Moreover, he finally came to understand how, during the initial training of Lin Qiye, that unfathomable strike had been executed. It turned out to be connected to a deity named Zhou Meng. This divine being could potentially be the husband of Nix, Erebus from Greek mythology. Fortunately, this individual had been recruited into the Night Watch, for had he been preemptively seized by the ancient god church, it would have surely led to a cataclysm for all living beings. Following a consensus among the instructors, it was decided to grant everyone a brief respite before the next phase of training commenced. The holiday would last 4 days, beginning today and concluding on the second day of the Lunar New Year. However, all personnel were strictly prohibited from leaving Songnan during this period. Any violations discovered would result in immediate disqualification from the night watch, with a lifetime ban on reapplication. All recruits were instructed to return to their dormitories to pack their belongings and assemble at the playground within half an hour, where transportation would be provided to take them away. Did you all understand? Instructor Hong announced loudly to all the new recruits. Wow, we're really getting a break. Qiye, let us go, let us go. Bali Pang Pang was so elated he was nearly jumping for joy. And naturally, the other recruits shared in the excitement. Although they couldn't leave Songnan to return to their home base in Guangshan, the mere prospect of a holiday was enough to fill him with anticipation. Yet, Lin Qiye and Chao Yuan remained contemplative, pondering the true reason behind this unexpected break from training that a 4-day holiday for the Spring Festival, allowing everyone some rest. Who would believe that? After enduring 5 months of grueling training, they understood the true nature of their instructors all too well. It was inconceivable that the holiday was merely a chance for them to catch their breath. The presence of the Xingqian blade beside the bus only reinforced this suspicion. Something feels amiss. Chao Yuan mused that, in fact, it feels overwhelmingly wrong. This holiday is certainly not as simple as it appears. Though the bus had just a part of the training camp, the new recruits soon realized they had all advanced from the Lantern Realm to the Pool Realm. Yet, the exhilaration of this achievement only slightly lifted Lin Qiye's spirits, failing to dispel his doubts about the holiday. Moreover, what was the source of his unease? He gazed out at the sky, intending to delve into his thoughts regarding the mental institution, to explore what lay behind that second door. However, 6 streaks of something trailing through the sky suddenly captured Lin Qiye's attention. They were 6 missiles. Chapter 53. Airborne Meteorites. Hey, Qiye, where are you going? Bali Pang Pang suddenly noticed Lin Qiye had already leapt out of the window. What the hell is that in the sky? He had intended to pull Lin Qiye back, but instead caught sight of the 6 arcs cutting across the heavens. Everyone, get down. We're under attack. It's missiles. Instructor Hong bellowed, while pushing the nearest recruits down beneath their seats. Using his body to shield them, that moment, Lin Qiye, who had detected the threat before anyone else, was already atop the vehicle. His awareness of the incoming missiles stemmed from his earlier contemplation of the holiday, allowing him to spot the direction of the missile assault. Almost instantly, he deduced that these 6 missiles were undoubtedly aimed at the training camp. There was no other possibility. However, even if they were not targeting the camp, they could not be headed for Songnan City either. Auntie and Ajin were still in the city, unable to ponder the reasons behind the missile attack. Lin Qiye instinctively reacted. He had to intercept the missiles. If he had suggested this previously, it would have been considered sheer folly. How could a mere recruit, who had just transitioned from the Lantern Realm to the Pool Realm, possess the capability to intercept missiles? Yet the circumstances had changed. He now wielded a decisive ability, Fallen Stars. This ability could summon a multitude of meteoric bodies or several meteors for pinpoint strikes, since precise targeting was possible. It stood to reason that tracking attacks would merely require additional mental energy. Lin Qiye's pupils dilated dramatically, his eyes no longer gleaming with the golden hue of Mikhail, but instead darkened to resemble the night sky. He concentrated his thoughts, lifted his gaze to the heavens, and fixedly tracked the missiles approaching from afar. Qiye, are you insane? Come back. Instructor, Qiye is still on top of the bus, Bali Pang Pang shouted urgently. Unable to escape through the window as swiftly as Lin Qiye had, resorting to calling for help, Chao Yuan had already sprung into action, vaulting from his seat and gripping the edge of the window to leap out. Chao Yuan, come back. The instructors were momentarily thrown into disarray. One instructor attempted to pull Chao Yuan back, while another sought to rush out to protect Lin Qiye. However, all of this was interrupted by another shout. Look what is coming alongside the missiles. Shen Qingzhu suddenly leaned out of the vehicle. Instructor Hong's heart sank. These scoundrels are truly ruthless. 6 missiles. Has the missile launch base been infiltrated? What is Shen Qingzhu talking about? Is there something else intent on annihilating everyone at this training camp today? Instinctively, he looked out the window, only to witness a scene that defied comprehension. Opposite the missiles, 6 fiery objects plummeted from the sky at a speed even surpassing that of the 6 missiles. Meteorites? As if the missiles weren't enough, they were going to pummel us with meteorites too. This is disastrous. It's uncertain whether even the entire city of Tsangnan can withstand this. Yet, the trajectory of the meteorites seemed different from that of the missiles. They were not headed for the training camp, but rather aimed directly at the missiles. Just as despair washed over him, he heard several thunderous booms from above. Boom! 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 Brilliant flames erupted violently in the sky above them, prompting Instructor Hong to instinctively shut his eyes. However, the questions swirling in his mind did not dissipate. Meteorites striking missiles? Who is responsible for this? Who is summoning the meteorites? In that instant, a name came to him. Lin Qiye? He climbed atop the bus to do just that. Summon meteorites. What divine power is this? Meanwhile, atop the vehicle, Lin Qiye did not allow himself to be swept away by triumph at successfully intercepting the missiles with his meteorites. He understood that the threat from the shrapnel and shockwave following the explosion was no less dangerous than the explosion itself. His primary objective in leaping onto the bus was to secure a vantage point for targeting the missiles and summoning meteorites. His secondary aim was to facilitate the utilization of another ability, stabilizing method. He considered employing the darkest divine ruins to envelop the bus in a matter of seconds, simultaneously immobilizing all shrapnel in an instant. Though feasible, it lacked stability, especially since he had already summoned meteorites to intercept the missiles. According to Zhou Meng's description, the sole medium required for executing the stabilizing method was a stick of any length or size, which would not affect the method's efficacy. However, using chopsticks would hinder the speed of drawing circles, while a longer stick would facilitate it. Yet Lin Qiye was unconcerned about this detail. He had come prepared, pulling a wand from his pocket. This wand had been gifted to him by Li Pangpang during their confrontation with the masked team, since the Rolex could not be delivered. Li Pangpang decided to give him something practical, like this wand. After all, aside from using his chopsticks, it held no other utility for Li Pangpang. Lin Qiye had no knowledge of magic. His summoning technique had previously been borrowed from Zhou Meng, and he had already returned it. Even if he remembered the summoning formation, he could not utilize it. The only function he had discovered for this wand was that when he infused it with Mikhael's divine power, it would emit beams of golden light. However, aside from glowing, it was utterly useless, its lethality non-existent. Yet now, this extending beam of light proved invaluable to Lin Qiye. Standing atop the bus, the blackness in his eyes gradually receded, revealing the golden furnace once more. The wand in his hand shot forth a dazzling radiance. Swiftly, Lin Qiye traced a large circle with the wand, encircling the bus the moment the circle closed. A tangible golden protective barrier immediately materialized from the circular golden mark on the ground, enveloping the bus securely. This entire process took mere seconds, yet Lin Qiye's mental energy was nearly depleted. Summoning 6 precisely tracking meteorites had already drained a significant portion of his mental power, and utilizing the stabilizing method brought him close to exhaustion. Had he not just broken through to the pool realm, he would have long since succumbed to fainting from mental overexertion, much like during the previous extreme tests. However, he understood that at this moment, he could not afford to lose consciousness. The shrapnel and shock waves from the missile's explosions were about to converge. The fireballs bursting in midair generated a tremendous shockwave, and the fragmented missile debris, combined with shattered meteorite fragments, formed a tempest of metal and dust in the air. Yet the occupants of the vehicle remained blissfully unaware of the chaos unfolding around them. While they could faintly hear the violent explosions resonating from above, they were oblivious to the lethal shrapnel and the ferocious shockwaves that accompanied them. Apart from Instructor Hong, most of the new recruits crouching beneath their seats were utterly confused as to why the missiles, which were supposed to land within the camp and on the vehicle, had detonated in mid-air. Had some formidable being arrived just in time. All of them, perplexed, peeked out from their hiding spots to gaze at the scene outside. However, they were rendered speechless by the apocalyptic sight before them. The oncoming shockwave, accompanied by a deluge of debris and metallic fragments, surged violently towards the bus. Yet, outside the bus, there appeared to be a faint golden protective shield. which robustly repelled these deadly assaults. Chapter 54. I knew it was him, Qiye. Quickly check on Qiye. Bali Pang Pang was the first to regain his senses amidst the bizarre spectacle outside. Chao Yuan, hearing his shout, hastily extricated himself from the miraculous scene, leaping onto the roof of the vehicle. Lin Qiye stood atop the bus, wielding a wand, exuding an aura of divinity with a golden furnace reflected in his eyes. Truly, he was the man capable of absolving my sins. Chao Yuan found himself momentarily entranced. Yet when he finally refocused, he saw Lin Qiye's somewhat frail figure faintly smiling at him, the golden glow in his eyes gradually fading. Before he slumped and lost consciousness, causing the wand to slip from his grasp, quick-witted, Chao Yuan rushed forward and caught Lin Qiye's collapsing form, exclaiming, "Qiye is here. He is fine, just seems to have fainted." However, before he could finish his sentence, with Lin Qiye's body falling, the surrounding golden protective membrane flickered ominously before shattering into a gentle cascade of golden light. I could see that moment, although most of the shockwaves and shrapnel had been thwarted by the golden shield. The surrounding gale had begun to subside, yet the remnants of the storm lingered as a sudden gust of wind burst through the protective barrier, striking Chao Yuan squarely in the face. Caught off guard and distracted by Lin Qiye, he staggered, losing his footing and tumbling down while still holding on to Lin Qiye. However, Chao Yuan's mind was preoccupied with another matter entirely. Such a powerful aftershock. What exactly did Qiye shield us from just now? Had those fragments and shockwaves struck the bus, the instructors and recruits inside would have faced grave injuries, if not death. He was unconcerned about slipping off the bus, as its height was negligible. And with him breaking the fall, Lin Qiye would surely remain unscathed, suffering only minor abrasions himself. Yet the anticipated pain of landing on his back never came. Instead, he heard groans from those around him. "Ouch! Chao Yuan, what is wrong with you? I just got off the bus to check on you and Qiye, and you come tumbling down, using me as a cushion. Is this how you care for Qiye?" Bali Pang Pang struggled to rise from the ground, only to catch sight of Lin Qiye, unconscious in Chao Yuan's arms. "Qiye! Qiye! Wake up! Instructor Hong? Qiye is here." Meanwhile, not far away in the camp, a thin golden membrane enveloped the entire training ground, ensuring the safety of all instructors and logistical staff within, with not a single structure suffering any damage. Dressed in impeccably tailored military attire, Yuan Gang gradually retracted the golden glow from his exterior, his eyes ablaze with fury that seemed capable of igniting the very sky. Missiles. These scoundrels dared to employ missiles. How did they even deploy them? 6 at once. Just for our humble training camp, Yuan Gang had detected the missile's trajectory almost immediately. His initial plan had been to use his own forbidden domain to shield half of the camp's instructors and logistical personnel. Along with the buildings, while the more open areas, he could not defend due to lack of resources. Even as a being of the sea realm, employing his forbidden domain abilities to safeguard the vast training camp from missile attacks proved to be a daunting task. However, to Yuan Gang's astonishment, almost simultaneously with his detection of the missiles, several meteors appeared on the horizon. Initially believing these meteors were aimed at the training camp, he furrowed his brow, preparing to exert all his strength to withstand the assault, only to realize that the meteors were not on a trajectory toward the camp at all. Their path seemed more akin to intercepting those missiles. Who could possibly be responsible for this? This must be a forbidden domain ability, yet he had neither seen nor heard of any such power capable of summoning meteors. The only beings capable of such feats would be deities. Michael, Nyx, or perhaps Zhou Meng. Yuan Gang instinctively deduced that this matter must be intricately linked to Lin Qiye. Nevertheless, with someone assisting him in the defensive efforts, he could now fully unleash his power. The golden protective barrier promptly expanded, enveloping the entire camp. Since direct missile strikes were no longer a concern, and only shockwaves and shrapnel required defense, the intensity of the shield need not be excessively strong. A vast coverage area was sufficient. Report, Commander. According to our observations, several missiles have been intercepted and detonated in mid-air by an unidentified object. If we consider the original trajectory, 3 should have targeted the camp. 1 aimed at the outpost, and 2 directed at the recruits bus, an instructor hurriedly reported to Yuan Gang. Additionally, we have detected a crimson flame spear thrown from the direction of Tsangnan City, presumably attempting to intercept one of the missiles. But it missed a magenta spear. That must be from Team 130 Success Hong Ying. It seems they had already trained their focus on the camp. This suggests that the recruits should be safe. Yuan Gang nodded. Then inquired, what about the recruits? How are they? Is anyone injured? The reporting instructor hesitated for a moment before quickly responding. The bus is unscathed. No one is injured. However, it appears Lin Qiye climbed onto the roof just before the missiles appeared and drew a circle around the vehicle. As expected, I knew it had to involve that rascal Lin Qiye. Yuan Gang let out a breath of relief. However, it seemed Lin Qiye had exhausted himself and collapsed. Yuan Gang's heart sank. Can you please finish your sentence in one breath? He fainted. It's likely due to mental exhaustion. Hurry and dispatch a medical team. Also, connect me to headquarters. Just as the recruits had departed, missiles were launched. And Chun Mai's words rang true. Indeed, a traitor had emerged among us, enveloped in fury. He turned and strode back toward the building. Outside the camp, Chao Yuan had already carried Lin Qiye onto the bus, where the medical team was conducting a preliminary examination. The recruits gathered nearby, engaged in animated discussions. What just happened? Did any of you see it clearly? It seems Brother Shen caught sight of it. Brother Shun, what happened? Shun Qingzhu, observing the pale and unconscious Lin Qiye, spoke slowly. Just now, 6 missiles targeted us in the camp, but before they could strike, they were intercepted in midair by some unidentified object. If I'm not mistaken, they were meteors. Meteors? Where did the meteors come from? The recruits were startled, but soon they began to connect the dots, recalling Lin Qiye standing atop the bus. Could it be that Qiye summoned them? Qiye saved our lives, from summoning mushrooms to now summoning meteors. Is this the true power of a divine agent? Not only that, even if the missiles were intercepted in the air, the explosive shockwaves and shrapnel could not be thwarted. Yet Lin Qiye must have done something to protect us all on the bus. Otherwise, how could we have heard the explosion so distantly, without feeling even a hint of the shockwave or experiencing any shrapnel striking the vehicle? We all owe Lin Qiye our lives. After Shun Qingzhu finished speaking, the complex gazes of the recruits converged on Lin Qiye. Chapter 55. Aftermath Missile Launch Base Number 39. Missile Launch Base Number 39. Please respond immediately. Please respond immediately. In a remote forest hundreds of kilometers away from the training camp on the outskirts of Sangnan City, chaos reigned within the confines of the Number 39 missile launch base. The shrill wail of alarms echoed throughout the facility, while glaring red warning lights signaled to all within that an invasion had occurred. Regrettably, not a single soul remained to respond to the Night Watch headquarters distress calls. The command room lay in disarray, illuminated only by the crimson glow that accentuated the gruesome pools of blood and the shattered stone statues, which could emit no cries of anguish, a voluptuous woman. Her appearance so enchanting as to defy humanity, lounged at the control panel, one hand toying with a bloody blade while the other tossed a petrified human head, still oozing blood, up and down as if it were a basketball. With each toss, fragments seemed to fall from the head, which retained the expression of excruciating agony and despair it bore at the moment of death. Alas, after all this effort, not a single rookie was slain, and that training camp remains unscathed. What a wasted trip, she lamented, stretching languidly as her elongated crimson tongue uttered dangerously provocative words. She was a new member of the cult of the ancient gods. The Serpent Woman, an agent of the dread deity known as Medusa. Originally possessing only 5 missiles, she had cleverly lured the base personnel to acquire an additional launch permission specifically for the troublesome Lin Qiye. Yet her plans had still come to naught that a man's voice emerged from the phone before her. They had somehow deduced to disperse the new recruits from the training camp, likely because that foolish group had made too much noise in Sangnan, inadvertently alerting the Night Watch to their schemes. Isn't this fortuitous? You just witnessed Lin Qiye's abilities, which even our cult cannot fully comprehend, the Serpent Woman remarked, gesturing toward the satellite monitor displaying footage of 6 missiles intercepted by descending meteors. Lin Qiye truly piques my interest, summoning meteors out of thin air. How does he achieve such feats? Her voice rose in pitch, a flush creeping across her alluring visage. You are correct. This is indeed fortuitous. Lin Qiye is the first individual in history to serve as a tri-deity agent. one of whom is an entity unlike any we have ever encountered. He holds unparalleled value for us. She continued, during your upcoming visit at Songnan, make every effort to win Lin Qiye over. He could become our formidable ally. If not, we must eliminate him in his infancy. The deity within him, known as Zhou Meng, while unique, is not insurmountable. With the proper approach, Lin Qiye's life is ours to claim. Meanwhile, within the residence of Hong Ying, a circle of individuals gathered around a coffee table in the villa's living room. Shun Mai, Wu Xiangnan, Hong Ying, Wen Shima, Si Xiaonan, and Instructor Hong, along with the recently recovered Zhao Kongsheng. Instructor Hong, did I really throw that shot poorly? Hong Ying asked incredulously. Yes, by the time your shot was thrown, those missiles had already been intercepted by meteors. Instructor Hong replied, scratching his head awkwardly. Pouting in frustration, Hong Ying exclaimed, what is wrong with Qiye? Such a golden opportunity for me to showcase my skills, only to have him ruin it. Hong Ying, what are you saying? This is a matter of dozens of lives. If Qiye hadn't intervened, could you have guaranteed that those 2 missiles aimed at the bus would have been intercepted? While it was unfortunate for the boy, saving lives is what truly matters, Chun Mai interjected sternly. Hey, Captain, don't be upset. I was merely making an observation. However, Qiye's abilities finally have a reasonable explanation. It all stems from the powers of the 3 deities within him. He is now the only tri-deity agent in history. This attack must have been aimed at him or the young master of the Bailey family. Or perhaps both. Wu Xiangnan diverted the conversation toward Lin Qiye's abilities. But summoning meteors to intercept missiles seems rather beyond the realm of reason, doesn't it? Wen Shima inquired. Ha 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 ha. I knew it. Zhao Kongsheng never misjudged a tri-deity agent. I brought him in. Captain, don't you think I deserve a medal for this? Zhao Kongsheng laughed heartily, fully recovered from his injuries, the side effects of the ghostly god's call having vanished entirely. What astonished everyone was that not only had he survived, but the forbidden realm known as Mingxing Shanyue, triggered by the ghostly god's call, still resided within him. This meant he had transformed from an ordinary night watchman into a top-tier owner of a dangerous forbidden realm. Consequently, the research and medical departments of the Night Watch headquarters in Shangjing had repeatedly sent personnel to examine Zhao Kongsheng's condition, hoping Lin Qiye might cooperate with some testing. However, due to Lin Qiye's ongoing training and the potential connection to the deity within him, the relevant departments had to relent. Hey, who else can check if Qiye has woken up yet? It must be soon, Si Xiaonan remarked, glancing anxiously toward Lin Qiye's bedroom upstairs, just in time to see him peering down the staircase. Qiye, you're awake. Old Zhao, look at you. You were laughing so loudly. Did you wake Qiye? Hong Ying suddenly exclaimed in anger. Zhao Kongsheng, who had just been laughing uproariously, immediately fell silent, gazing innocently up at Lin Qiye. Qiye, I did raise my voice a bit too much. My apologies, he said sheepishly, a nervous smile on his face. Seeing the members of Team 136 below, a warm smile spread across Lin Qiye's face. Moments later, after joining the discussion, Lin Qiye began to grasp the current situation. Although he had employed extraordinary means, he had indeed saved the instructors and recruits of the entire camp. The missile attack was the work of the cult of the ancient gods, orchestrated by a newly initiated agent of Medusa, codenamed the Serpent Woman. His suspicions had proven correct. The training camp break had been a ruse to lure out these hidden agents of the cult, using himself as bait to flush them out one by one. While he was aware of his role as bait, Lin Qiye harbored no concerns for his safety. This was Songnan City, the home turf of Team 136, and he trusted the strength of his comrades completely. With the captain, Hong Ying, Wen Shima, and Zhao Kongsheng visibly present, and the likes of Lung Xian lurking in the shadows, not to mention the instructors like Yuan Gang also in action, he felt secure. Moreover, he was no longer the naive rookie he once was. Even without these advantages, he still possessed a final trump card, one that must remain concealed until the enemy revealed their hand. Yet when pondering this trump card, Lin Qiye's first thought was not of engaging in battle, but rather of something else entirely. If cunning, trickery, and deception were to be employed, no one was more adept than Zhou Meng. Since the Night Watch intended to fish for information, why not consult with this master angler first? Chapter 56. Zhou Meng's advice. Qiye, you're back. Have you dealt with things outside? Zhou Meng asked without turning around upon hearing the commotion behind him. Dana Ducey, you've come to see us, Nike exclaimed, turning with delight and rushing to embrace Lin Qiye. The two had been bending over to inspect the crops that Lin Qiye was cultivating in the backyard. Following the success of producing vodka, Lin Qiye seemed to have developed a passion for brewing. He was now preparing to plant grapes to make some wine, after warmly returning Nike's embrace. Lin Qiye turned to Zhou Meng and said, Father, could you spare me a moment? I have something I wish to discuss. Zhou Meng raised an eyebrow. It is my duty as a father to offer my son guidance in life. Let us step aside and talk. Lin Qiye had long grown accustomed to Zhou Meng taking advantage of him, pulling him aside to explain the circumstances surrounding the missile attack on the training camp. He then asked, Brother Meng, what advice would you offer if I am to successfully assume the role of bait? He asked sincerely. His logical reasoning was adequate, yet when it came to deception and scheming, he paled in comparison to Zhou Meng. Therefore, seeking the counsel of a professional was imperative. Well now, Qiye, since you've asked with genuine intent, I shall graciously share my wisdom regarding your role as bait. My advice is none, Zhou Meng replied with a playful smile in his eyes. Lin Qiye felt a surge of frustration. After all this effort to ask you seriously, you're just brushing me off. Just as he was about to unleash a tirade, the words caught in his throat. See, you are getting anxious again. There's no need to rush. The truth is there's not much to say about being bait. As long as you have protection, all you need to do is intentionally show some vulnerabilities and act recklessly. However, apart from that, I have a few other matters to bring to your attention. Lin Qiye immediately sat up straight, leaning in closer. Firstly, in Songnan City, there are more bait than just you. Do you understand my meaning? Lin Qiye quickly grasped the implication. Zhou Meng was undoubtedly referring to Bailey Pangpang, who was currently residing in the hotel. If they sought him out for power, then they were after Bailey Pangpang purely for monetary gain. His head was worth a staggering 800 million. Secondly, if they intend to eliminate you as bait, perhaps a frontal approach would be difficult. However, what if they threaten you with something else you hold dear? Upon hearing Zhou Meng's words, Lin Qiye's expression turned icy. He was alluding to his aunt and Ajin. Was someone plotting against his aunt and Ajin? This was a layer he had not contemplated, and he should inform the captain about it. But Zhou Meng quickly added, however, you need not worry overly much in this regard. Your allies are more numerous than you might expect. Lin Qiye felt somewhat perplexed, but nodded nonetheless, although Zhou Meng could be enigmatic at times. His suggestions were generally quite valuable. Thirdly, while you may be the sole bait, the number of fish eager to take a bite remains unknown. If one is to fish, patience is required. Lin Qiye understood that this advice was meant to remind him to remain vigilant. In this game of strategy, some pieces are visible while others are concealed, yet the quantity of each remains ambiguous, and unexpected moves may occur from unforeseen angles. Indeed, seeking his counsel proved to be the right decision, as it had allowed him to gain clearer insight into the entire situation. Absorbing Zhou Meng's advice, Lin Qiye resolved to seek out the other bait, namely Bailey Pangpang. However, he did not forget that his own cultivation had advanced, enabling him to attempt opening the second ward and verify his suspicions. Yet he decided to first ensure Bailey Pangpang's safety before returning to the psychiatric hospital to diligently unlock the second ward. Just as he prepared to leave, he suddenly heard a cry from the courtyard. Lin Yifei's voice in exclamation. Grandma, that's pesticide, not brewed wine. You can't drink that. What is this? It actually tastes not bad. Upon regaining consciousness away from the psychiatric hospital, Lin Qiye decided to head to the hotel to check on Bailey Pangpang's situation. This fellow had even gone so far as to book the top suite of the largest five-star hotel in Songnan City, as if he were asking for trouble. After briefly informing the members of Team 136 about his whereabouts, Lin Qiye prepared to step out. However, upon exiting, he discovered a tall figure waiting outside, smoking a cigarette. Lao Zhao, what brings you here? What else? Waiting for you, of course. Zhao Kongchang extinguished his cigarette and wrapped an arm around Lin Qiye's shoulder. Waiting for me? For what purpose? Lin Qiye inquired, perplexed. I just overheard you saying you were going to the hotel to meet a friend. Right? How about I accompany you? Accompany me? You don't even know my friend. What would you come for? It's been ages since we last met. Can't I join you for a stroll? Without further ado, Zhao Kongcheng tugged at him to lead the way. Lin Qiye couldn't help but smile slightly. Zhao Kongcheng seemed like a worried spouse, having not seen him for so long. It was clear he was concerned for Lin Qiye's safety and had to find a reason to tag along. Moreover, it was also a way to repay the life-saving favor. Yet, strictly speaking, that life-saving favor belonged to Zhou Meng, not Lin Qiye. Lao Zhao, you're still so easy to read. Noticing Lin Qiye's knowing expression, Zhao Kongcheng instinctively averted his gaze and asked, "By the way, Qiye, I've asked the captain multiple times about your situation in the training camp, but he has always been vague, telling me to ask you directly. Now, aside from knowing that you are the agent of 3 deities, I am utterly in the dark. You Haven T caused any trouble in the training camp, have you? Hurry and tell me. The captain hasn't mentioned anything to you? What about Hong Ying and the others?" Lin Qiye couldn't help but wondered, "Don't even get me started. None of them are loyal. They're all keeping secrets from me. It infuriates me." Zhao Kongcheng stomped his feet in frustration. "Oh, I see. Then let me share a few key points with you that you know about the mass squad." As Lin Qiye narrated the events, Zhao Kongcheng's jaw dropped further with each revelation, almost reaching the ground. Meanwhile, not far away, Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan were peering through binoculars. Captain, let me have a look. I can't let you enjoy this alone." Wu Xiangnan snatched the binoculars from Chun Mai. "Ha ha ha. Lao Zhao's expression is simply priceless. Captain, you were waiting for today after not letting us know what Qiye has been up to in the training camp." In the villa, Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, and Wen Shima were also peering through a window, spying on the scene. Further away, a figure wielding a sniper rifle was also observing with a scope. Joyful smiles graced everyone's faces. Chapter 57. These meteorites will look magnificent. "Qiye, does your friend really reside here?" Zhao Kongcheng inquired skeptically, gazing at the towering building before him. This was the premier 5-star hotel in Songnan City. The cost of even the most basic room for a single night was not something an ordinary person could bear. Even the wages of a night watcher would require some financial sacrifice for a single night's stay. "Yes, I believe he is in room 9039, that Lin Qiye replied as he entered the hotel's opulent lobby through the revolving door. "What is your friend's name?" "Bailey Tumming, though you may call him Bailey Pang Pang." "Forget I asked." Zhao Kongcheng immediately fell silent. The young master of the Bailey family, yet he only booked one room instead of the entire 90th floor, quite surprising. "Hello, I am here to find someone." "Certainly, I have a room number." 9039, Bailey Tumming. "All right, I'll transfer you now." The front desk clerk hadn't even finished her sentence when Lin Qiye and Zhao Kongcheng heard a tremendous explosion from the upper floors. They exchanged glances and rushed out of the hotel lobby, looking upwards. The pinnacle of the skyscraper was already engulfed in flames. Just as Zhao Kongcheng prepared to rush inside, Lin Qiye grabbed him. "Lao Zhao, they're falling down over there." He pointed to a glimmer of gold streaking across the night sky. Lin Qiye was certain was Bailey Pang Pang's forbidden object, Yaoguang. How dare these rascals wreak havoc in Songnan City? Have they lost their minds? Zhao Kongcheng immediately drew his star blade and, alongside Lin Qiye, charged toward the golden point of descent. Since his injury had healed, he had not had the opportunity to engage in combat aside from practicing his skills with the captain. The recent scarcity of mysterious occurrences in the city was indeed a good thing. Yet it had left Zhao Kongcheng itching for action. Finally, he had caught a break. Lin Qiye continuously scanned his surroundings with his spiritual energy. But the results were unexpectedly bewildering. A narrow intersection stood a familiar signpost. No entry ahead. No. ISNT, this a night watcher's jurisdiction. How did it end up here? Zhao Kongcheng also found it somewhat astonishing. Currently, aside from the two of them from Team 136, no one else was approaching this way, which implied that night watchers from other cities were involved in this matter. The danger ahead was evident. Should they proceed? Lin Qiye hesitated for just a moment. Unbeknownst to him, he seemed to have undergone a transformation, and it all began with this man standing before him. When he faced the Masked King, he was resolute, and it was for the sake of repaying a favor that he joined the Night Watchers, gradually understanding and embracing the organization's philosophy. If the darkness descends, I shall stand before countless others. Sword drawn, staining the sky with blood. Half a year ago, In order to save Zhao Kongsheng, he had breached the no today. To rescue his friend, he would once again breach the no. Just as golden light began to flicker in Lin Qiye's eyes, Zhao Kongsheng stopped him. "Qiye, I told you half a year ago my strike would be magnificent, but regrettably, you and the deity within you did not grant me that chance. Today, I shall not let this opportunity slip away. Allow me to demonstrate my Mingsheng Shanyue." Gripping the blade with both hands, Zhao Kongsheng unleashed the pinnacle of his qi, channeling it into the star blade. The black crescent blade light instantly sliced forward. The nose shattered before the black crescent blade light, revealing a gaping hole. "Huh. What do you think of my strike?" Zhao Kongsheng burst into hearty laughter. "Well, that's true, but has the captain mentioned to you that when I was training with him, I nearly brought our office crashing down with a single strike?" Lin Qiye nodded with a subtle smile. Acknowledging the remark, he could not help but concede that his personality had undoubtedly been influenced by that fellow Zhou Meng. Otherwise, he would never have uttered such infuriatingly pretentious words before. "Humph, that is simply cheating. If I become more familiar with the Forbidden Ruins, I will undoubtedly hold my own against you," Zhao Kongsheng retorted defiantly. Following Lin Qiye as they plunged into the realm of the unfettered void, the two swiftly navigated toward the increasingly distinct sounds of combat. But midway through their journey, Lin Qiye suddenly halted, turning his gaze toward a building several hundred meters away. "Wait, Lao Zhao, there are 4 people engaged in combat ahead, but it seems there's another individual atop that building. A sniper, likely akin to Long Xian, tasked with providing cover." Zhao Kongsheng immediately grasped the implication. "You are quicker and more agile than I am. I will assist your 2 friends while you deal with the sniper on the rooftop." Though they had never collaborated before, an unspoken understanding blossomed between them, allowing them to comprehend each other's roles without excessive dialogue. Zhao Kongsheng charged toward the source of the fighting, while Lin Qiye deftly ascended to the rooftop of a nearby building, placing himself at a distance that was neither too close nor too far from the target. Although Lin Qiye could have approached the sniper stealthily using the Stellar Night Dancer, he deemed it unnecessary for the sake of caution, as his current offensive capabilities extended beyond mere close combat. With a swift motion, Lin Qiye extended his hand toward the resplendent night sky, his eyes enveloped in a shroud of darkness. "Falling stars," he declared, summoning meteorites to rain down upon the rooftop. Of course, he would meticulously control the size and force of the meteors, for his intent was to strike at the enemy, not to demolish the building. "Watch closely, Lao Zhao. These meteorites will be quite spectacular." On the distant rooftop, the concealed female archer was drawing her bow, targeting the combatants below with a flurry of arrows. She had initially believed that her well-concealed position would enable her to swiftly eliminate by Li Tuming and another novice night watchman with a surprise attack. Yet the best-laid plans often falter. The man, brimming with malevolence, appeared impervious to harm. Despite having taken an arrow of explosive force directly, he seemed unfazed, crashing into the building without a hint of distress. "Forget it. My aim was misguided. If I cannot slay this madman, the rotund fellow from the Bai Li family should pose less of a challenge," she scoffed, drawing 3 arrows from her quiver once more. This time, she was determined to ensure a guaranteed hit. However, just as she prepared to draw her bowstring, she noticed a flickering light reflected in her goggles, rapidly expanding into view. She abruptly glanced upward, only to witness several blazing meteorites hurtling toward her rooftop. Chapter 58. "Who do you look down upon?" 500,000. The female archer's pupils dilated in shock. "What is this?" "Meteorites. Someone has not only discovered my position, but also possesses the strength to retaliate. Yet I have no idea who my assailant is." She had no time to ponder. Instead of evading, she bent her bow and loosed her 3 arrows toward the incoming meteors, determined to counter the threat. "My arrows are not without power. 3 arrows should possess enough force to bring down a small building. These meteorites should be no trouble." With a thunderous explosion, the incoming meteorites disintegrated upon impact with her arrows. "Humph, is that all?" "Not particularly impressive," she huffed, preparing to redirect her focus back to the skirmish below when an unsettling realization struck her. For reasons unknown, more meteorites appeared in the sky, this time not from a single direction, but from multiple angles. No matter how skilled her archery was, she could not bend her arrows mid-flight, From 3 directions, 6 meteorites descended. What the hell? The cold sweat began to trickle down her back. Who is it? Where are they? With time running out to mount a full counterattack, she had no choice but to buy herself some time and space. Without hesitation, she shrugged off her cloak and leaped from the rooftop, executing a complex maneuver to shoot at the 3 meteorites from behind her, evading the shockwave generated by their impact with the building. After releasing her arrows, she quickly drew another, plunging it into the wall of the building to slow her descent. This sniper position was untenable. She needed to find another vantage point quickly. As she executed a forward roll, barely landing on her feet, she suddenly felt a surge of heat above her. Looking up in alarm, she saw a meteorite plummeting perilously close to the building's side. What the hell? This meteorite is tracking me. By this point, she had no time to think. Her movements faltered as she reacted to the pursuing meteorite. The last image reflected in her eyes being a fiery orb hurtling toward her. Boom! The meteorite struck the ground, creating a crater over 10 meters wide. From another high rise, Lin Qiye observed the crater with a satisfied smile. While his marksmanship may have been lacking, his talent for remote-guided attacks was certainly commendable. Nevertheless, he decided to check if the female archer had been thoroughly dispatched before delivering a finishing blow. Li Pang and Chao Yuan were holding their own. He had just seen from above that the Berserker Doryman duo was keeping 2 opponents of equal rank at bay, with Zhao Kongqing's support ensuring their safety. With this thought in mind, Lin Qiye wrapped his cloak around him and leaped from the building, finally able to jump without fear of falling to his demise. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away, Lang Xian, who had been observing Lin Qiye and the female archer, discreetly lowered his scope. Not bad, but why is this fellow so inaccurate with firearms, yet quite adept at using meteorites to strike? On the other side, Uncle, come help me, assist me, and I guarantee a lifetime of wealth and prosperity. Golden tickets aplenty. Li Pang was struggling to fend off the gaunt man who relentlessly pursued him. Unable to gain an inch, Chao Yuan, now lost in madness, was entirely oblivious to Zhao Kongqing's arrival, his bloodthirsty gaze fixed solely on the man with 3 blades. Zhao Kongqing's expression twitched. Wait a minute. Qiye, your 2 companions, no, friends, seem quite capable on their own. It appears my assistance is more urgently needed in calming this fellow named Chao Yuan. Resolving to first drive back the enemies, Zhao Kongqing assessed the situation and decided to aid the pudgy Bai Li. The gaunt man and the 3-bladed fighter were already showing signs of exhaustion. With the support of the female archer, they had managed to hold their own against Li Pang and Chao Yuan. But now that the archer had fallen silent and was nowhere to be found, having been obliterated by inexplicable meteorites, their morale had crumbled. They were at a loss, unable to strike back or escape. Take this, my mighty sword. Li Pang swung his great sword with all his might, sweeping through the ranks. The gaunt man leaped to evade the strike, only to be met with a well-timed black slash from behind. In a single stroke, the gaunt man's head flew from his shoulders like a basketball, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Uncle, impressive skills. What's your name? How about becoming my bodyguard for Li Tuming? What salary are we talking about? With the enemy down, Li Pang felt a wave of relief wash over him as he gestured toward Zhao Kongqing. Team 136 at Song'an City, Night Watchman Zhao Kongqing. Did you just indicate a monthly salary of 50,000? Zhao Kongqing introduced himself, testing the waters. 50,000. Who do you look down upon? 500,000. Li Pang declared grandly, waving his hand that I in that fleeting moment. Zhao Kongqing knew he could not betray the Night Watchman's oath, yet he could not deny that he felt a twinge of temptation. Lao Zhao, are you feeling tempted? A figure suddenly materialized from the shadows behind him. It was Lin Qiye, who had arrived after confirming that the female archer had been turned to ash. Qiye, do you think I'm the type to be swayed by money? You underestimate me. Zhao Kongqing protested, a hint of guilt creeping into his voice. Qiye, you're here. Li Pang's eyes lit up at his arrival. With Lin Qiye present, his safety felt assured. I initially intended to pay a visit and extend the hospitality of a host, merely to inquire about your circumstances, yet who would have imagined that his gaze would drift towards the distance? While the three of them engaged in casual conversation, Chao Yuan had already reduced the three-knife man to countless pieces. Rising from the pile of corpses and blood, exuding an aura of malevolence, his gaze firmly fixed on the trio. Hiss, I'm grateful for your presence. Otherwise, I would be ill-equipped to contend with this martial lunatic. Bali Pang Pang could not help but shrink back slightly. Zhao Kongcheng also tightened his grip on the hilt of his knife. He had heard from Lin Qiye about Chao Yuan's perilous status. The owner of the high-risk Forbidden Realm, known as the Black King of Annihilation. Once he wielded his blade, he would lose all rationality while simultaneously experiencing a surge in power. Would I stand any chance of victory if I faced him alone? Qiye, about that water gun from last time, could you perhaps transform again? Bali Pang Pang hesitated to ask. However, Lin Qiye scratched his head, frowning as he replied, Alas, I am currently unable to conjure the water gun. It's quite troublesome, but I do have another method. Chapter 59. Let him chop you have another method? What is it? Bali Pang Pang was not questioning Lin Qiye, for whenever Lin Qiye claimed to possess a solution, he indeed had one. Perhaps the method was somewhat peculiar, yet it was still a method. He was merely curious about what Lin Qiye's plan entailed this time. Old Zhao, distract him for me. Fatty, hand me the sealing scroll, just in case. Lin Qiye instructed the two beside him. Bali Pang Pang promptly produced the sealing scroll, while Zhao Kongcheng gripped his knife tightly, prepared for action. Lin Qiye, however, sheathed his star blade and instead retrieved a stick from his coat pocket. It was, after all, the wand that Bali Pang Pang had given him. Old Zhao, go. All right. The two coordinated seamlessly, charging towards Chao Yuan from either side. Although Zhao Kongcheng was uncertain of Lin Qiye's intentions, his goal was to divert Chao Yuan's attention, so he was determined to fulfill his task. Zhao Kongcheng suddenly accelerated, engaging in combat with the roaring Chao Yuan. One could not deny that the frenzied Chao Yuan's strength was akin to that of a cheat. Not only was he immensely powerful, but the aura of malevolence emanating from him made it difficult for Zhao Kongcheng to breathe. Nevertheless, the path of his blade was relatively predictable, allowing for the application of certain techniques to counteract it. However, even with the use of the Forbidden Realm ability of the annihilation of life, he could not endure for long. Yet, at this moment, Zhao Kongcheng still possessed a modicum of energy to observe Lin Qiye's movements. But Lin Qiye did not join him in confronting Chao Yuan. Instead, he pointed his wand at the ground, and a golden light shot forth, followed by him drawing a circle on the ground. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that this circle was left open at one end, creating a small gap. Old Zhao, lure Chao Yuan in, then immediately jump out of the circle's range. Lin Qiye shouted. Lure him into this circle, then jump out? What kind of trap is this? What use could a mere circle possibly have? Though skeptical, Zhao Kongcheng complied, for he was not privy to all of Lin Qiye's capabilities, nor did he know the specifics of Chao Yuan's situation. Qiye, are you mistaken? Isn't this circle meant to defend against external attacks? What purpose does it serve to lure this black madman inside? Bali Pang Pang immediately discerned that the circle Lin Qiye had drawn was the protective barrier that had saved a group of instructors and recruits from the shockwave and shrapnel storm on the day of the training camp's ambush. Yet he still failed to grasp Lin Qiye's intentions. My abilities are for me to dictate. Old Zhao, hurry, Lin Qiye urged. Zhao Kongcheng wasted no time, quickly creating a diversion before leaping backward into the circle. Chao Yuan, unwilling to let his prey escape, roared and leaped into the circle as well. However, Zhao Kongcheng had no intention of engaging him in combat. He shifted his form and jumped out. Lin Qiye immediately waved his wand, sealing the entrance of the circle at 8T that moment. The circle seemed to undergo a transformation. A faint golden protective barrier materialized in the air, enveloping Chao Yuan like a bowl. Chao Yuan remained oblivious to the changes around him, his focus solely on Zhao Kongcheng. He lunged forward with all his might, intent on breaking through. Yet before he could reach halfway, he collided directly with the golden protective barrier, emitting a cry of agony. Chao Yuan swung his blade fiercely, but it merely struck the golden protective barrier, producing a clanging sound, with the barrier showing no signs of damage. Furthermore, each time he struck the barrier, it emitted a radiant golden light, and with every burst of light, Chao Yuan let out a cry of despair, while the malevolent aura surrounding him seemed to diminish. Observing the trap's efficacy, Lin Qiye finally felt at ease. Approaching the barrier to gaze at the furious Chao Yuan within, letting out a sigh. Qiye, what is this? Zhao Kongcheng and Bai Li Pang also stepped forward to inquire. Fatty, you are indeed correct. This is the ability I utilized that day. But who says an ability can only be employed in one way and not the other? It can both shield against external attacks and contain attacks within. For Chao Yuan, this is now a cage. Then what is this golden light that bursts forth with each strike? It is the divine might. I have infused it with the divine might of Michael. Lin Qiye promptly replied. Zhao Kongcheng and Bai Li Pang now comprehended entirely. This was specifically tailored for Chao Yuan, a forced confinement chamber to bring him to calm. Once he entered this circle and Lin Qiye sealed it, Chao Yuan would be unable to escape. While in his frenzied state, he would continuously assault the barrier, causing Michael's divine might to activate repeatedly, gradually depleting his malevolent aura until he exhausted all his strength. Brilliant! Uncle Zhao! Quickly, may I borrow your phone? I must capture this rare scene. Let Chao Yuan view it himself later. Ha ha! Bai Li Pang laughed joyfully, snatching the phone that Zhao Kongcheng handed him, beginning to record from every angle. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye quietly took out his phone, capturing a precious image of the enraged black madman, wrapped in a towel. Noticing that the time was nearly right, Lin Qiye retrieved the sealing scroll he had just borrowed from Bai Li Pang, dispelling the protective spell that confined Chao Yuan, and slowly approached. This moment, the malevolent aura surrounding Chao Yuan had almost dissipated entirely. He knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, struggling to raise a hand to wave at Lin Qiye. Qiye, I'm fine now. You truly are ruthless. Next time, could we perhaps resolve this issue in a more relaxed manner? Lin Qiye, expressionless, returned the sealing scroll to Bai Li Pang and slowly said, water gun, protective shield, or the sealing scroll around the neck. Which would you prefer? Chao Yuan's expression froze for a moment. And after a while, he silently stood up and said, choose whichever you like. I'm fine with anything. All right, you sycophant. Now you've acquired a submissive attribute, haven't you? Take a look at this. Bai Li Pang suddenly jumped in, brandishing the phone and making a spectacle of it. You fat fool. And over the phone. Delete the video. Lin Qiye observed the two bickering before him, then glanced at the two corpses and the surrounding disarray, suddenly feeling a sense of unreality. Such scenes, perhaps, would become commonplace after he concluded his training as a sentinel for new recruits. Kid, you'll adapt. This situation is unique. This group has somehow managed to breach the unrestrained void. I must report to the captain shortly. What are your plans with these two, dim-witted and disgruntled fellows? Zhao Kongcheng asked, patting Lin Qiye's shoulder. Lin Qiye gazed into the distance, where a building was still engulfed in raging flames. Knowing that the instructors were likely engaged in battle with the enemies from the Chuan realm, unable to intervene, the instructors should have it under control, and there was no need for Zhou Meng to assist. I am hungry. Shall we go get something to eat? Chapter 60. You finally arrived in the activity area of the Psychiatric Hospital for the Gods. What was once a pristine and tidy space now radiated a festive atmosphere filled with joy. Ife, put that character for good fortune on the door. It's upside down. It should be pasted backward. And that lantern hanging on that tree beside it. It's crooked. Listen to my instructions. Shift it left 3 millimeters. Zhou Meng commanded from his recliner while savoring a sip of wine. Ife, while adhering the character, complained, you don't even know where you came from. What festival are you celebrating? You don't understand. This is about blending in with local customs. You snake demon from India, my essence hails from there, but my persona is from the great Xia, much closer to you. Your ability is so convenient. Why don't you hang it yourself? Though Li Fei grumbled, he did not cease his work. You were killed by Qiye and then agreed to work here. Not me. Hurry up, or I'll report you to your grandmother and your father. What are you two doing? Lin Qiye, entering from outside, looked at the psychiatric hospital, now more festive than Hong Ying's residence, and asked in surprise, Dana Ducey, you've returned? Although I cannot recall the details. Your father mentioned that there exists a traditional festival in your region known as the Spring Festival, which is why Ife has arranged everything in this manner. Nikes arrive at the event area from the opposite side. Lin Qiye cast a glance at Zhou Meng, who was leisurely reclining on a lounge chair, and remarked to Nikes, "Indeed, such a festival exists. Mother, there must be a similar celebration in Greece, right? If it is not to your liking, I can ask Yifei to remove all this." "Not at all. I quite enjoy it. However, I must admit, I cannot recall the specifics of the festivals in Greece. It seems as though we are perpetually in a state of celebration." Lin Qiye couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. How delightful it must be to have a festive holiday every day. Upon hearing Nike's response, Li Yifei breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he wouldn't have to engage in futile efforts. Otherwise, it would truly wear him out. Lin Qiye's return was certainly not solely for the purpose of celebrating. Rather, he had finally found the time to visit and discover who the divine being was behind the second door. After rescuing Bailey Pang Pang and Chao Yu on the previous night, Lin Qiye reflected on Zhou Meng's suggestion and made several arrangements to prevent Bailey Pang Pang from being too conspicuous as bait. It was essential to conceal them in a relatively safe yet unremarkable location. A luxurious suite on the top floor of a five-star hotel was certainly out of the question. The first place that came to Lin Qiye's mind was the themed hotel Dream Butterfly Village, which Zhao Kongsheng had previously taken him to. This location could ensure absolute safety. Who would suspect that the young heir of the Bailey family would be residing in such an establishment? Simultaneously, as Chao Yuan was exceedingly unstable and often could not distinguish friend from foe, his method of rescuing hostages might very well involve harming them. To avert this, Lin Qiye sought out a competent and rational individual to safeguard Bailey Pang Pang. By chance, they encountered Shun Qingzhu, a brash young man who could only afford to treat his underlings to plain noodle soup. The two parties quickly reached an agreement, with Bailey Pang Pang employing Shun Qingzhu to ensure his personal safety for the next few days. After arranging these matters, Lin Qiye finally returned to his room, allowing his consciousness to descend into the mental hospital. "Mother, you rest for now. My father and I have some matters to attend to." Lin Qiye signaled Zhou Meng and Li Yifei to follow him as he made his way to the ward area. "Mengge, I have now reached the pool realm. I should be able to open the second door. Can you tell me which deity lies behind it?" Lin Qiye inquired. "That you'll find out for yourself once you open the door. What's a little wait? If I reveal it, wouldn't you lose the element of surprise?" Zhou Meng replied with a smile. Shaking his head, Lin Qiye did not expect to derive any answers from him. It was merely a casual inquiry. However, he genuinely hoped it would be a pleasant surprise rather than a fright. Li Yifei was also aware that there was something peculiar behind these doors, yet he had only seen Zhou Meng enter them. When he attempted to turn the doorknob himself, he found it utterly unyielding. The trio arrived at the floor containing 7 wards and paused in front of the second door. Lin Qiye disregarded the large character for fortune affixed to the door and looked up at the sign that resembled a pen or perhaps a wooden stick. Suddenly struck by inspiration I hadn't realized what this was before, but upon closer inspection, isn't this a magic wand? It looks exactly like the one Bailey Pang Pang gave me. Could it be that behind this door lies a renowned deity who wields magic? Yet, aren't all deities capable of magic? With a hint of confusion, Lin Qiye grasped the doorknob. The runes on the door dissipated instantly, and with a crisp click, the door slowly swung open. Indeed, it appeared that the elevation of his mental prowess enabled him to unlock these doors. But simultaneously, Lin Qiye pondered the presence of an anomaly within this place. Zhou Meng, that he was aware that the highest level of mental power he knew of was merely 6, which did not align with the 7 rooms here. Furthermore, Zhou Meng had emerged from the ward, not having been released by anyone. Lin Qiye furrowed his brow. It seemed that this mental hospital harbored secrets unbeknownst even to its director. Perhaps as Zhou Meng's mental illness index diminished, he would eventually understand why Zhou Meng appeared to be at odds with the hospital's rules. Zhou Meng noticed Lin Qiye's change in demeanor, but merely smiled gently, saying nothing as he gazed into the room. Merlin remained seated in that chair, his profound gaze sweeping over the 3 individuals standing at the door. Had one not observed the movement of his eyes, one could easily mistake him for a statue. "You have finally arrived," Merlin addressed Lin Qiye in a calm voice. That moment, Lin Qiye read the small inscription on the wall of the ward, identical to that of Nike's, and realized that the deity before him was none other than the legendary British sorcerer Merlin, who assisted King Arthur in ascending to the throne. Yet he found himself puzzled by Merlin's words. Finally arrived? Why does that sound slightly resentful? Merlin, what do you mean by that? Am I late? Not at all. I predicted 10 years ago that you would open this door. However, someone arrived before you, Merlin replied, shifting his gaze to Zhou Meng. You are here again. Indeed, I am. Are you about to say that I should not have come? Zhou Meng followed Lin Qiye into the room. Let it be a deity capable of defying my prophecies. I acknowledge your abilities that Merlin's intended words were preempted by Zhou Meng, causing him some embarrassment. And he quickly changed the subject. Lin Qiye had long been aware that Zhou Meng possessed a means to access these ward doors that he himself could not open, so he was not surprised that Zhou Meng had met Merlin beforehand. However, he was intrigued by Merlin's abilities, particularly his gift of prophecy, which could reveal one's past, present, and future. It seemed that Merlin had predicted he would open the door 10 years hence. Yet Zhou Meng had disrupted that prophecy. Lin Qiye suddenly had an idea. Merlin, since you possess the ability of prophecy, could you assist me in glimpsing my future? And what about this individual beside me? Zhou Meng, your fellow patient, could you also shed light on his past? Chapter 61. Merlin the Great Conjurer capturing jellyfish. Lin Qiye's thoughts were straightforward. As a grand sorcerer, prophecy should be child's play for Merlin, that if he could unveil Zhou Meng's past through his prophetic skills, it would greatly aid in lowering Zhou Meng's mental illness index. Lin Qiye, I cannot discern your fate. Merlin shook his head. But you possess the gift of prophecy, do you not? Lin Qiye queried, puzzled. Prophecy is not infallible. The moment you open the door, I attempted to glimpse your fate, but both your past and future are shrouded in obscurity. I can only perceive a glimpse of the present. Your current state finds you ensnared in a perilous vortex. One misstep could lead to your demise. Yet it appears there is another force aiding you in combating this vortex. However, to overcome the present challenges, it ultimately relies on you, the one at the vortex's center. Merlin said, furrowing his brow. Vortex? Danger? Assistance? This sounds rather mystical. Is this the nature of sorcerers? Although Lin Qiye struggled to comprehend, he nodded, committing Merlin's words to memory. And what about him? Lin Qiye gestured toward Zhou Meng. Merlin turned his gaze toward Zhou Meng, leaning against the doorframe. His eyes shimmered with a cerulean light, seemingly probing Zhou Meng's fate. Yet, after only a brief moment, Merlin appeared to be struck by something, letting out a pained gasp before promptly closing his eyes. This sudden reaction startled both Lin Qiye and Lin Qiye, who had been eagerly awaiting Merlin's insights. That I cannot see clearly if your past and future are a haze. His are a chaotic vortex, only glimpsed one thing within it. And then I was expelled from that vortex, Merlin replied, shielding his eyes. Before Lin Qiye could inquire further, Merlin continued, it was a clock face. A colossal clock face? A clock face? How intriguing, Zhou Meng mused, surprised that Merlin could indeed glean something from him. Although he did not understand what the clock face represented and did not recall any memories because of it. When he glanced at his mental illness index, he noticed it had declined. Lin Qiye observed this as well. Mengo, have you remembered anything? While I appreciate Merlin's willingness to experiment and probe my fate. Regrettably, aside from proving that he is indeed worthy of his titles as a grand sorcerer and a great prophet, I cannot ascertain anything more. I still have not recalled anything, Zhou Meng replied with a smile. Shaking his head, he had anticipated that Merlin's prophetic abilities would not yield results, so he did not feel disappointed. If it were that simple, he could have simply stolen the prophecy for himself. He still had to rely on his capable son, Lin Qiye, the director. You can't see this, and you can't see that. Are you truly a grand sorcerer? Lin Qiye circled around Merlin, casting a skeptical glance. Qiye, you truly underestimate our British grand sorcerer. Prophecy is merely a fragment of his abilities. He is adept in nearly all forms of magic known to the world. For instance, transfiguration. Come, Mr. Merlin, showcase your prowess and transform into his father for him to behold. Zhou Meng interjected, breaking the previously subdued atmosphere. Merlin remained silent, yet the body beneath his robe began to contort violently in the blink of an eye. Lin Qiye materialized upon the stool. No, director, this? You? Lin Qiye was rendered speechless. Mr. Merlin, was it not to transform into his father? Why have you become me? Lin Qiye appeared somewhat dazed. I comprehend your meaning. His true form is a Nanda serpent demon. However, I just employed telepathy on him. And here, you are indeed his father, are you not? Transforming into his grandfather or grandmother would suffice as well. The expressionless Lin Qiye, now embodied by Merlin, stated, Enough, enough. Let us not pursue this further. Let us discuss more pressing matters. Mr. Merlin, what ailment afflicts you? Lin Qiye hastily interrupted Merlin, who seemed poised to morph into Zhou Meng or Nikes. Having just engaged in conversation with Merlin, Lin Qiye perceived that, in every conceivable aspect, Merlin resembled a normal deity, perhaps akin to Zhou Meng. Yet Merlin did not seem to exhibit any signs of amnesia, prompting Lin Qiye to inquire about his condition. Upon hearing Lin Qiye wished to address serious matters, Zhou Meng discreetly exited the room. He swiftly made his way to the activity area, locating Nikes, who appeared somewhat lost in thought. Darling, come quickly. Follow me. Let us venture to the adjacent room. Zhou Meng gently urged Nikes to rise. Darling, where are you taking me? Have you completed all your tasks with Danados? Nikes queried, her eyes clouded with confusion. Yet she allowed Zhou Meng to lead her into the neighboring room. Upon entering, seeing the bed and sofa arranged for rest, Nikes' face suddenly flushed with an awkward crimson. Darling, it is broad daylight. The child is still here. Is this appropriate? Perhaps we should wait until evening? Zhou Meng, exasperated, slapped his forehead. Extraordinary reproduction. A burden indeed. No, darling, that is not my intention. Look outside. We are about to receive a new patient. He gestured towards the door. Although Nikes feigned embarrassment, her spirits lifted slightly at Zhou Meng's clarification. However, she soon followed his indication, peering through the window of the door. Shortly thereafter, 3 figures appeared outside. SpongeBob. Let us go catch jellyfish together. Look, the jellyfish is right ahead. A large pink starfish, clutching a fishing net in one hand and dragging the dazed Lin Qiye in the other, dashed forward. The fishing net flailed, seemingly attempting to ensnare something ahead. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye darted left and right in front, evading the starfish's fishing pole. Director, can you devise a plan? I am not a jellyfish. Do not let this lunatic starfish pursue me any longer. It was evident that after discussing serious matters, Merlin had succumbed to his affliction. His ailment stemmed from a quest to ascertain the reality of the world, leading to his mental fragmentation. This mental disarray had resulted in his self-perception morphing into that of Patrick Star. In his eyes, Lin Qiye was SpongeBob, while Lin Qiye became the jellyfish he sought to capture. I am at a loss. Who could have predicted this sudden onset? Zhou Meng is to blame. He entered earlier, surely aware of Merlin's condition, and fled as soon as I inquired about it. Lin Qiye, being dragged by the starfish in pursuit of the jellyfish, shouted in frustration. Zhou Meng, come out. Are you not capable of stealing? Stabilize this lunatic's condition, at least. However, the entire activity area had become devoid of Zhou Meng's presence, and Nikes was nowhere to be found. The two were reveling in the room, Zhou Meng unable to contain his laughter at the absurdity of the scene outside, while Nikes joined in, charmed by his mirth. Curse it, I shall not relent. Lin Qiye, I assign you a task. Bring this starfish back to the ward. Lin Qiye's consciousness abruptly withdrew. Now, only Lin Qiye remained. Pursued by Merlin. No. Director, you cannot leave all this mess to me. Why must I always bear the brunt of it? Chapter 62. The mouse speaks, despite being dragged by Merlin in a relentless pursuit of jellyfish. Lin Qiye ultimately gleaned the nature of Merlin's affliction. In his exploration of the question of whether the world was genuinely real, the concept of a real world had become a tormenting specter for Merlin. In his relentless search for truth, Merlin had employed an array of spells, ultimately connecting with what he deemed the real world and transmitting his consciousness. The result, whether the world of SpongeBob was real or not, remained unclear to Lin Qiye. Nonetheless, it had undeniably exerted a strange influence over Merlin's psyche, driving him to madness. Lin Qiye was not particularly concerned about Lin Qiye's ability to manage Merlin in his current Patrick Star form. For Merlin, a simple sedative would suffice. Should one dose prove ineffective, another could be administered. The risk of overdose leading to further madness was negligible. Moreover, even if Li Yifei struggled, Zhou Meng and Nikes were present. Presently, Lin Qiye's focus did not rest on Merlin. This ailment was one he did not yet know how to remedy, leaving him with no choice but to devise a solution later. Of course, his lack of focus on Merlin stemmed from another reason. He had acquired a term from Merlin at some point. Zhou Meng had stealthily transferred the orange term of mastery of dark magic and the purple term of mastery of dark magic defense to himself. Absconding with Lin Qiye's previous term, it was evident that these two terms had been pilfered from Merlin. This fellow, why must he always act in secrecy? Could he not be forthright? Meanwhile, in the labyrinthine sewers of Songnan City, a dense swarm of rats scurried through the passageways like a tide. Arriving at a dimly lit underground cavern, at the heart of the cavern lay a blood-soaked operating table, reminiscent of a twisted serial killer's lair or a deranged doctor's laboratory. Nearby, surgical knives, axes, chainsaws, and jars of formaldehyde containing enormous serpent heads and half-bodied lizards only served to reinforce this notion. Clad in a black cloak, with a hood shadowing his face and suspicious bloodstains adorning his attire, and Xingyu busily toiled at the workbench. Following the incident involving the Nanda serpent demon, he had stolen the demon's head, which the night watchman had temporarily overlooked, and concealed himself within the sewer system to commence his animal experimentation. Utilizing his perverse intellect and talents, and Xingyu had engineered the neurons of the serpent demon, advancing them to a fourth generation and applying them to the rats in the sewer, allowing him to share each rat's vision. He dubbed this fourth-generation synthetic serpent demon neuron fish species that it was due to implanting the fish species into hundreds of rats that he attained an almost grotesque level of informational awareness. Wherever a rat could venture in Songnan City, it fell under his surveillance. Hidden powerhouses from across the Great Xia, dozens of individuals from the River Realm, former night watchmen who had escaped from the fasting hall, the long-missing Scorpio mercenaries from 3 years prior, a woman suspected to be linked to the ancient god sect, and 2 deeply concealed powerhouses from the Sea Realm. All were stirring beneath the surface in Songnan City. All of this is a consequence of you, agent of the 3 gods, Lin Qiye. And Xingyu mused, gazing at the chessboard before him, fixating on a conspicuous black piece at its center. Should I offer him a warning? Although the white pieces are numerous and lurking in the shadows, the black pieces are not without their own strengths. He contemplated, has the rat dispatched to the home of that night watchman named Hong Ying returned yet? Let me sense what Lin Qiye is up to. Xingyu suddenly recalled something, closing his eyes to perceive through the rats implanted with fish species. Why can I not sense anything? Has it perished? Xingyu opened his eyes, puzzled. That cannot be. I recall that the teacher was concealed in the ceiling of Hong Ying's home, undetected. How could he possibly go missing? Rat number 071. Are you there? He commanded the rats below. Although he could rely on his thoughts to conduct the search, and Xingyu preferred this method, as it provided an interactive experience. Yes, he inquired. The surrounding rats abruptly parted, clearing a path to a singular rat, indistinguishable from the others, emerged from the rear and made its way to Xingyu's side. Is this not it? 071. Tell me, what did Lin Qiye do this morning? As the new year approaches, Team 136 finds itself with little to attend to, primarily tasked with the intimate protection of Lin Qiye. After finishing breakfast, he set out to purchase groceries with Xiaonan from the Hongying division. Grocery shopping? How audacious of him, given the current complex situation. Which gives me a headache just to contemplate. He brazenly decides to go shopping. Does he truly believe that those lurking beneath the surface will allow him to have a peaceful new year? No, after all, we have shared hardships. Had he not slain the non-serpent demon, I would not have this fish species to use. Although it has indeed subjected my ears to some torment, I ought to remind him. And Qingyu, upon hearing the report from mouse number 071, furrowed his brow slightly and resolved to give Lin Qiye a warning. However, just as his thoughts began to expand, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss. The method by which he controlled these mice relied on visual and cognitive sharing through the fish species. He should have been able to directly perceive the images retained in the mice's memories. Yet, just now, did mouse number 071 actually speak? His fish species lacked the capability to enable the mice to articulate words. Nkinjiu's pupils dilated in an instant as he turned his gaze toward Mouse No. 071, which had climbed onto the stone table and was now before him. You finally noticed? The foremost in Songnan City? Your reaction is rather slow, isn't it? Mouse number 071 spoke with a tone laced with mockery. Who are you? Nkinjiu inquired, his instinctive response. Take a guess. The mouse replied leisurely, not in a hurry to reveal its identity. Seeing that the mouse seemed to be testing him, Nkinjiu began to ponder deeply. You infiltrated through my fish species and refrained from attacking me, indicating either a lack of hostility or an inability to act. However, if you harbored intentions to harm me, you would not expose your true identity. Thus, it appears that you bear no ill will in all of Songnan City. Even considering those who have stealthily infiltrated, no one possesses such a peculiar ability, so it cannot be them. Once all erroneous possibilities are eliminated, the only remaining answer, no matter how absurd, must be correct that I surmise that you are some deity residing within Lin Qiye. Am I right? To be more precise, you should be that enigmatic Zhou Meng, who no one can seem to comprehend. Nkinjiu's eyes sparkled as he reached this conclusion. Mouse number 071 could not help but raise its front paws and clap vigorously, though no sound was produced. The meaning was unmistakable. Well done. I retract my earlier statement. Your intellect, as the foremost in all of Songnan City, is indeed commendable. You guessed correctly. The mouse grinned, appearing to smile. Then why not take another guess? What do you think I seek you for? Chapter 63. Can you let me study this mouse? Even someone as astute as Nkinjiu found himself momentarily stumped by Zhou Meng's question. What do you want with me? I am not a divine agent. What could a deity possibly want from me? Returning to the matter at hand, he realized he was entirely unaware of when mouse number 071 had gone missing, and he could no longer sense the presence of the fish species within it. How had it infiltrated? Could it seize the mouse's body and consciousness? Surely, it does not intend to take over my body and mind. Upon discovering Zhou Meng's identity, Nkinjiu had felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. Yet now, confronted with this query, a chill crept down his spine. Nkinjiu furrowed his brow. He currently possessed no other means of attack. The only gamble he could take was to rally the other mice to assault this entity before it could seize his body and consciousness, thus surrounding and overwhelming it. Even if it were to parasitize a mouse, it would still require some medium, right? Perhaps it may not prove effective, but he could not simply sit idly by. The surrounding mice instantly began to stir, surging toward the mouse number 071 that Zhou Meng occupied. However, Zhou Meng exhibited no signs of panic. He merely pressed down with his front paws, and the surrounding mice fell silent at once. Suddenly, these mice turned in unison, all fixating their gazes upon Nkinjiu's mind spun dizzily, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his legs trembling involuntarily. He was utterly terrified by the scene unfolding before him. These hundreds of mice were the result of his painstaking cultivation through the fish species. How had they so suddenly transformed into Zhou Meng's puppets? This was a scenario that belonged only in horror films. Why was it occurring to me? Was I, Nkinjiu, destined to be replaced by this deity today? Not a bad thought, and your reaction is quite swift. However, it is unnecessary. Relax. Why so serious? Zhou Meng waved his front paw once more, and the mice seemed to revert to their previous, normal state. Do not be alarmed. I am not here to usurp your body. Nkinjiu exhaled in relief, his tense body relaxing. Even during previous encounters with the night watchman, he had never felt such anxiety. Was this the pressure of a deity? He had not even appeared before me, and merely by employing a mouse, he made me feel as though every move I made was entirely within his control. Moreover, at some unknown point, he had managed to manipulate all of my fish species. What manner of ability was this? Indeed, if a deity truly wished to act against me, I, as an ordinary person, would possess no capacity for resistance. Nevertheless, this affirmed one point. My fish species still has considerable room for improvement. So, what is your purpose here? Nkinjiu endeavored to maintain a calm tone as he voiced his inquiry. Look at you, so intent on purpose. I simply found your mice amusing and followed the wires. Oh no. The sewers, to seek out someone as intriguing as you for a chat, that That's so unreasonable. Zhou Meng shrugged. Just to chat with me? Qinjiu felt a sense of exasperation. Are you deities truly so idle? You seize my fish species, frighten me half to death, and your ultimate goal is merely to come and have a conversation. Although Qinjiu was skeptical, Zhou Meng's true intention seemed to be merely seeking conversation for amusement. Even after revealing his identity, Zhou Meng was unconcerned about potential repercussions, for Qinjiu himself was a wanted criminal, a deranged scientist with a rather tight-lipped disposition that, of course, his motives extended beyond this. He also sought to test the extent of his upgraded parasitic avatar trait, to discern what it could achieve. With the decline of his psychosis index, Zhou Meng distinctly felt an increase in the strength within his body. His psychosis index had now dropped to 90, and unbeknownst to him, his innate traits had undergone a certain degree of enhancement. The trait of petty theft had transformed into sleight of hand, while his stealing trait evolved from an orange and a purple trait to an orange, a purple, and a blue one. Though the parasitic avatar trait had not changed, it too had upgraded. In addition to requiring Lin Qiye's consent to manifest his true form on him for 5 minutes, he could now also parasitize lower life forms, such as insects and mice. However, to parasitize larger creatures, he would face limitations in terms of quantity. For now, he was unable to parasitize other humans, so Zhou Meng had, in fact, slightly deceived Qinjiu. He held no intention of occupying Qinjiu's body, nor did he possess the capability to do so. This was because Qinjiu was not an ordinary human. He was one of the fragments of Yog-Sothoth, and that golden-red trait shimmered above his head like a protective shield. Even if Zhou Meng wished to inhabit Qinjiu's body, he would be unable to. However, using the other nearby mice to instill fear in him was still within his means. Furthermore, Qinjiu's other trait, the only correct answer, was also a sparkling orange trait. Zhou Meng could not help but admire Qinjiu, considering the surrounding environment, dark, eerie, and reeking of the various refuse that had accumulated in Songnan City. Qinjiu, in his quest to study the Nantua serpent demon in his severed head and the other half of its lizard body while evading the night watchman's pursuit, had managed to endure such conditions, a place even the mice he had parasitized were reluctant to enter. This insatiable thirst for knowledge was truly befitting of a fragment of the door of truth. As Zhou Meng exhibited no malicious intent, Qinjiu gradually began to relax, and he sensed that this deity, Zhou Meng, seemed quite intriguing. The actions of this deity appeared to lack any significant ulterior motive. At least, he could not discern one at the moment. It was all driven by mere curiosity. He had yet to comprehend the method behind Zhou Meng's parasitism of the mice. Perhaps it was through divine power or some form of medium. Regardless, it undoubtedly affected the mice in some manner. If he could unravel the underlying cause, he could further refine his fish species. Ah, wait. In conversing with Zhou Meng for so long, I have forgotten the main issue. My initial intention was to warn Lin Qiye that his family is in danger. However, as the notion of a Qingyu emerged, she heard Zhou Meng remark, "Though your intentions are noble, it would be futile to exert yourself. The defenses of his family are far more formidable than you can imagine. Those mercenaries are merely insufficient to even fill the gaps." Fill the gaps? And Qingyu displayed a peculiar expression, as if the implication suggested that there were entities within Lin Qiye's aunt and brother's vicinity that could devour humans. Forget it. Since the deity has spoken, it is perhaps best not to interfere. After all, even if I possess a clearer understanding of the information within this city, it pales in comparison to the prowess of a deity capable of inhabiting a mouse. His attention once again shifted back to Zhou Meng. "Excuse me, Mr. Zhou Meng, may I inquire whether the mouse you are currently inhabiting would perish if your consciousness were to withdraw? If it would not perish, might I have the opportunity to examine this mouse for research purposes?" Behind Qingyu's glasses, a strange and fervent light flickered. Meanwhile, on the desolate and empty streets, snowflakes began to descend gradually as Lin Qiye, draped in a black cloak, traversed swiftly. He held his phone tightly in his right hand, which displayed a message. "Someone is plotting against your family." Zhao Kongcheng, Chapter 64. An ambush, originally out shopping for groceries with Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan. Upon receiving Zhao Kongcheng's message, Lin Qiye immediately entrusted the items to the two and set off alone to rendezvous with Zhao Kongsheng. Both Hong Ying and Si Shaonan expressed their desire to accompany him, but Lin Qiye firmly declined. Firstly, with Zhao Kongsheng collaborating with him, they would possess sufficient strength to contend against any adversary, provided they were not overwhelmingly powerful. Secondly, their teammates were nearby. Should a formidable foe appear, reinforcements would arrive promptly. Thirdly, the greater the number of people, the more noise they would create, and he did not wish to cause worry for his aunt and Jean. Lastly, anyone bold enough to threaten his aunt and Jean. Even if they were the king of hell, he would personally eliminate. Shortly thereafter, behind a patch of low shrubs, Lin Qiye located Zhao Kongsheng, who had sent in the message. Qiye, these individuals have likely been here for 2 days. Although they have yet to act, it is evident that their targets are your aunt and brother. Zhao Kongsheng beckoned Lin Qiye to hide behind the bushes, lowering his voice. Currently, there is one target in that van, and I can ascertain that there are others, but their numbers and positions remain unclear. I thought it best to inform you before we assess the situation that I trust you wish to deal with these scoundrels personally. Correct? Thanks, Lao Zhao. Lin Qiye's brow relaxed slightly. Zhao Kongsheng's vigilance indicated that their captain must also be aware of the situation. Yet they preferred Lin Qiye to handle it himself, which aligned perfectly with his own desires. However, given Zhao Kongsheng's assessment of the unknown numbers and positions of the adversaries, it was prudent to extract some basic information from the individual in the van first. How about I draw their attention, along with any potential accomplices nearby, and then you follow, Zhao Kongsheng suggested, eyeing the van. Lacking ranged attack capabilities, this was the best strategy he could devise. Not necessary. Watch me. Lin Qiye smirked, extracting the starry blade with his left hand while producing the wand given by Li Pangpang with his right. It was indeed wasteful that this rotund fellow had been using it as chopsticks. Zhou Meng had borrowed 2 spell entries from Mei Lin for him: Mastery of Dark Magic and Mastery of Dark Magic Defense. These spells could enhance magical potency, reduce casting time, lessen the mental energy required, improve the success rate of casting, and enable silent spells. Furthermore, his mind was brimming with various dark magic spells and defenses. Now was the time to put them to use. To remain undetected while obtaining the desired information from the individual in the van, he would need to employ such magic. Lin Qiye raised the wand, aiming from behind the bushes at the man inside the van, concentrating his mental energy and silently intoned. Mind capture! A beam of white light shot toward the van, precisely striking the man through the open window. The man shuddered, immediately clutching his head in agony. At that moment, a wealth of information regarding him flooded Lin Qiye's mind. This individual was named Scorpion 3, affiliated with an organization known as Frenzied Scorpion. In desperation, they had joined the ancient god-S church years ago, becoming its followers, essentially a puppet organization directly controlled by several deities of the ancient god-S church. The deity they worshipped was Medusa, the serpent lady, including the man before him. There were 8 others nearby, with 2 snipers positioned above, while the remaining 6 were concealed in various locations. Serpent Lady. So this is the one who invaded the missile base, bombed the training camp, and nearly caused the demise of a truckload of recruits. Now, they wish to employ such despicable tactics, threatening my aunt and Jean? Very well, you have sealed your own fate. Meanwhile, Scorpion 3 seemed to have reacted to the incantation. What the hell was that? It feels as if my brain has been turned into a mushy mess. It seems my memories are being pried into by someone. I must have fallen victim. He immediately activated his walkie-talkie, intending to call out to his nearby accomplices while warning the 2 snipers above to remain alert. However, his thoughts froze once more, and his hands seemed to lose their autonomy. What on earth is happening? Scorpion 1. This is Scorpion 8. Scorpion 3 seems to be acting strangely. He has exited the vehicle. From above, Scorpion 8 observed Scorpion 3's peculiar behavior through the scope. That I see it too. Old 3, respond if you hear me. Who told you to get out of the car? Scorpion 9 noticed something was amiss with Scorpion 3 as well. But Scorpion 3 remained unresponsive, resembling a soulless automaton. An enigmatic smile gracing his lips as he walked further away from the vehicle. Scorpion 8, Scorpion 9 used tranquilizer darts to incapacitate him. Scorpion 1 quickly deduced. realizing Scorpion 3's abnormality after hearing the reports from Scorpion 8 and 9. He recognized the need to act swiftly. Since Scorpion 3 had already exited the vehicle, it would be best to knock him out and investigate what had befallen him. I'll handle it. Scorpion 8, concealed behind the window screen, replied in a low voice. With a sound distinctly muffled, a gunshot rang out, and Scorpion 3 collapsed. The shot struck his left arm. Upon seeing Scorpion 3 down, Scorpion 1 commanded, Old 4, Old 5, go check on him and see what's wrong. Understood. Soon 2 figures emerged from the vicinity, clad in high-quality gear and camouflage, nearly blending into the surrounding snowy landscape. Old 3, wake up. Have you lost your mind? Scorpion 4 slapped Scorpion 3 across the face. Yet Scorpion 3 showed no reaction, still wearing that perplexing, faint smile. This isn't right. Old 3 seems as if he is drunk. Scorpion 5 remarked, bewildered, having never witnessed such a situation. Just moments ago, Scorpion 3 had been responding normally. How had he suddenly transformed into a simpleton? Suddenly, a dull gunshot shattered the surrounding tranquility. Scorpion 8, who had fired earlier, now bore a gaping wound in his head, lifeless. Quick, take cover. We are ambushed. Scorpion 5's pupils dilated, and he instinctively sought refuge behind a nearby obstacle. However, it was already too late. From the nearby bushes, a beam of white light shot forth, targeting both of them as well as the fallen Scorpion 3. The white light made contact with Scorpion 3's body, resulting in a tremendous explosion, engulfing the figures of Scorpion 4 and Scorpion 5 in a violent blaze. Scorpion 1's mind spun in disorientation along with the sound of gunfire and explosions. Damn it! We are ambushed! Everyone concentrate fire on that bush! His hands trembled as he gripped the walkie-talkie, issuing a loud command. As Scorpion 1's furious orders were given, the remaining frenzied scorpions surged forth from their hiding spots, unleashing a torrent of ammunition toward the bush. However, it seemed as though the area surrounding the bushes had been enveloped in a transparent barrier. Bullets ricocheted off, producing a series of sharp clangs, yet failing to penetrate. They cast a fleeting glance at the mangled remains of Scorpion 3, Scorpion 4, and Scorpion 5, recognizing that Scorpion 3 had been obliterated by the white light. While Scorpion 4's chest had been blasted open, Scorpion 5 was the least injured, but he was barely clinging to life. What the hell is this? How can it be so resilient? Is this some kind of forbidden territory? After all this time, we haven't even glimpsed a shadow of the enemy. We frenzied scorpions have never fought such a humiliating battle. Stop firing. Spread out. Move in closer. I refuse to believe that he can persist in remaining a tortoise, hiding away in these thickets without emerging. After all, the Scorpion is a battle-hardened mercenary. Even with 4 of his comrades fallen, he can still respond swiftly and systematically suppress the target. However, they have a point. If Lin Qiye so desired, he could indeed remain behind this protective barrier with Zhao Kongsheng until this band of foolish mercenaries exhaust their ammunition. Although the bait plan did not unfold as perfectly as hoped, it essentially achieved its aim, gathering intelligence, creating a lure, enticing the fish, and netting them all. Yet, one fish remains quite cunning, reluctant to take the bait. I refer to the Scorpion 1, who has yet to reveal himself. Lin Qiye's strategy is clear. Since you are concealed in darkness, so shall I be. Given our numerical disadvantage, I need only employ some clever tactics to compel you into the light. He first utilized a mind-reading spell to extract pertinent information from Scorpion 3's mind regarding this operation, learning of the serpent woman's presence. Subsequently, after Scorpion 3 managed to shake off the mind-reading spell, Lin Qiye unleashed a dark sorcery, separating his soul from his body, and directly commandeered Scorpion 3's consciousness. Alas, he could not manipulate Scorpion 3 to communicate normally with his teammates through the radio. He could only induce some erratic behavior to lure the others over at last. When the rest of the team converged, he would unleash a thunderous explosion, delivering them a grand surprise. Regrettably, the opposing side was rather cautious, revealing only the positions of Sniper and 2 accomplices, but with the cooperation of Lung Xian's distant sniping, they managed to reap 4 heads, which could be deemed a profit. As for now, the magic preventing these ruffians from landing their shots is called Armor of Protection, though its defensive power may not rival that of the securement spell. It is more than sufficient for these mercenaries lacking access to large-scale weaponry, who can only make do with ordinary firearms. Qiye, what is this artifact? It feels far more effective than a gun. Zhao Kongsheng exclaimed, pointing at the wand in Lin Qiye's hand. Ever since Lin Qiye had used a meteor to strike an opponent previously, Zhao Kongsheng has been increasingly eager to see what new tricks Lin Qiye would conjure up each time. The wand is swift beyond 7 paces, and within 7 paces, it is both rapid and precise. Lin Qiye could not help but recall this phrase suddenly. Perhaps it may not apply to other mages, but it is indeed the phrase associated with the great wizard Merlin. Even if it is of purple quality, its power is of the utmost caliber. Lin Qiye had no doubt that if his own level were to elevate further, or if Merlin himself were to wield that recent thunderous explosion, it could level the nearby buildings, its force rivaling that of a missile strike on a training camp. Old Zhao, they're down to 3 remaining. You take the left, I'll take the right. And leave the sniper to Lung Xian. Charge, Lin Qiye shouted. After exhausting half a day's worth of ammunition, the opposing side should be growing somewhat impatient. This is the optimal moment for the two to initiate a counterattack. They darted from the thickets on either side, heading straight for Scorpion 2, Scorpion 6, and Scorpion 7, who in the midst of reloading did a muffled crack of a sniper rifle echoed once more. And Scorpion 9, concealed atop a building, was also taken down by Lung Xian. Observing Zhao Kongsheng and Lin Qiye entangled with 3 mercenaries, Lung Xian's lips twitched slightly. Old Zhao's close combat knife skills remained as sharp as ever. And combined with the flashing moon technique, his power surged dramatically, instantly suppressing the mercenary before him. However, the approach Lin Qiye employed left him utterly bewildered. Lin Qiye wielded a star blade in his left hand and a short staff in his right, emitting a dazzling array of colorful lights, which appeared harmless at first glance, yet proved more potent than bullets, with some beams even exhibiting peculiar effects. Despite the numerical advantage, the 2 mercenaries found themselves utterly defenseless against Lin Qiye's magic. Inverted Bell, a spell struck Scorpion 6, who had not turned in time, lifting his ankle with tremendous force and causing him to drop his weapon in surprise. Damn it, put me down. Your weapons. Another red beam struck Scorpion 7, sending the submachine gun slung across his neck and the steel knife in his hand flying away in an instant. Where's my knife? Where's my gun? The 2 were toyed with by Lin Qiye, like a cat with a mouse. Ensnared by various spells, utterly oblivious to the whereabouts of their own weapons. Seizing the opportune moment, Zhao Kongsheng swiftly executed a decisive slash, severing Scorpion 2's blade with a dark arc of light and claiming his life. Qiye, do not let her guard down. One more has yet to emerge. He eyed Lin Qiye's peculiar combat style with a resigned expression. Rest assured, old Zhao, I know precisely where he is. Lin Qiye waved his wand once more, causing 2 guns on the ground to rise abruptly, spitting fire as they dispatched Scorpion 6 and Scorpion 7 out again. His wand pointed towards a secluded corner. Dark One, reveal yourself. The figure that had blended seamlessly with its surroundings gradually materialized. Zhao Kongsheng regarded the man, who seemed utterly unconcerned by the deaths of his comrades, and bore a cruel smile, gripping his star blade tightly. You are Scorpion 1? Lin Qiye inquired coolly. Indeed, Scorpion 1 replied, shedding his disguise as he spoke. Qiye, he stands alone. We, old Zhao, do not rush. This man's life is mine to claim. I intend to make this group understand the consequences of daring to lay hands on my family. Lin Qiye raised a hand to halt Zhao Kongsheng, but he narrowed his eyes, eager to discern what this individual, Scorpion 1, intended to do by not attacking him alongside his teammates. The artifact you wield is indeed formidable, but I surmise its usage requires a significant expenditure of mental energy, does it not? Merely a trifling trick. Allow me to demonstrate how ineffective such a thing is against absolute power. Scorpion 1 cast aside his weapons and unsheathed a folding knife, while simultaneously lifting a silver medallion from his chest, kissing it tenderly. This artifact is known as Blood Boil. Chapter 66. Do not boil over this is bad. It's a forbidden artifact, although Zhao Kongsheng could not identify what it was. He understood the power contained within an item bearing such a name. It seems there are still those with discerning eyes. Blood Boil. Forbidden Relic Series 209 siphons the blood of all deceased beings within its vicinity for a brief period, acquiring their strength and compounding it. An exquisite treasure I unearthed from the rainforest. The remaining few have no inkling of my hidden trump card. Scorpion 1 declared with malevolence. The silver medallion in his palm trembled violently. A bizarre aura stirred the blood from several nearby mangled corpses, a crimson mist flowing forth like a river, infusing the medallion. However, I must express my gratitude to these fools for paving the way. Their sole purpose was to serve as my sacrifices. Once I slay you, I will secure a place among my followers. Qiye, this fellow is not to be trifled with. I shall join you, based on Zhou Kongqing's earlier assessment. Scorpion 1 was merely a slightly stronger mercenary. In the presence of Lin Qiye, the Trigod agent, he was hardly a formidable opponent. Thus, he believed Lin Qiye could easily handle Scorpion 1 alone. However, the situation has changed. This forbidden artifact has absorbed the blood of so many corpses, undoubtedly elevating Scorpion 1 to a terrifying level, at least peak pool realm, and perhaps even reaching the stream realm. Such a formidable foe would likely overwhelm Lin Qiye, who had only just entered the pool realm. If he faced him alone, what did you just say this thing is called? Lin Qiye suddenly inquired. Ha ha ha. Did you not catch that? It is called blood boil. Soon your blood will boil as well, becoming its sustenance. Scorpion 1 grinned wickedly, preparing to plunge blood boil into his palm. Oh, is that so? Thank you. Lin Qiye replied, a slight smile gracing his lips as he shouted. Blood boil. Come to me. Scorpion 1 suddenly felt the blood boil slip from his grasp. Soaring toward Lin Qiye instead, who seized it firmly, he thrust it toward his palm, but merely struck air. Huh. Both Scorpion 1 and Zhou Kongqing stood frozen in place. This is possible. Neither expected that Lin Qiye's chosen method would not be a direct confrontation, but rather to interrupt the incantation and magically snatch blood boil away. Observing the stunned Scorpion 1, Lin Qiye could not help but chuckle coldly and ask, did you not just utter something rather significant? Would you care to repeat it? Scorpion 1 had survived to this point and risen to become the leader of the mad Scorpion mercenaries due to his ruthless nature and formidable abilities. But his adaptability and awareness of the situation were equally vital. Now stripped of his trump card, facing two masters of the pool realm, one a Trigod agent. What could he possibly hope to achieve? Forget it, time to retreat. Scorpion paid no heed to Lin Qiye's words, swiftly removing the two smoke bombs hanging from his legs, poised to make a hasty retreat. However, with a resounding command of Petri Ficus Totalis, his hands became unresponsive, suspended in midair. His entire being seemed to transform into stone, maintaining the posture of having just grasped the smoke bombs, before collapsing backward. What sorcery is this, to control a person's actions? Seize their consciousness, create explosions, dangle them in the air, and snatch away weapons. These are entirely disparate abilities. How can one individual wield such power? Observing Scorpion's expression of unwillingness as he lay on the ground, Lin Qiye approached, a contemptuous smile gracing his lips. D-O-U-C. This is the fate that befalls those who dare threaten my family. It is a torment that pierces the heart, a streak of crimson light, akin to a lightning bolt, erupted from the tip of Lin Qiye's wand, striking Scorpion directly. An indescribable agony surged through Scorpion's nerves in an instant. His blood boiled, his heart raced uncontrollably, and every inch of his skin and nerve screamed in protest. Yet he could not even clutch his heart, for he remained rigid in his stance. Only the liquid seeping from the corners of his eyes, mouth, and groin betrayed his true feelings. Avada Kedavra! A blinding green light once again surged forth from the wand. With an overwhelming force, striking Scorpion's chest, he was enveloped by the emerald glow, and then, like a tattered rag doll, he slumped to the ground, motionless. Lin Qiye's gaze was indifferent as he sheathed his starlight dagger and wand. Qiye, what ability did you just use? That green light seemed rather sinister. Are you all right? Zhou Kongqing stepped forward, his eyes fixed on Scorpion, who now appeared hollow and devoid of life. During Lin Qiye's casting of the red and green lights, Zhou felt an intense hatred, coupled with a formidable yet profoundly malevolent energy. Lin Qiye inhaled deeply, momentarily calming his emotions, before explaining to Zhou, Rest assured, Uncle Zhao, I am perfectly fine that I merely allowed my emotions to run a bit high and exerted too much force. He spoke truthfully, for both incantations he had employed were indeed dark magic. One inflicted excruciating pain upon both soul and body, while the other could outright extinguish life. The sole prerequisite for their use was that the caster must harbor the strongest hatred and malice toward the target. A condition thoroughly met by Scorpion. The only drawback was the immense toll exacted on the caster's mental fortitude, inflicting a degree of harm upon their soul and risking misfires. Yet, due to the proximity, within the range of Lin Qiye's divine control, accuracy was greatly enhanced. Just as he contemplated this, his phone suddenly rang. I in that mountain. In that sea, there are a group of Smurfs. Lin Qiye was taken aback, hastily retrieving his phone for a closer look. It was a call from his aunt. Gazing at the chaos surrounding him, his heart swelled with mixed emotions as he retreated to a nearby building's corner, allowing him a distant view of his home. On the balcony, his aunt, donned in an apron, appeared anxious, glancing at the phone intermittently before pressing it to her ear. With trembling hands, Lin Qiye accepted the call. Hello, Aunt, my dear. Why haven't you been answering? What have you been doing? Aunt, please don't worry. I was just chatting with a comrade and didn't hear the phone. If you don't believe me, listen. Lin Qiye quickly signaled Zhao Kongsheng, who understood and deliberately called out in a gruff voice. Qiye, hurry up and finish the call. We need to play cards. The new year is approaching. Can't you at least call home? His aunt's voice was filled with both concern and reproach. I'll call back shortly. It is my fault for not keeping in touch due to the heavy training schedule. Lin Qiye's voice dwindled. How could he not be aware that today was New Year's Eve? How he longed to share a reunion dinner with his aunt and Ajin. Yet, regrettably, his involvement with the Night Watchers was a secret he could not divulge, lest it cause her distress. Just as he prepared to placate her with a few perfunctory words, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Che, do you want to come home for dinner tonight? Chapter 67. Happy New Year. Part 1. Qiye, do you want to come home for dinner tonight? Zhou Meng's voice resonated in Lin Qiye's consciousness. His pupils dilated in an instant, and he quickly told his aunt not to hang up, assuring her he would return shortly, and then began a mental conversation with Zhou Meng. Meng, what do you mean by that? Don't you understand? I'm asking if you want to come home for dinner tonight. Which home? Stop feigning ignorance. Just return to whoever you're speaking to. Zhou Meng chuckled. However, I can't go back. I have no way to return. Lin Qiye's emotions surged at that moment. Who says you can't go back? Understand this. What do you think your father does? You can return home normally. You can fabricate any excuse to him. Why only responsibility is to erase this memory from your aunt and Ajin's minds after you return. They remember seeing you tonight or having dinner with you. Just this once. Is this method acceptable to you? Zhou Meng continued to inquire. Lin Qiye hesitated, his gaze fixed on his aunt on the balcony, still clutching her phone, waiting for his response. In that fleeting moment of indecision, he resolved, I can accept it. I miss my aunt and Ajin. Lin Qiye replied in his mind. Haha, splendid. Just return home. The rest is up to me. Zhou Meng's voice faded away. Lin Qiye momentarily felt disoriented. Was that truly Zhou Meng's voice, or merely an illusion born from his longing for his aunt and Ajin? Qiye, are you back? His aunt's voice emerged once more from the phone, pulling Lin Qiye back to reality. Aunt, I'm here, he quickly responded. Then, summoning a sudden resolve, he exclaimed in the phone, Aunt, wait, I have a surprise for you and Ajin. A surprise? What do you mean? Why are you speaking so erratically? What surprise? Aren't you in the military? His aunt sounded perplexed. I said it's a surprise. If I tell you now, it won't be a surprise anymore. Aunt, I'm hanging up. You'll find out what the surprise is soon. Hello. Che, what is going on? Why did he hang up? She pondered, concerned about whether the army had any New Year's Eve dinner and whether he was eating well or if anyone was bullying him. Mom, what's wrong? Yang Jin, who was pasting spring festival couplets, noticed his mother's worried expression on the balcony. Nothing. I just called Qiye, and he barely said anything before telling me he has a surprise for us. What kind of surprise can he possibly have when he is so far away? His aunt's tone was tinged with frustration. A surprise. It could genuinely be something special. My brother never speaks without reason. Just wait and see, Mom. Yang Jin glanced outside, his gaze landing on a distant building, before smiling and returning to help his mother. By the way, Ajin, I think I just heard something outside. There's someone in the hallway? Is Xiao Heilai outside? Bring him back quickly. We would want anyone to get hurt. He is probably off playing somewhere. Don't worry, Mom. Our dog has never bitten anyone. He'll be back on his own in a bit. Trust me. Qiye, are you certain you want to go back? Cold Xian, standing beside Lin Qiye, inquired. After the recent skirmish with the crazy scorpion mercenaries, Cold Xian had dealt with the two snipers and made his way over. The scene of carnage confirming his assumptions, that he briefly explained to Lin Qiye that even if he hadn't come today, his family would not be in danger. That I want to return and see. I know the more frequently I come back, the more attention those lurking in the shadows will pay to this place, so such opportunities may not arise again. But right now, I have a plan. Lin Qiye replied calmly, his gaze drifting toward his home's balcony. Cold Xian and Zhao Kongsheng, in tacit understanding, refrained from inquiring further about the specifics of the plan. They comprehended Lin Qiye's sentiments. No matter how exceptional a three-god agent or a standout in the rookie training camp Lin Qiye might be, he was still a child yearning for home, which is one of the most natural feelings in the world. Well, you should have your New Year's Eve dinner at home. I'll speak to the captain. Zhao Kongsheng rubbed his nose and said, but remember to give us a call tonight. After a brief moment, Lin Qiye stood beneath his own building. He looked up and saw the figures of his aunt and Ajin, just within reach. Mengge, you wouldn't betray me this time, would you? Lin Qiye hesitated and asked again. This child, your suspicion is too heavy. Don't worry. Just go upstairs. Then no matter what you say, I'll handle the aftermath, came Zhou Meng's languid voice, stealing his resolve. Lin Qiye stepped into the hallway, as if he had made a significant decision. At that moment, a small, black, scruffy dog suddenly dashed out from the corridor, leaping straight into Lin Qiye's arms. Little Heilai, what are you doing out here? With that round belly of yours, what delicious food have you consumed? Come, let us head upstairs. He scooped up little Heilai and made his way up. Ajin, it seems someone is knocking at the door. Go see who has arrived. Auntie, bustling in the kitchen, instructed Yangjin. Mom, it's surprised that back. Yangjin's voice brimmed with joy. Why are you also speaking in riddles? What surprise? Annie hurriedly set down her work and went to the door. Tears welled up instantly. A familiar figure, holding little Heilai, appeared at the entrance. Annie, I'm back. Lin Qiye set down the little black dog that had been attempting to lick his face, the smile on his face brighter than the rising sun. Qiye, why are you back? Aren't you still in training with the army? You haven't sneaked out, have you? You mustn't engage in such disciplinary violations. You worked hard to join the army. What would happen if you got expelled because of this? Annie's face was a mixture of disbelief. Auntie, rest assured, I took leave to come back. When I called you just now, I was already in the city. Lin Qiye replied with a smile. That's great. That's great. Come in quickly. The dishes are almost ready. Annie quickly wiped her tears and was about to hurry back to the kitchen. However, she hadn't even made it halfway when she turned back swiftly, pulling Lin Qiye into her embrace. Lin Qiye's eyes glistened with tears. He held tightly onto this woman who, though not his biological mother, had long since become like a mother to him. Auntie, it's really me. I've truly returned. Chapter 68. Happy New Year. Part 2. In the night watchman's office, the rich aroma of dishes wafted through the air. Steaming plates filled with food adorned the table, mingling with hints of sweetness that made one's mouth water. Watching Hong Ying stealthily prepare to snatch a goose leg, Wu Xiangnan swiftly struck her hand with his chopsticks. What are you doing? Wait until everyone is here to eat. He wore a serious expression. Oh, come on. I'll just have a nibble. Really, just a nibble. No way. With that gaping mouth of yours, one bite would clear half the plate. Absolutely not. Sigh, fine. Hong Ying could only regretfully withdraw her hand, collapsing onto the table like a dehydrated jellyfish sunbathing on the beach. Wait, something's off. One of the goose legs is missing. Someone must have stolen it. Quickly confess. Hong Ying circled the goose, suddenly jumping up as if she had discovered something. Stop yelling. Hong Ying. That was saved for Qiye by the captain. Zhao Kongsheng emerged from the kitchen carrying a platter of dishes. Sigh, it's a pity Qiye isn't having the New Year's Eve dinner with us. While I know it's good that he's home, I still wish he could be here. When Shima emerged from the basement, stretching lazily, why does everyone look so glum? Qiye simply isn't having dinner with us. He is still coming back that ITS New Year's. Let us all be cheerful. Chimai walked out of the kitchen carrying the last pot of fish soup, followed closely by Si Xiaonan, laden with bowls and chopsticks at a long table, 16 dishes, and 8 chairs. Chunmai, Wu Xiangnan, Zhao Concheng, Hong Ying, Wen Qima, Si Xiaonan, and Lung Xian took their seats in order, leaving one chair reserved for Lin Qiye, who was still at home. Qiye said he would return after tonight. I've saved him some food. This year, so much has happened. Our team has grown stronger once again. As the captain of Team 136 and a night watchman, I wish to extend my gratitude to all here for the countless lives in Songnan City. Looking at everyone's smiling faces, Chunmai began his New Year's speech. Meanwhile, in a themed hotel in Songnan City called Dream Butterfly Village, 2 slender boys and a round-headed, rotund boy gazed out at the pitch-black sky. Illuminated by brilliant fireworks, lost in thought, sigh. Who would have thought that I, Li Pang, with a lifetime of fame, would end up celebrating the new year in a themed hotel with you two? Zhua Guo and Chao Yuan. Li Pang raised a can of beer beside him, feeling rather sentimental. Amit Ba, as if anyone would want to spend it with you. If Qiye were here, it would be a bit more interesting. Chao Yuan remarked, watching the fireworks in the sky while gulping down a mouthful of beer. You can't drink during work hours. Shin Xingzhu picked up a beer can, examined it, then set it down again. Oh, come on. It's New Year's. Don't be a downer. This is the employer's request. Besides, my bodyguard team has already arrived. Even if I were to get drunk now, it wouldn't matter. Come, let us toast. The 3 cans clinked together amidst the roaring sound of fireworks outside. In the activity area of the God's Mental Hospital. Yi Fei. Have you finished over there? Zhou Meng called out to Li Fei, who was squatting on the ground. Almost done. I mean, do you have to be so extravagant with fireworks? Can't you let old Merlin just conjure up a few spells? Li Fei was arranging several firework tubes on the ground, scribbling the words on them. God's Mental Hospital fireworks for divine use. It's not food. Why does everything have to say for divine use? Li Fei shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. This batch of fireworks was something he had hurriedly prepared a few days. I need to say, it was Zhou Meng's idea again, after blowing his face black a dozen times. With the help of Merlin and Zhou Meng, Li Fei finally managed to create a few types of fireworks that could be successfully lit.my dear. What is our precious grandson up to? Nix looked at the busy Li Fei, puzzled. Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough. Zhou Meng smiled as he glanced at the table laden with delicious dishes. Gods don't need to eat, and there's no concept of hunger in the God's Mental Hospital. However, to enhance the festive atmosphere, Li Fei personally cooked the New Year's Eve dinner laid out on the table. Most of the ingredients were magically transformed by Merlin, while Zhou Meng contributed some creativity, and Nix primarily handled the tasting. All right, it's done. Li Fei quickly dashed away from the fireworks he had set up and returned to his seat. Just look at us, an Indian snake demon, a Greek goddess of night, a British great magician, and a mysterious fellow gathered here to celebrate the new year. How peculiar. Li Fei shook his head, chuckling at himself. Sigh, if only Donatus could return now. Nix looked at the empty chair beside the table. This is what they call when in Rome. Do as the Romans do. But do you think holidays are truly real? Merlin responded. Zhou Meng snapped his fingers, interrupting whatever Merlin was about to say, then raised his glass. The first New Year gathering at the God's Mental Hospital begins. Happy New Year, everyone! Merlin waved his wand, and sparks immediately shot toward the fireworks. The brilliant display erupted fiercely above the long-silent God's Mental Hospital. Qiye, put your things down. Annie will tidy up. You and Jean go play. Annie was happily clearing away the dishes. Although she didn't know why Lin Qiye had returned from the army, she was more delighted than anyone else that he could come home for the new year. Lin Qiye glanced at the clock on the wall, realizing it was almost time for him to leave. Brother, are you leaving? Yang Jin asked, looking at Lin Qiye's face. Jin, study well and take good care of Annie. Lin Qiye patted Yang Jin's shoulder, but didn't directly answer his question. Instead, he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his expression seemed different from before. Yang Jin furrowed his brow slightly, just as he was about to ask something, but suddenly lost his train of thought. Mom, put the things in the sink. I'll handle the cleanup. No need, go watch TV. Oh, I wonder if Qiye had a good dinner for New Year's. Annie sighed while washing dishes in the kitchen. Mom, Don't worry, my brother will take good care of himself. Didn't he? I feel like my brother just told me to take good care of Mom. Did I misremember? Did he say that on the phone? Forget it, I'll wash the dishes first. Meanwhile, in the office, that kid Qiye, I clearly told him to call back. The meal was nearly finished, yet he remained utterly silent. This simply wouldn't do. I must make a phone call to inquire about him. Old Zhao, exercise a bit of patience. Let him spend some more time with his family. Nothing serious will come of it. Chen Mai chuckled, already surrounded by several bottles of beer, just as the members of Team 136 were engaged in their playful banter. The office door was suddenly pushed open. Lin Qiye shook off the snowflake from his hair, exhaling a puff of cold air, and glanced apologetically at everyone inside, that I'm sorry for being late. There was a brief moment of silence before a warm wave of welcome erupted. Not late at all. Qiye, welcome back. I'll go heat up the food. Come. Since you're late, you must drink 3 cups as punishment. Fill his glass. Qiye, Happy New Year. Chapter 69. Even Medusa must address me as Uncle joyful moments are often fleeting. Lin Qiye, still bleary-eyed, slowly rose from the sofa, surveying the disarray around him, when Qima and Wu Xiangnan were nestled together on another sofa. While Hong Ying lay beside the dining table, clutching a beer bottle and mumbling in her sleep that Ai Xiaonan was absent from the hall, presumably having retreated to her bedroom. Only Chen Mai and Zhao Kongchen, the 2 eldest, remained. One was tidying up in the kitchen, while the other swept the floor, presenting a stark contrast to the younger crowd. Lung Xian was entirely missing from the building, his whereabouts unknown to Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye tapped his drowsy head and pushed open the office door, allowing the brisk air to invigorate him. The alcohol from the previous night dissipated significantly, and he grabbed a broom from the entrance. Beginning to clear the snow out on the streets of the first day of the Lunar New Year, the ground was littered with the remnants of fireworks, and every household displayed spring festival couplets and the character for fortune. The sound of firecrackers was incessant. Had it not been for Lin Qiye's keen senses, he might have overlooked the dissonant notes hidden within. The distant echoes of explosions and the rising smoke served as reminders that the city's undercurrents had not ceased simply because he had dealt with the Scorpion mercenaries the night before. His brows furrowed, and his pace quickened. Once he had cleared the snow from the entrance, he turned back into the office, retrieving a black box from the corner and stuffing some New Year goods into his pockets. After exchanging a few words with Chen Mai, Lin Qiye hurriedly stepped outside. The direction of the recent explosions and smoke aligned with the location of the hotel where Bai Li Pang and the others resided. Although Lin Qiye didn't believe that Chao Yuan, Shen Qingzhu, and Bai Li Pang would come harm. After all, should they decide to unleash their fury, they could easily obliterate the hotel. He felt it prudent to check on them. After all, it was the first day of the Lunar New Year. If all was well, it would merely be a visit to offer his New Year greetings. After 3 days, tomorrow marked the final day of the holiday. The lurking rats in the shadows should have reached their breaking point. According to Zhou Meng, there was more than one fish in the sea, if he remained at the night watchman's office. It was unlikely he would catch anything. 10 minutes later, Lin Qiye found himself on a relatively quiet path, closer to where Bai Li Pang and the others were staying than the main road. However, the antiquated buildings lining the route exuded an air of forbidding. With very few pedestrians in sight, that on this first day of the Lunar New Year, the streets were already sparsely populated, and this particular path was entirely deserted. As Lin Qiye hurried along, an unsettling sensation crept over him. He felt as though something was watching him. The walls of the abandoned buildings beside the road, covered in moss, appeared normal at first glance. But upon closer inspection, the interlacing cracks in the elongated semicircle resembled a serpent's eye. This revelation made Lin Qiye's head spin, prompting him to extend his spiritual awareness outward, only to find that every direction was filled with these bizarre serpent eyes. Was this the forbidden ruin? The serpent eyes, were they the agents of Medusa? Lin Qiye's hand instinctively reached for the black box at his side. Today he had only brought one black box, for his combat style had shifted from dual-wielding to that of a battle mage. Stop hiding and come out. There are only the 2 of us here now. He pointed his blade toward the opposite sidewalk. TSK, and no wonder you're the agent of the 3 gods, Lin Qiye. Not only does your name sound pleasant, but you also possess quite the handsome visage. Across the street, The serpent woman swayed her sinuous form and approached Lin Qiye with a captivating allure. "Are you here to kill me? Don't be such a bore. Little brother, I originally intended to kill you, but now I've changed my mind. Rather than slaying you, I would prefer to see that charming face of yours grovel beneath my feet as my slave. I shall ravage your body and teach you the meaning of ultimate pleasure." Faced with the serpent woman's taunts and advances, Lin Qiye remained unfazed, even finding a hint of amusement in the situation. In terms of appearance, she paled in comparison to Hong Ying and Sister Xiaonan. In terms of physique and temperament, she was not to his taste. However, when it came to perversion, none he had encountered could rival her. Perhaps there was one? He pondered whether Zhou Meng or this provocative serpent woman was more depraved. Lin Qiye narrowed his eyes, allowing this perverse creature to toy with him only because he wished to uncover the purpose of this serpent-eyed forbidden ruin. Yet it seemed this place only had a slight impact on his psyche, not hindering his use of its abilities or his perception. Moreover, the pendant he had received from Instructor Yuan did not activate. It appeared that this was not a spirit-related forbidden ruin. Only through combat could he ascertain the truth. Lin Qiye's brow furrowed, and with a swift motion, he drew his star blade from its sheath. Igniting sparks as it sliced through the air, aimed directly at the serpent woman's outstretched hand out of course. The hand was not the primary concern. It was her throat, now merely an arm's length away. Yet the blade met only air, as the serpent woman's figure twisted in an uncanny manner the moment it connected with his blade's aura, striking only a phantom. Lin Qiye instantly sensed that the perverse woman had appeared behind him. Turning around, he beheld her entwined around a tree trunk, her neck contorted at an unnatural angle, her face flushed with an inexplicable excitement as she gazed back at him, her vertical pupils radiating a thrill that defied comprehension. "Lin Qiye, become my slave. This is the dream of countless men. To possess my body is to indulge in supreme pleasure. Join the ancient god church as a deity. Come, come." Her features contorted with excitement, one hand clasping her cheek while the other gripped her throat. Lin Qiye felt a growing irritation. Medusa, the famed monster of Greek mythology, along with her two sisters, was known as the Gorgon Trio. Her hair comprised writhing green serpents, and any who gazed into her eyes would be turned to stone. Lin Qiye had studied the genealogy of Greek mythology, according to the divine lineage, Gaia, the earth goddess. And Nyx were peers, or perhaps Gaia was a generation above. Medusa, this monster, could at best be considered the granddaughter of the earth goddess. By lineage. Even if Medusa herself were to appear, she would have to respectfully address me. The son of Nyx as uncle. You, an agent of Medusa, wish for me to become your slave? How audacious! Lin Qiye promptly extracted his wand from beneath his cloak and forcefully pointed it toward the sky, exclaiming, "Summon the thunder." Unlike the dark magic he had previously employed, this was an ancient incantation, mightier than the death curse or heart-piercing spell. "Let me show you the might of thunder." In an instant, a colossal blue lightning bolt descended from the once clear sky, striking toward a blue serpent, aimed directly at the tree where the serpent woman stood. Chapter 70. The self-propelled magical cannon, a tremendous flash of lightning struck down from above, cleaving the tree where the serpent woman had been standing in two. The tree, already stripped of leaves and reduced to mere trunk and branches, was charred black both inside and out, its shape now even more grotesque. The serpent woman's figure twisted again, reappearing in the distance. "You seek death." She finally emerged from her earlier state of excitement, having realized that Lin Qiye was not merely indifferent to her seduction. He genuinely wished to kill her. "Since you refuse to be my slave, then you must die." Before entering Songnan City as one of the newly joined deities of the ancient god church, the serpent woman had been specifically instructed to win Lin Qiye over or cooperate with the 13th seat of the believers, Han Xiaoyun, to eliminate him on the spot. Of course, the ancient god church was aware that Lin Qiye was currently the only three-god agent in the world. In special circumstances, he also had a deity named Zhou Meng capable of descending upon him. However, such divine descents were not a resource to be used continuously. The moment Zhou Meng descended upon Lin Qiye, everyone would immediately retreat, waiting for the divine descent to conclude. The end of that descent would present the best opportunity to strike him down. Even if annihilated by the divine, it matters not, for the ancient god cult possesses an abundance of fresh recruits at their disposal, in a certain sense. The Serpent Woman, Han Xiaoyun, Eliang, and the Mad Scorpion have all been dispatched to test Lin Qiye. They may serve as pawns, and should they succeed in provoking Zhou Meng, during the window when Lin Qiye is unable to call upon divine intervention, it would spell his demise. The Serpent Woman is indifferent to this. Her mind is unlike that of ordinary mortals, fixated solely on either turning men into her slaves or torturing them to death. Just moments ago, Lin Qiye's immense lightning strike nearly reduced her to a mere kebab. Suddenly, the hair at the back of the Serpent Woman's head rose, as if animated by life itself. Like a living serpent, in a flash, she vanished from her original position, reappearing behind Lin Qiye, thrusting a handleless blade toward his vulnerable back. However, Lin Qiye had already opened his mortal realm and the abyss of darkness. Having anticipated this move, with a subtle shift to the right, he evaded the fatal blow. Simultaneously, he was engaged in profound contemplation. This was the second time the Serpent Woman had appeared without warning, her teleportation akin to his own night flicker, yet even more outrageous, seemingly devoid of any limitations, allowing instantaneous movement from any direction. Were it not for his formidable perception and the enhancement provided by the Starry Night Dancer in the Abyss of Darkness, it would have been exceedingly difficult to contend with this abnormal woman. Nevertheless, to leverage his close combat advantage was a simple matter. Either strike with enough ferocity or ensure that his opponent could not harm him at all. With this thought, Lin Qiye flicked his right wrist, summoning a translucent shield that enveloped his entire being. Transitioning from defense to offense, he lightly pressed his feet against the ground and charged toward the Serpent Woman. Upon witnessing his shift in strategy, the Serpent Woman flicked her tongue in anticipation. Her opportunity had arrived. The instant Lin Qiye surged towards her, her form vanished, reappearing at his side, the blade in her hand poised to strike. Yet, as it made contact with Lin Qiye's body, it was abruptly repelled by an immense force. A subtle smirk graced Lin Qiye's lips as he executed a complex maneuver in mid-air, feigning a strike with the star blade in his left hand while concealing his true lethal intent with a wand in his right. He intended to seize the moment the Serpent Woman was momentarily staggered by the recoil of her armored defense and deliver a decisive blow. Shatter and obliterate. A beam of white light erupted from the tip of the wand, surging toward the Serpent Woman with fierce momentum. Although the Serpent Woman's speed of teleportation was formidable, the spell still grazed her hair. When Lin Qiye glanced back, he beheld the Serpent Woman. A vengeful glare fixed upon him, her hair transformed into a python, now ravaged by a shattering spell. Blood splattered across her visage, rendering her countenance particularly grotesque. Yet Lin Qiye would not afford her a moment's respite. Having created distance, it was now his time to unleash his power. Flames blazed. Obstacles abounded. The divine blade bore no shadow. She fell into a stupor. Spell after spell erupted from the tip of his wand, hurtling toward the Serpent Woman as if they were free of cost. In that moment, Lin Qiye resembled a humanoid self-propelled spell cannon. The Serpent Woman could do little but desperately evade the barrage of spells through repeated teleportation. Her predicament increasingly dire. Wasn't this fellow a proxy of the three gods? Did the Night Watchman not wield a blade? Why did he not conform to the norm of close-quarters combat? Why was he resorting to an arsenal of spells? The Serpent Woman, overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of diverse spells, could do naught but flee. Should she teleport near Lin Qiye, she would inevitably be struck by a spell, while retreating to a distance would diminish her chances of being hit, but leave her incapable of inflicting any meaningful harm upon him. At this rate, her mental fortitude would surely falter first. She continued to teleport. Lin Qiye gradually uncovered the secret of the Serpent Woman's domain. The spells progressively ravaged the surrounding terrain. He observed that her teleportation never occurred in areas he had just destroyed. She would only appear at a distance, always marked by that peculiar serpent eye symbol. This must be Medusa's domain, capable of utilizing the environment to create serpent eye patterns for pinpoint movement, giving the illusion of unrestricted teleportation. However, as the spells continued to dismantle the environment, Her domain could not swiftly generate suitable serpent eyes, preventing her from teleporting to the ravaged locations as it was. Now that I have discerned the secret of your domain, your demise is imminent. With a clear prediction of the serpent woman's teleportation points, Lin Qiye was naturally poised to obstruct her escape routes. After all, aside from particularly powerful dark and ancient spells, the mental strain from his other spells had become significantly diminished under the influence of these two factors. Although both he and the serpent woman were at the pool realm, his expenditure would undoubtedly be far less than her incessant teleportation and frantic evasion. The serpent woman, her teeth grinding in frustration, yearned to devour Lin Qiye whole, yet faced with the exposure of her domain's capabilities. She found herself utterly powerless. In light of this, she resolved to make a desperate gambit and test a different ability. Medusa was most notoriously known not for her serpent eye teleportation, but rather for her hair of serpents and the petrifying gaze that would turn any who met her eyes to stone. Just like the soldiers in a missile base,